Chapter 1. The World of Naruto. Within a humble wooden cabin, a young boy stirred, pulling the blanket from his body and gazing around in confusion. Surrounding him were several toddlers, aged between 3 and 5, all soundly asleep, reminiscent of a nursery, albeit a rather dilapidated one. The cabin was no more than 30 square meters, yet it housed over 20 children. After a moment of contemplation, the boy examined his own limbs, shaking his head repeatedly. This isn't right. I am an adult. How have I suddenly become a child? Rebirth? Transmigration? A shift of the soul? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. As an adult who had perused countless web novels, he quickly regained his composure and resolved to venture outside to ascertain the situation. He climbed out of bed and made his way to the door. However, after only a few steps, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in a black vest, who fixed his gaze upon the boy and said, "Kanda Rokuro, why are you up so late?" The boy was taken aback, for the man's words seemed to be in Japanese. Strangely, despite not understanding the language, he comprehended what was being said. Wait, this is not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the forehead protector adorning the man's head. It was the iconic leaf symbol from the hidden leaf village in Naruto. What was happening? Could this man be an aficionado of Naruto? As the boy pondered, the man approached him, unceremoniously lifting him as one might a chick and tossing him back on his bed, stating, "Behave and get some sleep. Tomorrow you shall begin your training." With that, the man turned and exited, plunging the room into darkness once more. The boy, now thoroughly awake, felt an influx of memories that did not belong to him. These recollections sent a chill down his spine, for they were grim and tragic. Having absorbed the memories, the boy confirmed his predicament. His soul had traversed into the world of Naruto. The body he inhabited belonged to one Kanda Rokuro, a child from humble family in the land of rice, who had 5 older brothers, all of whom had perished from starvation. Kanda himself was on the brink of a similar fate, but fortune smiled upon him when a ninja took notice and purchased him, bringing him to this place. According to the memories, the ninja believed that Kanda Rokuro possessed the potential to become a ninja. A ninja! The thought ignited a spark of excitement within the boy. Though the world of Naruto was fraught with peril, becoming a ninja, even the lowest rank of genin, would ensure he would not go hungry. Moreover, with his vivid recollection of the Naruto storyline, he believed he could navigate his way to becoming a chunin with relative ease. With this thought, the boy felt a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of what lay ahead, he had to survive. The world of Naruto. It was undeniably dangerous. How could he ensure he lived to see the conclusion of this tale? Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that this was the orphanage of the Hidden Leaf, where the children were prepared for war. It was entirely possible that he could be thrust into battle at any moment, facing death. What the predicament? In his previous life, he had drifted through 30 years without achievement. In this life, he could not afford to perish prematurely as a ninja. That would be far too unprofitable. Having finally arrived in the world of Naruto, he longed to experience its wonders, particularly the intriguing female characters. Suddenly, he noticed something that did not belong to Kanda Rokuro's memories. Amidst his worries, he discovered a lengthy passage of unfamiliar thoughts emerging in his mind. Curiously, he scrutinized the new information. Upon doing so, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Training system activated. Host, Kanda Rokuro. Taijutsu, Level 1. Experience points 0100000. Ninjutsu, Level 1. Experience points 0100000. Jinjutsu, Level 1. Experience points 0100000. System training tasks and random tasks activated. Complete daily training tasks to earn a fixed experience of 500 points. Complete daily random tasks to earn variable experience, contingent on task difficulty. Today's training task, 1,000 push-ups. Today's random task, prank Asakawa Masaru. Could this be a system? An undeniable golden finger for traversers. Just moments ago, he had contemplated becoming a chunin, and with this system in play, if he did not surpass Uchiha and the Sage of 6 Paths, he would be failing to honor this gift and the efforts of other transmigrators. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, realizing he must complete his tasks to enhance his strength. Assessing the day's 2 tasks, he realized he could only accomplish one. The prank task involving Asakawa Masaru was unattainable at present. According to his memories, that individual was not in his room, but rather in the adjacent one, which housed children aged 5 to 7, while his room was filled with newcomers aged 3 to 5. Kanda Rokuro himself was 4 years and 2 months old, having only arrived here half a month prior, with no ninja training underway yet. As for what he had been doing in that time, simply eating to restore his frail body, preparing for the rigorous training ahead. Without recuperation, he would likely collapse within 10 minutes of exertion. With the random task deemed impossible, he resolved to tackle the training task. He rose and surveyed the surroundings, noticing the other children were fast asleep. To become strong, he had to complete those 1,000 push-ups. He quietly descended from his bed and began performing push-ups on the floor beside it. Given his small stature, speed was not a luxury he could afford. In 1 minute, he could manage about 30, but he needed a rest for a minute after each minute of exertion, lest his body give way, rendering him incapable of completing even a single push-up. In 2 minutes, he managed 30 push-ups. In 1 hour, that would total 600. Completing 1,000 would take no less than 2 hours. However, numbers do not account for reality. Actual training was not as straightforward. By the time he reached 500 push-ups, his arms were screaming in agony, and he could not continue without a 2 or 3 minute break. Thus, it took him nearly 3 hours to finish all 1,000. Ding! Training task completed. Reward: 500 experience points. Upon hearing the notification, a faint smile creased his lips. Then, he simply collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. After Kanda Rokuro fell into a deep sleep, someone entered the room. Approaching the slumbering boy, the newcomer nodded in satisfaction, lifted Kanda Rokuro, placed it back in bed, covered him with a blanket, and exited the room. As a root ninja, his vigilance was notably high. When Kanda Rokuro stirred awake for the second time, he heard a voice. As the man prepared to enter and reprimand Kanda Rokuro, he was taken aback to see the boy performing push-ups on the floor. This caused him to halt, observing from the window. It was only when Kanda Rokuro had collapsed from exhaustion that he stepped inside. As a ninja, he understood the value of hard training. Kanda Rokuro's performance pleased him immensely. He now saw Kanda Rokuro as a promising candidate worthy of cultivation. If Kanda Rokuro could ascend to the rank of Jonin or even Special Jonin, the rewards for the man would be substantial. However, this was merely the first day. He needed to observe Kanda Rokuro's future performance. If Kanda Rokuro continued to train diligently, he would be worth reporting. For now, based on Kanda Rokuro's earnest efforts, the man decided to reward him with a generous serving of chicken leg. Chapter 2. Commencing Training. Everyone rise. As Kanda Rokuro lay in a daze, a thunderous voice jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself face-to-face with a Leaf Village ninja who had unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed the previous day. According to his memories, this ninja was their instructor, named Okamoto. As for his surname, that was beyond Kanda Rokuro's knowledge. The training system, as the name suggests, it compelled him to train and accumulate experience points. While regular training yielded less experience than completing tasks, even the smallest gains were better than none. Thus, he climbed to his feet and joined the other children following Okamoto out of the room. They washed up, had breakfast, and followed Okamoto with decorum, completing these tasks. Subsequently, Okamoto led them to a small training ground, where Kanda Rokuro estimated there were around 200 children gathered. Standing at the forefront, Okamoto addressed the group. Except for the children from Class 9, the rest will follow their respective team leaders to begin training. With his command, over half of the 200 children dispersed. In the end, only Kanda Rokuro and the 20 or so children from his room remained, looking at Okamoto in bewilderment. Okamoto's demeanor was apathetic as he addressed Kanda Rokuro and the others, stating, "From today onwards, you shall commence your training. Considering your status as newcomers, the daily training load will be halved. After a month, it will revert to the normal regimen. Should you fail to keep pace with the training schedule by that time, you shall be sent back to where you came from." Upon hearing this, the children immediately tensed up. They were all offspring of impoverished families, barely managing to fill their stomachs at home. Yet here, they were well-fed and well-hydrated. Although the training appeared arduous, it paled in comparison to the agony of hunger. Thus, the children focused intently on Okamoto. Observing their earnestness, Okamoto felt quite satisfied. However, he was momentarily taken aback by Kanda Rokuro's indifferent gaze. That gaze, it was one of confidence, as if he were destined for success. Such a look indicated a malleable talent indeed. Diverting his gaze from Kanda Rokuro, Okamoto addressed the children. "We shall now commence by jogging 2 laps around the training field. After completing this, you will rest for half an hour before proceeding to the next training task. Those who fail to complete their assignments today shall go hungry." Okamoto led the way with a slow jog, and the children followed closely behind, with Kanda Rokuro blending in among them. However, his attention was elsewhere. Earlier at breakfast, he had perused the day's tasks. Training task: run 10 kilometers. Random task: teach Fukata Miyu a lesson. Today's training task conveniently aligned with the running exercise. Observing the training ground's dimensions, he calculated that 2 laps would amount to 5 kilometers, thereby allowing him to reduce his run by half today. The random task, however, posed a dilemma. Fukada Miyu seemed to be from another room. If he attempted to confront him, the outcome of a potential confrontation was uncertain. Moreover, if he were punished and expelled, his aspirations of learning ninjutsu would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, this matter required careful consideration. As he jogged, Kanda Rokuro regained his focus and recalled that he had yet to allocate the experience points gained from yesterday's task. He decided to invest all of his experience points into physical skills. At his tender age, he was not yet qualified to learn ninjutsu. Enhancing his physical prowess first would allow him to adapt to the rigors of training. The previous night's training had exhausted him to the point of near collapse, and even now, his arms ached. He was determined not to endure such discomfort indefinitely. Furthermore, if he encountered strength training later, he might struggle to complete it due to his sore arms. After channeling his experience points into his stamina, he suddenly noticed a change in his body. The soreness in his arms had seemingly dissipated. This revelation left him momentarily stunned. Could it be that rapidly increasing experience points alleviated physical fatigue? If so, this would be a tremendous boon. He could save some experience points for future use, restoring his stamina when needed. This matter warranted exploration. Would conduct a test later that evening after completing his training tasks. Having clarified his thoughts, Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and resumed training alongside Okamoto. Ordinary training also contributed to experience points. After completing 2 laps around the field with Okamoto, his physical skill experience increased by 2 points, a fact that left him somewhat disheartened. The disparity between ordinary training and training tasks was simply too vast, diminishing his interest in regular training. Nevertheless, to earn Okamoto's favor, he had to train diligently, as this would afford him the opportunity to learn ninjutsu sooner, a critical step towards his empowerment. Once the slow jog concluded, the children rested for half an hour. Subsequently, they were tasked with performing 1,000 leg kicks, 1,000 punches, and 1,000 lateral jumps. Upon completing these exercises, it was already noon, and the children lay exhausted on the ground. Okamoto permitted them a 10-minute respite before leading them back to the cafeteria for lunch. The children were ravenous, devouring their meals with abandon, paying no heed to what others were eating. Even Kanda Rokuro was engrossed in his own meal, completely oblivious to the fact that his lunchbox contained a notably larger chicken leg than those of his peers. After lunch, the children enjoyed a 2-hour break. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they would repeat the morning's training regimen. Kanda Rokuro, wishing to avoid attracting the instructor's attention during the evening run, resolved to complete the remaining 5 kilometers during the midday break. Since the other children were resting under the trees beside the training field, he would not stray too far from them. Moreover, the training ground was not devoid of activity. Others, sharing similar aspirations of becoming ninjas, were diligently honing their skills. Thus, his additional training would likely go unnoticed. After resting momentarily in the shade, Kanda Rokuro felt his stamina replenishing. He glanced at the sleeping children, shook his head, and rose to jog around the training field. 5 kilometers was hardly a daunting distance, even for adults. It typically required only an hour. As a child with shorter legs, Kanda Rokuro completed the distance in an hour and a half. Upon receiving his reward of 500 experience points, he stopped and returned to the children to rest. At that moment, only 20 minutes remained before the afternoon training commenced. "Rokuro, aren't you tired?" A companion approached as Kanda Rokuro settled back under the tree. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the inquiring child, smiled, and replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits." The child shook his head, remarking, "Your stamina is truly impressive. I could hardly move just now." Kanda Rokuro merely smiled in response, closing his eyes to rest. He was currently assessing how much experience would be required to fully restore his stamina, leaving him no time to entertain idle chatter. Chapter 3. Random Task. At precisely 3 o'clock, Okamoto made his appearance. He cast a dispassionate glance at Kanda Rokuro before addressing the children. "Training has commenced. This afternoon, we shall begin with leg kicks, straight punches, and lateral jumps. Once these are completed, we will run 2 laps. Today's tasks will conclude there. If you wish to rest early, you best get started." The children complied obediently, rising to train, and Kanda Rokuro joined their ranks. His stamina was currently abundant. Even a night of training posed no challenge for him. He had already determined the experience points required to restore his stamina. Merely 100 points would suffice. With 400 points remaining, he could maintain his stamina, training continuously until the following morning. The other children had expended considerable energy during the morning sessions, causing their pace to slow in the afternoon. Only Kanda Rokuro completed all his training within 2 hours. Upon finishing, he glanced at Okamoto on the sidelines, contemplated for a moment, and approached him, bowing respectfully. Instructor, I have completed my training. I would like to join another class for additional practice. Once the others finish, I will run alongside them. GNJBN had been intently observing Kandaroker. He was genuinely astonished to see Kandaroker complete his training so swiftly. However, he chose not to reveal his surprise. As a ninja, one must learn to conceal their emotions. He glanced at Kandaroker and calmly inquired, "Do you not wish to take a rest?" Kandarokuro's expression turned serious. "Instructor, I do not wish to return to my previous life. I aspire to become a true ninja for that way. I shall never go hungry again." Indeed, what a child. To become a ninja merely to avoid hunger. Jimoto silently scoffed, then nodded and replied, "Your training has concluded. What you choose to pursue henceforth is entirely your decision. As long as you can manage to run 2 laps afterward, it suffices. However, I must caution you. Should you lack the stamina to complete those 2 laps, dinner will be forfeited." Kandarokuro bowed respectfully, assuring the instructor, "Rest assured, I understand." Gakubo nodded in acknowledgement. "Feel free to do as you please, just be back by 6 for the run." Gakubo's agreeable demeanor brought great joy to Kandarokuro. After bowing once more to Gakubo, he proceeded towards his objective. His intention was to train alongside another class, but not merely for the sake of training with them. His true aim was to accomplish a random task. Thus, he positioned himself within the training group of Fukademia, participating in the training alongside them. Having just arrived, he was determined not to cause any disturbances. He needed to wait for the opportune moment to confront Fukademia. Ideally, he would discipline Fukademia in such a way that others would be unable to find fault with him. His presence attracted the attention of the children in Class 6. However, during the course of their training, they could not afford to pause. They merely cast a glance at Kandarokuro before resuming their exercises until the completion of that phase of training. After each training session, there was a 10-minute break. One of the children from Class 6 approached Kandarokuro and inquired, "Hey, kid, you're training with us. And Gakubo, has tea caused you any trouble? Are you related to Gakubo?" Kandarokuro stood momentarily stunned, glancing back at Gambin. It appeared that Gambin was not benevolent towards everyone. Rather, he exhibited a certain favoritism towards him. Could it be that I am somehow related to him? Yet, upon reflection, that notion seemed implausible. If he were indeed a relative of Gambin, he would not have endured such hardships in the past. Having a Chunin as a relative would at least spare one from hunger. Clearly, there must be another explanation. Has he perhaps discerned my uniqueness? Such a realization could prove perilous. The children of the Konoha Orphanage are all nurtured by Danzo, and that old schemer might exploit any irregularities he uncovers, potentially leading to dire consequences. It seems prudent to exercise greater caution henceforth. My extraordinary physical prowess may have been revealed. Thus, it is imperative to conceal my talents in ninjutsu and genjutsu until I am sufficiently equipped to confront Danzo and unveil my true strength. I must contemplate this carefully. Kandarokuro gazed at the child before him and said, "No, if I were a relative of Lord Gabin, how could I possibly end up here? I would have gone straight to Konohagakure." The children of Class 6 paused for a moment and nodded in agreement. "You have a point. It seems that your talent has caught Lord Gongbin's attention. He has always been quite attentive to geniuses. Indeed, Gambin had discovered some of my secrets. It appears I must exercise greater caution in the future. Since my rapid recovery of stamina has already been exposed, I shall temporarily rely solely on physical techniques." Contemplating this, Kandarokuro relaxed and turned his gaze toward his target, Fukada Miyako. That fellow. Kandarokuro recalled that during dinner 7 days prior, Fukada Nomiya had accidentally choked while eating, inadvertently spraying him with a mouthful of water. Subsequently, she had apologized and introduced herself, etching her name into his memory. Little did he expect that today he would be tasked with reprimanding Fukada Nomiya, a person who, in his eyes, did not seem to possess any ill intentions. The thought of admonishing her filled him with a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of fulfilling his obligation, he had no choice but to impose upon Fukada Nomiya. Contemplating these matters, he approached her with a smile, greeting her, "Fukadane, I see you are training here as well. Might you share some of your training techniques with me?" Fukada Nomiya recognized Kandarokuro and, smiling, patted him on the back. "I sincerely apologize for the incident last time when I splattered you with food. Allow me to teach you as a means of making amends." Kandarokuro felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor as he replied, "I sincerely thank you, Fukada-san." Fukada glanced toward the distance, where Jimoto was observing them, and it dawned on him that Kandarokuro was the focus of Jimoto's attention. The children watched by Jimoto were highly likely to be sent to the orphanage at the Konoha headquarters for training. Their current location was merely a branch of the Konoha Orphanage. Only by successfully completing training here could one proceed to the Konoha headquarters to learn ninjutsu. By cultivating a favorable relationship with Kanda Rokuro, Fukada might gain certain advantages from Jimoto, potentially allowing him to graduate early and advance to the Konoha Orphanage headquarters for further study. With this thought, Fukada felt a thrill of excitement and called out to a fellow, Captain Mushi, "May I have an hour's leave? I wish to train with this young brother." The boy named Mushi glanced at Fukada and then at Kanda Rokuro, nodding in agreement. "Very well, but your training is not yet complete. You must finish everything afterward." Fukada nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I understand the rules." With that, Captain Mushi refrained from further comment. Fukada then took Kanda Rokuro by the arm and said, "Come. Let us proceed to the track for some training." Kanda Rokuro yearned for a moment of solitude with Fukuda-no-Miya, believing it would afford him the opportunity to impart a thorough lesson to him. Without hesitation, he followed Fukuda-no-Miya to a tree outside the racetrack. Chapter 4. The orphanage headquarters. Beneath the shade of the tree, Fukuda-no-Miya gazed at Kanda Rokuro with a smile and remarked, "I am 2 years your senior, and I have already mastered the training here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now." Kanda Rokuro longed to express, "Could you allow me to take a beating to accomplish my task?" However, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, and he could only feign cheerfulness as he said, "Then, Fukada-san, could you teach me how to conserve my energy during training?" Upon hearing this, Fukada-kun revealed a knowing smile. "Indeed, your awareness of this matter is quite remarkable. The essence of our training lies in preserving our stamina to complete our exercises. Otherwise, failing to finish will result in punishment." After saying this, he glanced at the children on the training ground and explained to Kanda Rokuro, "Apart from the newly arrived children from your class, the others have already mastered this technique. I can teach you as well, but your ability to grasp it will depend on your own comprehension, as each individual's body is unique and the techniques required may vary slightly." Kanda Rokuro sought to learn the art of conserving energy, primarily to conceal his extraordinary recuperative abilities. Indeed, while this technique may not entirely mask his gifts, it can certainly diminish their visibility. After all, the goal is to minimize any indication of his uniqueness. Upon hearing that Fukada was willing to instruct him, Kanda hurriedly exclaimed, "Fukada, please guide me personally." Fukada nodded and assumed a stance for striking, stating, "Pay close attention. We shall begin with the technique of punching. Those of you who are new often exert your utmost strength with every punch, which leads to sore shoulders after 1,000 strikes." As he spoke, Fukada delivered a punch, adding, "In truth, using 7 parts of your strength is more than sufficient. This approach alleviates the strain on your shoulders, enabling you to complete 1,000 punches without fatigue in your arms. Now, come over and practice your punches. I will assist in adjusting your posture." Fukada taught with great diligence. Kanda Rokuro diligently noted the instructions given by Fukada-no-Miya. Before Fukada-no-Miya, he incessantly unleashed punches, while Fukada-no-Miya continuously pointed out his errors and advised him on how to deliver a powerful strike with minimal effort. They proceeded to practice punches, followed by training in kicking and lateral jumps. Fukada-no-Miya taught with utmost seriousness, and Kanda Rokuro listened attentively, fully aware that such expertise was honed over 2 to 3 years of rigorous training, from which he aimed to glean valuable insights. His only regret was that Fukada-no-Miya maintained a considerable distance while teaching. He yearned to feign a fall and deliver a decisive blow, but such an endeavor proved utterly impossible. After half an hour of training, Fukada-no-Miya had thoroughly imparted the techniques of punching, kicking, and lateral jumping, and with a smile, he remarked, "Well done. I have imparted the techniques to you. Henceforth, you must gradually adjust for greater efficiency. Such fine-tuning depends on your individual physique and perceptiveness, which I cannot teach you. Now, we are left with the final running training." As time passed swiftly, Kanda Rokuro realized that if he did not complete the task soon, Fukada-no-Miya might take his leave. Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment and then eagerly addressed Fukada. "Fukada, would you like to run 300 meters with me? I believe that training while running would facilitate better understanding." It was merely a 300-meter dash. Fukada, unfazed, nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well. Let us converse as we run. It's a perfect opportunity for me to teach you how to regulate your breathing, enabling you to run with greater ease." Kanda Rokuro eagerly responded, and the two entered the running track of the training ground. They adjusted their postures and began to run slowly. Fukuda Miyuki, while running, explained how to control one's breathing. However, Kanda Rokuro's mind was entirely preoccupied with finding an opportunity to trip Fukuda Miyuki, so he could complete his random task and claim the day's rewards. After reaching 200 meters, as they approached the 300-meter mark, Fukuda Miyuki began to accelerate, stating, typically, as one nears the end of a run, they unconsciously quicken their pace. Yet, this is a misconception, for our training encompasses more than mere running. There are other aspects to consider. Before he could finish his thought, something suddenly fell beside him. He was unable to halt in time and collided with it, resulting in a loud thud as he fell to the ground. "Ouch!" exclaimed Fukuda Miyuki, wincing in pain. After the initial discomfort subsided, he looked up to discover that the culprit was none other than Kanda Rokuro, who had apparently exhausted himself and collapsed on the ground, having been inadvertently stepped on by Fukuda Miyuki. Imprints of Fukuda's shoe were evident on Kanda Rokuro's back, initially intent on expressing his anger. Fukuda Miyuki felt a sense of embarrassment upon realizing Kanda Rokuro's plight and quickly patted him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Kanda Rokuro hastily rose to his feet, gingerly rubbing his back, and with a hint of embarrassment remarked, "Fukuda, I suddenly lost my footing and fell. Are you all right?" While uttering these apologetic words, he felt an immense sense of relief. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the thought of merely causing Fukuda to stumble, pondering whether it could be deemed a lesson for him. It was only when Fukuda collapsed and the system notification indicated the completion of a random task, awarding him 100 experience points, that he truly exhaled in relief. Had he been unable to accomplish the task in this manner, he would have had to abandon it altogether. After all, he was not yet in a position to stir up trouble. He needed to become more familiar with this environment, waiting until the point when Jimoto would no longer hassle him over trivial matters before he could afford to cause a ruckus. Observing Kanda Rokuro tenderly massaging his trampled back, Fukuda felt even more reluctant to express his anger, instead gently patting Kanda and saying, "All right. I believe we shall conclude our training here. You are still quite young, and it is only natural to experience fatigue. Please, go rest for now, and come find me again in the future." The task had been successfully completed. Kanda Rokuro harbored no desire to engage in idle chatter with Fukuda. He nodded and said, "Fukuda, I shall return to rest now. We have a run scheduled later." Fukuda cast a glance at the distant Jimoto and quietly advised, "I notice that Instructor Jimoto is quite attentive to you. Ensure you train diligently, striving to ascend to the headquarters of the Konoha Orphanage promptly." Headquarters of the Konoha Orphanage? Kanda Rokuro felt a sense of confusion, uncertain of the meaning behind it all. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. The implication of Fukuda Palace was that this was merely one of the many orphanages within Konoha. It was no wonder he had yet to encounter any familiar faces here. It turned out they were currently situated in a branch of the orphanage, to meet those renowned ninjas he had heard of. He would need to enhance his abilities and gain entry to the headquarters of the Konoha Orphanage. With this realization, his expression grew earnest. He understood the necessity of rapidly elevating his skills to reach the headquarters, where he presumed he could learn ninjutsu. Chapter 5. Upgrading to a single room, returning to the training ground of Team 9. Kanda Rokuro took a brief respite before the clock struck 6. At that moment, the running training for Class 9 commenced once more, prompting him to rise and join the others in their run. Given his physical prowess, completing 5 kilometers posed no challenge for him. Meanwhile, the other children in Class 9 had only covered half the distance by the time he finished his 5 kilometers. Driven by the desire to showcase his abilities and gain the attention of Jimoto, he pushed himself further. Kanda Rokuro did not take a break. Instead, he continued to run until all the children from Class 9 had completed their laps. Only then did he come to a halt, having completed 5 laps in total. Each lap measured 2.5 kilometers, which means that during the 2.5 hours of the evening, Kanda Rokuro covered a distance of 12.5 kilometers. Such tenacity and stamina greatly pleased Jimoto, who rewarded Kanda with an extra generous portion of meat in his dinner box, while others were left without such a treat. Kanda understood that Jimoto was genuinely attentive to his efforts. With this realization, he felt compelled to perform admirably, given that he had accumulated ample experience points. He was unperturbed by the toll on his endurance. After finishing dinner, he returned to his room, observing that the other children had already drifted off to sleep. He took the opportunity to do push-ups until the early hours of the morning before finally resting. At 6 o'clock the next morning, training for Class 9 commenced once more. Kanda Rokuro faced 2 tasks for the day, to complete 1,000 pull-ups into T's Ayama Masatari. The pull-up task was not included in the training regimen, so he would have to find an opportunity to accomplish it on his own. As for the task of teasing Ayama Masatari, it felt somewhat peculiar to him, as it was the very mission he had failed to complete on his first day, an endeavor to tease the very same Ayama Masatari. This individual had crossed paths with him previously. Upon his arrival, Ayama Masatari had confronted the children of Class 9 with a menacing glare, making it clear that he was the dominant figure in the orphanage. With experience points to restore his vitality, Kanda was determined to rise to the occasion. Kanda Rokuro completed his training early, yet he did not pause. Instead, he doubled his efforts. This meant that he had begun to engage in the same volume of training as the children from other classes. In contrast, the other children in Class 9 were still only halfway through their training regimen. Upon finishing his double training, the other Class 9 students had just completed their entire routine, coinciding perfectly with noon. After their lunchtime in the cafeteria, the children of Class 9, aside from Kanda Rokuro, were exhausted and seated, taking a moment to rest. Only Kanda Rokuro remained invigorated, seeking out a tree to commence his daily training tasks. He performed 1,000 pull-ups, drawing upon his experience points that continually replenished his stamina, completing the task within an hour and earning an additional 500 experience points. He saved these points for future use, allocating all of yesterday's remaining experience to his martial arts skills. With his training task completed and an hour and a half remaining before the afternoon session, he surveyed the training grounds, noticing the absence of the students from Class 3, led by Asima Masaru. It seemed they had not been present the previous day either, having only glimpsed them during the morning assembly. Classes 1, 2, and 4, consisting of children aged 7 to 9, also appeared to be missing from this training session. They had likely advanced in age and been assigned to different locations for alternative training, possibly engaging in practical combat practice or weapon training. The orphanage housed 9 classes. Classes 1 to 4 comprised children aged 7 to 10. Classes 5 to 8 included those aged 5 to 7, while Class 9 catered to the youngest, ages 3 to 5. As for the children over 10, they seemed absent from the orphanage. It remained a mystery whether they had been sent away or sold. Lost in thought beneath the tree, Kanda Rokuro noted that the afternoon training was about to commence. He decided to forego any random tasks, recognizing that yesterday's rewards had not been particularly substantial. Engaging in trivial matters for minimal experience seemed unwise at present. Once his strength had increased, he anticipated that Gakamoto would not trouble him over minor issues, allowing him to pursue those randomly assigned tasks with confidence. Thus, the afternoon training awaited him. Kanda Rokuro diligently performed his double training sessions. After dining, he returned to his dormitory, continuing his regimen until the early hours of the morning. Following midnight, new tasks were refreshed. The training assignment was rather standard, consisting of 1,000 squats. However, the random task posed a dilemma. He was unexpectedly instructed to play pranks on Asima Masatsu. This led him to ponder whether there was some underlying animosity between Asima and the system. As for the training tasks, he would complete them, while he chose to forego the random assignments. This was an opportune moment for him to showcase his abilities and garner favor, so he aimed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, the next 5 days unfolded. Kanda Rokuro spent his days immersed in rigorous training. Each day, he diligently completed his assigned tasks. However, he found himself exasperated by the incessant random task of tormenting Asakayama Masaru. Although he was compelled to undertake this task, he first needed to ascertain Masaru's whereabouts. He could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Masaru each morning before the latter vanished, only to reappear the following morning. It would be unthinkable for him to venture out in search of Masaru, as doing so would likely lead to dire consequences. After all, this was the world of Naruto, where the death of several individuals was hardly a matter of concern. Thus, he chose to disregard the random task, pretending that it did not exist. On the 7th night, just past midnight, just as Kanda Rokuro had finished his training and was about to retire for the night, Gaben suddenly burst through the door, beckoning to him. "Rokuro, come out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro swiftly made his way to the entrance and greeted Gaben with a bow. "Instructor, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Gaben cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and smiled warmly. "Please, follow me." Kanda Rokuro nodded and followed Jimoto as they journeyed further away from the training ground. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded area, where a row of quaint wooden cabins stood. Jimoto opened one of the cabins and gestured to Kanda Rokuro, saying, "Please, step inside. We can converse in there." Kanda Rokuro obediently followed inside. The wooden cabin was brightly illuminated. It served as a training room, equipped with a variety of training apparatuses. In one corner, there was a separate small room. Upon witnessing this scene, Kanda Rokuro felt a flicker of joy within. It seemed that Jimoto had recognized his innate talent for physical training and was prepared to nurture it. Observing Kanda's delighted expression, Jimoto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, "I have been closely watching your training over this period. Remaining in Class 9 has become futile for you. This space shall henceforth serve as your own training quarters. Within that corner room, you will find a textbook dedicated to physical training. You may follow the regimen outlined therein. However, you must still attend the daily foundational training. Kanda Rokuro was filled with excitement as he bowed to Jimoto, expressing his gratitude. Jimoto smiled lightly and said, "This is what you rightfully deserve. Every diligent and talented individual is entitled to such recognition. In the room adjacent to yours, there are 2 more prodigies like yourself." 2 more prodigies like me? Who could they be? Might they become renowned ninjas in the future? I am quite curious. Chapter 6. The Rules of the Orphanage in the Training Room. Jimoto exchanged a few words with Kanda Rokuro before advising him, "You should take some rest now. Starting tomorrow, you will join Class 5 and train alongside its members. Should you encounter any questions regarding your training, feel free to approach me, and I will provide you with comprehensive answers." Kanda Rokuro bowed deeply to Gangbin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gangbin." Gangbin smiled gently and replied, "As long as you train diligently and descend to the headquarters of Konoha as a special jonin or jonin, that would be the greatest gratitude you could offer me." Kanda Rokuro nodded earnestly and proclaimed, "Rest assured, Lord Gangbin, I am confident that I shall become a jonin." Gangbin gently patted Kanda Rokuro's head and replied, "I hope so. Do put in your best efforts. I have been here for nearly 6 years, and in my eyes, your innate talent is unparalleled. Your inexhaustible stamina may very well lead you to become a martial arts jonin akin to Might Guy." Might Guy? At last, a familiar name graced his ears. Since Gangbin mentioned that Might Guy was a jonin, it became apparent that the current timeline must be within the years leading up to the commencement of the Naruto storyline. This is quite early. Might Guy had yet to achieve the status of jonin. This is rather late. The orphanage of Konoha was likely no more. After all, the orphanage was established by Danzo. Should Danzo have met his demise, the orphanage would cease to exist. With this realization, a great weight lifted from his heart. The memories stored within his mind were fraught with hardship. He possessed no recollections of the shinobi world and had always harbored concerns about appearing either too early or too late, as both scenarios would not bode well for him. However, if it were indeed the years preceding the Naruto storyline, then there would be minimal cause for concern. This period marked a time of peace within the shinobi world, devoid of any great wars that could ensnare him before he had completed his training. Just a few days prior, he had contemplated inquiring about the current time. Yet he feared that such a question might attract unwarranted attention, potentially branding him as a spy and subjecting him to interrogation. His frail frame could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Thus, he opted for discretion and focused on his training. Having contemplated this, he curiously asked Gangbin, "My lord, may I inquire as to who this Might Guy is?" Gangbin chuckled softly. "Ah, Might Guy is a jonin. Once you arrive at the Konoha headquarters, you will learn all about him. There, you shall acquire a wealth of knowledge about the shinobi world. For now, concentrate on your training. I believe you will be ready to journey to the Konoha headquarters within a year." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro ceased his inquiries, wary that further questioning might arouse Jimoto's suspicions. He respectfully bowed to Jimoto, saying, "My lord Jimoto, please take care on your way." Jimoto nodded slightly before turning to leave. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Kanda Rokuro, reiterating his advice, "Devote yourself to your training. Whether I can return to the headquarters may very well depend on you." Ah, no wonder Jimoto has shown me such kindness. It appears that if he were to nurture a skilled jonin, his return to Konoha's headquarters would be assured. Kanda Rokuro watched as Jimoto departed. Kanda Rokuro shook his head and meandered through the training room. After wandering for a while, fatigue began to set in. He retreated to a small room nestled in the corner to rest. The room was rather compact, reminiscent of a hotel single room, complete with all the necessary amenities. Kanda Rokuro took a refreshing bath and then reclined on his bed to rest. The current moment was relatively stable, affording him the opportunity to enhance his abilities. If he could attain the status of a jonin before the age of 10, he would at least reach the level of a Kage during the Great Ninja War, thus ensuring his survival. Should he grow even stronger, he could potentially overpower figures such as Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Lost in thought, he pondered these aspirations. Kanda Rokuro gradually succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, he made his way to the training grounds, where under the guidance of Gambo, he joined Class 5 to commence their training. With his tireless abilities, he progressed through the training regimen at an unparalleled pace, completing all tasks before the clock struck 10. Ordinarily, he would have trained alongside his peers, but now, endowed with certain privileges, he chose not to engage in training at the grounds. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous children, he returned home to practice. Within the confines of his abode, he found the completion of his training tasks to be even more effortless. By the time he had fulfilled his obligations, midday had nearly arrived. He ventured into the dining hall for a meal before returning to the training room to continue his exercises. The foundational training he undertook daily yielded nearly 20 points of experience, which he was determined not to squander in his quest to reach the Konoha headquarters sooner. As for the children at the training grounds and his companions in Class 9, he held no inclination to concern himself with their affairs. Having spent 8 days at the orphanage, he had become quite familiar with its rules. The children here had little time to form bonds. Each one devoted themselves to rigorous training. Engaging in conversation that delayed their progress could jeopardize their chances of passing the year-end assessments, potentially resulting in expulsion. Thus, the children remained largely strangers to one another, or rather, they were too preoccupied to cultivate friendships. If they could endure until the age of 10 without being dismissed, they would be sent to the Konoha headquarters, where they would undergo 2 years of training to become genin of the root. However, being a genin of the root was akin to being cannon fodder. Nonetheless, becoming a genin was preferable to returning home to starvation. Consequently, many children were resolute in their determination to persist until the age of 10. To avoid becoming mere fodder, they aimed to secure a top 3 position in the annual assessments. Achieving such a feat would ensure that upon reaching the Konoha headquarters, the root would provide resources for their development, thereby guaranteeing at least the rank of Chunin in the future. Coach Gambo, too, hailed from such a background. Everyone was engrossed in their training, each harboring a sense of urgency, leaving little room for social interaction. Just 7 days prior, when he completed the task at Fukudekyo, it was only due to Gambo's recognition that Fukudekyo had paused his own training for him. Since others ignored him, he naturally reciprocated the sentiment, particularly with Class 9, which was merely a temporary grouping. At the conclusion of the month-'s training, half of the lowest performers would be returned to their original locations, while the remaining half would merge into Class 8 to train alongside them. Here, friendships were virtually non-existent, as everyone was solely focused on diligently training to remain. Chapter 7. The elimination of the weak. With his unique status now established, he felt it prudent to complete the task of tormenting Asayama Masaru. Otherwise, the system would incessantly assign that task, impeding his ability to pursue any other endeavors. However, Asayama Masaru was nowhere to be found. Kanda Rokuro inquired with Gaibin about the whereabouts of classes 1 through 4. The response revealed that they were engaged in practical combat training, not returning until after 9 in the evening. Even during lunch and dinner, they would not leave, having brought their own bento boxes. They devoted an entire day to honing their skills at the training grounds. Furthermore, it would be imprudent for him to seek out Asayama Masatake in the dead of night, as it would appear overly deliberate and raise suspicions about his intentions. Without the opportunity to meet Asayama Masatake, he would be unable to fulfill his mission. Thus, he must await the end of the month. On the first morning of each month, the orphanage conducts an assessment of the training progress of all residents over the previous month. Those who do not meet the standards face expulsion or demotion. In the afternoon, the orphanage grants its residents a rare half-day off, a time they can utilize at their discretion, albeit remaining within the confines of the orphanage. Kanda Rokuro is preparing to undertake this task on the first day of next month, with 17 days remaining until that date. He is determined to elevate his physical training to the 2nd level, thereby significantly enhancing his combat prowess. This improvement would enable him to withstand any retaliation from Asayama Masatake after playfully teasing him. With the plan firmly established, he devotes himself to daily training. His experience points steadily accumulate at a rate of 520 per day. On the 18th day, his experience points finally reach a total of 10,000. Eagerly, after completing his training, he upgrades his physical training level. Host, Kanda Rokuro Physical Training Level 2. Experience points 35, 420, 000 Ninjutsu Level 1. Experience points 1. 000 Jinjutsu Level 1. Experience points 1. 000. Upon ascending to the 2nd level of physical training, he immediately senses a surge of warmth coursing through his body, as if something within him is igniting, and his strength is steadily increasing. 3 seconds later, the sensation of heat dissipates. However, the newfound strength remains palpable. He throws a punch and feels as though his power has doubled. The exhilaration is undeniable. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushes to the training room. Standing before the power testing machine, after nearly 20 days of training, he discovers that his punch previously registered between 30 to 50 pounds. With determination, he strikes the machine with a powerful blow, watching as the needle instantly jumps to the 112-pound mark, filling him with joy. A punch of 112 pounds signifies the strength of an ordinary adult, and here he is at merely 4 years of age. If he were to advance to the 3rd level, he could potentially match the strength of a typical lower-ranking ninja. The thought brings him immense delight as he withdraws his fist. Kanda Rokuro's spirit sword. At long last, he possessed a semblance of self-preservation strength. However, he must not succumb to arrogance. With his current abilities, Ganbin could effortlessly annihilate him. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he resumed his training. The experience points gained from foundational training were not to be overlooked. He trained for a while longer. Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He discovered that after his strength had increased, the experience points gained from his foundational training seemed to have risen as well. According to his current training pace, it appeared he would earn 30 experience points each day. Quite impressive. It seemed the system was not rigid but rather adaptable, evolving alongside his own advancements. Truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. Such a gratifying outcome. Kanda Rokuro, in his training, has become even more spirited. On July 1st, in the 53rd year of Konoha, the enhanced prowess of Kanda Rokuro has garnered the admiration of Ganbin. Kanda Rokuro seized the opportunity to inquire about various intelligence pertaining to the ninja world. At present, he had acquired specific temporal information regarding his realm. The year was 53 in the era of Konoha. It was indeed a fortuitous time. The Third Great Ninja War had recently concluded, ushering in a period of peace. The legendary 12 of Konoha were of a similar age to his own. However, skirmishes with the Rock Ninja persisted, though they would soon come to a close. Being under the age of 5, he would not be conscripted into battle, granting him ample time to bolster his strength and lay a solid foundation for future endeavors. The only lamentable aspect was the demise of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, for he would never witness the brilliance of his lightning speed. With the knowledge of the precise time, he felt a sense of clarity. Kanda Rokuro felt a greater sense of assurance within himself. His current objective was to swiftly enhance his abilities. Therefore, the task assigned by Asayama Masaru must be accomplished today. In the early morning, Kanda Rokuro arrived at the training grounds. Today, all the children gathered here bore expressions of palpable anxiety. Surrounding the training area, there were also several masked ninjas from Konoha clad in black. Standing before the children, the instructor held a list and coldly addressed them, stating, "This month, 7 individuals have failed to meet the training standards and will be demoted. 3 will be taken away. When I call your names, please step forward. Yuma from Class 8. Dismissed." As soon as the instructor's words fell, cries erupted. It was Yuma from Class 8, who realized his time at the orphanage had come to an end, and he would once again face the grim reality of a life where meals were uncertain. Kanda Rokuro gazed at the weeping Yumashio and shook his head. Once one arrives here, as long as one diligently cultivates, dismissal is unlikely, for the route requires a substantial number of lower ninjas to perform intelligence tasks. They can afford to nurture some inept lower ninjas. Yumashio's impending dismissal is solely due to his laziness and lack of effort in training. His future miseries can only be attributed to his own lack of diligence. Upon witnessing Yumashio's tears, Ganbin gently waved his hand. Immediately, a masked leaf ninja approached and escorted Yumashio away. These masked ninjas typically lurk in the shadows, their mission being to monitor the children's training. Otherwise, how could Ganbin possibly know who is not putting in the effort, especially with over 200 children present? Ganbin alone cannot oversee them all. After Yumashio was taken away, Ganbin coldly continued to nod. Subsequently, Murakami Takashi from Team 7 and Daiko from Team 8 were also dismissed. Upon hearing this news, they too wept uncontrollably, but alas, there is no sympathy in the world of ninjas, and they were still taken away by the Leaf Ninjas, never to be seen again. With 3 dismissed, the remaining 7 were merely demoted. This outcome was somewhat more bearable. The 7 children felt disheartened but did not cry out. As for Team 9, they would not know how many would be dismissed until the 1st of next month, as their training had not yet reached a month's duration. Chapter 8. Provocation. Ganbin swiftly concluded the matters of dismissal and demotion. Just as he was about to announce a break, a sudden roar erupted. "You scoundrel! Who dares to hurl snot at me?" Everyone turned to see a child with a large mass of mucus on his face, an exceedingly unpleasant sight. This child, angrily wiping his nose, scanned the surroundings with a furious glare. The other children around him instinctively recoiled, as if he were a villain not to be trifled with. Ganbin glanced at the child who had shouted, recognizing him as Asanoyama Masaru. He held a certain regard for this boy, believing he had the potential to become a chunin in the future. However, his temperament was rather volatile, often injuring others during sparring sessions. He could be considered a bully in their orphanage. Who dares to provoke him? Ganbin wondered, curiosity piqued as he observed the children. He then noticed a companion by the training ground pointing at the nonchalant Kanda Rokuro. Oh, why is it him? Ganbin thought. What business does he have provoking Asanoyama Masaru? Gangbin was quite pleased with Kanda Rokuro. Just a few days prior, Kanda had reported an increase in his strength, and Gangbin had personally tested him, discovering that Kanda had already attained the strength of an adult. This delighted him immensely, and he had already reported Kanda's achievements. If the higher-ups valued Kanda Rokuro, he might not even need to participate in the year-end competition and could directly advance to study at headquarters. For Gangbin, this was a significant development. Kanda Rokuro is indeed a precious gem, the beacon of hope for liberation from this place. It is for this reason that he fervently wishes for Kanda Rokuro's safety. Thus, he boldly stepped forward and addressed the assembly. All right, you all may disperse and take your rest. Kanda Rokuro, please come over here. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon the utterance of Jimoto's words, all eyes turned to Kanda Rokuro. Asahima Masaru also regarded Kanda Rokuro, only to be met with a defiant expression upon his face. It was evident that the one who had smeared snot upon his visage was none other than Kanda Rokuro. This incited a surge of fury within him. However, he refrained from resorting to violence, for Jimoto's watchful gaze was upon him. He was acutely aware that Jimoto held Kanda Rokuro in high regard, and he dared not provoke him. Yet, while he abstained from physical confrontation, he could still wield his words as weapons. He glared at Kanda Rokuro and icily declared, "You insolent brat, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to challenge my authority?" Kanda Rokuro cast a disdainful glance at Asanoyama Masatatsu and coldly snorted, "I currently find you quite irksome. When I first arrived, were you not the one who came to provoke me? Now that my strength has increased, I wish to teach you a lesson." As for the events of last month, Asanoyama Masatatsu had completely forgotten. However, upon Kanda Rokuro's mention, the memory came flooding back. He routinely sought to provoke newcomers whenever he had the chance, a matter he had never taken seriously, nor had he anticipated that someone would seek revenge for such provocations. Now, he was extremely vexed. Were it not for Jimoto's watchful eye, he would have undoubtedly taught Kanda Rokuro a severe lesson. Jimoto, observing from the side, began to comprehend Kanda Rokuro's motivations for provoking Asanoyama Masatatsu, but he found it rather petty to hold a grudge over such trivial matters. With a wry smile, Jimoto beckoned to Kanda Rokuro, saying, "All right, come over here. Masatatsu is a senior. If you wish to challenge him, you should wait until you ascend to the senior class before doing so." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro immediately exclaimed, "Lord Jimoto, please promote me to the higher class. I wish to challenge him." Jimoto's expression turned stern as he replied, "Nonsense. We do not have any students under the age of 5 in the higher class. If you wish to enter the advanced class, you must wait until you are at least 5 years old." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro glanced at Asama Masaru and said, "Consider yourself fortunate. When I turn 5, I shall surely deliver a thorough beating to you." Asama Masaru was infuriated. Were it not for Jimoto shielding Kanda Rokuro, he would have certainly taken action. He watched as Kanda Rokuro approached Jimoto, gritting his teeth and uttering, "You little brat, I await your challenge." Kanda Rokuro declared without turning his head, "Rest assured, I will come to find you as soon as I turn 5. Ashiyama Masaru, filled with indignation, turned on his heel and departed. The other children, who had gathered to witness the scene, gradually dispersed as well. Kanda Rokuro approached Jimoto, only to be met with a sharp blow to the head. "You've made a slight improvement in your abilities, and yet you seem to have become arrogant. Asanoyama Masaru possesses the physical prowess of a lower ninja and boasts considerable combat experience. Are you seeking a beating by confronting him?" Kanda Rokuro, scratching his head, chuckled innocently and remarked, "Who told him to look down on me back then? Lord Jimoto, would you be willing to teach me some practical martial arts? I wish to defeat him swiftly." Jimoto glanced at Kanda Rokuro, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Very well. Your strength is formidable. Basic training would not serve you much purpose. Tomorrow, accompany me to a specialized training facility where you can hone your skills effectively." Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long desired to acquire new abilities and was eager to discover whether the system would introduce additional training options should he succeed. If so, he could cultivate a more comprehensive skill set, including those unique talents he yearned to master. With this thought in mind, he eagerly grasped Jimoto's arm and urged, "Jimoto-san, shall we go right now?" Jimoto felt a sense of helplessness, yet he recognized the enthusiasm of a child for strength as a positive trait. After all, the hope of returning to Konoha rested upon Kanda Rokuro's shoulders. Since Kanda Rokuro was keen to learn, Jimoto resolved to impart his knowledge. If Kanda Rokuro proved to be exceptionally talented and could grasp the concept swiftly, it would undoubtedly bode well for him. With this in mind, Jimoto nodded in agreement. "Since you are undeterred by fatigue, Let us proceed with the training. Kanda Rokuro was filled with joy as he eagerly followed behind Gambo. The two traversed the training ground and walked nearly a kilometer before arriving at a clearing within the forest. In this open space, numerous wooden targets were arranged, seemingly intended for weapon training. Gambo came to a halt at a specific spot, gestured towards the wooden targets, and cheerfully remarked to Kanda Rokuro. The weapons primarily utilized by ninjas are generally shuriken and kunai. You may practice your shuriken and kunai throwing techniques here. Once your accuracy improves, I shall teach you other forms of martial arts. The thought of throwing shuriken sparked a flicker of curiosity in Kanda Rokuro. Would this initiate a new training ability? While he pondered this, Gambo produced a kunai and handed it to Kanda Rokuro, stating, "Take this and give it a try. This kunai is a gift to you. I hope you achieve success in your training soon." As Kanda Rokuro regained his focus, he took hold of the shuriken. He glanced at the wooden target situated over 10 meters ahead, aimed carefully, and hurled it towards the mark. The outcome? Naturally, it missed its target. It was his inaugural attempt at throwing a shuriken, so hitting the mark was far from feasible. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. He dashed over to retrieve the shuriken and resumed his practice of throwing. Throughout the process, he maintained his gaze upon the system interface. Chapter 9. The art of shuriken throwing. Kanda Rokuro was diligently training. After observing for a while, Gangbin remarked, "Take your time to cultivate your skills. I have matters to attend to," before departing from the training ground. Kanda Rokuro ignored Gangbin and continued his training. At that moment, he felt a profound excitement. For after his fifth attempt, the system had already informed him that he had mastered the art of shuriken throwing, granting him an additional skill. Shuriken throwing level 1. Experience points 01000. Such a meager amount of experience. Given 2 days, he would be able to elevate his shuriken throwing to level 2. At that point, his shuriken throwing technique would unleash its true power. He trained with exhilaration for a while longer. Kanda Rokuro gradually regained his composure. He now comprehended that once he acquired a certain ability, that ability would be quantified by the system's data, enabling him to elevate its level using experience points. This realization sparked a thought. Should he later succeed in transplanting the Sharingan or Byakugan, he would undoubtedly be able to upgrade them with experience points as well. This prospect was nothing short of a tremendous boon for him. It appeared that some matters required preemptive preparation. He could not afford to overlook any valuable assets that could enhance his strength. He aimed to acquire the Sharingan, Byakugan, would release cells, and sage techniques. Once he mastered them all to their zenith, he would become the sovereign of the Naruto universe, free to act as he pleased. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, losing interest in his current training. However, departing immediately after his arrival would arouse suspicion from Gangbin. So he compelled himself to continue training until dusk before he left. He had already completed the mission from Asama Masaru in the morning, earning 100 experience points. With an additional 700 points accumulated, and considering the training tasks for the day that remained unfulfilled, which promised another 500 points, he would amass a total of 1,300 experience points, sufficient to elevate his kunai throwing technique to level 2. Kanda Rokuro eagerly sought to comprehend the potency of the secondary shuriken throw. He swiftly completed his training tasks and accumulated 1,000 experience points, subsequently enhancing the level of his shuriken throw. With that, the shuriken throw level ascended in an instant. In Kanda Rokuro's mind, a variety of throwing techniques for shuriken emerged. Once he familiarized himself with these skills, he took a shuriken and set up a target in the training room, eager to practice his throwing and observe the outcome. Drawing upon the memories stored in his mind, he hurled the shuriken, which struck the target with precision. Upon witnessing the scene, Kanda Rokuro seized a kunai and skillfully hurled it 5 consecutive times. 5 times. Each one struck its target. While not every throw found the bullseye, they all landed in close proximity to the center. During his afternoon training, he felt a sense of satisfaction merely by hitting the target, let alone achieving a perfect strike. It appears that this secondary level of kunai throwing technique has indeed enhanced his precision. Quite impressive. Should he elevate this skill to the tertiary level, he would undoubtedly strike the heart of the target with every throw. Considering the experience required to advance this technique stands at a mere 2,000. With 4 days of dedicated effort, he could elevate his kunai throwing skill to the 3rd level. At that point, he could showcase his prowess before Gangbin, who would surely be delighted and grant him even greater privileges. With this thought in mind, Kanda Rokuro, feeling thoroughly satisfied, returned to his room to rest. The following morning, Kanda Rokuro awoke and glanced at his new tasks. Daily training task: perform 1,000 push-ups. Daily random task: smash the door of the adjacent room on the left. What a ridiculous assignment. He recalled that there was indeed someone living next door, though that individual was rarely home, coming and going at odd hours. When he had knocked on their door before, it had gone unanswered, and he had chosen to disregard the presence of his neighbor entirely. However, now he was being instructed to break down the door. This seemed nothing short of inciting trouble. Was the system designed to instigate conflict, purposefully setting him up for discord? This was far from ideal. He preferred tasks of a more peaceful nature, ones that would allow him to safely accrue experience points, like assisting an elderly woman across the street or tidying up a space. After a brief moment of lamentation, he resolved to undertake the task. The neighbor had already left for training, so he reasoned that breaking down the door would not lead to an encounter. He could complete the task and then enlist Gmoto's help to repair the door, thereby concluding the matter without any repercussions. Having come to this conclusion, he rose and approached the door to the adjacent room. Exercising caution, he knocked lightly to confirm that no one was inside. Upon receiving no response, he lifted his foot and delivered 3 powerful kicks to the door, sending it crashing into the room. The random task was completed. Random task completed. Reward, 200 experience points. Announced the system. He paused in surprise. This was a significantly greater reward than the experience points he typically earned from training with Yamakawa Masaru. It seemed that the resident of the neighboring room was more formidable than Yamakawa. The rewards for random tasks increased alongside their difficulty. The more perilous the task, the greater the experience points accrued. This suggested that his neighbor was indeed twice as strong as Yamakawa Masaru. Reflecting on this, Kanda Rokuro gazed at the fallen door before shaking his head and heading towards the training ground. At this moment, he could only hope that Gmoto would repair the door promptly and that his neighbor would not seek retribution. Gmoto was always at the training ground, overseeing the trainees diligently. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Kanda Rokuro greeted Gmoto with enthusiasm, saying, "Lord Gmoto, I have arrived." Gmoto nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What progress did you make in your training yesterday?" Kanda Rokuro proudly straightened his chest and exclaimed, "Do you wish to witness it?" Lord Gangban, intrigued, gazed at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "By your appearance, it seems you have trained quite well." Kanda Rokuro nodded, stating, "Of course. After returning home last night, I diligently studied for quite some time and finally devised some techniques. Now, I can hit the target with every shot." Gmoto was somewhat astonished. "Is that truly genius? You only began training yesterday, and today you can hit the target with every shot?" Gmoto, filled with curiosity, pointed to a tree behind him and said, "Then show me your skills. If you can strike that branch, I shall believe your words." Kanda Rokuro drew a shuriken and casually tossed it. The weapon soared towards the branch of a tree and lodged itself firmly there. Although it did not strike the center of the branch, it was remarkably close to the mark. Gando was exceedingly pleased with the rapid progress of Kanda Rokuro. He patted Kanda Rokuro on the head and said, "Well done. I shall treat you to a lavish meal this afternoon." Kanda Rokuro chuckled and said, "Lord Gangban, I have grown weary of those extravagant meals. I wish to engage in training on my own from now on. I wonder if you would grant me this request." Lord Gangban paused for a moment, contemplated, and then replied, "That is acceptable. Your fundamental movements are already quite proficient. Further basic training would serve little purpose for you. Just let me know what you wish to practice in the future." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro promptly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Gangban." Gangban chuckled warmly and replied, "This is the result of your own hard work. There is no need to express gratitude to me. What do you plan to do today? Will you continue to practice your kunai throwing technique?" Kanda Rokuro nodded, saying, "I shall strive to hit the bullseye. For the past few days, I have been diligently practicing the art of shuriken throwing." Goto replied with a nod, "Do as you wish. I shall not interfere. Just remember to return in time for dinner." Kanda Rokuro nodded in agreement. Chapter 10, The Petty System. Having addressed the main matter, it is also necessary to discuss the incident of the broken door next door. Kanda Rokuro displayed an expression of embarrassment as he lowered his head and softly uttered, "Lord Gmoto, this morning I accidentally broke the door to the adjacent room. Could you please assist me in repairing it?" Gmoto paused momentarily, gazing at Kanda Rokuro with a look of perplexity. "Did you go to seek out the neighboring Nikan?" Kanda Rokuro nodded. "Yes, I intended to greet him, only to discover that there was no one present." Gmoto's expression darkened. Suddenly, he realized that breaking down the door was no simple feat. It could very well be that Kanda Rokuro had done so intentionally. His face twitched slightly as he retorted, "Is it possible that you deliberately broke down the door because he always keeps it shut?" "Huh?" Kanda Rokuro was taken aback. He had never considered this matter before. Upon reflection, it seemed as though it was a deliberate act by the system. The 3 random tasks he had undertaken appeared to fall into the same category. Fukadamiya had splattered food on him, Asayama Masaru had threatened him with a mere glance, and Nichiken had refused to open the door for him. In any case, they had all provoked his ire. It was highly likely that this was the system's way of enacting revenge on them. Could it be that my system is a petty and vindictive entity? Just think about it. Kanda Rokuro's face darkened with frustration. If things continued this way, he would have his hands full in the future. For now, it was manageable, no one sought his life. But once he became a ninja, the number of those wishing him dead would multiply. And the system's random tasks might revolve around seeking vengeance every single day. The mere thought of it gave him a headache. All he desired was to focus on his training in peace. Yet, this system seemed determined to thrust him into chaos. As Kanda brooded, Okamoto observed him with puzzlement. Noting the resignation etched across his expression, considering Kanda's innate talent, Okamoto decided it was best not to reprimand him over such a trivial matter. He patted Kanda on the head and said, "Enough. Leave this matter to me. Go and train. Once you've mastered your current skills, return, and I shall teach you new abilities." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and nodded slightly. "Then, Lord Gabin, I shall take my leave to cultivate." Gabin waved his hand. "Go ahead." After Kanda Rokuro bowed to Jimoto, he proceeded towards the shuriken training grounds. Upon his arrival, he first completed a grueling set of 1,000 push-ups before commencing his practice of shuriken throwing techniques. This rigorous training continued until the evening, when darkness enveloped the surroundings, prompting his return home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he glanced at the large door of the adjacent room, which had been restored to its original state. It appeared that Jimoto had dispatched someone to repair the entrance, a fact that brought a sigh of relief to Kanda Rokuro, albeit accompanied by a shake of his head in resignation. Now, he found himself in a state of anticipation, awaiting the random tasks that tomorrow would bring. Should it be a task of retribution, his thoughts would solidify. The prospect of engaging in random tasks in the future would undoubtedly prove to be a source of vexation. To abstain from participation would mean relinquishing valuable experience, yet to engage would contradict his principle of maintaining a low profile. With a resigned sigh, he retreated to his room, continuing his training into the early hours of the morning. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly checked the tasks assigned to him. Daily training task: execute 1,000 straight punches. Daily random task: roll in a mud pile 10 times. As he surveyed the tasks, Kanda Rokuro's expression darkened. Although this random task was not intended as retribution against others, it felt like retribution against him. Yesterday, he had pondered over the system's petty grievances, perhaps provoking its displeasure. Damn it, this system surely possesses its own consciousness. Henceforth, he must not offend the esteemed system. Otherwise, should the system decide to torment him, he would find himself in deep trouble. The grand finger of fate, indeed, is a formidable force. In the depths of his mind, Kanda Rokuro silently chanted 100 times that the system was formidable, benevolent, and undoubtedly a splendid system. Only then did he feel at ease. Preparing to embark on his journey by first completing a random task that required him to roll in the mud. Such an endeavor was certainly ill-suited for daylight. Otherwise, should he be seen, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, he seized the cover of night to minimize the chances of being discovered. With a jug of water in hand, he sought a secluded spot, dampened the ground to create a patch of slurry, and hastily rolled about to fulfill the task before scampering back home. After a refreshing bath and laundering his clothes, he finally retired to bed. As for the 50 experience points earned from the random task, he dared not voice any complaints, for fear that the system might retaliate with an even more arduous task. He kept his thoughts to himself. A day later, it seemed that Kanda Rokuro's flattery had pleased the system immensely, for his subsequent random tasks turned remarkably gentler, with the first being to catch a small bird. By the third day, the random task was to request 2 chicken legs from Jimoto for lunch. On the fourth day, the task involved destroying a tree. For several consecutive days, the random tasks consisted of such trivial matters, each yielding 100 experience points, which greatly lifted Kanda Rokuro's spirits. Each night before slumber, he would extol the system 100 times, savoring the contentment it brought him over the span of 4 days. Kanda Rokuro had elevated his shuriken throwing technique to level 3. However, he refrained from seeking out Gangbin immediately, as such haste might incite complications. Instead, he continued his training diligently, and it was not until a fortnight had passed that he approached Gangbin. Upon hearing Kanda Rokuro's claim of achieving perfect accuracy with each throw, Gangbin was immensely pleased. He eagerly took Kanda Rokuro to the training ground, allowing him to demonstrate his newfound skills. Kanda Rokuro unleashed a barrage of 20 shuriken, each striking the target's bullseye with precision. This spectacle filled Gabin with exhilaration, as he firmly believed that his chance to escape the orphanage and return to Konoha rested solely upon Kanda Rokuro. Overjoyed, Gabin turned to Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "Rokuro, your proficiency with shuriken is commendable. What else would you like to learn? Speak, and I shall gladly teach you." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro exclaimed, "I wish to practice ninjutsu." Goto's expression froze instantaneously. He glanced at Kanda Rokuro and, with a hint of hesitation, replied, "To master ninjutsu, one must harness chakra. Typically, children begin to cultivate chakra at the age of 7 or older. It may be a tad premature for you to embark on the study of ninjutsu at this moment." Kanda Rokuro felt a tinge of disappointment. "Lord Gabin, did you not proclaim me a prodigy? Is it not permissible for me to study in advance?" Gangbin hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "It is not that I am unwilling to teach. The art of chakra control can only be imparted by the headquarters. Given your current capabilities, if you wish to learn, I assure you a position at the headquarters by the end of the year. For now, you must endure a few more months." Kanda Rokuro momentarily froze, gazing curiously at Gangbin. "Lord Gabin, isn't there an examination required to go to the headquarters?" Gangbin gently patted Kanda Rokuro on the shoulder. "Indeed, there is an examination. However, I have already reported your situation. The higher-ups have stated that you may proceed directly to the headquarters once you turn 5, without the necessity of taking the exam. It seems the headquarters holds great expectations for your talent." Kanda Rokuro was overjoyed. At long last, he could journey to Konoha. He hoped to encounter the renowned figures of the Hidden Leaf Village. With 4 months remaining, he would diligently elevate his physical skills to the 3rd level. Additionally, he intended to accumulate more experience points, so that once he mastered chakra refinement, he could enhance his ninjutsu proficiency. Chapter 11. The Challenge of Naija Riken, a hindrance to learning ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro grasped Gangbin's arm, urging him to impart knowledge of various other martial arts techniques. However, Kanda Rokuro soon discovered that the physical techniques taught by Jimoto were not recognized by the system as a distinct ability, regardless of how diligently he practiced. He could only accumulate experience in physical skills, in contrast to his training in shuriken throwing, which enhanced his proficiency in that specific art rather than merely increasing his general physical experience. It was evident that the system acknowledged shuriken throwing as a legitimate skill. Alas, Jimoto was merely a nin, and the techniques he imparted were likely just fundamental physical arts, unlike Might Guy, who had mastered advanced techniques such as the 8 gates. Consequently, he had not acquired any new skills. Kanda Rokuro paid no heed to it. The combat techniques imparted by Gangbin could indeed be regarded as invaluable combat experience, significantly benefiting him in future confrontations. Moreover, training in other disciplines would also enhance his martial prowess. Since all endeavors contributed to the accumulation of combat experience, learning Gangbin's techniques was decidedly more engaging. Gangbin held high hopes for Kanda Rokuro, dedicating himself to transferring his own martial expertise over the course of an entire week. Only when Kanda Rokuro had fully absorbed this knowledge did Gangbin depart, leaving Kanda to pursue his training independently. Once Gangbin left, as Kanda Rokuro engaged in his training, he found it rather tedious. Striking at the air alone was undeniably dull. It was only with Jimoto's company during practice that he could truly refine his skills. However, seeking out Jimoto was not entirely appropriate. After all, Jimoto was a busy individual, and it was commendable enough that he could spare 7 days for him. Thus, Kanda realized he must independently seek a new sparring partner. Consequently, his gaze fell upon the boy residing next door, known as Nika Nichik, who was merely 7.5 years old. According to Jimoto, Nika possessed considerable talent and was anticipated to secure first place in the upcoming competition, which would grant him the opportunity to travel to the headquarters in Konoha. Being the top of the orphanage, his abilities were undoubtedly impressive, making him a suitable candidate for practice. Therefore, on the 4th day without Jimoto's training assistance, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Kanda rose and approached the door of Nika Nichik's room. He knocked gently and inquired, "Is anyone there?" It seemed that Nika had already awakened. Kanda Rokuro had scarcely knocked on the door when Naija Riken emerged. Dressed impeccably, it was evident that he had been up for some time. Standing a head taller than Kanda Rokuro, Naija Riken regarded him from his elevated position, his expression devoid of warmth as he said, "Speak, what brings you to me?" Kanda Rokuro surveyed Nika Nichikang with a serious demeanor and declared, "I challenge you." Unfazed, Nika Nichikang gazed back at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "Was it not you who kicked down my door last time? I did not seek trouble with you, yet here you are, looking for conflict. If you are so eager to be beaten, then I shall not hold back. Follow me." With that, Nika Nichikang stepped outside, making his way towards an open space before the door. Kanda Rokuro, undeterred by fear, followed closely behind. The sky had yet to brighten, yet the illumination from within the room cast a glow upon the clearing. In the midst of battle within this open space, one could still discern the movements of their opponent. Nika Hayoshi halted in the clearing, gazing at the approaching Kanda Rokuro, and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Kanda Rokuro nodded, stating, "Since I am here, I shall undoubtedly accept the challenge." Naija Riking responded with a nod. "Then I shall not hold back. I have heard you are quite the prodigy. I hope you do not succumb too swiftly, for that would render the encounter rather dull. Such confidence is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, the children from the orphanage have undergone rigorous training from a young age. His ability to attain the first position is undoubtedly indicative of his talent. It is likely that Naija Rikong possesses strength comparable to his own. To triumph over Naija Rikong, he must rely on skill and experience to outmaneuver his opponent." He contemplated this carefully. Kanda Rokuro stepped back slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Naija Rikin. Noticing this, Naija Rikin cast a casual glance at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "Though you are a prodigious talent, to surpass me, you must train for at least another year. Allow me to impart a lesson on how to show respect to your seniors." With that, Naija Rikin moved, leaping forward to deliver a swift kick aimed directly at Kanda Rokuro's face. Kanda Rokuro wished to ascertain the extent of his disparity in strength compared to Naija Rikin. Consequently, he did not evade but instead extended his arms to deflect Naija Rikin's kick. Upon contact, a surge of power enveloped him, causing him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps. Despite this setback, Kanda Rokuro found himself at ease. In terms of strength, he seemed to be on par with Naija Rikin. Moreover, endowed with a unique ability for physical recovery, he harbored no fear of Naija Rikin. Observing Kanda Rokuro's successful defense against his strike, Naija Rikin revealed a glimmer of admiration. "Impressive, impressive. Truly a young genius, effortlessly countering my attack." Kanda Rokuro straightened his chest and declared, "Indeed, if I lacked such prowess, how would I dare to challenge you?" Naija Rikin nodded in agreement, saying, "That is true. I shall not hold back, so do exercise caution." Kanda Rokuro fixed his gaze on Naija Rikin and urged, "Come on." Naija Rikin had spent 3 years at the orphanage. Apart from the foundational training he underwent in the first year, the subsequent 2 years were dedicated to practical combat training. In contrast, Kanda Rokuro had only begun his combat training a mere 8 days ago. Despite his remarkable abilities, his experience could not possibly surpass that of Naija Rikin. Once the confrontation commenced, the disparity in experience became glaringly evident under conditions of equal strength. Naija Rikin's strikes were swift and impeccably timed, while Kanda Rokuro, lacking experience, could only defend himself or endure the blows, finding no opportunity to counterattack. Within less than 5 minutes, the outcome was clear. Kanda Rokuro was struck with 4 or 5 punches, the pain causing him to grit his teeth. However, he did not waver. This was the world of the Hokage, and enduring this beating now could ensure his survival later. Pain was but a fleeting sensation. As long as he remained alive, it mattered little. After all, Naija Rikyo would not dare to take his life. Surely, there were ninjas nearby watching over them. Experience points could only restore fatigue, not alleviate suffering. Kanda Rokuro endured the pain, continuously seeking opportunities to counterattack Naija Rikin. The two engaged in combat for 15 or 16 minutes, leaving Kanda Rokuro bruised and battered. However, he wore a smile, for he realized that Naija Rikin's strength was waning. His own fist remained as powerful as ever. Now, even when Naija Rikin struck him, he no longer retreated, able to withstand the blows with sheer tenacity. Moreover, this was genuine combat, allowing him to absorb a wealth of battle experience. Unlike the practice sessions with Ganbin, where he was never truly harmed, with each exchange, his confidence blossomed. Naija Rikin was indeed a formidable opponent. If he could spar with him for several months, he would undoubtedly become a competent genin. As Kanda Rokuro reveled in his progress, Naija Rikin's expression turned grave. He finally understood why Ganbin referred to Kanda Rokuro as a genius. It was evident that his brilliance lay in his physical prowess. After such a lengthy bout, Kanda Rokuro's strength showed no signs of diminishing. If this continued, he might very well be the one to lose. Chapter 12. Practical sparring. As Naija Rikin pondered how to seize the opportunity to defeat Kanda Rokuro, Suddenly, Kanda Rokuro stepped back 2 paces and extended his hand, declaring, "Very well, let us conclude today's engagement here." Naija Riken halted his assault. He cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and comprehended the reason behind his cessation of hostilities. It was to prevent him from facing defeat. Continuing the confrontation would inevitably lead to his downfall, unless he resorted to lethal measures, which he was unwilling to employ. Thus, defeat was an absolute certainty for him. Naija Riken's expression returned to a state of tranquility. He gazed deeply at Kanda Rokuro and stated, "I acknowledge your strength. You are welcome to challenge me at any time." Kanda Rokuro, nursing his aching face, grimaced and declared, "Rest assured, once I have absorbed the lessons from this battle, I shall seek you out again. I sincerely hope you refrain from striking my face next time." Naija Riken turned on his heel and departed. Feeling a sense of discomfort from nearly being bested by Kanda Rokuro, he resolved to return and train diligently, wishing to avoid the sight of Kanda's face. As Naija Riken retreated to his quarters, Kanda Rokuro glanced around the surrounding forest and called out, "Is anyone there? Could someone fetch a doctor for me?" No sooner had he spoken than Gangbin emerged from the woods, casting a sharp glare at Kanda Rokuro. "Have you lost your senses? After merely a few days of training, you dare challenge the top-ranked fighter?" Kanda Rokuro, unfazed, chuckled and remarked, "Only by battling with the strong can I grow stronger, right? Lord Gabin, do you not wish for my improvement? Is this not a beneficial approach?" Gabin paused, his expression shifting to one of gravity. After contemplating, he glanced at Kanda and replied, "You make a valid point. A ninja is not like a delicate flower. Danger lurks at every corner. Since you desire to become stronger, I shall send a clone to train with you tomorrow." Kanda Rokuro was overjoyed. Gakubo's doppelganger undoubtedly possessed superior combat experience compared to Naiga Nichiken. By learning alongside Gakubo's avatar, his rate of improvement would surely accelerate. Grateful, the excited Kanda Rokuro hurriedly expressed his thanks to Gakubo. Gakubo promptly lifted Kanda Rokuro. "Enough. I shall first escort you for treatment. With your current state, you cannot train today. Take a good rest, and we shall commence formal training tomorrow." Within the orphanage, there were practical combat training sessions, naturally accompanied by the provision of a doctor. Gakubo led Kanda Rokuro to a specialized treatment room, where a middle-aged man attended to Kanda Rokuro, administering medication and massage therapy. This form of treatment, Kanda Rokuro felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated the arrangement of a physician skilled in medical ninjutsu. Such an opportunity would have allowed him to engage in conversation and acquire the art of healing ninjutsu. Alas, a ninja proficient in medical techniques must be a rare treasure. In such a small locale, it seemed unlikely that such a doctor could be arranged. Having a physician capable of healing was already quite commendable. After receiving a therapeutic massage and medicinal application from the doctor, Kanda Rokuro found a significant alleviation of his bodily pains. The physician advised him to refrain from any strenuous activity today and sent him home. Upon returning to his abode, Kanda Rokuro reclined in repose, having spent nearly 2 months in this place. Today, he finally found the time to thoughtfully contemplate his future. He sat in silence, lost in reflection until dusk fell. Rising from his meditative state, he commenced his training, aware that he had yet to complete the 2 tasks assigned to him. The prospect of earning 600 experience points was not to be squandered. Though his body ached, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his obligations. Upon completing both tasks, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Anticipating the training session with the doppelganger from Gabin the following day, he decided to lie down and rest, allowing himself a night of rejuvenation. Rokuro Kanda arose with the intention of seeking out Gabin. While attending to his morning routine, he perused the contents of today's random tasks. Alas, the system has once again gone amok. After enduring a beating from Naija Riken the previous day, today's random task was to deliver a sound thrashing to Naija Riken. It appeared that unless he pummeled Naija Riken, this task would remain perpetually unresolved, resulting in a daily deduction of 100 experience points. Contemplating the task, he hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against undertaking it for the time being. Naija Riken possessed considerable strength, and vanquishing him would be no simple feat. To utterly defeat him would be a daunting challenge. Therefore, it was imperative to first enhance his own abilities. He resolved to diligently train alongside Gangbin's avatar until his physical prowess reached level 3, at which point he would confront Naija Riken. During this interval, he could also engage Naija Riken to hone his combat experience. Thus, he chose to forego the random task. Kanda Rokuro followed the avatar of Gabin and commenced his arduous daily training. Every 5 days, he ventured to challenge Naija Riken once again. Time swiftly passed, and after more than 20 days, during Kanda Rokuro's 5th challenge against Naija Riken, he finally managed to engage in a reciprocal exchange. No longer merely on the receiving end of Naija Rikong's assaults. The progress of Kanda Rokuro has spurred Nika Nichiku to exert himself even more diligently. At times, in the early hours of the morning, while Kanda Rokuro slumbers, he can still hear the sounds of training from next door. It appears that Nika Nichiku is truly determined. Life in the orphanage consists solely of relentless training, devoid of any other recreational activities. Each day here unfolds in a monotonous manner, making it easy for one to lose track of the passage of time. Kanda Rokuro was no different. He immersed himself in training each day, losing track of time. Until one day, upon returning to the training room and completing his daily regimen, he allocated his experience points to martial arts. It was then that the system notified him of his martial arts level rising to level 3. He suddenly realized that he had been training for nearly a month and a half. With the elevation of his martial arts level, his body began to radiate warmth once more. This sensation lasted for 10 seconds before subsiding. His strength surged significantly once again, and he regained his focus. Kanda Rokuro hastily tested his current strength by delivering a punch to the testing device. The reading soared to 242 pounds. Upon witnessing this figure, he was filled with exhilaration. According to the information he had obtained from Gang Bin, his strength now matched that of a lower ninja. If it were not for the requirement of proficiency in ninjutsu, he could already be deemed a qualified lower ninja. Moreover, the strength of lower ninjas was significantly enhanced by chakra. Otherwise, their power would hover around a mere 150 pounds. Remarkably, he achieved a similar effect purely through his physical strength. Of course, the exceptionally powerful lower ninjas were not to be considered. He referred to those of a more typical caliber. Indeed, quite impressive. Kanda Rokuro glanced at his attributes and felt a sense of satisfaction. Host. Kanda Rokuro main attributes. Taijutsu level 3. Experience points 23, 140, 000 ninjutsu level 1. Experience points 1, 000 Jinjutsu level 1. Experience points 1. 000 Taijutsu skills. Kunai throwing technique level 3. Experience points 484, 000 Shuriken throwing technique level 1. Experience points 31. 000 Chapter 13. The arrival of personnel from headquarters strength enhancement. Kanda Rokuro prepared to complete the task concerning Naija Rikong in due time. He intended to defeat Naija Rikong directly, which would expose the sudden enhancement of his abilities. Therefore, he resolved to gradually allow Naija Rikong to perceive his increasing strength during their 3 encounters, thereby diminishing the likelihood of suspicion. With clarity of thought, he diligently trained day by day. 5 days later, he engaged in battle with Naija Rikong, exerting a newfound strength to suppress him. 10 days later, he fought Naija Rikong again, pushing him back with each strike. 15 days hence, he dominated the encounter, reducing Naija Rikong to a state resembling that of a beaten pig. His mission to decisively defeat Naija Rikong was accomplished, and the system rewarded him with 350 experience points. As the battle concluded, Naija Rikong sat despondently on the ground, wearing an expression of utter defeat. His face, marred with bruises, bore no pain. The reality of 2 months had transformed drastically. The once overpowered Kanda Rokuro now held the upper hand, leaving Naija Rikong's heart aching more than the bruises on his skin. Kanda Rokuro gazed at the despondent Naija Rikong and approached, gently patting him on the shoulder. Do not be disheartened. The fact that you could contend with a genius like me for such an extended period is commendable in itself. Naija Rikong, feeling a surge of irritation, shot Kanda Rokuro a glare. Are you attempting to console me? Kanda Rokuro chuckled lightly. Come now, don't dwell on such trivial matters. Nika Nichiyasa remained silent for a moment before rising with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation. True genius is indeed incomparable. Had I been blessed with your prodigious talents, I would undoubtedly have achieved greatness by now. Kanda Rokuro gently patted Naija Rikong on the shoulder, assuring him, Fear not, once I achieve success, I shall take care of you. Naija Rikong shook his head, glancing at the approaching Jimoto from the woods, and with a sigh remarked, Lord Jimoto has arrived. I shall take my leave and return to rest. With that, Naija Rikong departed. Kanda Rokuro turned to glance at the approaching Jimoto and promptly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Lord Jimoto, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Jimoto's expression was grave as he approached Kanda Rokuro, stating, Show me your utmost strength. Strike me with a punch and let me see what you are capable of. Kanda Rokuro hesitated for a moment, gazing at Jimoto and inquiring, Is this truly acceptable? Lord Jimoto? Jimoto waved his hand dismissively, urging, Proceed swiftly. Observing Jimoto's earnest demeanor, Kanda Rokuro cast aside any hesitation. He raised his fist and struck Jimoto squarely in the chest. Jimoto's body swayed slightly before he regained his composure. Struck. Surprisingly, Jimoto did not express anger. Rather, he appeared invigorated. A delighted smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, Rokuro. You have performed exceedingly well." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro quickly inquired, "Lord Gabin, are you able to teach me the cultivation of chakra now?" Gabin gently patted Kanda Rokuro's small head and replied, "Children under the age of 7 are not permitted to cultivate chakra, as their constitutions are not sufficiently robust. Chakra could harm their meridians. However, your physique is already comparable to that of a lower ninja, so cultivating chakra will undoubtedly pose no issue. I shall report to the higher-ups tomorrow and see what they have to say." Kanda Rokuro, filled with delight, hurriedly bowed and said, "Lord Gabin, please return swiftly to report." Gabin, in response, delivered a light punch to Kanda Rokuro's head, exclaiming, "At such a late hour, how can I possibly report back? It is not a matter of urgency for just a day or two. First, focus on your training." Kanda Rokuro stroked his head and pouted, "Very well then, Lord Gabin. Please ensure the message is sent promptly." Gabin gazed at Kanda Rokuro with great satisfaction and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not impede your training schedule. A response will certainly arrive within 3 days. For the next couple of days, focus on resting well, as it is likely that personnel from headquarters will come to assess your abilities. You must ensure that you are prepared to unleash your full potential at any moment." Kanda Rokuro clenched his fist and assured, "Rest assured, Lord Gabin, you are well aware of my stamina. Even after a day of training, I remain unfatigued, always at my peak." Upon hearing this, Gangbin shook his head in disbelief and remarked, "I can't help but wonder if you possess some sort of bloodline limit. For your vitality is astonishing, far surpassing even that of a Jainin." Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, choosing to say nothing further. Goto, in a pleasant mood, exchanged a few words with Kanda Rokuro before hastily departing. He watched as Goto left. Kanda Rokuro returned to his room. He lacked any bloodline limits, otherwise the system would undoubtedly indicate such abilities. As for his system, it remained uncertain whether it could be detected. In a few days, the root ninjas would arrive to investigate him. His identity should pose no significant issues. However, his unique abilities might attract the attention of Danzo. There was a possibility of having his blood drawn for research purposes. If the system were to be unraveled, he would undoubtedly find himself in considerable trouble. Nevertheless, since it was a golden finger, the chances of it being discovered were likely minimal. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. It would be prudent to concoct some excuse to mask his extraordinary abilities. After pondering for quite some time, he could not devise a satisfactory solution. Ninjas were not easily deceived, possessing numerous methods to ascertain whether he was lying. Finding an excuse seemed less viable than simply feigning ignorance, as that would minimize the risk of exposure. Having reached this conclusion, he sighed deeply. His lack of strength was indeed a hindrance. Otherwise, he would not be mired in such troublesome situations. If he were a Jonin, he would not be in such a passive position now. After his sigh, he resolved to go with the flow and lay down to rest. Over the next 2 days, his random tasks returned to normal, consisting of completing minor chores. He accomplished them effortlessly, earning 600 experience points daily. By the 4th day's dawn, as he remained in bed, Gabin knocked on his door, calling loudly, "Rokuro, hurry up. The people from headquarters will arrive in half an hour." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro quickly sprang to his feet. After freshening up, he followed Gabin to the entrance of the orphanage. The two stood at the threshold for a moment when a man donning a cat mask appeared, a distinctive mask used exclusively by the Umbu of Konoha. Upon seeing the visitor, Gangbin promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Lord Hiro, what brings you here in person?" The Umbu known as Hiro stepped forward, scrutinizing both Gangbin and Kanda Rokuro, and remarked, "I have heard tales of a prodigy in taijutsu emerging from this place, so I came to witness his prowess for myself." Gabin, upon hearing this, turned to Kanda Rokuro and said, "Rokuro, this esteemed Lord Hiro serves under Lord Danzo, and is renowned for his exceptional skills in taijutsu. His personal visit surely signifies your potential." Hiro? The name did not resonate with Kanda Rokuro. He had not encountered this figure in the narrative of Naruto. Nevertheless, as a member of the Umbu, the individual undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Chapter 14. Umbu Hiro. At this juncture, Kanda Rokuro regarded all Chunin as formidable adversaries, let alone an Umbu. He respectfully bowed to Hiro and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Hiro." Hiro nodded and beckoned Kanda Rokuro, saying, "I am pressed for time. Show me your utmost strength in an attack." Kanda Rokuro nodded. He raised his hand and struck fiercely towards Kuro. His fist landed squarely on Kuro's chest, resulting in his own recoil. Yet Kuro remained utterly unmoved. Kuro, clenching his fists and exhaling repeatedly, felt an excruciating pain from the earlier impact, as if he had struck steel. Luo, observing Kuro, expressed his satisfaction. Remarkable. To possess such strength at not even 5 years old. If he learns to refine his chakra, he will undoubtedly become a genin. It seems highly likely he will achieve this before the age of 6, surpassing even Uchiha Itachi. Ganbin, you have accomplished a significant feat this time. Upon hearing this, Ganbin was elated and responded, "Thank you, Lord Luo, for your kind words." Luo nodded. "You have earned it. There is no need for such formality." After exchanging a few words with Ganbin, Luo turned to Kuro and stated, "He has passed the test. So let him learn the chakra refinement technique and the fundamental body techniques." Ganbin, taken aback, inquired, "But, Lord Luo, are you not taking him back to headquarters?" Luo shook his head. "Among Danzo's subordinates, I am the most skilled in body techniques, yet I have an important mission to attend to. Once I complete it, I shall return to escort him back, which may take approximately 2 months. In the meantime, you should assist him in practicing the basic ninjutsu." Hearing this, Ganbin promptly urged Kuro, quickly expressed your gratitude to Lord Luo. You will be learning under him, and your future is undoubtedly bright. Upon hearing this, Kuro promptly bowed towards Luo, saying, "I have met the master." "Master?" Luo paused momentarily, then shook his head. "In our dark division, there are no masters and disciples. You may address me as Captain Luo. If you are able to inherit my martial arts in the future, the name Luo shall be passed down to you." Kuro nodded. "Captain Hiro, I shall certainly put forth my utmost effort." "Excellent, excellent." Hiro's voice clearly expressed amusement as he retrieved a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Kuro. "Take this as a token of my regard. If you manage to master it before my return, I shall acknowledge you as my disciple." Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to become Luo's disciple, he would have a formidable backing, significantly reducing the dangers he faced before his growth. This was indeed a fortuitous development. He promptly stowed away the scroll and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Rest assured, Master Luo, I shall undoubtedly succeed." Luo smiled, but refrained from further comment. He turned to Gongon and stated, "It is settled then. Tomorrow, ensure that a sample of his blood is sent to headquarters for Lord Danzo to examine. He wishes to ascertain whether he possesses a bloodline limit." Gongon nodded, replying, "Understood, my lord." Luo then cast one last glance at Kuro, saying, "I shall take my leave now. I hope you will strive diligently." With that, Luo leaped away, vanishing in an instant. The speed was so astonishing that Kuro could hardly believe his eyes. Truly remarkable. A single bound covering several meters. Undoubtedly, he was the finest ninja under Danzo's command. Observing Kuro's astonishment, Gongon patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You, my friend, have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Master Luo is a personage who has accomplished numerous A and S rank missions with unparalleled strength. Only a handful, perhaps 5 at most, could rival him under Lord Danzo's command. Oh, that is indeed impressive. It appears I must cultivate a favorable rapport with Luo." Kuro pondered for a moment before nodding. "Rest assured, I shall diligently train under Lord Kuro. However, Lord Ganbin, may I now learn the art of chakra refinement?" Ganbin nodded, producing a scroll and handing it to Kuro. "Since it has been approved above, you are indeed permitted to study it. This scroll contains the techniques of the 3 bodies and chakra refinement. Take it home and examine it thoroughly, but remember to memorize all of it. For once you open it, the contents will vanish after 1 hour." Goodness, how secretive. Kuro mused internally. Isn't this something found everywhere? Is such caution really necessary? With a hint of impatience, he accepted the scroll and sprinted back to the orphanage, declaring, "Lord Ganbin, I shall not be emerging for the next few days." Ganbin smiled and turned to head back as well. Kuro has garnered the favor of Kuro, significantly enhancing his chances of ascending to the rank of Jonin. Consequently, his opportunities for returning to Konoha have also markedly increased. Let us commence. Kuro is indeed his treasured possession. He shall do as he pleases. Within the confines of the training hall, Kuro hurried back and unfurled the scroll given to him by Ganbin for examination. Within the scroll lay the techniques of chakra refinement, as well as the arts of shadow clone, substitution, and transformation. He diligently committed these 4 ninjutsu to memory and commenced his study of chakra refinement. As for the three-body technique, he had yet to acquire any chakra, rendering it impossible for him to pursue its study. Kanda Rokuro settled into a cross-legged position, forming a seal and closing his eyes to refine his chakra. After a mere 3 seconds, he sensed a faint surge of energy coursing through his body. Simultaneously, a system notification emerged. Chakra Refinement Technique Level 1. Experience points 01000. Upon receiving this notification, Kanda Rokuro glanced at his accumulated experience points, totaling 8,700. Resolutely, he decided to elevate the Chakra Refinement Technique. Chakra Refinement Technique Level 2. Experience points 02000. Chakra Refinement Technique Level 3. Experience points 04000. Having elevated the Chakra Refinement Technique to Level 3, he refrained from further enhancement. He needed to conserve some experience points to learn the body technique, ensuring that he did not squander all his resources solely on chakra refinement. Thus, he successfully raised the level of the chakra refinement technique. As Kanda Rokuro engaged in his cultivation, he distinctly sensed the rapid increase of chakra within him, which brought him immense satisfaction as he continued his practice. However, after an hour, a slight furrow formed on his brow. In merely 1 hour of training, his chakra reserves had already reached their limit. How disappointing. Could it be that his body could only accommodate such a minuscule amount of chakra? If that were the case, the number of jutsu he could unleash in a short time would be exceedingly limited. It was possible that casting just a couple of A-rank techniques could completely deplete his chakra reserves. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. Kanda Rokuro is quite displeased. Chapter 15. The Art of Violence. Entangled in the quantity of chakra proves to be of little consequence. Calm down. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the ninjutsu level. Since enhancing physical technique could augment his physical attributes, it stood to reason that elevating the ninjutsu level would undoubtedly increase his chakra reserves. However, his current experience points were insufficient for such an upgrade. He would need to accumulate more over time. For now, he could only test whether he could restore depleted chakra using experience points. After careful consideration, he rose and moved to a more spacious area within the room. To expedite the consumption of chakra, he decided to employ the shadow clone technique, commencing the hand signs required for its execution. Bang! The attempt to perform the technique failed. A puff of white smoke enveloped Kanda Rokuro, but nothing materialized. Observing this, a frown crossed his face. He quickly checked the system for the recently unlocked option for the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique level 1. Experience points 01000. Having reviewed the details, he decisively invested 1,000 experience points to elevate the technique to level 2. With the upgrade, a wealth of knowledge regarding the application of the shadow clone technique flooded his mind. Armed with this newfound understanding, he attempted the technique once more. With a resounding bang, a figure identical to him emerged. Excellent. The system was indeed reliable. Otherwise, failing to even perform a simple technique would have been quite embarrassing. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, he resolved to also practice the transformation technique and the substitution technique, as they all consumed chakra and were equally beneficial for training. Half an hour later, Kanda Rokuro has elevated his techniques, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique, all to level 2. Presently, his attributes are as follows. Main attribute: Taijutsu level 3 with an experience value of 82, 140, 000. Ninjutsu level 1 with an experience value of 1, 000. Jinjutsu level 1 with an experience value of 1, 000. His taijutsu skills include Kunai throwing technique level 3 with an experience value of 484, 000. Shuriken throwing technique level 1 with an experience value of 31, 000. His ninjutsu skills consist of Chakra Refinement Technique level 3 with an experience value of 4, 000. Shadow Clone Technique level 2 with an experience value of 2, 000. Transformation Technique level 2 with an experience value of 2, 000. Substitution Technique level 2 with an experience value of 2, 000. After reviewing his attributes, he continued to consume chakra. After 10 minutes, he had depleted a significant portion of it. Kanda Rokuro had 800 experience points remaining. He allocated 100 points to his ninjutsu. Soon, he felt the chakra within him rapidly replenishing. In a mere 10 seconds, it returned to full capacity. With this outcome, he sighed in relief. As long as he could replenish his chakra at will, a slight deficit wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, once he acquires the would-release cells or Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, he would no longer face a shortage of chakra. Feeling at ease, he exited the room to train outside. Awakened early by Ganbin, he still had 2 tasks to complete for the day. After 2 hours, he finished both tasks and returned to his room, retrieving the scroll given by Kuro. 2 hours prior, he had unsealed the scroll and examined its contents. It contained a ninjutsu focused on enhancing speed, achieved by concentrating chakra in the feet and unleashing it in an instant to amplify burst power. In the storyline of Naruto, characters like Naruto Uzumaki practice tree climbing and water walking by evenly distributing chakra in their feet, whereas this technique, known as the violent technique, stands in stark contrast. Mastering this technique would be evidently more challenging than the 3-body technique. From Kanda Rokuro's perspective, it might be classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, to fully harness the capabilities of this ninjutsu, one would need to possess a strength exceeding that of a CH nin, rendering it unattainable otherwise. It is likely that Kuro did not anticipate him mastering this ninjutsu entirely. Merely being able to grasp the fundamentals and successfully execute it once or twice would be commendable. As for utilizing it for travel, such feats are typically reserved for CH nin and J nin. However, Kanda Rokuro harbored no desire to merely skim the surface of knowledge. With a system at his disposal, he was determined to master the art of violent techniques, for such skills were invaluable for survival. To him, they represented the quintessence of ninjutsu. Moreover, mastering this particular art would undoubtedly elevate his status in the eyes of Kuro, who would then become his formidable ally. With clarity of purpose, he embarked on his training. In order for the system to acknowledge his proficiency, he understood that he must adhere to the prescribed steps. Even if he did not yet apply them effectively, mere adherence to the standards would suffice. In the initial attempts, Kanda Rokuro concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, yet it remained dormant. The system also showed no signs of activity. After attempting this 5 or 6 times, the chakra finally erupted from beneath him, propelling him forward by 0.1 meters. Instantly, the system notified him that he had acquired a new ninjutsu, known as brutality technique. Level 1. Experience points 04000. Upon seeing this attribute, he breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his training in taijutsu. As for the brutality technique, the process of mastering it seemed overly cumbersome. It would be far more efficient to accumulate experience points and directly elevate its level. With 2 months remaining until Heiluo's return, he could earn at least 500 experience points each day. Over the course of those 60 days, that amounted to 30,000 experience points, sufficient to raise his ninjutsu level to 2 and the brutality technique to level 3, with any excess points reserved for future use. Although he had mastered 5 ninjutsu techniques, Kanda Rokuro chose not to reveal this information. According to Jimoto, the process of refining chakra typically required a week. Should he claim to have done so in a single day, he would likely be subjected to experimentation. Moreover, the fact that he had simultaneously learned the body replacement technique would undoubtedly attract the attention of Danzo, who would view him as a prime subject for experimentation. Thus, each day, apart from completing random tasks, he confined himself to his room, feigning diligent training. On the 6th day, he approached Jimoto, proclaiming that he had successfully refined chakra. His intention was to convey that his chakra refinement aptitude was slightly superior to that of others, rather than being an aberrant genius. Jimoto, upon receiving this news, felt a tinge of disappointment. However, this was precisely Kanda Rokuro's goal, allowing him to exhale in relief internally. Following this, Kanda Rokuro conveyed to Ganbin his intent to dedicate himself solely to the mastery of the dark arts of Hikuro's malevolence, postponing his training in the 3 bodies technique. Ganbin acquiesced, fully aware of Kanda Rokuro's aspiration to become a disciple of Hikuro, a goal he wholeheartedly endorsed. To that end, he even arranged for meals to be delivered to Kanda Rokuro, sparing him the need to visit the dining hall. Chapter 16. 2 months elapsed. November 19th. The 53rd year of Konoha. As usual, Kanda Rokuro rose from his slumber to commence his training. 2 months elapsed, during which his ninjutsu level ascended to level 2, while his brutality technique reached level 3. With the elevation of his ninjutsu level, as Kanda Rokuro had anticipated, his chakra capacity doubled, and the potency of his ninjutsu seemingly increased by approximately 10%. Furthermore, the swiftness with which he could execute his ninjutsu also saw improvement. In essence, all aspects pertaining to his ninjutsu abilities appeared to have enhanced significantly, much to his satisfaction. Regarding the brutality technique, achieving level 3 enabled him to wield this technique with ease, sustaining its use until his chakra was entirely depleted. After a period of diligent practice, Kanda Rokuro glanced at today's 2 tasks and prepared to undertake them. Daily cultivation task. Execute 1,000 straight punches. Daily random task. Demolish the orphanage's gate. He contemplated the 2 assignments before him. Kanda Rokuro shook his head repeatedly. These random tasks often involved acts of vandalism. Last month, he had smashed the tables in the cafeteria, and on the 6th of this month, he had uprooted the targets in the training ground. Just the day before yesterday, his task had been to demolish the door of the orphanage's office. Today's task was even more outrageous. He was instructed to break down the main door of the orphanage. In previous instances of destruction, he had merely explained to Ganbin that it was a side effect of practicing his violent arts, and Ganbin had not pursued the matter further. However, he had also been cautioned to be mindful of his actions. If he were to use the same excuse today to kick down the orphanage's door, while Ganbin might refrain from confronting him, he would undoubtedly receive another lecture, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Troubles were indeed troublesome. Yet, for the sake of experience, he felt compelled to proceed. 100 experience points represented 3 days of his dedicated training. After all, it wouldn't be life-threatening. He had to acquire that experience. He resolved to act accordingly. Kanda Rokuro rushed to the entrance of the orphanage and commenced his training, executing 1,000 precise punches, which he completed within an hour. Subsequently, he unleashed his violent technique, crashing directly into the orphanage's gate, leaving a gaping hole. The random task was accomplished, granting him a reward of 100 experience points. With the task completed, he feigned an expression of distress, staring blankly at the damaged gate. Before long, Jimoto hurried over. Upon witnessing the breach in the orphanage's entrance, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Rokuro, why must you engage in such reckless training here? If you continue this way, my salary won't suffice to repair the orphanage. Are you intentionally causing me trouble?" Kanda Rokuro, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Lord Ganbin, I truly did not intend for it to be this way. I was merely waiting here for Master Hailuo to return, but the waiting grew tedious, and I could not resist the temptation to engage in a bit of training." Upon hearing this, Gangbin's expression softened. "Very well, your eagerness is understandable. Since you have begun to grasp Master Hailuo's techniques, I see he has arrived, and you may accompany him now." Kanda Rokuro has mastered the art of violence, becoming a disciple acknowledged by the esteemed Hailuo. At present, Kanda Rokuro is undoubtedly a special jonin. Losing a bit of money pales in comparison to the advantages of fostering a good relationship with him. Gangbin patted Kanda Rokuro on the back and said, "All right, it's time to return. Should Lord Hailuo return, I will inform you. It is too perilous for you to practice here at the main gate." "Ah, that Gangbin fellow has even learned to jest." Kanda Rokuro inwardly scoffed, nodding slightly. "All right. I shall return to my cultivation." Ganbin pulled Kanda Rokuro along. Come, let us head back. I noticed you were about to take your leave, so allow me to present you with some gifts. Remember to look out for me in the future." "Gifts, you say?" Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro felt invigorated. He eagerly followed Ganbin into his office. Inside the office, Ganbin retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer and handed it to Kanda Rokuro, saying, "This is chakra testing paper. By concentrating your chakra in your hand, you will discern the nature of your chakra." Chakra testing paper? Kanda Rokuro harbored a profound curiosity regarding his own elemental affinity. Swiftly, he procured a test paper, channeling his chakra into his hand and transferring it onto the paper. The test paper soon underwent a transformation. One half shattered into fragments while the other became damp. Yankong observed the test paper with a hint of resignation, remarking, "Your affinities are earth and water. It appears my gift shall be of little use to you, for my own affinity is wind. I had originally intended to present you with a scroll of wind-style ninjutsu, but now it seems it would serve you little purpose." "Earth and water, indeed? This poses quite a dilemma. Could it be that my composed demeanor has influenced my chakra to manifest as such?" He silently scoffed at the thought. Kanda Rokuro eagerly exclaimed to Ganbin, "Lord Ganbin, you must not forget the promised gift." Ganbin, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "You are not of the wind element. What use would my ninjutsu be to you?" Kanda Rokuro chuckled and said, "I don't want what others desire. I intend to exchange it for earth. Specifically for water-based ninjutsu." Jimoto glanced at Kanda Rokuro, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Very well, if it is what you wish, take it. It is merely a beer ink wind release technique, and you should be able to find it elsewhere if you seek." Jimoto tossed a ninjutsu scroll to Kanda Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro, brimming with excitement, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Ganbin. I shall not be modest." Ganbin scrutinized Kanda Rokuro and nodded. No wonder you possess such composure at such a young age. It seems you are innately attuned to the earth element. However, it is unfortunate that our Konoha village has a scarcity of earth and water ninjutsu. Should you desire to master techniques of these two elemental attributes in the future, it may prove to be quite challenging. I sincerely hope fortune smiles upon you, enabling you to acquire earth and water ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro, seemingly unconcerned, chuckled and remarked, "In the realm of ninjutsu, it suffices to master a select few. My true talent lies in taijutsu, and I shall focus my training on that henceforth." Gakubo smiled in agreement. Indeed, it is not the quantity of ninjutsu that matters. Many ninja have thrived with just one or two techniques, much like the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage, you say? Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment and then addressed Gabin, saying, "Lord Gabin, I am preparing to depart from here. Could you kindly enlighten me about the current situation in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Gabin nodded in response, "Very well. Given your abilities, you will undoubtedly be valued under Lord Danzo's command. Being informed about the affairs of Konoha will certainly benefit you." Kanda Rokuro listened attentively as Okamoto shared some information about Konoha. Their conversation lasted until late afternoon around 4 or 5 o'clock. The two men went to dinner together, conversed a while longer before parting ways to rest. Chapter 17. The arrival of Kuro from Okamoto. Kanda gathered considerable intelligence about Konoha. Most of it aligned with his own memories, except for details concerning the root organization, which he was less familiar with. He took the opportunity to learn more from Okamoto. Under Danzo's command, there were 7 exceptionally skilled jonin. Kanda Rokuro's master, Kuro, is ranked as the 5th highest ninja. It can be said that Kuro has taken Kanda Rokuro as his disciple. In the root organization, few dared to provoke him upon hearing this news. Kanda Rokuro was immensely satisfied. He felt extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered a master like Kuro, deeming it nothing short of serendipity. With Kuro's protection, he felt comparatively secure and no longer harbored concerns about potential troubles upon his arrival in Konohagakure. Thus, he immersed himself in quiet cultivation, awaiting Kuro's arrival. Days turned into a week, and just as Kanda Rokuro's patience began to wane, Gankomoto announced that Kuro had returned and would arrive at the orphanage the following morning. This news filled Gankomoto with exhilaration, as he spent the day bubbling with excitement at home. Konohagakure. Arriving in the world of the Hokage. How could one possibly resist a visit to this renowned village? It was a gathering place for protagonists, and naturally, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. As for Danzo, whether or not he would allow him the opportunity to wander through the village, the likelihood was indeed promising. After all, his innate talent was evident. If they wished for him to undertake tasks, they would surely need to offer some incentives. A simple desire to explore Konohagakure should not pose significant issues. Of course, initially, discretion was paramount. Once he arrived at the orphanage in Konohagakure and demonstrated his prowess over the other children, privileges would undoubtedly follow, much like those he experienced at the local orphanage branch. With excitement coursing through him, he awaited the unfolding of events. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Kanda Rokuro rose from his slumber. Out of sheer boredom, he decided to complete his daily tasks first. The daily training regimen was rather routine. However, today's random task was astonishingly to leave the orphanage and indulge in the beauty of the scenery. This task further convinced Kanda Rokuro that the system possessed its own inclinations. Not long ago, it had persistently compelled him to wreak havoc in the orphanage, likely out of its own weariness with the surroundings, prompting it to incite destruction. Yet today, it seemed that a departure was indeed necessary, and the system's mood had evidently improved. It had thus bestowed upon him a seemingly effortless task. It appeared prudent to flatter the system more in the future, hoping it would issue tasks that were simple, safe, and rich in experience. After mentally complimenting the system a couple of times, he commenced his daily training. Midway through his routine, the door to his room suddenly swung open. Gakubo and Kuro were standing just outside. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro engaged in training, Gakubo smiled and declared, "All right, Rokuro, it's time for you to set off." Kuro, masked and unreadable in expression, nodded slightly, indicating his evident satisfaction. Kanda Rokuro promptly halted his training and joyfully dashed to the entrance, bowing towards Heiluo. "Master, you have arrived." Heiluo nodded and replied, "I have heard that you have mastered the art of violence, which is my unique technique. From this moment on, you shall be my disciple. You must diligently cultivate your skills from now on." "Yes, master," Kanda Rokuro responded earnestly. Upon witnessing this, Jimoto smiled and said, "All right. Gather your belongings and follow Lord Kuro." Kanda Rokuro swiftly returned to his room. He had prepared his belongings the previous night. Grabbing his package, he hurriedly made his way before Kuro. Kuro glanced at Kanda Rokuro and addressed Gambin, saying, I shall take him with me now. Your reward will be delivered tomorrow. I hope you continue to strive for excellence. Gambin was rather indifferent towards the reward. His true desire lay in departing from the orphanage and returning to the village of Konoha. Thus, he remained composed, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Observing this, Kuro refrained from further comment and turned to Kanda Rokuro, stating, Let us depart. Once we leave the orphanage, I wish to witness the proficiency of your destructive techniques. Should you perform well, I shall impart additional ninjutsu to you. Kanda Rokuro exclaimed with great joy, brimming with confidence, Master, rest assured, I shall surely master your ninjutsu. Heiluo chuckled softly before turning to depart. Kanda Rokuro and Gambin hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the orphanage, Gambin paused, watching as the two departed. After walking a short distance from the orphanage, the sky began to brighten. As dawn broke, Kuro halted, turning to Kanda Rokuro and remarked, The day has dawned. It should no longer hinder your ability to employ your violent techniques. Now, commence, and let me witness the stage of your mastery in this art. The art of brutality practiced by Kanda Rokuro allows him to deplete his chakra without error. However, he must not appear too flawless. Otherwise, he would seem overly gifted. He prefers to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the spotlight of attention. Therefore, he employs his brutal techniques while traversing, deliberately failing once in every 3 or 4 attempts. Thus, he appears proficient yet not entirely flawless. After running approximately 4 kilometers, Kanda Rokuro's chakra was exhausted, prompting him to come to a halt. Heiluo had been following closely, observing intently. Kanda Rokuro's abilities left him immensely satisfied. Now, at merely 15 years of age, he has already achieved such remarkable prowess. It is quite possible that in the future, through diligent training and physical techniques, he may surpass even his own expectations. Kanda Rokuro, having merely exhausted his chakra rather than his physical stamina, paused momentarily and eagerly approached Kuro. Master, my violent technique practice was commendable, wasn't it? He inquired with enthusiasm. Kuro smiled in response. Indeed, it is quite impressive, surpassing even my own talent. Truly, you are a little genius. Once we return, I shall impart to you a new ninjutsu, enabling you to become even stronger than you are now. Kanda Rokuro nodded with delight. Just as he was about to utter a few words, Kuro swiftly lifted him, tossing Kanda Rokuro onto his back, exclaiming, We must hasten our return to Konoha village. Hold on tightly and make sure you don't fall off. Kanda Rokuro found himself at a loss for words, clinging tightly to Heiluo to avoid plummeting into the abyss. Sensing Kanda's firm grip, Heiluo propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, advancing with remarkable swiftness. The sheer velocity was a revelation to Kanda, an illustration of what it meant to be an elite-level shinobi. Heiluo's devastating techniques far surpassed Kanda's own third-tier abilities by an astonishing margin. Chapter 18. Encountering Danzo. Heiluo's speed was nothing short of extraordinary in his presence. Even a marathon champion would appear as mere debris. The orphanage where Kanda Rokuro resides is situated in a rather secluded area of the Land of Fire, approximately 100 kilometers from the village of Konoha. Early in the morning, at 6 o'clock, Heiluo began carrying Kanda Rokuro on his back. By the time the sun had barely set, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he had already reached the outskirts of Konoha. However, Heiluo did not enter the village. Instead, he accessed a hidden passage outside Konoha, arriving at the entrance of the root's base. At the entrance of the root base, there were Umbu ninjas standing guard. Upon seeing Heiluo approach, they respectfully bowed, confirming what Ganon had mentioned. Heiluo held a significant position within the root. This realization brought joy to Kanda Rokuro. As they entered the root, a ninja approached Heiluo, stating, Lord Heiluo, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Heiluo nodded and followed the ninja onward. As for Kanda Rokuro, he had been set down to walk on his own upon entering the passage. Following closely behind Heiluo, he felt a twinge of nervousness at the thought of meeting Danzo. After all, Danzo was a master manipulator, and an encounter with him could lead to unforeseen complications. Noticing Kanda Rokuro's unease, Heiluo reassured him with a gentle pat, saying, Don't worry, it's nothing serious. This is merely a routine procedure that every new member of the root must undergo, a sealing to ensure that you do not divulge the secrets of the root to others. It turned out that this was to be a sealing, reminiscent of the type often depicted in stories, placed upon the tongue. Kanda Rokuro, unfazed, contemplated the future when he would master the art of sealing and swiftly unravel the bindings imposed upon him. For now, he resolved to endure the constraints, earning Danzo's trust. With clarity of thought, he relaxed, surveying his surroundings. Alas, the passageway was deserted, devoid of any presence. The trio soon arrived at the threshold of a room. Stepping inside together, the interior resembled a mundane office, where Danzo sat at his desk, engrossed in some documents. Hiro, gripping Kanda Rokuro, approached the desk and announced, "Master, Kanda Rokuro has arrived." Danzo, appearing to have undergone an implantation of the Sharingan, was swathed in thick bandages, half of his body and head concealed. Upon hearing Hiro's words, he lifted his gaze with his remaining eye, scrutinizing Kanda Rokuro. "I have reviewed the report from Gambin. Since you have accepted him as your disciple, let him join the route. After the sealing, send him to the headquarters for training for a period. Once he has attained the rank of a genin, we shall assign him tasks," Danzo decreed. Hiro cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro before addressing Danzo. "Master, on our return journey, I assessed his capabilities. With his current strength, he surpasses the average genin. I intend to impart my ninjutsu to him, enabling him to serve you expediently." Danzo, somewhat taken aback, beckoned Kanda Rokuro closer, saying, "Come here. Let me take a closer look at you." Kanda Rokuro felt a tinge of anxiety. He did not dare to approach Danzo. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards Kuro. Kanda Rokuro's demeanor was precisely what led Danzo to believe that he was still but a child. After all, his appearance instilled fear in everyone who beheld him, let alone a mere child. Nevertheless, he was determined to uncover the truth. Kanda Rokuro does not fear him. Rather, he dreads the possibility of uncovering the secrets of the system, which would undoubtedly leave him quite distressed. Seeing that Kanda Rokuro hesitates to approach, Heiluo chuckles softly and says, "Go on. Lord Danzo is not a malevolent individual. In due time, you shall come to understand." Kanda Rokuro hesitated for a moment before reluctantly approaching Danzo's side. A child's demeanor mattered little to Danzo, who simply reached out and gently patted Rokuro's head twice. Then, with an expression of satisfaction, he remarked, "Excellent, truly excellent. Robust physique, and his chakra already surpasses that of a genin by a considerable margin. And he's not even 5 yet? What a prodigy." Kuro nodded in agreement. "Indeed, according to his records, he won't turn 5 for another 3 months. Danzo withdrew his hand, studying the visibly tense Rokuro before making a decision. "In that case, there's no need to send him to headquarters just yet. Let him train here under your tutelage in your taijutsu techniques. If his progress lags, we can reconsider sending him later." Kuro inclined his head. "That was my thought as well. Give me a year, and I can mold him into a nin. By then, he'll be ready to serve you, my lord. Though I do hope you might provide some resources." Danzo glanced at Rokuro once more before nodding. "For a talent like this, resources will not be lacking. Take what you need. Such potential must be nurtured carefully." A faint trace of amusement colored Kuro's voice. "Then I shan't stand on ceremony, my lord. For now, he can stay in my quarters. I'll devote the next 2 months to his instruction." Danzo granted his approval. "Very well. Consider yourself relieved of missions for that time. After your recent high-risk assignment, you could use the opportunity to refine your own skills as well." With that, Kuro took Rokuro by the hand, and together they bowed. Then, "My lord, we shall take our leave." Danzo gave Rokuro one last glance. "Go. Should anything arise, you know where to find me." Once outside, the tension drained from Rokuro's body in a heavy sigh. Internally, he felt nothing but relief. "Thank goodness I didn't advance my ninjutsu to the 3rd level." Danzo had discerned his taijutsu and chakra capabilities with just a touch. Had his ninjutsu been any stronger, the man would surely have noticed something amiss. As Rokuro silently counted his blessings, Kuro led him to a chamber not far from Danzo's office, the sealing room. 3 men awaited them inside. Recognizing Kuro's intent the moment they entered, they guided Rokuro to the center of an array and began the process of applying the seal. The matter of the seal had already been explained by Kuro earlier. Kanda Rokuro remained unperturbed, gazing with curiosity at the tadpole-like characters on the ground. They burrowed into his body, swiftly vanishing from sight. The sealing process was remarkably swift, completed in less than a minute. The ninja responsible for the sealing rose and addressed Heiluo, saying, "My lord, the seal has been activated." Heiluo nodded and beckoned to Kanda Rokuro. "Rokuro, we may return now." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and hurriedly followed Heiluo as they departed. However, his thoughts were entirely occupied within his mind. Just after the sealing had concluded, he received a notification from the system. Upon reviewing the system's content, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. The sealing spell's level was at 1, with an experience value of 4,000. Receiving this system notification indicated that anyone who attempted to cast a spell on him in the future would essentially be granting him skills, a significant boon for him indeed. Chapter 19. Frenzy Body Techniques, filled with a hint of excitement. Kanda Rokuro followed Heiluo as they traversed the base, eventually arriving at an underground residential area bustling with the activity of numerous ninjas. They entered one of the residences. Despite being underground, the spaciousness of the room was quite impressive, exceeding the size of Kanda Rokuro's single room in the orphanage by more than fivefold. The training equipment was abundant, catering to every need. After guiding Kanda Rokuro through all 7 rooms of the residence, Heiluo remarked, "You have explored this place. Henceforth, you shall reside here. For the next 2 months, I shall personally instruct you, but after that, the responsibility of your training will rest solely on your shoulders." Kanda Rokuro nodded, reassuringly stating, "Master, rest assured, I shall not let you down." Heiluo chuckled softly, "Let us hope so. Lord Danzo has never been particularly attentive to taijutsu ninjas. Should you manage to attain the level of a shadow-class taijutsu ninja, it would undoubtedly alter Lord Danzo's perception of them, and you would then be able to distinguish yourself." It is no wonder that Danzo exhibited a lack of warmth towards both Heiluo and him earlier. It appears he holds little regard for taijutsu practitioners. Upon reflection, this makes sense. There are only a handful of truly formidable taijutsu ninjas within the ninja world. Aside from the Reikage, I have not heard of any whose taijutsu prowess could rival that of a shadow-class ninja. It seems he has narrowly escaped another trial. Had he been a prodigy in ninjutsu, Lord Danzo's scrutiny would likely have been even more stringent. How fortunate indeed. After a moment of internal contemplation, Kanda Rokuro earnestly affirmed, "Master, please be at ease. I shall ensure that Lord Danzo gazes upon us with newfound respect. Let us commence our training at once." Heiluo regarded Kanda Rokuro thoughtfully. Smiling as he replied, "I have just returned and have some matters to attend to. Take the day to rest, and we shall begin our training tomorrow morning." Kanda Rokuro contemplated his training tasks for the day, realizing that he had yet to complete half of them. Nodding, he replied, "Very well, master. I shall rest in that room today." He pointed towards a chamber, saying, "That shall be your quarters from now on. The training area is not far, and you may practice whenever you wish." After imparting a few instructions to Kanda Rokuro, Heian turned to leave, adding, "Feel free to explore the vicinity. But it is advisable not to venture outside unnecessarily. The people here do not take kindly to meddlesome individuals." It seemed that the inhabitants of this place were akin to the children of an orphanage, silently honing their skills while avoiding interaction with others. How dull. Kanda Rokuro realized he needed to expedite his growth and strength, as it would provide him with an excuse to wander through Konoha village. 2 months, was it? He resolved to utilize this time to astonish Hiro with his progress. With his goals in mind, he proceeded to the training room and commenced his regimen for the day. After completing his training tasks, he did not rest. Instead, he continued to practice various fundamental techniques until the early hours of the morning before finally retreating to his room for rest. If he could not afford to present himself as a prodigy, he would compensate with diligent training. This way, the likelihood of others harboring doubts about him would diminish. Kanda Rokuro resolved to dedicate 18 hours each day to training over the course of the next 2 months, allowing himself only 6 hours of rest. This rigorous regimen enabled his strength to ascend swiftly, rendering the transformation less abrupt. The following morning dawned. As Kanda Rokuro rose to prepare for his training session, Heiluo entered the room bearing some food, remarking, "You practiced late into the night once again, didn't you?" Kanda Rokuro nodded, acknowledging the urgency. "Time is of the essence. I must swiftly enhance my abilities, thus enabling me to assist my master and earn the esteemed recognition of Lord Danzo." Heiluo smiled gently, setting down the food, and remarked, "Indeed, such ambition is commendable. After you have dined, seek me in the training room. For today, I shall impart to you a new ninjutsu that will double your strength." Kanda Rokuro was instantly filled with exhilaration. With his strength doubled, he was now comparable to a chunin in terms of physical prowess. Contemplating this, he eagerly began to indulge in his meal. Observing this, Heiluo decided to leave the room first. 10 minutes later, after finishing his meal and completing his grooming, Kanda Rokuro changed into a fresh outfit and entered the training room. Heiluo was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro, he gestured towards a scroll on the table by the entrance and said, "The brutal technique you are studying is merely an adjunct to my ninjutsu. Take a look at the contents of the scroll, and if anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask me." Kanda Rokuro approached the table and unrolled the scroll to examine its contents. After a brief glance, his expression grew serious. This particular ninjutsu was exceptionally extraordinary, enabling chakra to explode within the body at all times, facilitating the continuous recombination and evolution of cellular structures, ultimately rendering the body as resilient as steel. Naturally, the explosions of chakra were gradual, Initially, they manifested as minor detonations, allowing the body to acclimatize to the ensuing damage. As time progressed, the intensity of the explosions would gradually amplify. With the body adapting to these eruptions, it would become increasingly robust. While the immense energy generated by the chakra explosions would significantly enhance a ninja's power in a short span of time. This technique was essentially a form of self-torture. The more one endured, the stronger one would become. However, the technique was not without its glaring drawbacks. The process of cellular division in the human body is limited. Thus, practicing this ninjutsu would considerably shorten one's lifespan. Fortunately, within the world of Naruto, various advanced technologies existed. The mere challenge of cellular proliferation should pose little difficulty. It was likely that Luo had sought resources from Danzo yesterday to facilitate the training required for this ninjutsu. Having perused the scroll, Kuro set down the scroll and inquired of Kuro, "Master, is practicing this technique exceedingly perilous?" Kuro nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, formidable ninjutsu demands a commensurate sacrifice. Should you harbor fear, you may relinquish your pursuit, and I shall escort you to the headquarters to study alternative ninjutsu. I am not afraid. I possess a system. I shall not be deterred." In his heart, Kuro silently grumbled before declaring, "I wish to train. Please assist me, master." The demeanor of Kuro visibly relaxed as he smiled and replied, "Very well, let us commence. Stand still over there. I shall first utilize my chakra to ignite your chakra explosion. Once you gradually acclimate to it, you will be able to cultivate on your own." With an experienced mentor guiding him, the training should prove to be somewhat more manageable. Although it may be painful, it is likely to remain within the bounds of his endurance. Kuro, with utmost sincerity, approached and seated himself before Kuro. In turn, Kuro also took a seat behind Kuro, placing his hands upon the latter's back. 3 seconds later, Kuro felt a sharp pain piercing through his back, akin to needles stabbing into him. Clenching his teeth, he refrained from uttering a sound. With his eyes closed, he sought to clear his mind of distractions. Chapter 20. An introduction to the brutal body flow technique. The path of cultivation is fraught with suffering. However, the increase in strength brings immense joy. With the assistance of Kuro's system swiftly indicated that he had mastered the brutal body flow ninja technique, and the experience points were rising rapidly. Brutal body flow ninja technique level. Experience points 0.10000. Kuro observed the experience points in ninjutsu steadily increasing at a rate of 1 point per minute. After 4 hours of training, he had gained 240 points. At this rate, without even utilizing the experience points, he could master the body enhancement technique within 2 months. No wonder Kuro said it would take him 2 months to teach. It was merely to help him establish a foundation. As for why they paused after 4 hours of training, the sight of the fatigued Kuro made it evident. Given Kuro's strength, it was likely he could only train him for a maximum of 4 hours each day. Watching Kuro's exhaustion, Kuro felt a surge of gratitude and, despite the pain in his body, said, "Master, you have worked hard." Kuro waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for formalities. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I am responsible for your training. In the adjacent room, I have prepared a barrel of restorative potion. Go soak in it for an hour to recover. And today's training will conclude." Indeed, the resources Kuro procured from Danzo were intended for restoring his body. Kuro rose, bowed slightly towards the black-haired figure, and proceeded to the adjacent room. Within the chamber stood a large barrel filled with a verdant liquid. Kuro did not hesitate to immerse himself. Soon, his aching body became numb, and he could no longer feel the torment of his physical suffering. After an hour of soaking, Kuro emerged feeling refreshed. He returned to his room to wash and prepared to seek out Luo, only to discover that she was nowhere to be found. With no other option and unwilling to venture outside, he proceeded to the training room to complete his daily training tasks. As for the random task, he merely glanced at it and chose to disregard it entirely. It absurdly suggested that he provoke Danzo, which felt akin to courting death. The existence of such a task undoubtedly stemmed from Danzo's disdain for him. To look down upon Kando was to look down upon the system itself, thus inciting the system's ire and prompting the issuance of this task. However, the system failed to consider Kanda's current predicament. Provoking Danzo would be like poking a tiger in the eye. Consequently, he had no choice but to abandon the random task and act as if he had never seen it. In the days that followed, Luo dedicated 4 hours each day to training him, accompanied by an hour of medicinal bathing, 12 hours of rigorous training, an hour for meals, and 6 hours of sleep. This constituted the entirety of his daily routine. His grueling training met with Luo's profound satisfaction, as she prepared sumptuous meals for him daily, ensuring his nutritional needs were met. 2 months passed, neither overly long nor exceedingly brief, when Kanda Rokuro's violent body technique successfully ascended 2 levels. Heiluo sensed the change and paused her assistance. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Kanda and said, "Rokuro, you have mastered the fundamentals of the violent body technique. The next phase of your training must be undertaken independently. I have matters to attend to." Such was the selfless dedication of Heiluo. Kanda Rokuro was deeply moved. He rose and bowed respectfully to Kuro. "Master, rest assured, I will not tarnish your esteemed reputation. I will surely make Lord Danzo take notice of me in the future." Kuro smiled faintly. "Excellent. Maintain that determination and focus on your training here." "Understood." Kanda Rokuro nodded firmly. The training session had concluded. Kuro was about to depart. Before he left, Kanda Rokuro mustered the courage to voice his desire to visit Konoha village and sought Kuro's assistance in making it possible. With this thought in mind, he stole a glance at Kuro and hesitantly spoke. "Master, while you're away, may I visit Konoha village? It's rather dull here, and I wish to explore beyond these walls." A child's yearning for excitement was only natural. Kuro studied Kanda Rokuro's eager expression, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I shall speak with Lord Danzo. As you are not a citizen of Konoha, entering the village requires formal registration. Only Lord Danzo holds the authority to facilitate this matter." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, expressing his delight as he said, "Thank you, master." Heiluo gently ruffled Kanda Rokuro's hair and remarked, "While play is enjoyable, one must not neglect their training. If upon my next visit, I find your progress lacking, you may as well abandon any thoughts of play in the future." Kanda Rokuro earnestly assured, "Master, rest assured, I shall not let you down." Heiluo chuckled and responded, "Very well then, my leave has come to an end. I happen to be on my way to meet Lord Danzo, so I shall conveniently attend to your matter as well." Kanda Rokuro nodded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation as he watched Heiluo depart the room. Once Heiluo had walked away, his expression returned to normal, and he began to contemplate in silence. Upon arriving in Konoha village, he realized he could not engage in too many activities, as it would arouse Danzo's suspicions. For now, he could merely wander about, blending in with familiar faces in Konoha. After making a few visits, once Danzo's vigilance had eased, he would be able to pursue his intended endeavors. Having reached a conclusion, he returned to the adjacent room to prepare a medicinal bath. After soaking, he completed the training tasks for the day, finally awaiting Heiluo's return. Upon seeing Heiluo, he could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, "Master, how did it go? May I explore Konoha village?" Heiluo produced some banknotes and handed them to Kanda Rokuro with a smile, saying, "Go ahead. Lord Danzo has already registered your name. You are permitted to roam Konoha village. However, you must remember how far behind your training has fallen. If you spend too much time outside, your eligibility may be revoked. So strive to limit your excursions and prioritize your training above all." Kanda Rokuro nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Only with formidable strength can one pursue their desires." Heiluo smiled softly and replied, "Since you comprehend, I shall refrain from further discussion. Tomorrow, I must attend to business and may not return for a month or two. Focus on your cultivation in my absence." Heiluo imparted a few final words to Kanda Rokuro and presented him with a wooden identity token, saying, "This serves as your pass to enter and exit the headquarters. Your name is inscribed upon it. Safeguard it well." Kanda Rokuro took the token, nodding in acknowledgement, "I understand. I shall take good care of it." Heiluo said nothing further. After exchanging a brief remark with Kanda Rokuro, he mentioned having other matters to attend to and departed from the training room. Chapter 21. Strolling through Konoha village. Heiluo exited. Kanda Rokuro glanced at his experience points. Since his time at the orphanage branch until now, he had utilized only a portion of his experience points for stamina recovery, while the rest remained untouched. Presently, he possessed 42,600 experience points. In a couple of days, he planned to visit Konoha village. For the sake of safety, he intended to enhance his abilities. His talent lay in taijutsu, and elevating his taijutsu level would arouse the least suspicion. Moreover, advancing from level 3 to level 4 in taijutsu required precisely 40,000 experience points. He decided to keep the remaining points in reserve for stamina and chakra recovery. However, he would defer the enhancement of his strength until after Heiluo's departure. His training period had not been extensive, and a rapid increase in power might raise eyebrows. Once Heiluo had left, he would improve his skills, allowing Heiluo to commend him upon his next return, thereby granting him further advantages, an outcome most beneficial for him. Heiluo was a pivotal force within the Roots, tasked with numerous responsibilities. After a 2-month respite, his workload had increased, and upon returning from Danzo's quarters that evening, Kanda packed his belongings and departed, leaving his home empty. Without hesitation, he upgraded his taijutsu level to 4. As with his previous upgrades, he felt a significant surge in strength. Testing his newfound power in the training room, he discovered that his punch had escalated to an impressive 582 points, placing him on par with a Chunin. This achievement filled him with satisfaction. After enhancing his capabilities, he diligently practiced at home for 2 days. Eventually, unable to contain his eagerness, he grasped his token and prepared to venture out. His destination was Konoha Village, a straightforward endeavor. Within the base, there existed a designated exit leading to Konoha. Upon reaching the exit, he presented the token given by Danzo, and the guarding ninja silently allowed him passage. The atmosphere thick with tension. Exiting the passage led him to a residence on the outskirts of Konoha. Such exits were likely numerous within the underground base, though others were undoubtedly classified and seldom utilized. Of course, that old schemer Danzo would have access to them, perhaps even using an exit close to the Hokage's building. Otherwise, he would not take the long route every time he visited. The ground-level residence resembled an inn, a place where the sudden appearance of a stranger would not easily raise suspicion. After all, it was an inn. Strangers could check in at any moment. Kanda Rokuro emerged from the inn's backyard and made his way to the front courtyard, finally encountering a few individuals. They were gathered in the inn's lobby, indulging in food and engaging in lively conversation, filled with laughter and merriment. He gazed at those people. Kanda Rokuro suddenly felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Indeed, this is the place where one truly belongs. The orphanage, with its relentless training, offered little in the way of conversation or camaraderie. The inhabitants of the underground base were equally taciturn, often failing to exchange even a simple greeting, creating an atmosphere that was particularly oppressive and devoid of the vibrancy of human life. In contrast, this place is imbued with the warmth of human existence. It is truly a locale befitting human life. To reside in such a stifling environment could very well lead one to madness. When the next opportunity arises with Kuro, he will showcase the strength of a Chunin, allowing Kuro a glimpse of his capabilities. At that point, whether accompanying Kuro on a mission or applying to reside in the Hidden Leaf Village, it would be a most fortunate turn of events. After pondering for a considerable time, he contemplated these possibilities. Kanda Rokuro stepped out of the inn and onto the bustling streets of Konohagakure, where he felt a surge of excitement as he wandered aimlessly among the throngs of people. After meandering for a while, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a familiar attire. It appeared to be the garb of the Uchiha clan. An individual from the Uchiha clan was engaged in conversation with 2 passers-by, discussing some matter of consequence. The Uchiha clan, it seemed, had not yet met its demise and still presided over the Konoha security forces. It appeared that the 2 pedestrians had transgressed in some manner, drawing the attention of the Konoha guards who were now imposing a fine. As for the Uchiha clan, Kanda Rokuro felt rather indifferent, even contemplating the opportunity to seize a pair of Sharingan amidst the downfall of the Uchiha clan, with the intention of subsequently evolving them into Rinnegan. As he observed the Uchiha members, his thoughts wandered for a moment. However, upon witnessing one of them escorting 2 passers-by away, he regained his focus and continued his leisurely exploration of the bustling Konoha village. When hunger struck, he casually purchased some snacks, savoring them as he roamed the vibrant streets, ultimately traversing the entirety of Konoha. The thriving atmosphere of the village left him somewhat enchanted. Yet, he was acutely aware that, for the time being, this place did not belong to him. He still had to return to that underground facility for rigorous training. As he meandered, he suddenly halted in his tracks, realizing he had arrived at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Outside the school, a group of men and women engaged in conversation, evidently there to collect their children after classes. A thought crossed his mind. Should he take a glance inside the academy to see the children currently enrolled? He felt a pang of envy for the youngsters attending school. Taking a moment to observe, he reasoned that this would likely not raise any suspicions from Danzo. Having made up his mind, he found a discreet spot to sit and gaze at the school entrance. His presence drew a fleeting glance from the other parents, yet no one seemed particularly concerned. Kanda Rokuro appears to be merely 4 or 5 years old, still not of school age. His absence from school is quite understandable. Chapter 22. Encounter with Rock Lee at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Kanda Rokuro had been waiting for quite some time. At last, the school day came to an end, and the children emerged. He scrutinized the departing students for a considerable while but did not spot anyone familiar. He remained unperturbed, continuing to wait as more children streamed out of the school. As he lingered, his gaze suddenly brightened. He recognized a familiar figure, not merely a figure, but those unmistakable eyes. The distinctive white eyes, unforgettable to anyone who had seen them. It was Hyuga Neji, one of the legendary 12 ninja. At this moment, his father was still alive, and his demeanor radiated ease and joy. As he exited, he was accompanied by a fellow student, equally blessed with white eyes. And they laughed together as they walked away into the distance. Kanda Rokuro watched the retreating figure of Hyuga Neji. Kanda Rokuro could not help but lament. Truly, he is a tragic figure. It seems that this year, his father will take the place of Hyuga Hisashi in death. By the way, could this be an opportunity to orchestrate something? If he establishes a good relationship with the Hyuga clan, he might just acquire a Byakugan in the future. As Kanda Rokuro found himself lost in thought, his mind began to wander far and wide. After quite some time, he was jolted back to reality upon noticing an individual resembling a watermelon rind emerging from the school premises. He took a moment to scrutinize another member of the Konoha 12, Rock Lee. Presently, he appeared rather despondent, bearing an expression fraught with deep-seated grievances and a palpable sense of gloom. At the school entrance, the throng of students had nearly dissipated, with Rock Lee being among the last to depart. Kanda Rokuro gazed at Rock Lee for a moment before beckoning to the dejected youth, saying, "Hey, Watermelon Head, are you a student at the Ninja Academy?" Rock Lee, who had been walking with his head down, halted and glanced at Kanda Rokuro, asking in confusion, "Did you call me?" Kanda Rokuro smiled and remarked, "Aside from the two of us, who else is here?" "Naturally, I am addressing you." Lee Locke surveyed Kanda Rokuro, shook his head, and replied, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Kanda Rokuro moved with remarkable agility, unleashing a burst of violent technique. In an instant, he stood before Rock Lee, whose surprise at the sudden appearance left him momentarily speechless. To Lee, Kanda appeared younger than himself, and thus he had paid little heed to him. However, the prowess displayed was undeniably formidable. That speed surpassed even that of the teachers within the academy. This revelation piqued Lee's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What is your name? Are you from the village hidden in the leaves?" "Kanda Rokuro," came the reply. As Kanda gazed at Lee and posed a question of his own, "I am merely curious about the graduation standards at your school. What are they like?" Lee was taken aback, scrutinizing Kanda. "So, you are Kanda Rokuro. You must not yet be enrolled in the Ninja Academy, yet you possess such strength. Are you a child of a prominent clan?" Kanda Rokuro smirked, "I wish I could, but alas, I am an orphan raised in an orphanage. However, I have a remarkable master, the strongest taijutsu shinobi in the Hidden Leaf Village." "Taijutsu shinobi? The strongest?" Lee Rock felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Having been unable to learn ninjutsu or genjutsu, he had devoted himself to mastering taijutsu in hopes of becoming a ninja. Encountering a practitioner of taijutsu was an opportunity he could not let slip by. With barely contained enthusiasm, he inquired, "So, your master's taijutsu must be extraordinarily formidable." Kanda Rokuro smiled with great satisfaction. "Of course, my master's mastery of physical techniques allows him to effortlessly outmatch other J-nin. I have learned a portion of his skills, and I am on the verge of becoming a CH-nin." Lee Rock's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed Kanda Rokuro's arm and urged, "Please, tell me more about your master. I am eager to understand if one can truly become a ninja solely through physical prowess." Kanda Rokuro gazed at Rock Lee in astonishment and inquired, "As long as one possesses chakra, one should be able to become a ninja, right? Why do you ask this? Do you lack chakra? How did you manage to enroll?" Upon hearing this, Rock Lee, feeling somewhat disheartened, kicked a small stone at his feet and replied, "I do possess chakra, but I am unable to utilize ninjutsu or genjutsu. I have no idea why." Kanda Rokuro hesitated for a moment before stating, "Well, you see, ninjas employ ninjutsu not merely for combat. If your physical prowess is sufficiently strong to overpower your opponents, then what does it matter whether you can perform ninjutsu? If you are powerful enough to defeat others, even if they can use ninjutsu, it won't matter if you cannot." Rock Lee nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "Indeed. You are Kanda Rokuro, right? You are truly my kindred spirit. I have made my decision. From this moment onward, you shall be my dear friend." Shinoda Rokuro chuckled inwardly. His greeting to Rock Lee was indeed for this purpose. As for his ultimate goal, it was, of course, the 8 gates of chakra. With a faint smile lingering in his heart, Shinoda Rokuro remarked, "You have yet to inform me of your school's graduation criteria." Rock Lee, coming back to his senses, looked at Shinoda Rokuro and replied, "To graduate from our school, one must possess the stamina to run 20 kilometers in a single attempt, in addition to mastering the body flicker technique." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but scoff. "Is it truly that simple? I expected it to be more challenging. Lilac gazed at Kandarokuro in astonishment. What? Can you actually accomplish all of this? Kandarokuro cast a glance at Rock Lee, forming hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a cloud of smoke erupted. Kandarokuro's doppelganger appeared before Lilac, leaving him utterly astonished. He murmured, "You are even younger than I am, yet already so formidable? Truly impressive." Kandarokuro retracted his doppelganger and turned to leave. He had initially intended to assess the high standards of the Ninja Academy, but finding it to be so mediocre, he felt utterly disenchanted. Upon witnessing Kandarokuro's departure, Rock Lee hurriedly inquired, "Kandarokuro, are you heading home?" Kandarokuro, without a backward glance, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Indeed, I shall return home to continue my training. The instruction at the Ninja Academy is inadequate. Self-cultivation is far superior." Lilac stood in a daze, watching as Kandarokuro faded into the distance. Chapter 23, targeted in the Hokage building. Within the confines of his office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe while gazing intently at the crystal ball before him. Within its depths lay the image of Kandarokuro, who was seen returning to the inn and subsequently entering an underground base, after which his figure vanished from the crystal ball. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Addressing a masked ninja beside him, "What do you make of this young lad? He is a recent acquisition of Danzo, a prodigy in taijutsu." The masked ninja replied calmly, "Indeed, he is a genius. At such a tender age, he has already mastered the Black Luo's violent body flow taijutsu, and his aptitude for ninjutsu is commendable. He may well surpass Black Luo in the future." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, stating, "You know, that is not the inquiry I posed." The masked ninja fell silent. After a considerable pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Very well, I shall not press you further. It seems this young man possesses a keen interest in the Ninja Academy. Please speak with Danzo and suggest that he enroll there." After a moment of contemplation, the masked ninja cautioned, "Hokage-sama, I believe he is on the verge of reaching Chunin strength. Attending the Ninja Academy may not be suitable for him. And I foresee difficulties in persuading Elder Danzo as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen was, of course, well aware of this. Kandarokuro's prowess has already reached the level of a Chunin. The only reason he allowed Kandarokuro to enter the Ninja Academy was to forge a bond. He cast a glance at the masked ninja, puffing on his pipe, and remarked, "Do not feign ignorance with me. You have no desire to involve yourself in our affairs, and I have never compelled you to participate, have I? Simply follow my instructions, and just inform me of how Danzo responds." The masked ninja, silent in his words, nodded and vanished into a wisp of smoke. Once the masked ninja departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, staring vacantly at Konoha. The Third Great Ninja War had just concluded, and the current state of the Hidden Leaf Village was anything but tranquil. When encountering a talented ninja, he naturally wished to nurture their potential, ensuring they took root in Konoha. However, if Kandarokuro were of lesser talent, destined to remain a mere Chunin, he would not invest such effort. Yet, Kandarokuro's exceptional aptitude promised that, barring any unforeseen demise, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Jonin. A Jonin possesses the strength equivalent to that of 1,000 Genin or 100 Chunins. Thus, he sought to win Kandarokuro's loyalty. In the underground base, upon returning home, Kandarokuro commenced his training. He paid little mind to the events of the day. As for whether he was being followed or surveilled, he was not naive. He certainly understood that he would be under watch. Thus, he refrained from engaging in any activities that might arouse suspicion. Conversing with Rock Lee, for instance, would not raise any eyebrows, as the current Lee was merely a straggler who would foresee his future strength, while Kandarokuro diligently honed his skills. In the office of Danzo, the masked ninja who had just spoken with Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived and bowed respectfully, stating, "Master Danzo, the Hokage has sent me to inform you that he wishes for the student of Konoha, Kandarokuro, to attend the Ninja Academy." Upon hearing this, Danzo let out a cold snort. That scoundrel Hiruzen, once again attempting to poach from me. The masked ninja remained silent. Calming himself, Danzo glanced at the masked figure and said, "Return to Hiruzen and tell him that Kandarokuro has been cultivated by my root and shall not be so easily relinquished." The masked ninja understood instantly. Danzo's implication was clear. If Hiruzen desired Kandarokuro, he would need to offer a suitable price in return. The masked ninja nodded, "Master Danzo, I shall return to inform the Hokage." Danzo waved him off. "You may leave." Once the masked ninja departed, Danzo promptly summoned a root ninja, inquiring, "Relate to me all of Kandarokuro's activities in Konoha today, leaving nothing unmentioned." The root ninja immediately responded, "Master Danzo, Kanda Kuro merely wandered around Konoha today without any significant incidents. In the afternoon, he lingered by the entrance of the Ninja Academy, and when the students were dismissed, he exchanged a few words with the child. Danzo frowned. If there were no unusual circumstances, Hiruzen would not have dispatched someone specifically to request a student. He pondered and asked, "Is the child he spoke to from a prominent family?" The root ninja shook his head. "No, he is just an ordinary child, and reportedly, he is the weakest in the academy, unable to perform ninjutsu or genjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu." Danzo shook his head repeatedly. A child incapable of performing ninjutsu or genjutsu hardly qualified as a ninja. It appeared that Hiruzen would not place any significance on Kanda Kuro due to that child. However, what could the reason be? Danzo's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table before he halted, scrutinizing the root ninja intently. "Think carefully. Is there any detail you might have overlooked?" The root ninja hesitated. He lowered his head, deep in thought for quite some time. Finally, cautiously, he looked at Danzo and said, "Master Danzo, the most peculiar thing I observed was that Kanda Kuro used the shadow clone technique in front of that child." Shadow clone technique? Danzo's eyes brightened. Kanda Kuro's profile did not indicate that he possessed such a skill. It seemed that the young lad's talent in ninjutsu was rather impressive. Merely executing a single shadow clone technique had caught Hiruzen's attention, suggesting its execution was flawless. Realizing this, Danzo commanded, "Go, bring Kanda Kuro to me." The root ninja nodded and hurriedly dashed out to find Kanda Kuro. Chapter 24, Danzo's Favor While Training. Kanda Kuro was brought into Danzo's office by the root ninja. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Kanda Kuro's face and noticing his sweat-soaked attire, Danzo coughed lightly and inquired, "Were you training just now? Why are you still at it this late?" Kanda Kuro finally regained his composure, looking at Danzo and nodding. "Indeed, I did not train during the day. I must make up for it at night, lest my training progress be impeded." Danzo was exceedingly pleased. "Excellent, excellent. Truly a commendable child, your dedication to training is admirable." With that, he turned to the root ninja who had brought Kanda Kuro. "Install an air conditioning unit in his training room, and ensure that someone delivers meals to him daily." The root ninja promptly nodded. "Yes, Lord Danzo." Upon hearing this, Kanda Kuro exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. I will be able to train for a longer period from now on." Danzo, feeling even more pleased with Kanda Kuro, smiled and remarked, "I heard that today at the Ninja Academy, you utilized the shadow clone technique. When did you master that skill?" Kanda Kuro cast a glance at Danzo and remarked, "This technique? I mastered my master's brutal arts during my time at the orphanage. Since my master has not returned, I practiced the three bodies technique that instructor Gambin taught me, and now I dedicate some time to training each day." "Did you truly learn it while at the orphanage?" "Quite impressive." Danzo nodded and said, "Demonstrate it for me here. If you execute it well, I shall reward you." Kanda Kuro exclaimed with great joy, "Is that true?" To which Danzo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you may request whatever you desire." Kanda Kuro exhibited no modesty in front of Danzo. He demonstrated the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. His proficiency in the level 2-3 bodies technique was exemplary, prompting Danzo to nod in approval. Generally, Danzo did not pay much attention to physical ninjas. However, a ninja with formidable physical prowess and commendable ninjutsu talent warranted some consideration. Once Kanda Kuro completed his 3 ninjutsu techniques, Danzo elevated his assessment of Kanda's rank by 2 levels, intending to nurture his potential. Thus, he stated, "Excellent work. You have displayed commendable skill. It appears you have reached the level of a chunin. I shall present you with a ninjutsu scroll, as you possess earth and water affinities. Let me arrange for a scroll of your desired attribute." Kanda Kuro felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Ever since he mastered the body technique of the violent flow, he realized that he would not be easily sacrificed. Although Danzo did not place much value on physical techniques, he would not allow a future jonin to perish so casually. Therefore, he intended to reveal some of his ninjutsu talent in exchange for resources. At the entrance of the ninja school, he employed the shadow clone technique, aiming to demonstrate that his ninjutsu skills were commendable, thus garnering greater respect from others. It seems that the plan was successful. After witnessing Kuro's use of the 3-body technique, Danzo appeared to regard him with more favor. In the future, playfully teasing Danzo and completing missions should pose little difficulty. Bursting with enthusiasm, Kanda Kuro eagerly exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, I wish to learn. Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Danzo shook his head, stating, "You are still too young. It would be more beneficial for you to specialize in one area to fully realize your potential. By training in the violent flow technique and studying earth-style ninjutsu, you can swiftly enhance your combat prowess. I shall gift you an Earth-style scroll. Kanda Rokuro expressed his disappointment, murmuring, very well, but if I master all of this. Will you, Lord Danzo, also teach me water-style ninjutsu? Danzo revealed a faint smile, replying, if you manage to learn those techniques within a year. Not only will I grant you water-style ninjutsu, but I shall also bestow upon you an A-rank ninjutsu. What do you think of that? A-rank ninjutsu? Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he stood at attention, declaring, rest assured, Lord Danzo, I shall train diligently. Danzo nodded in approval. Excellent. Now, you may return to rest. The ninjutsu scroll will be delivered tomorrow. Kanda Rokuro bowed and said, Lord Danz, I shall return to my training now. Very well. Danz nodded in agreement. Kanda Rokuro turned to leave. As he reached the door, Danzo suddenly spoke up. By the way, the third Hokage wishes for you to attend classes at the Ninja Academy. I wonder if you have any desire to go to the academy. Kanda Rokuro paused, casting a disdainful glance behind him. What is the point of this ninja school? It seems to me that everyone here is merely squandering their time. Running 20 kilometers and mastering the body flicker technique does not make one a true genin. What prospects could such individuals possibly have? I do not have time to engage with them. I must become a nin before my master returns. Danzo smiled in response. Indeed, you are correct. The ninja school is merely a playground for children. Return and dedicate yourself to your training. Kanda Rokuro nodded and turned to leave. Once he had distanced himself, he wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. That wretched Danzo, truly insidious. As he hastened away, the thought of attending the Ninja Academy crossed his mind. Were it not for his adult mindset, he would surely have hesitated, and at that moment, Danzo would likely suspect his desire to enroll in the academy, subsequently restricting his freedom and preventing him from wandering and exploring the village of Konoha. Chapter 25. Earth Release, C-Rank Ninjutsu in Danzo's office. He observed Kanda Rokuro as he walked away, lost in contemplation. He turned to the root ninja beside him and instructed, in the future, maintain a greater distance while monitoring him, allowing him ample freedom. However, I require bi-weekly reports on his training progress. Understood, the root ninja replied. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Danzo's eyes as he murmured to himself, a 5-year-old nin, displaying commendable talent in ninjutsu. It appears I have acquired a valuable tool. Blacker cannot afford to perish prematurely. He must mentor the boy, exposing him to the darker realities of the ninja world. After a moment of reflection, Danzo turned his gaze back to the root ninja and commanded, send someone to the orphanage where Kanda Rokuro resides. Investigate if there is anyone there with whom he is particularly familiar. If found, have them brought to headquarters for training. Yes, sir, the root ninja assented once more. Danzo then waved his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. Go now, and ensure that tomorrow. A copy of the C-Rank Earth Release Scrolls is delivered to Kanda Rokuro for his diligent practice. The root ninja bowed and departed. Danzo set aside thoughts of Kanda Rokuro to attend to other matters. While Kanda Rokuro may be a prodigy in this world, a genius cut short does not truly count as a genius. He could only offer some assistance, striving to prevent Kanda Rokuro from meeting an untimely end. Ultimately, Kanda Rokuro's growth depended on his own efforts. The following day, at Kanda Rokuro's residence, a group of individuals arrived to install an air conditioning unit in the training room. Additionally, a woman was assigned to prepare 3 meals daily for Kanda Rokuro in the home of Hikuro. Most significantly, they left behind a scroll containing earth-based ninjutsu techniques. Within this scroll were 5 C-Rank Earth Ninjutsu. 1. Earth Swamp Technique, softens the ground to ensnare enemies. 2. Earth Spear Technique, forms a spear from soil for long-range attacks against foes. 3. Earth Escape Technique, a technique that allows one to burrow into the earth. 4. Earth Wall Technique, creates a wall of earth to block enemy attacks. 5. Earth Armor Technique, forms a layer of earth armor around the body for concealment and defense. Upon receiving these 5 techniques, Kanda Rokuro felt a surge of excitement. However, he realized he lacked sufficient experience points to upgrade them at present. Moreover, he needed to refrain from learning too rapidly to avoid arousing suspicion in Danzo. He planned to practice these techniques after 6 months. For now, he would simply learn their locations. Should he encounter danger in the future, he could utilize his stored experience points to activate these ninjutsu for protection or offense. To elevate each of the 5 ninjutsu to level 2, 2,000 experience points were required. This was a modest sum for Kanda Rokuro, who had accumulated more than a mere handful of experience points. After dedicating half a day, he successfully added 5 new ninjutsu to his system. Earth Escape Technique Level 1. Experience points 0 2000. Earth Armor Technique Level 1. Experience points 0 2000. Earth Spear Technique Level 1. Experience points 0 2000. Earth Swamp Technique Level 1. Experience points 0 2000. Earth Wall Technique Level 1. Experience points 0 2000. Observing the experience points required for the enhancement of these 5 techniques, he began to comprehend the fundamental rules of the system. Based on his current understanding, the requirements for upgrading ninjutsu were as follows. D-rank ninjutsu, such as the body clone technique, requires 1000 experience points to progress from level 1 to level 2. C-rank ninjutsu, like the Earth Escape technique, demands 2000 experience points for the same advancement. B-rank ninjutsu, such as the violent technique, necessitates 4000 experience points for elevation from level 1 to level 2. A-rank ninjutsu, exemplified by the body flow ninjutsu, requires 10,000 experience points for the upgrade, regardless of the rank of the ninjutsu. The experience points needed for leveling up would double directly. This was the general situation. As for some special ninjutsu Kanda Rokuro had yet to encounter, he remained unconcerned, knowing he would learn of them in due course. In the following period, he intended to allocate his stored experience points to elevate the body flow ninjutsu to level 3 and to further increase the level of the body clone technique. He aimed to solidify his mastery over these 5 ninjutsu. In the underground base, Kanda Rokuro was engrossed in his training. Every 7 or 8 days, he would venture out to Konoha to alleviate his boredom. Under the protection of Danzo, he faced little trouble in the village, gradually becoming a familiar figure, known among the villagers as Kanda Rokuro. After nearly 20 days of rigorous training, during his 3rd visit to Konoha, he stumbled upon intriguing news. The village of Cloud in the Land of Lightning was preparing to send envoys to Konoha to negotiate a peace agreement, aiming to put an end to the small-scale skirmishes that had persisted after the Third Great Ninja War, allowing both sides to recuperate. The villagers of Konoha were rejoicing at the prospect of peace. No warfare meant no casualties, which delighted the common folk. Consequently, the majority of Konoha's residents were engaged in discussions about this development. Kanda Rokuro casually inquired and soon learned the specifics. The Hokage had already communicated to the entire village that on May 4th, the emissaries from the village of Cloud would arrive to formalize the agreement. As of now, it was April 19th, indicating that there were merely 2 weeks remaining until the envoy's arrival. Kanda Rokuro found little joy in wandering the streets. He returned to the underground base, contemplating how he might distinguish himself in this incident, ensuring that the upper echelons of Konoha were aware of his presence. In Chapter 26, the negotiations with the ninjas from the Cloud Village were led by at least Special Jonin. Extracting Hinata Hyuga from their grasp would be no simple task. His current strength was somewhat lacking. Confrontation in a direct manner would not suffice. He needed to devise a strategy to make others deal with the opponent, such as the root ninjas who were tasked with tracking him, or perhaps the potential presence of the 3rd Hokage's Umbu lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, he was determined to be capable of withstanding the enemy's assault before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own abilities. Presently, he possessed 13,400 experience points. After careful consideration, he decided to expend 6,000 points to elevate his body replacement technique to level 3. Subsequently, he invested 4,000 points to raise the same technique to level 4. After these expenditures, he had 3,400 experience points remaining, with half a month until the Cloud Village's forces arrived. He estimated he could accumulate another 7,500 points, allowing him to elevate both the Shadow Clone technique and Transformation technique to level 4 as well. Although basic ninjutsu may not be overwhelmingly powerful, when utilized effectively, it could serve as a life-saving skill. Particularly, upgrading the body replacement technique to level 4 intensified his confidence. At level 1, he could perform the technique, albeit inconsistently. At level 2, he had reached a beginner's proficiency, achieving a 100 success rate under prepared circumstances. At level 3, the technique stabilized, allowing for flawless execution even when unprepared, and at level 4, he attained mastery, enabling rapid deployment of the technique under any conditions, even while simultaneously performing other ninjutsu. As for level 5, he had yet to experience it and remained unaware of its implications. Having tested the Shadow Clone technique, Transformation technique, and body replacement technique, he noted similarities in their progression. This indicated that the levels of ninjutsu from 1 to 4 corresponded to the learning stage, beginner stage, stabilization stage, and mastery stage, respectively. With this understanding of the leveling system, Kanda Rokuro began to entertain new ideas. He planned to save his experience points for the next occasion, aiming to continuously upgrade one aspect of the body replacement technique, eager to discover whether there existed an upper limit to ninjutsu levels. If such a limit were indeed present, It would be quite disheartening. He fervently hoped there was none, for this would allow him to transform ordinary ninjutsu into a divine skill, thereby enhancing his capabilities. Kandaro Kuro commenced his training. The recently enhanced abilities required diligent practice, ensuring a seamless integration with the three-body technique when employing the violent body flow ninjutsu. He is on the brink of facing a life-and-death battle. Kandaro Kuro became exceptionally earnest. He secluded himself in the training room every day, reluctant to venture outside. He trained relentlessly, honing his skills to perfection. However, after 7 days of rigorous practice, he decided to take a stroll in Konoha village. Typically, he would take a break every 7 or 8 days. Failing to do so would raise suspicions during his covert operations in the Cloud Village. On the 10th day of his training, his shadow clone technique and transformation technique reached level 4. The remaining experience points were to be reserved for restoring his physical strength and chakra. 5 days passed swiftly. On the day the envoy from the Cloud Village entered, Kandaro Kuro set out for Konoha. This time, he had devised a perfect excuse. Should Danzo or the Hokage inquire, he would simply state that he wished to observe the ninjas from the Cloud Village. As he had not seen them clearly during the day and wanted to follow them at night, this alibi was impeccable. He was confident that no one would suspect the curiosity of a mere child. With the excuse in place, he proceeded according to his plan. Upon arriving in Konoha, he made his way to the village gates, where others were also gathered in anticipation of the Cloud Village's arrival. After waiting for a while, he spotted Rock Lee rushing over to join the excitement. He approached Lee from behind and playfully tugged at him, saying, "Hey, Lee, it's been a while. Hasn't he it?" Seeing Kandaro Kuro brought joy to Rock Lee, who considered him a kindred spirit. After all, Rokuro was one of the few who did not disdain Lee for his exclusive focus on taijutsu. "Rokuro, you're here. Why haven't you been at school lately? I've been waiting a bit longer after class each night, hoping to see you and chat." Listening to Lee's enthusiastic words, Kandaro Kuro smiled and replied, "I have no interest in the Ninja Academy, so I've been rather lazy about attending. If you wish to talk, just find me at a Chiraka Ramen on Monday or Tuesday evenings." "Got it. I'll remember that," Rock Lee responded, glancing around the crowd and inquiring, "Are you here to see how the taijutsu of the Cloud Village ninjas measures up?" Kandaro Kuro gazed outside the village, shaking his head. "No. I have little interest in the physical techniques of the Cloud Hidden Village. I merely wish to observe the prowess of their ninjas. If the opportunity arises, I would like to challenge them." Upon hearing this, Rock Lee gave Kandaro Kuro a thumbs up. "I truly admire you, Rokuro. I have never contemplated such an idea. It seems my courage is lacking. I must learn from you in the future to ensure I possess ample confidence." Kandaro Kuro chuckled lightly and retorted to Rock Lee, "Do you not have classes today?" Rock Lee shook his head and replied, "No, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village is coming, and the school has announced a 3-day break." "Oh, now it makes sense. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also concerned that the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village might stir up trouble during the negotiations. By granting the ninja school's students a vacation, they ensure that they will not be caught up in any turmoil. Furthermore, these children will be under the protection of their respective families, thus minimizing the risk of encountering danger." Chapter 27. Encounter with Naruto Uzumaki. After a moment of contemplation, as Kandaro Kuro regained consciousness, he looked at Lee Luaka and remarked, "I have heard that the people of the Hidden Cloud Village excel in physical techniques. Did you come here to witness their prowess?" Lee Luaka, filled with enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed. After your previous comments, I realized that even specializing solely in physical techniques holds great promise. Consequently, I have been training with even greater diligence. Moreover, I have learned that the fourth Raikage is a master of physical techniques, which further fuels my desire to observe whether the practitioners from the Hidden Cloud Village possess similar abilities." Kandaro Kuro rolled his eyes. The fourth Raikage mastered the lightning release body technique. While Lee Rock's chakra was likely of an attribute-less nature, there was no comparison between the two. The ambition to learn the Raikage's martial arts was utterly futile. However, acquiring his brutal body technique was far more suitable. Yet, the after effects of the brutal body technique were not significantly less perilous than the 8 gates. Excessive use of the brutal body technique would lead to a swift demise. While the 8th gate resulted in immediate death, one is a slow death, the other a sudden end. Both ultimately lead to the same conclusion. He inwardly scoffed at the thought. Kandaro Kuro gently patted Lee Locke's shoulder and said, "All right, let us take a closer look together." "Sure," Lee Locke replied enthusiastically. The two were engaged in conversation when, suddenly, Kandaro Kuro's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. "Goodness, is that not Naruto Uzumaki? He too has come to join the commotion." Recently, every time Kanda Rokuro visited Konoha, he would frequent the Ichiraka ramen shop with the hope of encountering Naruto Uzumaki. Alas, he had never crossed paths with him. However, to his surprise, today he found himself face to face with Naruto. Yet, approaching him to strike up a conversation felt somewhat contrived. He needed to devise a subtle strategy that would allow him to engage Naruto in casual dialogue without raising suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Kanda Rokuro deliberately glanced around, feigning curiosity as he observed his surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Uzumaki Naruto, and he inquired of Rock Lee, "Hey, little Lee, what is the story with that child over there? It seems that wherever he goes, people intentionally avoid him. Could he possibly be a troublesome child?" Rock Lee turned his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto and pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, it seems I have seen him somewhere before." After a brief contemplation, he slapped his thigh, recalling, "Indeed, that child sometimes stands at the entrance of the ninja school to watch us come and go. However, it appears that the adults make a concerted effort to steer clear of him, and they certainly do not permit their children to engage with him." Kanda Rokuro listened, increasingly perplexed as he scrutinized Uzumaki Naruto. "He hardly appears to be a villain," he mused. "Such a small fellow surely possesses no destructive power." Lee Rock shook his head in response. "I cannot say for certain. However, the adults have advised against associating with him. Perhaps it is due to the fear of trouble stemming from his family as elders." "Ah, such an explanation. It seems a reasonable conjecture, indeed." Kanda Rokuro nodded, remarking, "It appears to be so. He is indeed a pitiable fellow." Lee Rock also nodded, glancing towards the entrance as he said, "Let us not dwell on him any longer. The people from Union Village are scheduled to arrive at 8:30, and we have merely a few minutes left. We mustn't let this opportunity slip by." Kanda Rokuro nodded slightly, no longer gazing at Uzumaki Naruto. However, within his heart, a faint smile lingered. Moments ago, he had deliberately directed his attention towards Uzumaki Naruto, speaking in a voice that was notably loud. This had undoubtedly captured Naruto's attention, and now the latter was peering in his direction. All that remained was for Uzumaki Naruto to approach him on his own accord. He could not make the first move, as that would seem overly intentional. Uzumaki Naruto felt a deep sense of solitude, as others were generally reluctant to engage with him. Now, encountering two children whose gazes were entirely ordinary, unlike the disdainful looks from adults, stirred something within him. After a moment of hesitation, he gradually made his way towards Kanda Rokuro and Rock Lee, hoping to forge a friendship. It took him 5 minutes to slowly position himself behind Kanda Rokuro and Rock Lee. Finally, taking a deep breath, he approached them with a cheerful smile and inquired, "Hey, what are your names?" Uzumaki Naruto had arrived. Kanda Rokuro felt a sense of satisfaction within. However, he maintained a facade of calmness and cast a fleeting glance at Naruto Uzumaki, inquiring, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Naruto Uzumaki was overjoyed. At the very least, the child before him had not chosen to depart and had responded to his words. With a hint of excitement, Naruto exclaimed, "I noticed you all here. Are you here to witness the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village?" Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Naruto and remarked, "Are you a fool? I am not here to observe the Cloud-Hidden Ninja, but rather to witness you. Please do not obstruct us any further. The people from the Cloud-Hidden Village are approaching." Uzumaki Naruto chuckled foolishly, saying, hee hee, "May I join you in watching?" Kanda Rokuro turned his head towards the entrance and remarked, "Do as you wish. I hardly have the time to concern myself with your matters." Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Although Kanda Rokuro's demeanor towards him was less than cordial, at the very least, he had not dismissed him outright. Thus, an opportunity had presented itself. With more interaction in the future, they could become good friends. Chapter 28. The Hidden Cloud Messenger. Having already established an acquaintance with Uzumaki Naruto, there was no need for excessive enthusiasm at this juncture. They could gradually converse in due time. Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment, then resumed his watch at the entrance, as if Naruto Uzumaki were not by his side, striving to avoid drawing attention from others. As for Rock Lee, his focus lay solely on taijutsu, showing little concern for anything else. When Naruto approached, Lee did not even glance his way, thus there was no question of any prejudice against him. The three stood near the grand entrance, each harboring their own thoughts. Rock Lee eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Hidden Cloud Ninja, while Naruto felt a surge of excitement, looking forward to making two new friends, having long since dismissed any interest in the Hidden Cloud Ninja themselves. Kanda Rokuro, a mind brimming with schemes, He is contemplating how to become acquainted with Uzumaki Naruto while also devising plans to stealthily follow the hidden cloud ninja under the cover of night. After a brief pause, the crowd began to stir. Kanda Rokuro was aware that the people from the hidden cloud village had arrived, so he turned his attention to the entrance. Indeed, they had come. A dozen or so ninjas, adorned with the emblem of the hidden cloud, were approaching the gate. Lee Rock glanced at them and exclaimed excitedly, "Rokuro, did you see that? Those ninjas from the hidden cloud village appear to be quite formidable. Could it be that they all practice physical techniques?" Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro scoffed, "What use is having large muscles? I can easily defeat them even without any. Today, I shall accompany them and seize the opportunity to challenge them." Lee Rock chuckled and replied, "I wouldn't dare, but I can certainly cheer you on." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Lee Luaka and shook his head, saying, "Never mind, your presence would only be a hindrance. I have matters to attend to shortly, so please refrain from interfering." Lee Luaka's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Hey, Rokuro, what are you planning? You don't intend to launch a surprise attack on the ninjas of the hidden cloud village, do you? That would surely incur the wrath of the Hokage." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Rock Lee and said, "I am not a fool. How could I possibly do such a thing? Just wait and see. I will not bring trouble to Konoha. Rock Lee appeared somewhat hesitant. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing that Rokuro's child was clearly up to something. How thrilling. The ninjas from the hidden cloud village exchanged a few words with the ninjas welcoming them at the entrance of Konoha. Subsequently, they all proceeded towards the Hokage building. While the onlookers either chose to follow out of curiosity about the hidden cloud or returned home if they were uninterested, Kanda Rokuro and his companions were undeniably intrigued as they trailed behind the group, making their way to the Hokage building. Upon reaching the entrance, Kanda Rokuro encountered a familiar face, Mito Gate-in, an elder from the Hidden Leaf Village, who stood at the entrance, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the delegates from the Hidden Cloud Village. Just as Kanda Rokuro had anticipated, Mito Gate-in welcomed the entourage from the Hidden Cloud Village, ushering them into the Hokage building. The Hokage building was heavily guarded, rendering entry impossible for outsiders. Those who had come merely to observe began to disperse upon witnessing the Hidden Cloud Village representatives enter. Only Kanda Rokuro and his two friends remained at the entrance. The gatekeeper ninja, evidently recognizing the trio, stepped forward and addressed them, saying, "Kanda Rokuro, Rock Lee, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Hurry back." Following this admonition, he cast a disdainful glance at Uzumaki Naruto, adding, "And you, Uzumaki Naruto, you should return as well." Naruto clenched his fists, his expression brimming with indignation. He had done nothing wrong. Why was he being singled out? As Naruto simmered with anger, Kanda Rokuro, observing the nin-clad ninja before him, expressed his discontent, declaring, "What right do you have to dictate my actions? I'll have you know that I will be a nin next month, and I need not heed your counsel." The gatekeeper turned to Kanda Rokuro and burst into laughter, responding, all right, I concede that I have no authority over you. However, you should promptly escort your friends back. Otherwise, the Hokage might become displeased." The ordinary ninjas, aware of the village's talented individuals, naturally displayed a more amiable demeanor towards them. As a prodigious ninja, Kanda Rokuro's antics were often tolerated. Moreover, the gatekeeper was well aware that the third Hokage held Kanda Rokuro in high regard, thus warranting a more respectful attitude towards the young lad. Noticing the gatekeeper's smile, Kanda Rokuro nodded in satisfaction and leaned closer, quietly inquiring, "Excuse me. Are there any nin among the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village?" The gatekeeper glanced at Kanda Rokuro with curiosity and asked, "What do you wish to know that for?" Kanda Rokuro puffed out his chest confidently, proclaiming, "Of course I will challenge him. If I defeat him, Lord Danzo will surely promote me to Chunin, and then I will be on par with you. Let us see if you dare to control me then." "Nonsense," the gatekeeper exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he patted Kanda Rokuro's head. "The envoy from the Cloud Hidden Village has come to sign a peace treaty, not to engage in combat. This matter will undoubtedly be prohibited by Lord Hokage, and Elder Danzo will not allow it either. You ought to return immediately." Kanda Rokuro, visibly displeased, swatted away the guard's hand. "Do not touch my head. We are equals," he asserted. "You shall see. I will undoubtedly find an opportunity to challenge them." With that, he let out a disdainful huff and turned to leave. Lee Rock and Uzumaki Naruto followed suit, departing alongside him. The guard watched as Kanda Rokuro walked away, shaking his head in disapproval. He paid no heed to Kanda's words. The emissaries from the Hidden Cloud Village had designated areas for their reception, heavily guarded by numerous leaf ninjas, rendering Kanda's challenge utterly futile. Chapter 29. Becoming Naruto's leader. Brother Rokuro, you were incredibly brave just now. After the trio had distanced themselves from the Hokage building, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly praised Kanda Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with a furrowed brow and demanded, "Youngster, who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto promptly introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man destined to become Hokage." Kanda Rokuro was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head and declaring, "So you are a fool. I shall not associate with fools. Please leave at once." Naruto Uzumaki's expression stiffened, and with an awkward smile, he replied, "What do you mean I resemble a fool?" Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. "You wish to become Hokage the moment you open your mouth. Isn't that the height of foolishness? Do you think the position of Hokage is as simple as choosing a cabbage? Anyone can assume such a role." Uzumaki Naruto, somewhat displeased, retorted, "This is my dream, and I shall strive towards it. How can that be foolish? Do you perhaps look down upon the position of Hokage?" Kanda Rokuro curled his lip disdainfully and remarked, "Dreams must be grounded in reality. At present, you can't even be considered a ninja. So what is the point of aspiring to be Hokage? You should set your sights more modestly, perhaps on becoming a chunin. If you exert yourself, that might be within your reach. But aiming for Hokage? I fear that ambition will remain perpetually unattainable for you." Naruto Uzumaki was left speechless. What was wrong with having dreams? The audacity of Kanda Rokuro, suggesting that merely becoming a chunin was a significant achievement, felt like a profound insult. Were it not for the fact that Kanda didn't harbor any animosity towards him, he would have turned and walked away in frustration. Suppressing his annoyance, Naruto retorted defiantly, "I am determined to become Hokage, so just wait and see." Kanda Rokuro smirked, "If you can become Hokage, I shall be your subordinate from now on." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's a promise." Kanda Rokuro cast a disdainful glance at Uzumaki Naruto and remarked, "Fool, do you truly wish to be my superior? I shall soon ascend to the rank of chunin. If you aspire to lead me, you may as well wait a century." Uzumaki Naruto, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, swiftly replied, "Then let me be your underling for now. Once I become Hokage, you can serve as my subordinate." What do you think of that arrangement? Astounding. It appears that Uzumaki Naruto possesses a modicum of wisdom. To seek companionship, he devised such a clever plan. Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but reflect internally, observing Uzumaki Naruto with a disdainful smirk. "I do not desire a foolish little brother." Uzumaki Naruto immediately retorted, "I am not foolish. I am quite capable and can assist you with anything." Kanda Rokuro was about to decline, but hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Uzumaki Naruto before saying, "Very well. If you wish to be my junior, you must first assist me in completing a task." Uzumaki Naruto, filled with excitement, pounded his chest and exclaimed, "Big brother Rokuro, just command me, and I shall obey." Kanda Rokuro gazed at the distant Hokage building, resolute in his determination. "Today, I must confront the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. Since you two are my subordinates, keep an eye on them for me. If they stray from their group, inform me promptly, for I shall challenge them." Lee Rock, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. He turned to Kanda Rokuro and said, "Hey, Rokuro, I am half a year older than you. When did you become my elder brother?" Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Lee Rock, saying, "What is this? Do you wish to challenge my elder brother's authority? If you're thinking of the boss, perhaps you should wait until you can defeat me first." Lee Rock's expression froze. Defeating Kanda Rokuro? How could that ever be possible? Kanda Rokuro is indeed peculiar, possessing astonishing strength. Lee Rock fell silent as Uzumaki Naruto approached and remarked, "Big brother, while I can certainly keep an eye on them for you, do you genuinely believe you can triumph over a chunin? After all, you are still just a child." Kanda Rokuro cast a sharp glare at Uzumaki Naruto, asserting, "Do you dare to question my strength? Focus on your own tasks. Should they emerge and you fail to notice, you will no longer be my subordinate. Now, let us split up and keep watch over the Hokage building." Uzumaki Naruto pouted in reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, Rock Lee sighed in exasperation, exclaiming, "I still have training to attend to today. Isn't this a waste of my time?" Kanda Rokuro delivered a light tap on Lee Rock's head, stating, "Training pales in comparison to the importance of handling matters effectively. Once you have accomplished this, I shall impart to you the secrets of my physical training." Lee Rock's eyes sparkled with excitement. He holds a profound admiration for Kanda Rokuro's martial arts. To acquire Kanda Rokuro's techniques would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. At this moment, he ceased his complaints and readily agreed, stating, "Very well, I shall rest today and assist you." Thus, the matter was settled. Kanda Rokuro expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "All right, Let us commence our actions. Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee sprang into motion. Meanwhile, Kanda Rokuro made his way to a spot not far from the Hokage building. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the Hokage building noticed Kanda Rokuro and observed him gazing at the structure from a distance. They merely exchanged faint smiles, showing no particular concern. Time flowed slowly, and before long, noon arrived. At that moment, the envoys from the hidden Cloud Village finally emerged. They were escorted by the Leaf Village ninjas to a nearby inn for their accommodation. Kanda Rokuro followed them from a distance, ultimately standing not far from the entrance of the inn. Chapter 30. The thoughts of two individuals on the identity of Naruto Uzumaki. This is of utmost significance. Kanda Rokuro's interaction with Uzumaki Naruto must be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been engaged in negotiations with the envoy from the hidden Cloud Village for half the day, and the Umbu members refrained from disturbing him, opting to wait until the discussions concluded. As soon as the negotiations came to an end, an Umbu ninja promptly appeared and whispered to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the encounter between Uzumaki Naruto and Kanda Rokuro, which caused a slight furrow in his brow. He contemplated whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Danzo. After a moment of thought, he turned to the Umbu ninja and inquired, "Do you perceive any anomalies or underlying issues concerning Kanda Rokuro's proximity to Uzumaki Naruto?" The Umbu ninja shook his head, responding, "Lord Hokage, I believe there is no cause for concern. It was not Kanda Rokuro who sought out Uzumaki Naruto. They fortuitously crossed paths while waiting for the envoy from the hidden Cloud Village, and it was indeed Uzumaki Naruto who approached Kanda Rokuro." The term fortuitously piqued Sarutobi Hiruzen's skepticism. After a moment's reflection, he instructed, "Please recount every detail of the event, leaving nothing out." The Umbu ninja nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon concluding, Sarutobi Hiruzen found no apparent issues, which brought him a measure of relief. It seems Kanda Rokuro's encounter with Naruto Uzumaki is unlikely to have been orchestrated by Danzo. Doubts are set aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the Umbu ninja, saying, "Are you implying that Kanda Rokuro, that young rascal, intends to challenge the ninja of the hidden Cloud Village and is currently lurking near the inn, watching them?" The Umbu ninja chuckled softly. "Indeed, he claims he wishes to defeat the Nin of the hidden cloud to prove his worth to Elder Danzo. However, this endeavor is nearly impossible. I have already stationed individuals to monitor Kanda Rokuro and his companions, ensuring they do not encounter any ninja from the hidden cloud." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "I'm not concerned about that. I wish to inquire whether you believe he possesses the strength to defeat the Nin of the hidden cloud." The Umbu ninja fell silent for a moment before replying. "Based on the intelligence available, it appears quite challenging. However, that information is over a month old and may no longer be accurate. Given his confidence in challenging the Nin, he may have significantly improved his abilities." A glint of interest flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. "Is that so? It seems Danzo has indeed discovered a remarkable talent. Once the people of the hidden cloud have departed, you should meet with Danzo again to discuss Kanda Rokuro's admission into the Ninja Academy." The Umbu ninja acquiesced. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, gazing outside. At long last, peace has arrived. Yet, the crisis facing Konoha persists constantly. It is imperative to cultivate a new generation of ninjas during this period of tranquility, ensuring Konoha remains at the forefront among the 5 great shinobi villages. The Umbu ninja observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, remaining silent. The two stood quietly until Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his senses, instructing the Umbu ninja to attend to his duties before he departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept a watchful eye on Naruto Uzumaki, as did Shimura Danzo. Kanda Rokuro found himself intertwined with Uzumaki Naruto, even becoming the elder brother of Naruto, which struck Danzo as rather peculiar. He indeed wished to dispatch someone to surveil Naruto. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen consistently opposed the notion. Unexpectedly, Kanda Rokuro found himself mingling with Uzumaki Naruto. This turn of events was a delightful surprise for him, yet he harbored concerns regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, suspecting that the old man was orchestrating the situation deliberately. Thus, he refrained from sending someone to retrieve Kanda Rokuro and instead dispatched an individual to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen, elucidating the circumstances at hand. At such a pivotal moment, Danzo was reluctant to sever ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, he decided to gauge the Hokage's stance on the matter. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen remain silent, Danzo would consider the affair concluded, feigning ignorance. Conversely, if the Hokage expressed discontent, he would issue a warning to Kanda Rokuro to avoid any interaction with Uzumaki Naruto. After an hour, Danzo's envoy returned, and upon arrival, Danzo inquired, "What is the Hokage's perspective on this matter?" The root ninja hesitated before responding. The Hokage did not express any particular sentiments. He merely inquired whether you would permit Kanda Rokuro to attend the Ninja Academy during the new student enrollment in June. In an instant, Danzo comprehended the implication. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indicating that he bore no responsibility for the interaction. He understood that their meeting was not a consequence of Danzo's deliberate machinations. Contemplating this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and, after a prolonged silence, stated, "Convey to the Hokage that I acquiesce to this arrangement. However, I desire a sample of the Senju clan cells for research purposes." Understood. The root ninja acknowledged, then inquired, "What about the arrangements for Kanda Rokuro?" Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the root ninja and replied, "Let it be as if nothing occurred. Do not inform him about the school. When June arrives, simply arrange for him to attend." The root ninja hesitated momentarily. "Lord Danzo, I believe he may not be interested in school. He seems more inclined to challenge for the Chunin exams, and there may be little for him to learn there." Danzo regarded the root ninja sternly, asserting, "As the leader of Root, my commands must be obeyed." The root ninja fell silent, then turned to pay his respects before departing. Chapter 31. A punch weighing 800 gene outside the inn where the cloud-hidden village was situated. Kanda Rokuro waited restlessly, executing a series of jabs. He was well aware of the suspicions surrounding him from both the Hokage and Danzo, yet he remained largely untroubled. What did concern him, however, was the event expected to unfold that very night. Despite the presence of Root and the Umbu shadowing him, he approached the matter of his own life with utmost caution. As time drifted by, the envoy from the hidden cloud village had yet to make an appearance even as night descended. With darkness enveloping the surroundings, Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki could no longer contain their impatience. They hurried to Kanda Rokuro, exclaiming, "Brother, it's already dark. I doubt they will show up now. Perhaps we should return and rest? You can always seek out a Chunin challenge later at Konoha." The words came from none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at him and said, "You may return if you wish, but I shall not. I practice until the early hours each day, and I shall remain here a while longer." Uzumaki Naruto was merely 4.5 years old, while Rock Lee had just surpassed 6. Though they possessed determination, it could not compare to that of Kanda Rokuro. After a moment of hesitation, the two bid farewell to Kanda and headed home to rest, while he continued to stay behind. He trained in physical techniques while keeping a vigilant eye on the inn. In truth, Kanda Rokuro was uncertain about when the ninjas from the hidden cloud village would emerge to capture Hinata. However, he was certain it would not be during the early night, as the ninjas were still relatively alert at that time. It was only in the latter part of the night that they would be prone to making mistakes and creating opportunities. As time passed slowly, the early hours soon approached. Upon the refresh of his daily tasks, he resolved to complete them before anything else. His speed in accomplishing these daily training tasks was remarkably swift, typically finishing in about 40 minutes. Yet today, in an effort to prolong the time, he took a more leisurely pace. After completing 1,000 push-ups, an hour and a half had elapsed. He glanced at the brightly lit inn, sighed, and turned to leave. However, he did not return to the underground base. Instead, he wandered through the village, feigning disappointment and reluctance to return home. Occasionally, he would kick at the wall, releasing some of the pent-up frustration within him. His disguise was flawless. The root ninjas following him observed from a distance, silently ridiculing him. As he continued to roam, he arrived near the residence of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan maintained a separate dwelling within Konoha, separated from the village by a small forest. Within this forest lay a singular path, the only route for the Hyuga clan to enter and exit Konoha. Upon reaching the entrance of this path, Kanda Rokuro felt fatigued and chose to sit beneath a tree, pretending to doze off. It was nearly 3 in the morning, the time when humans feel their most drowsy and their concentration wanes. If the ninjas from the hidden cloud village were to act, they would undoubtedly seize this moment. Feigning sleep, Kanda Rokuro silently prayed not to wait too long. His prayer seemed to bear fruit. After resting with his eyes closed for about half an hour, he sensed someone approaching at great speed. He opened his eyes, curious about the direction of the Hyuga clan. The speed of ninjas was indeed remarkable. Within 5 or 6 seconds of hearing the sound, the figure appeared. Dressed in black clothing and masked, it was evident they were not a conventional ninja. Kanda Rokuro rose abruptly, directing an angry shout at his adversary. Halt. The ninja, clad in dark attire and masked, momentarily hesitated. However, upon realizing it was merely a child obstructing his path, he did not pause his stride. Pressing forward without a second thought, Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro was greatly enraged. How dare you? Is this a sign of contempt towards me? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess and make you aware of my strength, compelling Lord Danzo to promote me to Chunin. With that, he declared. With a swift motion, Kanda Rokuro leapt into the midst of the road, positioning himself directly in the path of the advancing ninja clad in black. At that moment, the dark-clad ninja appeared to take the situation more seriously, continuing forward while inquiring, "Little imp, what is your relationship to Heiluo?" Kanda Rokuro was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that this masked ninja would be aware of Heiluo. It seemed that the violent body flow ninjutsu was quite renowned in the ninja world. Otherwise, it would not have been recognized so swiftly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort. Heiluo is my master. And I am Kanda Rokuro. Remember that. The dark-clad ninja had already rushed before Kanda Rokuro, and upon hearing his arrogant declaration, he launched a fist towards Kanda Rokuro, exclaiming, "Since you are a disciple of Heiluo, you shall perish." Kanda Rokuro stood resolute, unafraid. He raised his hand and retaliated with a powerful strike. The enhancement from the brutal body flow ninjutsu was formidable for Kanda Rokuro. Presently, his raw strength was approximately 550 pounds. And the brutal body flow ninjutsu could augment his power by around 250 pounds, resulting in a staggering punch of 800 pounds. This immense strength bolstered his confidence to engage in a direct confrontation with a jonin. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact as their fists met. Kanda Rokuro was hurled several meters away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The black-clad ninja also stumbled back a few steps. Chapter 32. Outmatched. The ninja regained his footing, staring at Kanda Rokuro with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Judging by Kanda's appearance, he could not be more than 4 or 5 years old. Yet, his strength had astonishingly reached the level of a special jonin. It was utterly terrifying. The prodigy of Konoha must be eliminated. A sinister and intense aura of murderous intent emanated from the black-clad ninja. Kanda Rokuro steadied himself, shaking his small arms as he glanced at the figure of Hinata Hyuga, who was slung across the back of the black-clad ninja. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "It seems you are not a person of good character. The one you carry must belong to the Hyuga clan, correct? What are your intentions in capturing a bloodline ninja from our Leaf village?" The black-clad ninja offered no response, launching himself at Kanda Rokuro without hesitation. He had no time for idle chatter, as there were others pursuing him from behind. Upon witnessing the assault of the cloaked ninja, Kanda Rokuro did not dare to engage directly. The power of the jonin was simply too terrifying. The earlier strike from the black-clad assassin had been nearly twice as strong as his own. Therefore, he unsheathed his kunai and cried out, "Enemy attack!" With that proclamation, he deftly evaded the ninja's assault, seeking an opportunity to mount a counterattack. The cloaked ninja, clearly agitated, began to display signs of urgency. With a furious roar, Kanda Rokuro swiftly diverted the attention of the Konoha ninjas. He sensed someone hastily approaching, which incited his ire. A meticulously planned operation was being thwarted by a mere child. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would have relished the opportunity to annihilate the brat. "Get lost," he bellowed, as the black-clad ninja, sensing danger, unleashed a surge of lightning from his fist, hurtling it towards Kanda Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro's face was etched with terror. By the heavens, this was no ordinary jonin. He was undoubtedly a formidable force among them. If struck by even a single punch, his life would likely extinguish in an instant. He needed to evade swiftly. As the fist of the dark-clad ninja crashed towards Kanda Rokuro, he became as inert as a piece of wood, which was subsequently shattered into splinters by the ninja's blow. A substitution technique? When had it been employed? The dark-clad ninja's astonishment at Kanda Rokuro's talent deepened. If an ordinary person had utilized a substitution technique, he would have detected it without fail. Yet just moments ago, he had been utterly unaware. Such terrifying talent must be eradicated. After all, delaying any further would mean that Hinata's brat could not escape. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this threat for the sake of the cloud-hidden village. Gathering his thoughts, the dark-clad ninja's gaze sharpened. He ceased his flight. With hands weaving intricate seals, the lightning coursed through him, flickering with intensity. Ninjutsu, Thunder Tiger. The brilliant lightning coalesced into a ferocious tiger of thunder, lunging toward a tree at the roadside. Boom! The Thunder Tiger collided with the massive tree, obliterating it into fragments. Kanda Rokuro, in a state of disarray, tumbled from the tree to the roadside. At that moment, the cloaked ninja arrived right before him, launching a powerful punch aimed at Kanda's head. "Stop!" cried the root ninja, who had been tasked with following Kanda, rushing over in alarm. Upon witnessing the imminent threat to Kanda's life, he let out a furious roar. Alas, The black-clad ninja was indifferent to his plea. With ferocity, he delivered a crushing blow to Kanda Rokuro's skull. Thud. Kanda Rokuro was violently obliterated by a single punch, blood splattering in all directions. The root ninjas watched, gritting their teeth in intense fury. Yet, soon enough, astonishment washed over them. The fragments of Kanda Rokuro's shattered body transformed into azure smoke. Was that a mere clone? The root ninjas stood momentarily stunned, then hastily rushed towards the cloaked ninja, fixating their gaze upon him. Meanwhile, Kanda Rokuro, impeccably attired, leaped down from a tree, completely devoid of the earlier disheveled appearance he had when struck from above. The cloaked ninja regarded Kanda Rokuro with a markedly grim expression. He had been outsmarted by a mere child. The child's cloning technique had evaded even his keen perception, underscoring the remarkable mastery with which the child wielded such jutsu. Without regard for the thoughts of the black-clad ninja, Kanda Rokuro approached the root ninja, curling his lip in disdain. If you do not come over here, I fear I may be eliminated by this villain. The root ninja, however, was disinclined to engage in conversation. The black-clad ninja remained present, and there were hostages at stake. Kanda Rokuro, observing that the root ninja remained silent, cast a disdainful glance at the cloaked figure and declared, "My reinforcements have arrived. You are doomed now. Surrender at once." The dark-clad ninja, his expression grim, fixed his gaze on Kanda Rokuro and retorted, "You insolent brat, today you shall accompany me to the grave." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro turned and fled, exclaiming, "I cannot defeat him. I leave this to you." The root ninja spat blood in frustration. What the hell? Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, and now he is running away. This is utterly disgraceful. The black-clad ninja, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback and could not help but scoff. Damn it, how shameless can Black Luo's disciple be? The root ninja, indifferent to Kanda Rokuro's antics, fixed his gaze intently on the black-clad ninja and asserted, "You are a ninja from the Cloud-Hidden Village, are you not? If you release Miss Hinata, you may yet have a chance at survival. We have just signed a peace treaty and will not kill you without cause." The black-clad ninja regained his composure and retorted coldly, "I acted on my own accord. And this has nothing to do with them. Having chosen this path, I never intended to leave alive." The root ninja fell silent for a brief moment before drawing his blade and launching an attack against the black-clad ninja. Since the enemy refused to surrender, there was no choice but to engage in combat. Although he was acutely aware that his opponent was clearly stronger, he felt no fear of peril. As long as he could delay for 2 or 3 minutes, reinforcements would soon arrive. Chapter 33. Poisoning oneself to death. Kanda Rokuro did not run far. He remained nearby, observing the clash between the two combatants. Accompanying him were the root ninjas, who were merely ordinary jonin, while their opponents comprised formidable jonin from the hidden cloud village. Consequently, the root ninjas found themselves struggling to withstand the pressure. However, there was no cause for concern, for within half a minute, reinforcements from the Hyuga clan swiftly arrived on the scene. Kanda Rokuro scrutinized the scene before him and recognized the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, who was hastily approaching, evidently having pursued his target all along. However, the speed of Hyuga Hizashi was not particularly swift in comparison to the black-clad ninja. He lagged behind by at least 1/3. Upon seeing Hizashi's arrival, the root ninja heaved a sigh of relief, tightening their grip on the black-clad ninja, leaving no opportunity for escape. Seizing the moment, Hizashi arrived at the battlefield. Once in position, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. As long as the enemy remained within his Bagua domain, escape was out of the question. At this juncture, the root ninja promptly retreated to a secondary position, allowing Hizashi to take the forefront. He would show no mercy to those who had dared to abduct his daughter. Engaging in dialogue or pleading for the release of the captive was simply out of the question. If the enemy had any intention of surrendering, they would have done so by now. Furthermore, who would dare to commit such an act if they had any fear of death? Thus, he acted without hesitation. Possessing strength at the shadow level, Hizashi was significantly more powerful than a jounin. The black-clad ninja, ensnared by Hizashi, found himself on the receiving end of relentless assaults. His techniques and attacks effortlessly rebounded, as he was toyed with at Hizashi's command. Realizing escape was futile, the black-clad ninja immediately attempted to assassinate the captive Hyuga Hinata on his back. However, before he could make a move, his entire body suddenly became immobilized. Not only could he not kill, but even the slightest movement was impossible. Had he been hit with a pressure point technique? When had this occurred, the black-clad ninja's expression darkened. Given his intention to capture someone from the Hyuga clan, he was well aware of their ninjutsu. He understood the implications of pressure point techniques and had avoided getting too close to Hisashi for this very reason. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had still fallen victim to it. After a moment's contemplation, he looked at Hisashi and acknowledged, the Hyuga clan is indeed formidable. Hisashi, remaining composed, addressed the root ninja. Secure him and deliver him to Lord Hokage. The root ninja nodded in agreement. You think you can capture me? Not a chance. The black-clad ninja bellowed, unleashing a surge of chakra that forcefully broke through the pressure points throughout his body. As a result, he spat blood, clearly gravely injured. Yet, disregarding the pain, he charged towards Kanda Rokuro. What the hell? I was merely an observer. Why are you coming after me? Kanda Rokuro, terrified, turned and fled. You little demon, you've ruined my plans. We shall perish together, bellowed the blood-soaked black-clad ninja. 8 trigrams return heaven palm. As the black-clad ninja shouted, Hyuga Hisashi sprang into action once more. The energy formed by his chakra enveloped the black-clad ninja, lifting him high into the air before crashing him down with tremendous force. Boom! The black-clad ninja struck the ground, creating a large crater. He lay motionless within it. Hyuga Hisashi retracted his fist, retrieving Hyuga Hinata, who had fallen earlier, and embraced her. Meanwhile, the root ninjas advanced to capture the black-clad ninja. Since Hyuga Hisashi's appearance, 2 minutes had elapsed, and one by one, members of the Umbu and the Hyuga clan ninjas arrived. With so many present, safety was assured. Kanda Rokuro sprinted back to the battlefield, addressing the root ninja who was inspecting the situation of the black-clad ninja in the pit. Hey, how is he? Does he have anything valuable on him? The root ninja remained speechless, casting a glance at Kanda Rokuro, uninterested in his inquiry. He turned towards Hinata Hisashi and said, Lord Hisashi, we have a predicament. This fellow has committed suicide by poison. Hinata Hisashi furrowed his brow. So he was indeed a death soldier? The root ninja sighed. It appears so. He must have been prepared before setting out, ensuring we would have no opportunity to strike at the people of the Hidden Cloud Village. After a moment of silence, Hinata Hisashi observed the increasing number of Umbu and remarked, Let us wait for Lord Hokage to resolve this. The root ninja nodded in agreement, leaping out of the pit and beckoning Kanda Rokuro closer. You little brat, stay out of this. It's best you don't meddle. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro was decidedly displeased. Why is that? I have accomplished a significant feat. I am awaiting the arrival of Danzo-sama to bestow upon me the rank of Chunin. I have fought against a formidable jonin for an extended duration. Surely that attests to my prowess. The root ninja remained speechless. It is true that Kanda Rokuro was indeed formidable, having survived for a whole minute against a powerful jonin, even toying with the opponent in the process. With such skill, his promotion to Chunin was undoubtedly warranted. However, in the present circumstances, it seemed that both Danzo and the Hokage were far too preoccupied to concern themselves with the trivial matter of a mere Chunin promotion. The root ninja inwardly scoffed, thinking, Suit yourself, but when the Hokage and Danzo-sama arrive, they will have no time to attend to your affairs. Kanda Rokuro sneered, I'll ask myself. The root ninja shook his head, indifferent to Kanda Rokuro's words. Chapter 34, Driven Away. The dark ninjas were gathering in increasing numbers. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with his entourage, closely followed by Danzo. Upon witnessing the situation, Kanda Rokuro contemplated rushing to Danzo to engage him in earnest discussion. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Danzo gestured for him to remain in place. With no alternative, he halted his advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a seasoned veteran, promptly issued commands upon arrival. Teams 2 and 4. Secure the vicinity and prevent any outsiders from approaching. The rest may return to their duties. The Umbu ninjas dispersed accordingly. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Danzo, stating, Instruct the root members to keep a close watch on those from the Cloud-Hidden Village. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Hiruzen and coldly retorted, No need for your input. My men are already on their way. Hiruzen nodded, surveying the gathered members of the Hyuga clan, before finally directing Hyuga Hayashi. Have your clan members escort your daughter away from here at once. Hyuga Hayashi complied and began arranging for his clan's departure. Seizing the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and beckoned to Kanda Rokuro, saying, Rokuro, come here. I have a few questions for you. Kanda Rokuro immediately stood tall and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring, Is the Hokage-sama promoting me to Chunin? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, replying, We shall discuss that later. I have heard that you were the first to discover this matter. Please elaborate on what exactly transpired. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro curled his lip in disdain. How was I to know? I was simply resting by the roadside after a tiring stroll yesterday when that fellow suddenly approached me. Sensing something amiss, I confronted him, only to discover that upon learning I was a disciple of Kuro, he intended to take my life. Coughing. Kanda Rokuro had scarcely finished speaking when the sound of Tawanzo's cough interrupted him. Kanda Rokuro, you must show due respect to Lord Hokage. Do you understand? The old man. You must be feeling quite satisfied with yourself, aren't you? Kanda Rokuro silently criticized Danzo in his heart, and then, regaining his composure, turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Lord Hokage, please feel free to ask any questions you may have. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and, still smiling, responded to Kanda Rokuro. There are no significant issues remaining. You may step aside and rest. We shall handle matters here. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro hesitated slightly. He glanced at Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, and softly inquired, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, may I be promoted to Chunin? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with a smile of resignation. Did I not mention that we shall discuss this matter after we conclude our current affairs? It is quite late, and it is inappropriate for you to linger here. You should return home and rest. Have you not been awake all night? Go home and get some sleep. Kanda Rokuro was reluctant to depart, his gaze lingering on Sarutobi Izashi and Danzo. Noticing this, Danzo cleared his throat and directed Hitaki, the root ninja assigned to protect Kanda, to take him back to rest. Hitaki complied, gently pulling the unwilling Kanda away. As Kanda receded from view, Sarutobi glanced at Danzo and inquired if there were any grounds for suspicion. Danzo, fully aware of Hizashi's intent, shook his head, asserting that there was nothing to be suspicious about. Kanda's presence was merely coincidental. He recalled that Kanda had visited this area while out shopping and had kept vigil outside the residence of the Cloud Village envoy until 2 in the morning, likely disheartened by an inability to confront the Cloud ninjas, leading him to prolong his stay. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, expressing relief that there were no issues. He regarded Kanda as a prodigious talent worthy of meticulous nurturing, noting his mastery of substitution and transformation techniques, combined with his formidable physical prowess, predicting that he would attain J-Nin rank within 2 years. Danzo smiled, assuring Hizashi that he would personally oversee Kanda's development and urged him to focus on addressing the matter of the deceased. Hizashi's brow furrowed as he gazed at the lifeless Cloud ninja, exclaiming that it would be prudent to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. Given the current precarious circumstances, Danzo, incensed, glared at Hizashi, questioning the wisdom of allowing the Cloud ninjas to bully them. He argued that such weakness only invited further intimidation and suggested they confront the Cloud ninjas for accountability. Hizashi, however, remained resolute in his stance, asserting that as Hokage, the decision lay with him. Danzo, frustrated, smashed his cane against the ground, warning Hizashi that he would come to regret his decision. Hizashi maintained his calm demeanor, stating that his choice was a necessary one for a Hokage. Danzo, rendered speechless, huffed, and departed, leaving Hizashi to quietly assert that he would ensure Kanda received a share of the Senju clan cells and be admitted to the Ninja Academy, as the village had entered a period of peace, rendering participation in battles unnecessary for children. As Danzo walked away, he glanced back at Hizashi before continuing on his way. Chapter 35. Danzo's subtle machinations. After Danzo's departure, Hizashi ordered the Cloud ninja's corpse to be moved to the medical room for investigation, recognizing that even in death, valuable clues could be unearthed. Once arrangements were made, he approached Hyuga Hayashi, cautioning him to brace for potential complications, as Konoha could ill afford another conflict. Hayashi responded with calm understanding, and Hizashi instructed him to bolster the Hyuga clan's defenses in light of recent events. Hayashi, maintaining his composure, requested to return to his clan, as there were numerous matters requiring his attention. Hizashi acknowledged the internal strife brewing within the Hyuga clan, particularly given the troubling incident involving the clan's heiress being taken without notice. He refrained from intervening directly, merely advising Hayashi to keep the situation from escalating. Emphasizing the Hyuga clan's significance to Konoha, Hayashi assured Hizashi that there would be no fatalities, eliciting a smile from Hizashi, who then encouraged him to attend to his responsibilities. As Hayashi departed, he turned back to inform Hizashi that Kanda had saved his daughter and that he would send a token of gratitude to the Hokage office the following day. Hizashi readily agreed, and as Hayashi left, he sighed, instructing the Umbu to continue their investigation at the scene while he escorted the Cloud ninja's body away. In the underground base, Danzo returned to his office, venting his frustrations regarding Hizashi's perceived weakness. Though he felt irked by the situation, he recognized that as a non-Hokage, He had no authority over Hizashi's decisions. Seeking to lift his spirits, he instructed a nearby ninja to summon Kanda Rokuro. Danzo's mood lightened at the prospect of Kanda. Only 5 years old, yet already capable of engaging seasoned genin in combat and employing substitution techniques to outmaneuver them. His combat prowess was evident, and he considered granting Kanda a special genin designation. Just as Hizashi had Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Hitaki, Danzo saw potential in Kanda Rokuro. As anticipation grew, Danzo greeted Kanda with a smile that, while meant to be welcoming, appeared somewhat unsettling. "Rokuro, come, sit with me so we may converse." Kanda Rokuro secretly scoffed for a moment before approaching Danzo, sitting beside him with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Lord Danzo, have you summoned me regarding my advancement to Chunin?" Danzo's expression instantly froze, and he shook his head with a sigh. "You are still not ready to become a Chunin." Kanda Rokuro immediately felt displeased. "Why? Is my strength still insufficient?" Danzo cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro. "Your strength is undoubtedly adequate, but the Hokage believes you are too young, making it somewhat inappropriate for you to become a Chunin. He suggests you attend the Konoha Ninja Academy for a year before reconsidering. I attempted to advocate for you, yet he remained unconvinced." Kanda Rokuro's small face fell in disappointment. "Why is it that others can become Jonin at 7, while I, at 5, cannot even attain the rank of Chunin? This is utterly unfair." Danzo coughed lightly. "There is nothing I can do about it. We must all adhere to the orders of the Hokage." Kanda Rokuro expressed his dissatisfaction. "Honestly, why aren't you, Lord Danzo, the Hokage?" Danzo, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased within. Kanda Rokuro was increasingly displeased with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet this only brought him greater satisfaction. However, he could not allow the sentiment to surface. Instead, he sternly admonished, "Kanda Rokuro, one must not show disrespect towards Lord Hokage." Kanda Rokuro wore a look of grievance, lamenting with a sorrowful expression, "Lord Danzo, what am I to do? If I cannot become a Chunin, I will be unable to accompany my master on missions, and I shall be forced to attend that wretched school." Danzo's demeanor softened as he reassured him. "I truly have no choice. This is the order of the Hokage, and we must all comply. However, I can grant you permission to wear the Chunin attire while you serve in our root division. As for your schooling, I will negotiate with the Hokage to allow you to attend for just 10 days each month." Kanda Rokuro was filled with grievance, his expression one of reluctance. Inside, Danzo chuckled, soothingly remarking, "Well, it seems this matter must be settled as such. Considering your distress, I shall grant you a ninjutsu manual as a gesture of goodwill. What do you think?" Kanda Rokuro pouted and said, "Very well, but I desire a technique for shadow clones. I have heard that shadow clones are tangible manifestations. In that case, I shall send the shadow clone to attend classes while I train at home, thus allowing me to manage both without hindrance." "Shadow clones. It is not an exceptionally rare technique," Danzo replied promptly. "All right, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. For the time being, remain quiet and rest, lest the Hokage seeks you out for trouble. Wait until June to venture out." Kanda Rokuro nodded and said, "Very well, Lord Danzo, I shall take my leave to rest." Danzo returned the nod and gestured towards the root ninja at the entrance. "Rokuro, this is Hadada. He will accompany you from now on. You may practice with him whenever you wish." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Hanada and scoffed. "A person who cannot even defeat a mere cloud ninja must possess little strength. If I were a Jonin, I would undoubtedly dispatch that cloud ninja in an instant." Hanada, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in frustration. "Kanda Rokuroda is rather arrogant. I must seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson during training." Upon hearing this, Danzo chuckled and replied, "Well, at least he is currently stronger than you, so you might as well learn a thing or two from him." Kanda Rokuro smirked and strode towards the door, muttering, "Well, I suppose I shall make do for now." Hanada rolled his eyes in exasperation. After bowing to Danzo, he could only follow along. Once the two had departed, Danzo shook his head and returned to his desk. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his chair vanished, transforming into a puff of smoke. Danzo nearly lost his balance but managed to steady himself against the desk. "Who dares to play tricks on me?" he fumed. However, as he glanced at the chair, he relaxed, a twitch of amusement crossing his features. Chapter 36. Shadow Clone Technique, remarkable indeed. The mastery of both the clone technique and transformation technique was executed with such finesse, silent enough that I failed to notice any anomaly. No wonder he was able to toy with that cloud ninja. Regaining his composure, Danzo could not help but praise Kanda Rokuro. As for Kanda's prank of transforming into a chair, Danzo was unfazed. In fact, he felt a twinge of delight. For such a trivial matter, he had the audacity to retaliate. Surely, the Hokage would be even more displeased. It was likely that Saratobi Hiruzen, no matter how amiable, would find it impossible to recruit Kanda Rokuro, for the boy harbored a deep-seated grudge and sought vengeance for even the slightest slight. Reflecting on this, Danzo glanced at the real chair and shook his head. In truth, had he scrutinized the transformed chair more closely, he could have detected the ruse. But he never anticipated someone would dare to prank him in such a manner, thus he did not consider the possibility. Caught unawares? It was only natural to fall victim to such tricks. Nevertheless, for a 5-year-old, Kanda's skill was commendable. Some seasoned jonin might not have performed as adeptly. Truly, it was a remarkable talent. After pondering for a moment, Danzo resolved to bestow upon Kanda Rokuro an A-rank ninjutsu. Should Kanda master the technique within a year, he would contemplate offering him better treatment. With his thoughts settled, Danzo resumed his work. Although Saratobi Hiruzen had instructed him not to intervene in the matters concerning the Cloud Ninja, he would not genuinely remain uninvolved. Discreet efforts would align with his role within the Foundation. As Danzo busied himself, Kanda Rokuro returned home, feeling a sense of relief. His task of pranking Danzo had finally been accomplished. Furthermore, since Danzo did not pursue the matter, it was evident that he did not intend to hold him accountable. At last, the burdensome task that had lingered for so long was complete. He could now accept new assignments, steadily accumulating experience and rewards. Today's tasks had all been fulfilled. Especially after a full day of relentless effort yesterday, Kanda Rokuro returned home, refreshed himself, and comfortably succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found that it was already past 9 in the evening. He decided against returning to sleep, rising instead to his training room, where he spotted a scroll laid upon the table. Eagerly, he rushed over to seize the scroll and perused its contents. Unfurling the scroll, he discovered 2 ninjutsu techniques. 1. Shadow Clone Technique, Rank B, the technique he had requested from Danzo. 2. Earth Release, Earth Giant Technique, Rank A. This technique summons a colossal earthen figure, within which the user can conceal themselves. The size of the golem depends on the chakra utilized. An ordinary individual would conjure a golem of merely 5 to 10 meters, while one with substantial chakra could reach a height of 50 meters. Both ninjutsu were commendable, yet he lamented that he currently could not employ the Earth Giant technique. His chakra reserves were insufficient for its execution. Attempting to force it would only result in failure, causing him grave injury. Nonetheless, he resolved to learn the technique, for it was well suited for chaotic battles, offering both protection and an expansive attack range. As the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War unfolded, various enormous beasts in ninjutsu would emerge, and possessing this technique would enable him to contend with such formidable adversaries. He set aside the Earth Giant technique for the time being, focusing instead on the Shadow Clone technique, for it was what he desired at present. As his ninjutsu skills advanced, the experience required for each upgrade increased exponentially. He now found that even 500 experience points daily were insufficient. Thus, he aimed to utilize the Shadow Clone technique to create several clones for simultaneous training, potentially augmenting his daily experience gain by several hundred. After noting the Shadow Clone technique, he commenced his training. Failure, 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 failure. After a series of 7 or 8 unsuccessful attempts, the system finally provided a notification: Shadow Clone Technique Level 1. Experience points 0,2000. He could now use his experience points for an upgrade, and upon checking, he discovered he had 2,700 points available, perfect for the upgrade. However, he hesitated to use it immediately, aware that Danzo would not take kindly to such an endeavor. Patience was necessary. He would wait 3 to 4 days before attempting to use it again. Alas, the plight of insufficient strength was disheartening. Every action required consideration. If only he were a jonin, he could wield his power freely. Should Danzo dare to provoke him, he could simply declare his defection from the village. After all, outside the village, acquiring the Sharingan, Byakugan, or Senju cells was not an impossibility, merely a hassle. With a sigh of contemplation, he resumed his earnest training. 3 hours remained until midnight, and he was eager to discern the nature of tomorrow's random task, hoping for simplicity. The thought of a troublesome assignment akin to pranking Danzo was less than appealing. As he trained, time gradually slipped away until midnight arrived. He hastily checked for his new tasks. Daily training task: 10 kilometers of long-distance running. Daily random task: teach a lesson to Yano Hiroshi. Yano Hiroshi? He pondered. Isn't he the guard stationed in front of the Hokage building? How peculiar that I am to teach that fellow a lesson. Could it be? Kanda Rokuro recalled the events of yesterday morning, when Sawano Hiroyuki had refused him entry to the Hokage building, looking down upon him. He pondered the reasons behind this slight. Kanda Rokuro could not help but curse inwardly. However, he quickly silenced himself, for the system was indeed listening. It was imperative not to utter any further disparaging remarks about its stinginess. Chapter 37, A Lesson in Endurance. Initially, he had resolved to behave himself and refrain from venturing outside for a few days. Yet, it now seemed that he would have to step out tomorrow. Experience, after all, was essential. To enhance his abilities, one must accumulate experience. In the future, he decided, it would be prudent to abandon those worthless ninjutsu techniques entirely. Instead, he would focus on storing experience and acquiring only valuable skills. After a moment of contemplation, Kanda Rokuro regained his focus and commenced his daily training tasks. After dedicating 40 minutes to complete them, he returned to his room to rest. Tomorrow, he must confront Suzuno Hiroyuki. So a good rest is essential to ensure he can handle the situation efficiently. Having earned 200 experience points from pranking Danzo yesterday, engaging in battle with Suzuno Hiroyuki, a Chunin would likely yield a minimum of 300 experience points. Thus, it is imperative to succeed in that task. After a night of restful slumber, Kanda Rokuro awoke at dawn, refreshed and prepared to wash up before heading out. However, upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Hanada, who blocked his path and exclaimed, "Did not Lord Danzo instruct you to behave yourself and refrain from wandering about?" Kanda Rokuro tilted his head back, hands on his hips, glaring defiantly. "Lord Danzo claims you are my subordinate. When did it become your place to instruct me? I am going out this instant." Hanada, feeling resigned, replied, "Rokuro, the situation outside is quite chaotic. The Cloud Shinobi are causing trouble for the Hokage. If you venture out and are seen by them, it will undoubtedly lead to complications." Kanda Rokuro displayed a palpable disdain. "This is Konoha. What can mere Cloud Ninja do to me? I must venture forth to witness for myself the audacity of the Cloud Ninja." Hanada could no longer contain himself and urged Kanda Rokuro, "Could you refrain from causing trouble for Lord Danzo? I am truly exasperated with you. If you promise to stay put, I could teach you my ninjutsu." However, Kanda Rokuro was not in one of ninjutsu. He lacked experience. Thus, Hanada's proposition held no merit whatsoever. Kanda Rokuro broke free from his restraints and turned to leave, declaring his indifference. "I must go out today. There is a fellow I need to teach a lesson to, or else I shall be unable to focus on my training." Hanada watched as Kanda Rokuro sprinted away, forcing a wry smile before reluctantly pursuing him. At this moment, he was Kanda Rokuro's subordinate, bound by duty to protect him. Otherwise, should Kanda venture out, Danzo would surely unleash his devastating wrath upon him. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the underground base. Kanda Rokuro raced fervently to the entrance of the Hokage building. There, as usual, stood Suzawa Hiroyuki, tasked with guarding the entrance during the day. At night, others assumed this responsibility. Upon noticing Kanda Rokuro's approach, Suzawa Hiroyuki's expression shifted. He was well aware of the events from the previous night, when Kanda Rokuro had intercepted a Cloud Ninja, which ultimately led to that ninja being confronted and defeated by Hyuga Hisashi, resulting in his tragic suicide. As Kanda Rokuro drew near, Suzawa Hiroyuki hurriedly interjected, "Young man, the Cloud Ninja envoy is inside negotiating with the Hokage. What brings you here? If the Cloud Ninja spots you, it could spell trouble." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips in disdain, declaring, "I am not afraid of them. I have come here today to challenge you. Just yesterday, you had the audacity to look down upon me, and today, I must teach you a lesson." Yasuno Hiroshi was at a loss for words. What nonsensical affair was this? Was it truly worth such a fuss over such trivial matters? This young lad was rather petty. Unable to contain himself, Yasuno retorted, "If you wish to challenge me, I shall not refuse. However, perhaps you should consider postponing this until a later time, and refrain from causing trouble for the Hokage here." Kanda Rokuro solemnly replied, "No, I cannot refrain from beating you. Without doing so, I find it impossible to eat, sleep, or cultivate my spirit. It is imperative that I strike you today, or I shall not depart." Zawano Hiroyuki, rendered speechless, gazed up at the heavens. Encountering a character like Kanda Rokuro truly left him in awe. He glanced back at the second floor and, deeming it unwise to cause further trouble for the Hokage, whispered to Kanda Rokuro, "If I allow you to strike me just once, will you promise to return immediately?" Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but chuckle at the delightful prospect. If every task were to unfold in such a manner, he would be laughing all the way to the bank. He surveyed Hiroyuki Yazawa and nodded, saying, "All right, as long as you allow me to vent my frustrations." Standing upright, Yazawa closed his eyes and urged, "Hurry up. Once it's done, make sure to leave swiftly." Given Yazawa's cooperation, Kanda Rokuro was rather unceremonious. Without employing chakra, he unleashed a third of his strength, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks upon Sawano Hiroyuki. After witnessing Sawano clutching his head in distress, Kanda, invigorated, declared, "That felt refreshing. I shall return to my training now. In the future, you ought to show me more respect. Do you understand?" Sawano Hiroyuki was in considerable pain. Although he was not injured, the discomfort was undeniably real. He gazed at Kanda Rokuro and retorted, "Hurry and leave, or else the cloud shinobi will emerge." Kanda Rokuro cast a fleeting glance at Sino Hiroyuki before turning away from home, his strides exuding an air of audacity. The expression on Sino Hiroyuki's face contorted in response. From Sino Hiroyuki, Kanda Rokuro had acquired 400 experience points, a fact that filled him with delight, leading him to contemplate whether he should intentionally provoke the Chunin, thus prompting the system to issue a task to discipline them, allowing him to garner 400 experience points daily. However, upon reflection, he ultimately decided against it. He still had to reside in Konoha village. It would be unwise to offend everyone indiscriminately. Chapter 38, Transformation Technique, Cloud Mirage Sword, Complete Random Task. Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base, preparing to feign the practice of the shadow clone technique for an entire day. This way, when he eventually employed the technique in a few days, it would not raise any suspicions. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground facility, the guard suddenly addressed him, stating, "Rokuro, Lord Danzo has summoned you. You are to go directly to him. He has matters to discuss with you." Surprised, Rokuro pondered. What could Danzo possibly want with me? Could it be that he has already learned of my recent encounter with Sawano Hiroshi? The speed of this information is quite alarming. With a sense of unease, he proceeded. Kanda Rokuro approached the office of Danzo. At this moment, he was no longer apprehensive about the prospect of Danzo taking his life. Rather, his concern lay in the possibility of Danzo being absent, thus preventing him from leaving. Upon reaching the threshold of Danzo's office, Kanda Rokuro took a deep breath, revealing a cheerful expression as he entered the office. He approached Danzo, who was engrossed in his work, and inquired, "Lord Danzo, did you summon me for something?" Danzo set aside his documents and cast a glance at Kanda, remarking, "I hear you've stirred up trouble once again." "Ah, it seems the news has indeed spread." Kanda Rokuro smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, it was just a little playful banter." Inside, Danzo couldn't help but scoff. Now he had witnessed firsthand Kanda Rokuro's propensity for revenge and his petty nature. Just because someone had looked down on him once, he rushed over to deliver a lesson. Truly, the grievances he held were as trivial as the size of a fingernail, yet he sought retribution for them. Yesterday, he was merely made to sit on a stool, which seemed a rather mild consequence. However, his ruthless disposition was indeed suited for the darker dealings at the core. Kanda Rokuro's current disposition is indeed well suited for the role of a root ninja. After some banter, Danzo produced a scroll and placed it upon the table. "This is a gift from the Hyuga clan, expressing their gratitude for your rescue of the main family's eldest daughter. Do take a look." Kanda Rokuro's heart leaped with joy. The offerings from the Hyuga clan were surely treasures of great value. He swiftly snatched the scroll and, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "The Hyuga clan is a prominent family in the village. Could they possibly have bestowed upon me an S-rank ninjutsu? How exhilarating! What a fanciful notion." Danzo interjected bluntly, "This is a sealing scroll, not a ninjutsu, mind you." "Oh." Kanda Rokuro's expression stiffened as he muttered, "Honestly, the Hyuga clan is so stingy." Danzo couldn't help but give Kanda a light tap on the head. "The Hyuga clan has been quite generous this time, gifting you an A-rank ninjutsu, a commendable ninja sword, and a sum of 20 million ryo." Kanda Rokuro's expression softened slightly as he eagerly unrolled the scroll. Within the scroll, 3 seals were inscribed. Kanda Rokuro took a glance. It was the type that could be unlocked simply by inputting chakra. Hastily, he directed chakra into the 3 seals, releasing the contents within. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 puffs of smoke, 3 items materialized on the table: a sword, a scroll, and a pile of money. Kanda Rokuro harbored a profound interest in ninjutsu and perused the scroll with keen curiosity. Among the techniques, he discovered an earth-release A-rank ninjutsu, the shape-shifting technique. This art allowed one to mold clay into various creatures or figures, infusing them with chakra to animate them, thereby assisting in reconnaissance and combat. Ah, what a remarkable ninjutsu! It bore a striking resemblance to Sai Zinc techniques. In the future, he too could craft small animals from Earth to aid in scouting missions. Furthermore, akin to Datara, he envisioned sculpting a grand bird upon which he could soar through the skies. However, given his current chakra reserves, he surmised he could only produce entities of his own size. To conjure a magnificent bird capable of flight, He would likely need to elevate his ninjutsu proficiency to the 4th tier. For the time being, this technique could merely assist in reconnaissance, while it was not immediately indispensable. It was indeed a commendable ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro joyfully tucked the scroll away and turned to Danzo, asking, "Danzo-sama, this ninjutsu is rather intriguing. Would you like to have a copy? I can show it to you." Danzo's expression twitched slightly. The cheeky boy had clearly stuffed the scroll into his bosom, demonstrating a blatant unwillingness to share it with others, yet still inquired if Danzo desired it. It was evident that his words were mere pretenses. As the very foundation of Konoha, Danzo had no need for an A-rank ninjutsu. He cast a nonchalant glance at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "This was given to you by the Hyuga clan. I have no interest in it." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, taking up the sword and exclaiming, "Lord Danzo is truly a benevolent person, such a magnificent item, and yet he shows no greed. It is no wonder he is fit to be the Hokage." Danzo, uninterested in Kanda's praise, waved him off, saying, "Hurry and take the item back and resume your training. I have matters to attend to. So please do not linger here and hinder me." The sword. It is remarkably sharp. The hilt bears the inscription Cloud Illusion. It must be the Cloud Illusion sword. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the sword, then took both the sword and the money. Bowing to Danzo, he said, "Well, Lord Danzo, I shall return to my training now. Should you require anything, please send someone to find me. Hurry and leave." Danzo replied, somewhat impatiently. Kanda Rokuro left with a cheerful smile, holding something in his arms. As he was nearing the doorway, Danzo spoke up once more. "By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Naiga Hayoshi and Asanoyama Masaru have arrived at headquarters. Would you care to pay them a visit? If they succeed in their training, perhaps you could form a team with them in the future." Kanda Rokuro waved his hand without turning back, declaring, "I have no interest in them. I prefer older sisters and younger girls. If Lord Danz is to arrange companions for me, I would appreciate it if he could assign me 2 young ladies." Kanda Rokuro swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 39. The efficacy of shadow clone training. Watching Kanda Rokuro depart, Danz's brow arched slightly. Initially, he had intended to pair Naranik and Asayama Masashi with Rokuro, intending for the boy to experience the agony of losing comrades, to forge him into an emotionless shinobi. Yet now, it seemed unnecessary. Comrades? Even if they perished, Rokuro likely wouldn't grieve deeply. Such a temperament had its merits and flaws. The advantage was clear: assigned missions. Even those requiring ruthlessness against allies would be executed without hesitation. No emotional training was needed. He was already a perfect route operative. The drawback, however, lay in his defiance. A man like Rokuro would never submit easily, not to Danz, nor to anyone else. Only tangible benefits could bind him. His obsession with training? Jutsu and resources would be the leash. As for betrayal, Danz harbored no concern. Konoha stood as the mightiest village in the shinobi world, and Rokuro was no fool. Why forsake its unparalleled resources? Still, precautions were prudent. Kuro, that one couldn't die too soon. In a few years, he could retire. If forced to fight further, his body, ravaged by the explosive fist technique, might fail at any moment. For now, Kanda Rokuro, that fellow, presumably holds a profound affection only for Kuro. It is intended to bind Kanda Rokuro to their roots through Kuro. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo became busily engaged. The Cloud Shinobi were once again stirring up trouble, and he too was compelled to take action. As for Kanda Rokuro, now merely at the Chunin level, there is no immediate cause for concern regarding him. The Kuro family. Upon entering the training room, Kanda Rokuro immediately commenced his practice. As for Danzo's recent probing, he paid it no mind. Mercilessness was beyond his capability, however. When it came to matters of his own safety, he could indeed act without compassion. After all, he had traversed into this world, harboring little emotional attachment to it. Even if his most cherished ones were to perish, he could not ascertain whether he would genuinely feel sorrow, as was the case with Kuro. Presently, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Kuro, yet he doubted his ability to sacrifice himself for her. As he trained and pondered, time gradually slipped away. The subsequent 3 days brought forth a series of trivial tasks. On the first day, he was instructed to eradicate a wild boar in the forests of Konohagakure. The following day required him to play a prank on Hanada. On the third day, he was commanded to stand at the entrance of Danzo's office and proclaim loudly that he desired a Chunin attire. He completed all 3 tasks, each yielding 200 experience points. Engaging in such menial tasks led him to conclude that the system was undoubtedly a petty child holding grudges. Otherwise, the assignments would not be so mundane, suitable only for youngsters. After 3 days, he felt sufficiently prepared and decisively allocated his experience points to the shadow clone technique. In an instant, he fully grasped the art of shadow duplication. In the training room, he eagerly unleashed a shadow clone, observing the identical figure before him. Kanda Rokuro's expression turned somewhat solemn as he scrutinized the clone, instructing, "Your task today is to train in swordsmanship." The shadow clone nodded in agreement. "Very well. Hand me the sword." Kanda Rokuro entrusted the Cloud Illusion Sword to his shadow clone. The shadow clone, wielding the Cloud Illusion Sword, sought a suitable location to commence its swordsmanship training. Kanda Rokuro continued to hone his physical skills. After a while, he suddenly posed a question to his shadow clone. "Hey, since you are me, is there anything else residing in your mind?" The shadow clone looked at Kanda Rokuro in confusion and replied, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I have a tumor in my head?" Kanda Rokuro shook his head and replied, "No, I mean in your training. Have you felt your experience points increasing?" The shadow clone looked utterly perplexed, as if he had no comprehension of what Kanda Rokuro was referring to. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro felt a slight sense of relief. He had always known from watching Naruto that shadow clones possessed their own consciousness and inherited a fragment of the user's personality, which had caused him some concern. He pondered whether these clones might harbor a system of their own, potentially leading to unforeseen changes, such as betrayal. However, it appeared that the shadow clones did not possess a system or experience points, which eased his apprehensions. Nonetheless, he did not entirely relax. He was acutely aware of his own temperament, and the expressions of the shadow clones could very well be feigned. The matter of the shadow clones warranted further investigation. He resolved to ascertain their reliability before reaching any definitive conclusions. With a slight easing of tension, he resumed his training, while the shadow clone continued to practice swordsmanship. Approximately 5 hours later, the shadow clone dissipated into thin air, seemingly exhausted from the effort. In that fleeting moment of its disappearance, Kanda Rokuro felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning for a mere 100 experience points to restore his vigor and rejuvenate his spirit. He glanced at his taijutsu experience, and, upon seeing it, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the practice of shadow clone technique proved to be beneficial. His taijutsu experience had increased by 11 points. It appeared that from now on, he should create more shadow clones for training, as this would significantly expedite his progress. However, the training with shadow clones consumed both his stamina and chakra. He needed to accumulate more experience points to ensure he could replenish his vitality and chakra whenever necessary. In Chapter 40, the scorn of Danzo towards the Hokage was palpable. The shadow clone technique was remarkably effective, yet given Kanda Rokuro's current circumstances, he could only produce 2 shadow clones for training. Any more would render his daily experience points insufficient for stamina recovery. Furthermore, he had to conserve experience points to enhance other ninjutsu. By summoning 2 shadow clones for 10 hours of training, he would expend 400 experience points, while only gaining approximately 50 points in taijutsu or chakra experience. Adding his own training, he could earn about 100 experience points daily. His maximum daily experience income hovered around 700 points, which was disheartening. The sources of experience points were still too limited, rendering the situation quite excruciating. If only he could garner 2,000 experience points each day. Alas, such a prospect was merely a fantasy. Even if he devoted his time to chastising Chunin, he would only earn around 1,000 points a day. If he truly dedicated himself to training, even 1,000 experience points would prove inadequate. With a heavy heart, he lamented his plight. Kanda Rokuro was not utilizing shadow clones for his training. He now intended to accumulate experience points to elevate the level of his ninjutsu. Presently, he planned to employ the shadow clones to assist him in completing tasks. Undertaking those mundane duties himself would be a sheer waste of time. So it was far more appropriate for the shadow clones to handle them. He would engage in rigorous self-discipline, diligently completing training tasks each day to amass experience points. He dedicated an entire day to testing the capabilities of the shadow clones. Once he grasped their utility, he returned to his room to rest. The following day dawned. Kanda Rokuro was still in slumber. Hinata hurriedly approached, knocking on the door, and called out, "Rokuro, rise and shine. Lord Danzo is seeking you." Kanda Rokuro quickly rose to his feet. Upon opening the door, he glanced at Hinata and inquired, "At such a late hour, what business does Lord Danzo have with me?" Hinata shook his head and softly cautioned, "I sense that Lord Danzo is not in the best of spirits. He just had a fit and smashed some items. It would be wise for you to tread carefully." Goodness, could it be that Danzo intends to target me? This feels ominous. With a sense of unease, Kanda Rokuro followed Hinata to the threshold of Danzo's office. At the entrance, Hinata refrained from entering. Kanda Rokuro had no choice but to enter alone. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with Danzo's grim expression, which unmistakably conveyed his anger. Kanda Rokuro approached cautiously and inquired, "Lord Danzo, is there something you seek from me?" Danzo lifted his gaze to Kanda Rokuro, his expression softening slightly. Upon witnessing the situation, Kanda Rokuro let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Danzo's fury was not directed at him. His life was, for the moment, secure. Unbeknownst to Danzo, who was unaware of Kanda Rokuro's thoughts, he gestured for him to take a seat opposite him and remarked, "Rokuro, I am profoundly disappointed in the Hokage. He is simply too cowardly." Kanda Rokuro replied, "What do you bring this up to me for? It has nothing to do with me." Kanda Rokuro wore an expression of utter disbelief. Seeing that Kanda Rokuro remained unfazed, Danzo shook his head and remarked, "Hinata Hizashi may be on the brink of death." Kanda Rokuro's expression suddenly turned serious as he curiously inquired, "Isn't Hinata Hizashi the leader of the Hyuga clan? How could someone so formidable possibly perish? This is inconceivable." Danzo shot a glance at Kanda Rokuro, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet the Hokage desires his demise. Kanda Rokuro understood. The plot was about to unfold. It seemed that Hinata Hizashi was destined to take the place of Hinata Hayashi and meet his demise. Quite regrettable, indeed. However, it bore little consequence to him. Yet, he could not display indifference in front of Danzo. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "The Hyuga clan leader is such a wonderful person. And yet he bestowed gifts upon me. Why must Lord Hokage condemn him to death?" Danzo, filled with fury, slammed his fist on the table. "Is it not for that deceased Cloud Shinobi? That scoundrel, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in pursuit of some peace treaty, has shamefully acquiesced to the insolent demands of the Cloud Shinobi, sacrificing Hinata Hayashi in the process. Indeed, it appeared that his presence could not alter the course of events." He pondered silently within himself. Kanda Rokuro feigned a furious demeanor, exclaiming, "How can Lord Hokage be so weak? Those cloud ninjas are bullying us. Why not eliminate them all?" Danzo nodded inwardly, pleased with Kanda's discontent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the irate Kanda, Danzo sighed, "My sentiments align with yours. Alas, I am not the Hokage. Were I in that position, I would certainly ensure those cloud ninjas do not leave alive." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, affirming, "This is indeed the way it ought to be. I believe that Lord Danzo is far more suited to the role of Hokage. The third Hokage is simply too weak. This hardly befits a formidable leader of Konoha." Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction within, though he feigned a sigh on the surface. "As it stands, he is the Hokage, and there is little I can do about it. I summoned you here to prepare. Should the Hyuga clan leader truly perish, you may go and pay your respects." Kanda Rokuro, increasingly displeased, turned to Danzo and remarked, "My lord, can't you persuade the Hokage? The head of the Hyuga clan is such a commendable individual. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to perish." Danzo gestured towards himself and replied, "If I could sway him, would I still be here in frustration? That old fool is utterly obstinate. I nearly came to blows with him." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro rose in anger, exclaiming, "The more I listen, the more infuriated I become. I shall confront him, and you, my lord, must follow to protect me." He grumbled, "Damn it, that little brat is so terrified of death. I am not your bodyguard. How dare you ask me to accompany you?" Chapter 41. The Death of Nichi. Inside, Danzo quietly criticized Kanda Rokuro, then gestured for him to take a seat, saying, "Enough. Once a decision has been made by the Hokage, it is unchangeable. Confronting the Hokage will only serve to embarrass us in the eyes of the Cloud Ninjas." Kanda Rokuro took a seat and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, I believe you should contend for the position of Hokage. Once I grow stronger, I shall assist you in annihilating the Cloud Village." Danzo responded with a smile. "A good child, full of ambition. Pursue that path with determination. Meanwhile, I must devise a plan to rescue the Hyuga clan leader. You should return home and focus on your training for the time being. Refrain from venturing out, as I fear the Cloud Shinobi may seek trouble with you." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro stood up and said, "Then I shall return to my training, Lord Danzo. Go ahead." Danzo's objective had already been fulfilled. As he watched Kanda Rokuro exit, a faint smile crept across his face. Altering one person's perception of another is not as arduous as it may seem. One merely needs to seize the opportunity. Speaking ill of that individual suffices. Perhaps the effect may not be immediate after one or two instances, but repeated exposure will undoubtedly yield results. He is currently focused on amplifying Kanda Rokuro's dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the passage of time, Kanda Rokuro could never place his trust in Sarutobi Hizashi. After some contemplation, Danzo's mood lightened slightly. That fool Sarutobi Hizashi actually submitted to the Cloud Ninja. What utter rubbish. In the training room, Kanda Rokuro has returned. His earlier fury dissipated as he resumed his training with an air of indifference. The affairs of the Hyuga clan were of little concern to him, as they bore no direct relation to his own existence. However, he firmly resolved not to venture outside in the coming days. It was evident that Yunin harbored animosity towards him, and to avoid any potential confrontations, he pledged to remain indoors. Should any missions arise that required him to leave, he would dispatch shadow clones to undertake them, while he concealed himself in the underground base, confident that Yunin would be unable to locate him. During Kanda Rokuro's seclusion, the Hyuga clan faced a fate reminiscent of a tragic narrative, with Hyuga Hizashi sacrificing himself in place of Hyuga Hayashi. This outcome left the residents of Konoha deeply disheartened. In truth, many understood that Hizashi's demise was unnecessary. Yet, within Konoha, there existed a prohibition against the proliferation of excessively powerful clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen was actively seeking opportunities to diminish the influence of the Hyuga clan. Cloaked in the guise of promoting peace, a notion few took seriously. After all, ninjas emerged from the crucible of war. For them, peace equated to the deprivation of their very means of survival. While the ninja community yearned for tranquility, none feared the specter of conflict. In the eyes of the ninja, retribution was a necessity following recent events. However, the unexpected concession made by the Hokage caught most by surprise. Alarmingly, a significant number of the smaller clans lent their support to the Hokage, indicating a desire to weaken the Hyuga clan, which had grown too powerful. Hyuga Hizashi was on the cusp of achieving a status akin to that of a Kage. His death would substantially cripple the fighting capabilities of the Hyuga clan. Regardless of public sentiment, Hizashi's fate had been sealed. Once Hizashi's lifeless body was presented before Yunin, they realized that further escalation could lead to their own demise and thus promptly departed from Konoha. With their exit, the Yunin affair drew to a close. Yet, the repercussions of this incident were far from resolved. Observing the Hokage's oppression of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, more formidable than the Hyugas, was seething beneath the surface. They feared that one day, the Hokage might sacrifice their kin as he had with the Hyugas. The atmosphere within the village grew increasingly somber, and rumors circulated about the Hokage's intentions towards the Uchiha clan. In light of these circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen expended considerable effort to quell the village's murmurs. His ability to do so stemmed from the villagers' pre-existing dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan, known for their arrogance and inability to integrate into the community. While the world enjoyed a temporary peace, Konoha remained fraught with unrest. Nevertheless, none of these matters concerned Kanda Rokuro. Having experienced the Yunin episode, he understood all too well the significance of strength. He chose to remain entrenched in his underground base, diligently honing his abilities. For mundane tasks, he would send shadow clones to handle them, while he himself took the opportunity to explore Konoha, alleviating the monotony of his training and preventing the system from assigning him destructive missions out of boredom. He could endure isolation, but the system thrived on chaos, inevitably drawing trouble when he remained confined. Chapter 42. Rigorous training before entering school. The Ninja Academy required enrollment around the end of June each year, with the new term commencing around August 20th. As the end of June approached, Danzo instructed Hanada to accompany Kanda Rokuro for registration. However, Kanda cleverly deceived Hanada, sending a shadow clone in his stead. This ruse infuriated Hanada, prompting her to report to Danzo. Surprisingly, Danzo displayed little concern, instead appearing quite pleased. Kanda Rokuro's reluctance to attend the Ninja Academy only serves to indicate that he is increasingly unlikely to fall prey to the brainwashing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is advantageous for him. Hence, he urged Hatada to refrain from intervening. Hatada, feeling quite perturbed, accompanied Kanda Rokuro for a while and soon discerned that there was something amiss with his mindset. He often played pranks on him, engaging in various mischievous antics. As time drifted by, August 19th arrived, marking the eve of the official commencement of the Ninja Academy. It was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen would deliver a few words at the opening ceremony, and should Kanda Rokuro attempt to use a shadow clone to attend, that old fellow would undoubtedly detect something amiss. To prevent Kanda Rokuro from causing further trouble and potentially inciting Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire, Danzo decided to pay a personal visit. Upon arriving at the Kuro house, Danzo stood at the threshold of the training room and observed Kanda Rokuro diligently honing his skills. He felt a profound satisfaction. While many talented ninjas existed, few possessed both talent and diligence. Rokuro. After watching for a while, Danzo called out. Kanda Rokuro, startled from his training, looked at Danzo with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What brings you here, sir?" Danzo cleared his throat and stepped into the training room, stating, "Tomorrow, you shall report to the Ninja Academy." Kanda was momentarily startled. He had been so engrossed in his daily training that he had completely lost track of time and forgotten about the upcoming event. Now, upon mention by Danzo, he seemed to snap back to reality and remarked, "Is it possible to avoid going? It sounds rather dull." Danzo approached Kanda and gently patted his head, saying, "You must show some respect to the Hokage. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and you can no longer rely on shadow clones to attend. The Hokage will be present." Kanda expressed his discontent. "Sir, what I mean is, could we not attend school?" Danzo shook his head repeatedly. "That is not an option. The decisions made by the Hokage are not to be opposed. If you wish to avoid attending in the future, you may utilize shadow clones to attend classes. However, today it is imperative that you go in person. Otherwise, the Hokage will take issue with you." Kanda, in a state of irritation, exclaimed, "What a nuisance. The third Hokage is well aware of my capabilities. If I attend the Ninja Academy, I doubt the instructors there could even match my prowess." Danzo, with a smile, replied, "Your strength is indeed commendable. However, your understanding of the ninja world remains insufficient. Without experience, you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. It would be wise for you to dedicate some time to acquiring knowledge." Kanda scoffed, "What use is knowledge if it cannot satisfy my hunger? I believe strength is far more vital." "Danzo, could you possibly speak to the Hokage regarding my situation? A subordinate devoid of wisdom yet brimming with power is the most desirable." Naturally, Danzo was pleased. Kanda held no interest in authority. Thus, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. Coughing, he maintained an air of feigned helplessness, saying, "Well, this matter cannot be altered. To make amends, I shall bestow upon you some jutsu. What do you think?" Kanda expression softened as he nodded. "Very well, I shall make a trip tomorrow. However, I will undoubtedly employ shadow clones to attend school from now on. If the third Hokage happens to trouble me, Lord Danzo, you must surely speak on my behalf." "Leave this to me," Danzo replied, gently patting Kanda head. "Allowing you to attend school is already a considerable burden. Requiring you to go every day would be utterly unjust." Kanda harbored a fervent desire to return to school, where he believed he would be safer and could devote himself to his training. Once he ascended to the rank of Jonin, he would no longer need to live in fear, constantly on edge. However, such thoughts were not to be uttered in the presence of Danzo. Had he known of Rokuro's longing for academia, he would likely confine him immediately. Lost in contemplation, he pondered these matters. Kanda nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Tomorrow, I shall visit the school." Danzo, feeling quite pleased, patted Kanda on the back and said, "I shall take my leave now. Continue with your training." Kanda watched as Danzo departed. He then glanced at his current attributes. Host, Kanda main attributes, Taijutsu level 4, experience 616, 380, 000 ninjutsu level 3, experience 132. 540, 000 Genjutsu level 1, experience 10, 000 Taijutsu skills, Kunai throwing technique level 3, experience 1, 964, 000 Shuriken throwing technique level 1, experience 31. 000 violent technique level 3, experience 16, 000 barbaric flow ninja body technique level 2, experience 162, 020. 000 ninjutsu skills, chakra refinement technique level 5, max level shadow clone technique level 5, max level transformation technique level 5, max level substitution technique level 5, max level earth release technique level 3, experience 8. 000 earth armor technique level 1, experience 2, 000 earth spear technique level 1, experience 2, 000 earth swamp technique level 1, experience 2, 000 earth wall technique level 1, experience 2, 000 shadow clone technique level 3, experience 16, 316, 000 transfiguration technique level 2, experience 1, 620. 000 sealing skills, sealing word technique level 1, experience 4, 000 experience storage, 8, 600 points over the course of 3.5 months. He averaged a daily income of 700 experience points, all dedicated to enhancing his strength, ultimately leaving him with 8, 600 points as a reserve. It appears that the maximum level for ninjutsu skills is capped at 5. Achieving the 5th level signifies the pinnacle of ninjutsu, currently. His max-level shadow clone technique is so masterful that even an elite jonin like Hanada cannot discern any flaws. However, it seems that the shadow clone technique might be an exception. When he once used a level 5 clone to confront Danzo, it was obliterated by a single punch. After which Danzo praised him for the impressive craftsmanship of his clone technique. The effect of the level 5 chakra refinement technique significantly accelerates the speed of chakra recovery. Previously, he required an hour of meditation to fully restore his chakra. Now, merely 20 minutes suffices. Furthermore, even without employing the refinement technique, his body naturally regenerates chakra at an impressive rate, fully replenishing within approximately 5 hours. This implies that he can recover chakra while engaged in battle, ensuring that as long as his depletion rate is less than his recovery rate, he will never run out of chakra. Additionally, he has elevated the level of his primary ninjutsu by 1 level, enhanced the shadow clone technique by 2 levels, and improved the transfiguration technique and earth release technique by 1 and 2 levels, respectively. These upgrades are strategically aimed at bolstering his combat prowess and ensuring his survival. The earth release technique serves as a means of escape, while the transfiguration technique allows him to create small animals for reconnaissance, enabling him to flee at the first sign of danger. The enhanced level 3 shadow clone is now far more stable, impervious to minor injuries that previously would have caused it to vanish. Elevating his primary ninjutsu is naturally intended to increase his chakra capacity, preparing him for the acquisition of the Earth Giant technique, while also allowing him to sustain his ninjutsu in prolonged combat scenarios. Chapter 43. I am merely dawdling. Time has nearly reached 4 months. In terms of martial prowess, Kanda Rokuro has not experienced a significant enhancement. However, his ability to safeguard his life has markedly improved. Now, when confronted by Hanada, that ordinary jonin, he possesses the audacity to confront him directly. Perhaps he may not triumph over Hanada, yet Hanada will find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. After carefully reflecting on his circumstances, he returned to his room. Tomorrow he must report to school, and he needs to contemplate how to arrange his future endeavors. This year, among the 12 young talents, aside from Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, who are already attending school, the remaining 9 will gradually enter the educational institution. It is likely that he may encounter them during this visit. Uzumaki Naruto has already become well acquainted with others. Although they have not met for several months, he is confident that Naruto will surely remember him. As for the other young talents, he wishes to connect with them, contemplating whether he might acquire their family's secret ninjutsu, even if he may not practice it himself. It is essential to possess such knowledge. With these thoughts in mind, he pondered deeply. Kanda Rokuro fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. He had not yet risen when Hanada hurried over and knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Rokuro, hurry and get up. We are about to head to school." Kanda Rokuro slowly rose from his slumber. Since he had displayed a reluctance to attend school, he resolved to be the last to depart. Thus, he felt no urgency. After taking a leisurely bath and tidying himself up, he took half an hour before finally stepping out the door. Outside, Hanada awaited him, his expression slightly darkened. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro, he let out a disdainful huff. "Rokuro, are you a sloth? Why does it take you so long to get out of bed? Mind your own business." Kanda Rokuro shot a glare at Hanada. "If you're unwilling to wait, then go back. I'd rather not attend school at all. Just tell them it was you who didn't take me." Hanada's expression twitched. Encountering Kanda Rokuro was a stroke of ill fortune for him. As a distinguished elite, he wielded authority outside, but in Kanda Rokuro's presence, he felt reduced to a servant status. Were it not for Danzo's insistence on his accompaniment and refusal to replace him, he would have preferred to undertake perilous missions, even to the point of risking death, rather than endure the vexation of being with Kanda Rokuro. Cursing Kanda Rokuro under his breath, Hanada turned and exclaimed, "Hurry up and leave. Don't waste any more time." Kanda Rokuro followed leisurely behind, taking his time as Hanada had already covered a distance of over 10 meters while he had barely moved a single meter. The sight was enough to make Hanada want to spit blood. Watching Kanda's slow and deliberate steps, Hanada gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Dear ancestor, could you possibly hasten your pace? If you continue at this rate, we shall surely miss the start of the school term." Kanda Rokuro continued to stroll slowly, feebly exclaiming, "Oh dear, I exhausted myself too much during yesterday's training. Now that I have a moment of respite, my entire body feels limp, and I can barely muster the strength to walk." Hanada rolled his eyes in exasperation. With Kanda Rokuro's stamina, he was 100 times stronger. It was utterly preposterous to claim he lacked the energy to walk. Just as the frustrated Hanada was about to speak, he suddenly noticed someone emerging behind Kanda Rokuro, and his expression instantly relaxed. Lord Danzo had arrived. Finally, he would no longer endure the torment of Kanda Rokuro. Ahem, ahem. Danzo coughed a couple of times to capture Kanda Rokuro's attention. When Kanda Rokuro turned to face him, Danzo calmly inquired, "Rokuro, what are you doing?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed upon seeing Danzo, Kanda Rokuro forced a smile and replied, "Well, my legs are a bit sore." Danzo glanced at Kanda Rokuro and leisurely remarked, "Sore legs? Is it? Hanada, carry Rokuro on your back. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We are about to be late." Upon hearing this, Hanada immediately rushed to Kanda Rokuro's side and hoisted him onto his back, with Danzo present. Kanda Rokuro did not dare to resist. Hanada hoisted Kanda Rokuro onto his back and hurriedly addressed Tuanzo, "My lord, I shall take my leave now." Tuanzo nodded in acknowledgement, "Very well, for today. Accompany him in his studies." Hanada's expression fell. He had initially intended only to escort Kanda Rokuro to school. Now, he was required to join him in the mundane lessons meant for children, which left him feeling quite disheartened. However, glancing at Tuanzo, he found himself unable to refuse and could only turn away in frustration. Tuanzo watched the two depart, shaking his head. He had anticipated that Kanda Rokuro would surely stir up some mischief today, hence his visit. Unexpectedly, however, Kanda Rokuro is indeed causing a stir. It is now 6:40, and even with Hanatani's swift pace, they will reach the Ninja Academy after 7, which is precisely the time the school commences. That little rascal. What a nuisance. It seems there will be more headaches to come. However, a genius. A little headache is tolerable. Others may desire to give him a headache, but they lack the qualification to do so. Danzo pondered for a moment and spoke to the empty space beside him. "Would you like to take a look?" After Danzo finished speaking, Luo appeared from seemingly nowhere. He glanced in the direction Kanda Rokuro had departed, shaking his head. "Forget it. I don't see any issues with him. His training is primarily self-reliant, and I haven't assisted much." Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Luo and calmly said, "I will reduce your workload in the future, when you have no tasks. Spend more time at home with him. We need to keep his heart here in Konoha, rooted in the foundation." Luo remained silent for a moment, managing a wry smile. "I never anticipated that my retirement would be hastened by his arrival." Danzo said nothing more and turned to leave. Luo, being an astute individual, should comprehend his implication. Chapter 44, Becoming a Newcomer in Konoha. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a cluster of parents stood chatting. They were all parents who had brought their children and had yet to depart. As Hanatani and Kanda Rokuro arrived at the school gate, Hanatani promptly urged Kanda Rokuro, "Hurry inside, we are already 7 minutes late." Kanda Rokuro strolled leisurely into the school, utterly unconcerned. What did it matter that he was 7 minutes late? The children inside had already been delayed by a decade, even if they studied for 20 years. They could never surpass him. Hanada, however, could not be bothered with Kanda Rokuro's pretentiousness, which he had grown accustomed to. Upon entering the school, he saw a vast open space on the left, designated as the training ground. Both the newly enrolled students and the returning ones were standing in the training area. At the forefront of the training ground, on the stage, Saratobi Hazuchi was delivering a speech. Suddenly, Kanda Rokuro made his appearance, capturing the attention of the crowd. The senior students remained indifferent, while the newcomers scrutinized him with curiosity. On stage, Saratobi Hazuchi also noticed Kanda Rokuro. He was well aware of Kanda's reluctance towards attending school. Nevertheless, he urged him to come, hoping to forge a bond for Kanda within Konoha, even if Kanda ultimately chose not to comply. As long as he did not betray Konoha, it would suffice. "Big brother, I am here. Come over to me." Amidst the spectators gazing at Kanda Rokuro, a voice joyfully called out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a golden-haired freshman from this year. Kanda Rokuro, without even glancing at the other party, immediately recognized the call of Uzumaki Naruto. He cast a disdainful glance before turning away, striding towards a group of girls, proclaiming, "Who would stand next to a dead man? I wish to stand with the little sisters." Uzumaki Naruto's excited expression suddenly froze. However, Kanda Rokuro showed him some consideration, which lifted his spirits somewhat. This year's new students number around 60 to 70. Among them, there are 12 girls, who have gathered together. Kanda Rokuro maneuvered into their ranks and squeezed in front of one of the girls, exclaiming, "Hey, little sister, how about I cut in line? I'll treat you to barbecue after school." The little girl appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Moments earlier, Naruto Uzumaki's loud shout had interrupted Saratobi Haruzen's speech. Now, witnessing Kanda Rokuro's antics, he couldn't help but scold him, saying, "Kanda Rokuro, go stand at the back. I will address you once I finish speaking." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips disdainfully and positioned himself at the rear of the girls' line. His demeanor was decidedly nonchalant, giving the impression that he was not there to study, but rather to meander aimlessly. Upon observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. However, it was not the appropriate moment to voice his thoughts, especially with the other children watching. Some discussions were simply unsuitable for their ears. With a sigh inwardly, he resumed his speech. Yet, it was evident that the students were disinterested, frequently casting curious glances at Kanda Rokuro. After a while, seeing that few were paying attention, Sarutobi hastily concluded his remarks. After all, the essential points had been made prior to Kanda Rokuro's arrival. The remaining chatter was inconsequential. Once he finished speaking, a few leaders from the educational sector took the stage to deliver their own brief remarks, all of which were equally tedious. And Kanda Rokuro could hardly muster the energy to listen. His gaze wandered among the children, searching for familiar faces: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, Namanaka Ino, Akimichi Chg, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Haruno Sakura were all present. However, the presence of Hinata was particularly noteworthy, likely a concession from the Hyuga clan towards the village of Konoha. It should be noted that in the past, there had been no precedent for the main branch of the Hyuga clan to send its scions to school. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy was indeed commendable. From the perspective of Konoha, his actions were justified. The influence of the clan factions was so substantial that it hindered the unity of the entire village. However, for the Hyuga clan, this approach seemed somewhat excessive. It is no surprise that in the years to come, the Hyuga clan chose to remain withdrawn, shunning the limelight, and few formidable figures emerged from their ranks. They likely understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions and made a calculated choice in response. Kanda Rokuro was lost in thought as the teachers on stage finally concluded their remarks. Except for the new students, the other children followed their respective instructors into the classrooms, leaving behind 67 new students. Just as the last of the children were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the newcomers with two teachers and introduced them. Children, these two will be your teachers from now on, Irika and Mizuki. Please take a moment to introduce yourselves. As Sarutobi finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto leapt forward, exclaiming, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become the Hokage." Sarutobi smiled at Naruto and said, "All right, Naruto, I only asked for your name, not a speech. Now, let's go from left to right for self-introductions." The children obediently began their introductions. Chapter 45, Medical Ninjutsu. The children were earnest in their self-introductions. And soon it was time for the last one, Kanda Rokuro. Just as he prepared to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. "His name is Kanda Rokuro. That's all you need to know. He won't be attending classes frequently." Kanda Rokuro expressed his dissatisfaction, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, why do you interrupt?" Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted dismissively. "If I do not interject, who knows what nonsense you might spew? You little lecher. I can see you are poised to lament your single status and lack of a girlfriend. Am I correct? Good heavens. Truly. He is an old pervert with a penchant for peeping at others while they bathe. His insights are remarkably astute, a testament to his seasoned experience." While Kanda Rokuro was busy with his complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the children. "Apart from Kanda Rokuro, the rest of you should follow your teacher into the classroom. There will be no lessons this morning, so take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with your classmates. Classes will commence in earnest this afternoon." The children glanced at Kanda Rokuro before following their teachers. Soon, the area was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kanda Rokuro. After a moment of silent exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat exasperated, looked at the carefree Kanda Rokuro and said, "Rokuro, your abilities are commendable, yet a ninja's most vital asset is experience. It is essential for successfully completing missions. During your time at the Ninja Academy, make sure to acquire more cultural knowledge." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro merely curled his lips in disdain, asserting, "I could vanquish my foes with a single blow. I have no need for experience. What a brute." Sarutobi Sasuke inwardly scoffed, sighing in response. "Let me pose a question to you. Should you find yourself poisoned one day, with an antidote nearby, yet you are utterly ignorant of the herb that could save you, would you not lament your untimely demise?" Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro's expression grew slightly grave. Sealing off the moment, Sarutobi Izuchi remarked, "You see. Now you comprehend the significance of knowledge, don't you?" Kanda Rokuro nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. "It appears I must indeed cultivate the ability to heal and interpret," he remarked. "Lord Hokage, could you possibly lend me a few medical ninjutsu scrolls for my perusal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. His intent was to impart knowledge to Kanda Rokuro, yet the latter's focus was on utilizing medical ninjutsu for his own salvation. Nevertheless, there was merit to his perspective. To master medical ninjutsu, one must possess a foundation in medical knowledge. Moreover, when Kanda Rokuro eventually realizes the challenge of mastering medical ninjutsu, he would naturally be compelled to dedicate himself to his studies. At that juncture, he would forge bonds of camaraderie with the children. After contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the earnestness in Kanda Rokuro's demeanor and said, "If you are truly eager to learn, I can provide you with some scrolls. But you must commit to attending classes daily. Mastery of medical ninjutsu is essential. Otherwise, how could one ever transplant the Sharingan or be a Kugen, or enhance one's bloodline limits?" Kanda Rokuro readily agreed. "All right, I will definitely come every day." Sarutobi Izashi cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "No use of shadow clones." Kanda Rokuro's expression immediately fell, and he said somewhat discontentedly, "The knowledge of shadow clones was learned by me as well. What difference does it make? I find shadow clones quite admirable." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to shake his head, responding, "No, if you do not come in person, I shall not grant you the medical ninjutsu scroll." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and smirked, "If you refuse to give it to me, I shall seek it from Lord Danzo. He has always treated me well. I am certain he would oblige." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had momentarily forgotten about that fellow Danzo. It seemed that relying solely on medical ninjutsu would not suffice to compel the boy to attend school. This young lad possessed a fervent passion for training, thus, alternative methods must be employed. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and proposed, "If you are willing to attend classes, I shall grant you an A-rank ninjutsu each year, and upon your graduation in 5 years, I will present you with a tome of S-rank ninjutsu." How does that sound? Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed, "Is it true, Lord Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, it is true. As Hokage, I would never deceive you." Kanda Rokuro slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "All right, Hokage-sama, you must keep your word." Having settled matters with Kanda Rokuro, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. He looked at Kanda Rokuro and reassured him, "Rest assured, if I deceive you, you may summon Danzo to trouble me. That should suffice, wouldn't you agree?" Kanda Rokuro was immensely pleased and was about to express his intention to attend classes regularly in the future when he suddenly hesitated and remarked, "By the way, Lord Danzo has assigned me some tasks to undertake with my master during my free time. If I am unable to attend class in person, it should still be considered valid, right?" Sarutobi Izashi cast a surprised glance at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "So Danzo has begun to assign you missions?" Kanda Rokuro nodded thoughtfully. He recounted how his master had returned to inform him that he was now over 50 and had reached retirement age, intending to undertake only tasks rated A and below. His master expressed a desire to mentor him through simpler assignments for the sake of training. Sarutobi Izashi understood instantly. The sentiments of Danzo resonated similarly with him. While he employed bonds of friendship, Danzo leaned on familial ties. With clarity in his thoughts, he smiled and said, "This is no problem. I can certainly agree." Kanda Rokuro nodded immediately, then it settled. Sarutobi Izashi patted Kanda Rokuro's head. "Indeed, it is settled. You should also take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with your classmates. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not prolong our conversation." With that, Sarutobi Izashi turned and departed. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the retreating figure of Sarutobi Izashi and shook his head before proceeding to the classroom. Chapter 46, Sitting Beside Hinata. The students of the Ninja Academy all study within a single building. The freshman class is located on the ground floor, with a sign at the entrance clearly indicating freshman class. Kanda Rokuro undoubtedly found his way without error, seamlessly entering the classroom. Moments ago, Sarutobi Izashi had mentioned that the morning was free of classes, allowing students to familiarize themselves with one another. Upon his entrance, the children were engaged in their individual conversations. Yet, amidst the chatter, Uzumaki Naruto stood alone, ignored by his peers. Upon spotting Kanda Rokuro approaching, he instantly lit up with joy, exclaiming, big brother, over here. Over here. Come sit beside me." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Uzumaki Naruto and smirked, "Did I not tell you? I only sit with girls. What are you making a fuss about? Just sit quietly." After uttering this, he surveyed the classroom and spotted a young girl. He strode over and addressed the boy seated beside her. "Move aside. This seat belongs to me. You may sit at the back." The boy, called out by Kanda Rokuro, felt a twinge of fear but mustered his courage to respond, "Why should I listen to you? The seats here are first come, first served." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at the young boy and declared, I shall grant you 3 seconds to depart. Otherwise, I shall strike your backside. If you wish to avoid humiliation before the entire class, I suggest you vacate post-haste. The boy, seething with anger, brandished his fists and retorted, I am of the Ekizan family. Should you lay a hand on me, beware of my father's wrath. Kanda Rokuro struck the boy's head directly, proclaiming, Your father may be the Hokage, but what does the Ekizan family amount to? The boy, stung by the blow, felt tears streaming down his face as he cradled his head, weeping softly. Kanda Rokuro lifted the boy into the corridor and disdainfully remarked, If you wish to cry, do so elsewhere. Do not cause a disturbance here. If you are dissatisfied, have your father come to confront me. The boy wept even more bitterly, rushing towards the door, exclaiming, I want to go home. I want to go home. Upon witnessing the scene, Kanda Rokuro curled his lips and took a seat in the position recently vacated by the boy. Turning to the quiet girl beside him, who was bowing her head in silence, he inquired, You must be Hinata Hyuga, correct? The girl, indeed Hinata Hyuga, furtively glanced at Kanda Rokuro before lowering her gaze once more and replied, You are Lord Kanda Rokuro, aren't you? My father mentioned that when I met you, I should express my gratitude. Oh, Lord, I am merely a few months your senior. How have I come to be referred to as Lord? Kanda Rokuro shook his head and said, It is I. However, there is no need for you to address me as sir, simply call me Rokuro. Your father has treated me well, and I shall look after you from now on. Hinata Hyuga nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto appeared before Kanda Rokuro, scrutinizing Hinata and inquired, Brother, do you know this peculiar girl? Kanda Rokuro turned back and gave Uzumaki Naruto a light tap on the head, saying, This is the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan. How can you label her as peculiar? Be cautious, or the Hyuga clan might just dig a pit for you. Uzumaki Naruto, cradling his head in shock, replied, No way. Is the Hyuga clan truly that terrifying? I've never heard of such a thing. Kanda Rokuro, with an air of indifference, surveyed his surroundings. He glanced at the curious children who were observing him, and then stood up. With a composed demeanor, he addressed them, I am Kanda Rokuro. Remember this name well. From this moment forth, I shall be the leader of this school. My commands shall be regarded as those of the teachers, and you are obliged to heed them. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, Big brother, that's impressive. Kanda Rokuro is exceedingly arrogant. Someone, unable to tolerate it any longer, stood up and glared at Kanda Rokuro, saying, You are also a newcomer. Why should we heed your words? Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at the individual who had spoken. It was Inuzuka Kiba. The members of his clan were known for their impetuous nature, so it was hardly surprising that he was the first to voice dissent. Observing Inuzuka Kiba closely, Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort. You are Inuzuka Kiba, aren't you? You don't even have a dog, yet you act so arrogantly. The absence of a canine companion suggests your family does not acknowledge you. I suggest you procure a dog before returning to engage in conversation with me. Inuzuka Kiba, infuriated, shouted back at Kanda Rokuro, I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Kanda Rokuro curled his lip disdainfully, remarking, Indeed, your Inuzuka clan is formidable, but as for you, a little brat without a dog, I can hardly be bothered to engage in combat. I hear you have an older sister. Let her bring a dog to challenge me instead. I have no interest in battling a dogless Inuzuka ninja. Inuzuka Kiba was utterly exasperated. He rushed toward Kanda Rokuro, brimming with the intent to strike. However, before he could reach Kanda, Uzumaki Naruto stepped in front of him, declaring, If you wish to lay a hand on my brother, you must first defeat me. Seeing someone obstruct his path, Inuzuka Kiba wasted no time in launching an attack. Naruto, undeterred, engaged in a fierce scuffle with Kiba. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Some timid students, witnessing the brawl, began to weep in fear. Chaos reigned within the classroom. Chapter 47. Am I being targeted? Fighting. Crying. The commotion was naturally quite loud. In no time, Irika arrived at the classroom. Upon witnessing the disorder, he felt overwhelmed. As a Chunin, he understood that it was imperative to quell the turmoil swiftly. He discerned that the primary issue stemmed from the two combatants whose clash had incited the chaos. So he charged forward without hesitation, lifting both boys as if they were mere chicks, effectively silencing them. With the teacher's arrival, the students gradually regained their composure. Relieved, Irika turned to Naruto and Kiba with a serious expression, asking, What on earth prompted this fight? Both boys directed their gaze toward Kanda Rokuro. The entire class followed suit, their eyes fixed on Kanda. Irika immediately grasped that Kanda was the instigator. Yet, How could he possibly reprimand Kanda Rokuro? Kanda Rokuro engaged in a spirited exchange with the elite shinobi, having previously been relegated to the role of a mere errand boy. Irika, feeling exasperated, set aside Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka and addressed Kanda Rokuro with a polite yet firm tone. Rokuro, you have come to school to pursue your studies. Not to stir up trouble, have you? Kanda Rokuro shrugged and remarked, I simply make them heed my words, yet they remain unconvinced and yearn to challenge me. Thus, my loyal subordinate took the initiative on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki was instantly elated. He stood tall and declared, indeed, whoever dares to challenge my elder brother must first contend with me. Irika, feeling indifferent towards Naruto's enthusiasm, leaned in and whispered to Kanda Rokuro, let us step outside for a discussion. Kanda Rokuro rose and turned to Hinata Hyuga beside him, saying, Hinata, please wait here for a moment. I need to step out and discuss a few matters with the teacher. I shall return shortly to converse with you. After reassuring Hinata, he followed Irika to the classroom door. With no children present, Irika sighed with a wry smile. Rokuro, your actions make it quite challenging for us teachers. Using your strength to intimidate younger students may not be entirely appropriate. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Irika and asked, am I not still a child? Irika, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, what I meant to say is that your strength has already reached the level of a jonin. They are not even chunin. It would be rather pointless to bully them, wouldn't it? Kanda Rokuro nodded slightly. Indeed, I feel rather embarrassed playing with them. However, if I do not teach them a lesson, they will remain unaware of my capabilities, which is rather inappropriate. I must ensure that they recognize my prowess, so that henceforth, no one will dare to annoy me. Irika's expression twitched, and he forced a smile. How about I discuss your matters with them? That way, you won't need to discipline them, and they should refrain from bothering you again. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Irika and said, are you certain? If they provoke me again, do not hold me accountable. Irika promptly replied, leave it to me. I assure you there will be no issues. You should rest outside for a while, and once I have resolved the matter, you may enter. That should suffice, right? Kanda Rokuro shook his head and replied, do as you wish. I shall take a leisurely stroll around the school and return in half an hour. If they dare to provoke me upon my return, I shall teach them a lesson. Irika sighed in relief and smiled, saying, half an hour will suffice. Why not wander around outside the teaching building? Kanda Rokuro turned to leave. His intention was to instill fear in the newcomers, ensuring they would refrain from troubling him in the future. This way, when he utilized his shadow clones for teaching, he could evade considerable hassle. Since Irika was willing to assist, he might as well let him take charge. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, he remained indifferent. With that, he exited the teaching building. Kanda Rokuro was at the training ground, honing his physical skills. Having practiced diligently every day, it had become a deeply ingrained habit. Suddenly finding himself in a leisurely state, he felt rather unaccustomed to it. Thus, he resumed his training. Kanda Rokuro was rather earnest. His diligence made time pass swiftly, just as he felt he was entering a state of cultivation. Irika arrived at the training ground and called out to him, Rokuro, it's all set now. You may return to your class. Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and turned to glance at Irika. He noticed that a group of over a dozen children surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. What, indeed, had Irika said? Kanda Rokuro, somewhat perplexed, approached Irika and inquired, what did you say to them? Irika chuckled softly and replied, I merely spoke of your one-on-one challenge against the elite ninja of the cloud. Kanda Rokuro cast a surprised glance at Irika, questioning whether such matters could truly be disclosed and if the Hokage would permit it. Irika rolled his eyes and replied, you may not realize this, but your affairs are already known throughout the 4 great ninja villages. Even if I were to remain silent, they would inevitably become aware of it. It is of no consequence. What an astonishment. I have become renowned. Kanda Rokuro felt a twinge of excitement, yet simultaneously sensed the peril that surrounded him. A genius like him ought to be the target of other ninja villages. Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment before inquiring of Irika. How did news of my situation reach the outside world? Irika shook his head. I'm not entirely certain. I heard it from a fellow student who was on a mission. He mentioned that you have gained some notoriety, and the bounty on your head has soared to a staggering 12 million. Damn. So I've been put on a wanted list. This is truly outrageous. Chapter 48. A half day at school, realizing the bounty on his head. Kanda Rokuro felt an intense urgency to enhance his strength. At this moment, the only means available for a swift increase in his combat prowess was through the practice of the violent body technique. Moreover, 5 months had passed since he began training in this technique. It was time to elevate its level. Such an advancement would undoubtedly garner greater respect from Luo and Danzo, allowing him to reap more benefits. After contemplating for a while, Kanda Rokuro turned to Irika and said, "Let us return to the classroom." Irika nodded and turned to enter the school building, followed closely by the other children. Upon reaching the classroom door, Kanda Rokuro noticed Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka standing outside as punishment. Irika, observing the scene, cleared his throat and reminded Kanda Rokuro. They did engage in a fight, which is not acceptable. Thus, a necessary punishment must be enforced. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Hey, I was fighting for you. You should tell Irika-sensei to let me back in for class." Kanda Rokuro approached Uzumaki Naruto, curling his lip in disdain. "You can't even defeat a mere child. Yet you dare to plead with me? Should you triumph over Inuzuka Kiba, I might consider advocating for you. But as it stands, I cannot muster the courage to intercede on your behalf. For now, remain here and stand quietly." Uzumaki Naruto felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he glanced at Inuzuka Kiba, exclaiming, "This guy fights in a despicable and shameless manner, always resorting to tearing at people's clothes. If we were to engage in a proper fight, I would surely not be defeated by him." Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes, remarking, "What does it matter whether the fight is deemed despicable or not? Why not address the enemy directly and see if they will engage you in a fair duel?" Uzumaki Naruto was left speechless. Kanda Rokuro no longer paid him any heed and entered the classroom. Within the classroom, a seat beside Hinata Hyuga had been intentionally left vacant. It seemed that, henceforth, no one would dare to vie for his position. As for the other children, they gazed at him with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. Indeed, those who had boldly followed Irika outside to glimpse him were the audacious ones, while the timid remained seated within the classroom, waiting. Kanda Rokuro approached Hinata Hyuga and took a seat beside her. Irika then ascended to the podium, mindful not to allow the students to study on their own, lest any mishaps occur once more. With Irika present, a semblance of tranquility settled over the classroom. Kanda Rokuro nestled beside Hinata Hyuga and quietly inquired a couple of questions regarding her. She merely nodded in response, which swiftly diminished his interest. At merely 5 years of age, she was still far too young. There was little amusement to be found in teasing her. Consequently, he abandoned the conversation with Hinata and turned his attention to Irika, who was expounding upon the school's regulations. To Kanda, Irika's words seemed nothing more than trivialities. After a short while, his mind began to drift elsewhere. Irika, noticing Kanda's disengagement, chose not to intervene, as long as Kanda refrained from causing any trouble. He felt he could count himself fortunate. Sleeping, perhaps? In a state of daydreaming? He paid no heed. Time had already advanced past 9 o'clock. Irika, engaging in casual conversation, soon found it was 11 o'clock and decided to dismiss the class, leading the children to the school cafeteria for their meal, with plans to arrange a place for them to rest after dining. At the Konoha Ninja School, the student population approached 800, necessitating a spacious cafeteria where all students gathered to eat. As for the fare, it was, of course, self-provided lunches. The ninja school did not offer meals. Those who failed to bring their own were simply out of luck, as the ninja school took no responsibility. As a ninja, enduring hunger was also a skill. If one did not prepare their food in advance, they had to accept the consequences of their oversight. Kanda Rokuro, although devoid of provisions himself, harbored no concern regarding hunger. Should Hinata fail to deliver sustenance, he would promptly return to the underground base for rest. Indeed, as Kanda Rokuro anticipated, upon his arrival near the cafeteria, Hinata leapt forth, presenting him with a bento box, exclaiming, "Rokuro, next time, ensure you bring your own. I am a jonin after all." Kanda Rokuro received the bento box and shot a glare at Hinata. "What's the matter? Can't a jonin deliver a meal? Others are out there sending their children to school, so what's wrong with you bringing a meal?" Hinata scoffed. "They are who they are, and I am who I am. Besides, you are not my son." Kanda Rokuro spoke bluntly. "If you dare not deliver, I shall report you to Lord Danzo, and your monthly wages will be deducted, leaving you with nothing but steamed buns to eat." Inwardly, Hatake cursed Kanda Rokuro, but outwardly, he merely turned and walked away, choosing not to engage with him. With so many children watching, it would be utterly humiliating for a distinguished jonin to deliver meals. Hatake departed. Kanda Rokuro remained unconcerned. He carried his lunchbox and followed the children into the cafeteria to dine. The cafeteria of the ninja school resembled that of the orphanage in every aspect. 6 individuals shared a long table, seated 3 pairs facing one another as they enjoyed their meal. Kanda Rokuro surveyed the cafeteria before guiding Hinata. who had been silently following him, to an unoccupied corner where they settled down. He gestured for Hinata to begin her meal. Chapter 49, in comparison to Itachi. Inside the cafeteria, as Kanda Rokuro and Hinata Hyuga opened their lunchboxes, Naruto Uzumaki eagerly approached, his eyes fixated on Kanda's meal, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "What about your food?" Kanda inquired, instinctively guarding his lunch. Naruto's expression instantly fell, and with his head bowed, he admitted, "I forgot to bring mine." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro curled his lips in disdain, saying, "What kind of family do you have that such matters can be dismissed as mere forgetfulness?" Naruto Uzumaki lowered his head even further, responding, "I have no family. I grew up all alone." Kanda Rokuro was certainly aware that Naruto Uzumaki was an orphan. However, he had to feign ignorance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, he was taken aback. "You are also a child from the orphanage?" Naruto cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and shook his head. "No. I grew up in the Hidden Leaf Village. My parents undoubtedly perished in battle for the village, which is why Grandpa Hokage has entrusted someone to look after me." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder and said, "It matters not. I too am an orphan. What significance does that hold? When you grow stronger, confidence will naturally follow." Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously, his spirits lifted somewhat. He leaned closer to Kanda Rokuro and said, "Big brother, could you spare me half of your meal?" "What do you think?" "Not a chance," Kanda Rokuro replied, pushing Uzumaki Naruto away. "If you wish to eat, buy your own." Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, glancing around before asking, "I don't see anywhere selling food here. Did you perhaps make a mistake, big brother? Are you suggesting I go outside to purchase something?" "That wouldn't be permissible, as Irika-sensei mentioned this morning." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "He said we cannot leave the school. But he never mentioned that our avatars cannot venture out. Hand me the money, and I shall send my avatar to make the purchase for you." Uzumaki Naruto, suddenly enlightened, leaned closer to Kanda Rokuro and ingratiatingly asked, "Brother, could you possibly lend me some money? I currently have none on me, but I promise to repay you as soon as I have the means." Kanda Rokuro offered Uzumaki Naruto a blank stare and said, "I shall lend you the 9 out of 12. Uzumaki Naruto looked utterly bewildered. "What does that mean?" Kanda Rokuro displayed a malevolent grin. "You borrow 10,000. Yet I shall only lend you 9,000. When the time comes for repayment, you must return 12,000. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you are utterly shameless. Is there truly such a way to lend money?" Kanda Rokuro, seemingly indifferent, curled his lips and remarked, "Should my doppelganger run off to procure items for you without compensation? Furthermore, I offer loans starting at 10,000. If you refuse, prepare to face hunger." Uzumaki Naruto found himself in a quandary. Kanda Rokuro gently patted Naruto Uzumaki on the shoulder, saying, "My young friend, do not become entangled over a trifling sum of money. You are destined for greatness. Once you ascend to the rank of Jonin, even the simplest of tasks will yield rewards in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Is it not a sign of limited vision to fret over a mere 10,000? Naruto nodded vigorously, finding great wisdom in his words. Indeed. This little amount is inconsequential. When I become Hokage, I could earn it back in a minute. So, dear brother, would you lend me 10,000? Kanda Rokuro revealed a smile, forming a hand seal to summon a shadow clone. He then produced 10,000 yen and handed it to the clone, instructing, "Go and buy a large bowl of Ichiraka ramen for my little brother and pick up some nourishing items for him. He seems rather frail." The shadow clone accepted the money, cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki, offered a faint smile, and departed the classroom. Naruto gazed at Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone with a hint of envy, pondering, "My brother possesses quite a useful ability. I wonder when I will be able to master such ninjutsu." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip and picked up his bento, beginning to munch on it. "You must be waiting for 4 or 5 years." Uzumaki Naruto felt quite frustrated and took a seat to wait. In the cafeteria, the children were eating while casting glances at Kanda Rokuro. Just moments ago, Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone technique had demonstrated that he was no ordinary person. It was a ninjutsu typically reserved for Jonin, and Kanda Rokuro had mastered it by the tender age of 5. Truly a little prodigy. Amid the curiosity of the crowd, someone took action. He carried his boxed meal and sat down opposite Kanda Rokuro, looking at him and declaring, "You are Kanda Rokuro, right? I will defeat you." It was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Kanda Rokuro was contemplating how to find an opportunity to draw near him. Unexpectedly, he approached on his own. "I certainly cannot let this chance slip away." Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sasuke while eating, remarking, "You appear to belong to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, your family's Sharingan is formidable. Yet I surmise you have yet to awaken it." Sasuke snorted coldly, "What if I haven't? I can still defeat you. Just wait and see. I will not allow you to surpass my brother. He is the true genius of Konoha. Ah, so it is for Uchiha Itachi that you have come. It seems someone has compared him to Uchiha Itachi. How unexpected. He has now attained a level of prominence that allows him to be measured against Uchiha Itachi. The thought stirs a sense of excitement within me." Chapter 50. Naruto's Reflection on Sasuke. Kanda Rokuro scrutinized Uchiha Sasuke and inquired, "Is Uchiha Itachi your elder brother?" Sasuke straightened his chest and affirmed, "Indeed." Kanda Rokuro nodded and remarked, "Your brother is indeed a genius, but soon he shall find himself beneath my feet. As for you, little one, I have little interest." Sasuke, filled with fury, glared at Kanda Rokuro and declared, "Wait for me. After 6 months of training, I will come to challenge you." Kanda Rokuro smirked and gestured towards Uzumaki Naruto, saying, "If you wish to challenge me, first defeat him." Naruto immediately stood up, fixating his gaze on Sasuke, declaring, "Indeed. If you want to challenge my brother, you must first overcome me." Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, retorting, "You? I could defeat you right now." Enraged, Naruto pointed towards the training ground outside, exclaiming, "Let us go. I want to compete with you right now." Sasuke, unfazed, also rose, scoffing, "Who is afraid of whom? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Infuriatingly, Naruto turned to face Uchiha Sasuke and declared, "Come on, let us settle this outside." Sasuke showed no hesitation and followed Naruto out. Not far from the cafeteria lay the training ground, visible from the window. As news of the impending duel between the two friends spread, the children's interest was piqued. They hurriedly carried their lunchboxes to the window, eager to witness the clash between the two. Kanda Rokuro exhibited little interest. At present, Naruto and Sasuke were still mere children, and their skirmishes amounted to little more than basic taijutsu, their strength being rather insufficient. Even sustaining an injury seemed a formidable challenge. Such contests hardly piqued his curiosity. He remained alongside Hinata, savoring their bento boxes. Within the training grounds, the sounds of combat soon reverberated, indicating an intense clash between the two. Unable to contain herself, Hinata softly inquired of Kanda Rokuro, "Brother Rokuro, isn't this inappropriate? Should we not intervene? It would be unfortunate if they were to get hurt." Kanda Rokuro remained unfazed, dismissively waving his hand. "Pay them no mind. They are natural adversaries. Even in my absence, they would inevitably clash sooner or later. Besides, as a ninja, sustaining a few injuries is merely a part of the daily grind." Hinata hesitated momentarily. However, seeing that Kanda Rokuro was resolute, she felt reluctant to press the matter further. Kanda Rokuro swiftly finished his bento, and upon noticing Sasuke's untouched meal, he took it without hesitation, unwrapped it, and began to eat. "Not bad. Sasuke's mother certainly possesses culinary skills," he remarked. Hinata, feeling a tad awkward, softly interjected, Rokuro Onizen, that is Sasuke's bento." Kanda Rokuro, while eating, remarked, "Pay him no mind. He is engaged in a brawl. If he loses, he lacks the appetite to eat, and if he wins, he is too busy boasting to feel hunger. Missing a meal is of no consequence." Hinata could only gaze in disbelief as Kanda Rokuro devoured the entire lunch prepared for Uchiha Sasuke. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Sasuke returned, looking refreshed, with the battered figure of Naruto Uzumaki trailing behind him. One glance was enough to discern that Naruto had been thoroughly defeated. The two returned to face Kanda Rokuro, and just as Sasuke intended to boast, he realized that his lunch had been completely consumed, leaving only the empty bento box in front of Kanda Rokuro. Enraged, he glared at Kanda Rokuro and exclaimed, "Why did you eat my bento? It was prepared for me by my mother." Kanda Rokuro, unfazed, smirked and remarked, "Your mother's cooking is quite delightful. It surpasses that of my younger brother's by a considerable margin. Perhaps you could persuade her to prepare an extra portion for me in the future?" Sasuke was furious. Yet he recognized that he was no match for Kanda Rokuro. Consequently, he retrieved his bento box and shot Kanda a fierce glare, declaring, "You'll regret this." With that, Sasuke turned on his heel and departed. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, feeling dejected, sidled up to Kanda Rokuro and lamented, "Brother, I have met my defeat." Kanda Rokuro shrugged and remarked, "I must inform you that you are destined to lose. After all, he is an elite of the Uchiha clan. Being defeated by him may serve as a blessing in disguise, propelling you to train even harder." Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You have a point. I shall undoubtedly triumph over that fellow. Kanda Rokuro gently patted Uzumaki Naruto and said, "All right, take a seat and rest. Your lunch is on its way. Just think, Sasuke hasn't had his lunch either. Isn't your mood a little brighter now?" Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Sasuke in the distance and immediately burst into laughter. "Well done, brother. This is indeed a form of retribution for me. Let us see how he manages this afternoon. He might just starve." Kanda Rokuro shot a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Naruto, exclaiming, "Enough already, your rambling is excessive." Naruto chuckled sheepishly and settled down to take a rest. They waited for approximately 7 or 8 minutes. Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone returned, bearing an abundance of food. Uzumaki Naruto was ecstatic, eagerly accepting the offerings and indulging heartily. The most vexing part was that while devouring his meal, he couldn't help but flaunt it in front of Sasuke, which infuriated Sasuke to the point of leaving the cafeteria and heading straight to the classroom. Chapter 51, Training Motivation. After Sasuke's departure, Uzumaki Naruto finally settled down. Following lunch came the break period. Those wishing to rest returned to the classroom to sleep, while others who preferred not to could either train in the training grounds or find a spot to sit and chat. Kanda Rokuro did not retreat to the classroom for a nap, as he had no habit of taking afternoon rest. Instead, he sought refuge beneath a tree in the training ground and commenced his daily regimen of 1,000 straight punches. The students at the school, already familiar with Kanda Rokuro, observed his earnest dedication to training and finally comprehended why he surpassed them so significantly. Some ambitious students, unwilling to remain in mediocrity, began to follow his example, seeking their own spots to train. As the number of trainees increased, those resting felt a sense of embarrassment and rose to join in the practice. The training ground was soon filled with the majority of children engaged in rigorous exercise. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen intently monitored the entire school through a crystal ball. His initial intent was to prevent Kanda Rokuro from causing any disturbances. However, the sight before him shifted his perspective. He suddenly realized that allowing Kanda Rokuro to attend school was indeed a masterstroke. If the children continued to train with such diligence every day in 5 years, Konoha could reap the benefits of a new generation of capable ninjas. Contemplating this, he nodded repeatedly and indulged in a couple of puffs from his pipe. After observing for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased his vigilance. He was not one to idle, with numerous matters awaiting his attention. By the afternoon, the atmosphere at the school returned to normalcy. Kanda Rokuro dispatched his shadow clone to attend classes while he dedicated himself to rigorous training at the training grounds. Absent the disruptions caused by Kanda Rokuro, the afternoon's lessons proceeded with a certain normalcy. Before long, the school day concluded. As the students exited the classroom, they cast glances at Kanda Rokuro, who was still immersed in his training, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. A genius so relentlessly dedicated. They had never encountered anyone quite like him in their lives. As for the notion of Kanda Rokuro slacking off, that was utterly inconceivable. From the windows of the academic building, one could easily observe Kanda Rokuro, who had not paused for even a minute throughout the entire afternoon. Truly astonishing. The students held Kanda Rokuro in the highest regard, reflecting on his remarkable diligence. The majority of the students chose to return home. Having come to terms with the vast chasm between themselves and Kanda Rokuro, they recognized their inability to surpass him, opting instead to adopt a more relaxed approach to their studies. However, a handful of determined individuals remained behind to train, including Sasuke, Naruto, and Kiba, who were unwilling to concede defeat. At that moment, as classes concluded, Lee Rock seized the opportunity to approach Kanda Rokuro. Spotting Lee, Kanda Rokuro continued his training while exclaiming, "Oh, little Lee, you've arrived." Lee Rock, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, "Big brother, you certainly made quite an impression at school today. Our classmates hold you in great esteem, and some even inquired about you." Kanda Rokuro raised an eyebrow. "Have any girls inquired about me?" "Indeed," replied Lee Rock with a cheerful smile. "3 young ladies have been asking about you. They heard that I know you and even asked me to convey messages to you, my dear brother." Kanda Rokuro, intrigued, halted his training and inquired, "What did they ask you to say to me?" Lee Rock directly replied, "They asked me to inquire, dear brother, what type of girl you prefer." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. My charm has begun to captivate the hearts of young ladies, and it is truly splendid. Tomorrow, you must inform them that I am not particular. I have a fondness for all girls." Lee Rock hesitated and asked, "Brother, are you suggesting that you wish to pursue a relationship with all 3 of them simultaneously?" Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Lee Rock and inquired, "What? Is it not permissible?" "Of course not. That would be courting trouble." Lee Rock silently grumbled to himself. Just today, 3 young ladies had been incessantly pestering him with questions, driving him to the brink of exasperation. If these 3 were to pursue him daily, he feared for his very existence. Having lamented in silence, Li Lok softly advised, "Brother, you are perpetually occupied with training. It would be wise to avoid entanglements with young women, for they can be quite troublesome and may hinder your training." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Li Lok. "What do you know? You are unaware of the advantages of girls. You must learn to interact with them, otherwise you shall remain single in the future." Li Lok shook his head. At present, he was solely focused on his cultivation. The matter of having a girlfriend had never crossed his mind. Kanda Rokuro, upon seeing Li Lok, curled his lip in disdain. "Enough of this idle chatter. Since you are here, accompany me in training. Let me assess your tenacity and see if you can keep pace with my rigorous regimen." Li Lok, hearing this, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Rest assured, my brother, I shall not be outdone." Kanda Rokuro chuckled and resumed his training. Upon witnessing this, Li Lok joined in as well. Chapter 52, The God of Weasel. 8 o'clock in the evening. Kanda Rokuro and Li Lok remained diligently training, while the other children, exhausted from their exertions, had already departed for home. Sasuke persevered until 8 o'clock, but eventually, he could no longer withstand the fatigue. With a disgruntled glance cast at Kanda Rokuro, he left the school, his heart heavy with discontent. At the school gate, Sasuke spotted his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, awaiting him. He hurried over and inquired, "Brother, what brings you here? Did you not say you were too busy to accompany me to school today?" Itachi smiled faintly. "I had a mission this morning, but it has since concluded, so I came to collect you from school. I didn't anticipate that you would still be training." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression stiffened. The thought that his brother might witness his defeat at the hands of Kanda Rokuro filled him with dismay. Resolutely, he turned back towards the training grounds and declared, "Brother, rest assured, I will continue to train. One day, I will surely surpass that fellow." Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and replied with a smile, "Do not compare your weaknesses to other strengths. Kanda Rokuro excels in taijutsu, and it is unlikely that our Uchiha clan could surpass him in that regard. Not even I could. To triumph over him, you must leverage your own strengths." Sasuke's eyes brightened with understanding. "Brother, if we utilize ninjutsu, we should be able to easily defeat him, right?" Itachi regarded Sasuke for a moment before shaking his head. "No. Unless your ninjutsu can be executed instantaneously, you risk being defeated before you can even cast it. Moreover, his talent in ninjutsu is commendable. You must work exceptionally hard to prevail against him." Feeling somewhat irked at his brother's praise for his rival, Sasuke retorted, "Brother, I am your own sibling. Why do you speak so highly of someone else?" Itachi chuckled softly, "I speak of the matter, not the person. His prowess is indeed remarkable. I cannot simply feign ignorance. Should you grow strong one day, I will commend you too." Sasuke remained disgruntled. Itachi chose not to elaborate further, lifting Sasuke onto his back and stating, "You seem weary. Let us hurry home for you to rest. Otherwise, you may struggle to rise in the morning." Sasuke, resting on Itachi's back, fell silent, his exhaustion overtaking him. As Itachi carried him a few steps, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Kanda Rokuro and Li Lok were immersed in their training until the early hours of the morning, only ceasing their exertions when fatigue overcame them. Once they halted, Li Lok collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the still composed Kanda Rokuro and, with a hint of despondency, uttered, "Brother, you are simply too formidable. It seems that in this lifetime, I may never catch up to you." Kanda Rokuro chuckled and sat beside Li Lok, saying, "Do not speak such despondent words. Those who strive earn their rewards in due time. Your achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of those who leave this place after school." Upon hearing this, Li Lok felt a slight lift in his spirits. "That is true. But I aspire to surpass you, my elder brother." Kanda Rokuro shrugged, proclaiming, "That is simply impossible. One cannot compare oneself to a genius such as I. You may only measure yourself against mere mortals, like the esteemed jonin of the village. In the future, you might consider comparing yourself to them. For I stand on the same echelon as the Hokage." Li Lok, rendered speechless, reclined and gazed at the star-studded sky. "Forget it," he sighed. "I shall not speak further. I am too weary to move. Tonight, I will not return home. Instead, I shall sleep right here." Kanda Rokuro glanced over to see not far from Li Lok, where Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, with drool pooling around him. Naruto had been training alongside them until just past 9, but fatigue had finally overtaken him, marking him as the last to succumb to exhaustion in their training session. The others had faltered around 8, unable to endure any longer. Much like Sasuke, who had also departed from the school, Kanda Rokuro created a shadow clone and instructed, "Please return with a few blankets." The shadow clone then departed. Kanda Rokuro also lay down to rest. Training within the confines of the school was far less specialized than in the training room. However, for the sake of Saratobi Izashi's benefits, he resolved to train at school nonetheless. After a brief respite, he glanced at the two new tasks for the day. Upon seeing them, he was rendered speechless. Once again, someone had provoked the system, Uchiha Sasuke. The system had issued yet another mundane task, daily training mission, stand in a horse stance for 1 hour without moving. Daily random mission, play a prank on Uchiha Sasuke. Sigh. Uchiha Sasuke, what can I say? It's your fault for constantly glaring at me. Now, it seems you may become quite a nuisance in the future. The system is not to be trifled with. It will likely torment you frequently henceforth. I hope you won't hold it against me, for I am merely a pawn of the system. After lamenting his predicament, Kanda Rokuro closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the night. Chapter 53. The unfortunate Sasuke morning dawned, and the sun ascended. Uzumaki Naruto, having retired early, was the first to awaken. He opened his eyes, taking in the sight of the blanket draped over him and his companions, Kanda Rokuro and Rock Lee, beside him. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him, and he could not contain his tears. At last, he had friends. Moreover, friends who genuinely cared for him. This realization moved him deeply. As Naruto quietly reveled in his emotions, Kanda Rokuro was stirred awake by his commotion. Rising, he observed the tear-streaked face of Uzumaki Naruto and smirked. "What is the matter? Why are you crying so early in the morning?" Naruto, unwilling to admit his tears, hastily wiped his face and retorted, "I'm not crying. It was just dew that dampened my face." Kanda Rokuro smirked. He was too disinterested to engage in idle chatter with Uzumaki Naruto. Rising to his feet, he declared, "There is still an hour or two before class begins. I shall return home to take a shower before coming back. You may all rest here." After yesterday's training, Naruto's clothes were completely soaked with sweat, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing Kanda's words, Naruto also stood up and said, "I shall return to freshen up as well, and perhaps indulge in a breakfast. Brother, let us reconvene for class later." Kanda Rokuro gently nudged Lilac, rousing him from his slumber. "We should return to freshen up. You ought to do the same, lest you overwhelm your desk mate with your odor during class." Lilac slowly rose to his feet. Kanda Rokuro and Uzumaki Naruto have already approached. He paused momentarily and promptly followed suit to depart. Classes at the Ninja Academy commenced promptly at 8 o'clock. Yesterday, he arrived at the school by 7 due to the opening ceremony. As for after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the school ceases formal instruction, allowing students to return home for their own training. After all, each child carries the legacy of their respective clan, and upon returning home in the evenings, they are expected to study their family's specialized ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro returned to the base, refreshed himself, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Upon his return to the ninja school, it was approximately 7:30. Initially, he intended to arrive a bit later. However, due to a prank mission involving Sasuke, he found it necessary to come earlier, ensuring that Sasuke would fully experience his mischievous antics. In the classroom, only 4 or 5 students were present, all of whom had departed early the previous day. Those who had trained late into the night had not yet arrived. The children, upon seeing Kanda Rokuro, offered respectful nods. Kanda Rokuro smiled at them before returning to his seat, resting his head on his arms for a brief slumber. He was enveloped in sleep, and none dared to disturb him. The children remained quiet. Even the new students who entered were met with curious gazes and refrained from uttering a sound. Until, at last, Uzumaki Naruto burst into the classroom, exclaiming loudly, "I'm here. You all better be ready for me." Suddenly, he was interrupted by a chalk piece striking his head, which infuriated him greatly. Upon noticing that Kanda Rokuro was the one who had thrown the chalk, wearing an irritated expression, his anger dissipated instantly. He hurried over to Kanda Rokuro and inquired, "Hey, big brother, do you need something?" Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki and remarked, "It appears that your stamina has fully returned." Naruto straightened his chest and replied, "Of course. I am now in peak condition. Having the Nine-Tails Fox truly benefits him. The speed of his recovery is remarkably swift, akin to that of the beast itself." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at the other students and leaned closer to Naruto Uzumaki, whispering, "Naruto, you seem to have recovered, but the students who trained yesterday appear rather lackluster. I suspect Uchiha Sasuke is no different. If you challenge him later, you might just have a chance to defeat him." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, indeed. If he is not feeling well, then my opportunity has arrived. Brother, your timely reminder is invaluable. Kanda Rokuro patted Naruto Uzumaki on the shoulder, reminding him, remember, he will challenge you the moment he arrives. If you wait until he attends class for a while, he might well regain his strength. Naruto nodded vigorously and turned towards the door, declaring, I will stand guard at the entrance. The moment he approaches, I shall teach him a lesson, making him aware of my prowess. Watching Naruto dash towards the doorway, Kanda couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and concern. Kanda Rokuro revealed a malevolent smile, extracting a handful of soil from his pocket. He fashioned tiny mice and, utilizing the technique of transformation, transmuted them into earth mice, stealthily trailing after Naruto. Several minutes elapsed. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's roar, Sasuke Uchiha, today I shall defeat you. Rokuro Kanda couldn't help but react. With someone like you, it's utterly impossible, came Sasuke's frigid retort. Soon after, the sounds of battle erupted. Ah, where did that mouse come from, daring to bite me? Less than a minute passed before Sasuke let out a pained scream, followed by Naruto's exuberant exclamation. I will obliterate you, you scoundrel. Listening to the sounds around him, Kanda Rokuro felt immensely satisfied. He glanced at the daily random tasks and noted that they had all been completed. It seemed that the groundhog had successfully accomplished its task, putting Uchiha Sasuke in a precarious position and allowing Uzumaki Naruto to gain the upper hand. Chapter 54, Learning Medical Ninjutsu. 2 minutes later, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly returned to the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke, with a bruised face, stormed into the classroom and shouted at Naruto, Naruto, if you have the guts, don't run away. Naruto paid no heed, sprinting directly to Kanda Rokuro, hands on his hips, looking quite pleased as he gazed at Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, what happened to your face? Did someone give you a beating? If so, come over and let my brother take a look. Seeing Kanda Rokuro, Uchiha Sasuke halted, his expression dark as he glared at Naruto, saying, if you have the ability, let us have another match at noon. Unfazed, Naruto retorted, who is afraid of you? Let us compete. I'll defeat you again at noon. Sasuke was infuriated, gritting his teeth. Fine. If it weren't for my bad luck giving you an opportunity, you little brat wouldn't stand a chance against me. Naruto, reveling in Sasuke's anger, felt elated. Just moments ago, a few mice had scurried by, taking bites out of Uchiha Sasuke, providing Naruto with the perfect opportunity to retaliate. He had finally avenged yesterday's grievances. As for the noontime match, he dismissed it entirely. He would address that when the time came. Sasuke shot a glance at Kanda Rokuro and Naruto, snorted in disdain, and returned to his seat, sulking as he pulled out a book, muttering angrily under his breath. Noticing this, Naruto leaned closer to Kanda Rokuro and said, brother, you were right. He hasn't recovered at all. When we fought just now, his strength was half of what it was yesterday. Kanda Rokuro delivered a punch to Naruto Uzumaki's head, exclaiming, what are you so proud of? You can't even match half of his strength, and yet you still have the audacity to smile. You truly bring shame to me as your elder brother. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his triumphant expression transforming into one of dejection. Stealing a glance at Sasuke Uchiha, he earnestly inquired of Kanda Rokuro, brother, is there any way for me to swiftly surpass him? I wish to defeat him through sheer strength. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki and remarked, you are evidently stronger than Sasuke in terms of physical endurance. If you aspire to defeat him, you should first hone your taijutsu under Rock Lee's guidance. Taijutsu, Naruto pondered, acknowledging the wisdom in the suggestion. After an entire day of training yesterday, he had fully recuperated by morning, unlike Sasuke, who appeared quite fatigued upon his arrival. I understand now. With newfound determination, Naruto returned to his seat. Though it was not entirely of his own volition, for Iruka had arrived to commence the lesson. Within the confines of the school, brawls among students were commonplace, a reality Iruka was well aware of, though he chose to overlook it. After all, this was a ninja academy, where skirmishes were an everyday occurrence as long as no one was injured. Entering the classroom, he noticed the bruised visage of Sasuke but opted to disregard it. Making his way directly to Kanda Rokuro, he produced a scroll and handed it to Rokuro, stating, Rokuro, this is the medical ninjutsu information that Lord Hokage requested I deliver to you. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro was filled with delight. He rose to take the scroll, exclaiming, I shall step outside to have a look. There is no need for you to worry about me, Iruka-sensei. If anything arises, you can find me at the training ground. Iruka, aware of Kanda Rokuro's pact with Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt no apprehension regarding his departure from the school. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Then do leave a shadow clone to continue your studies." Kanda Rokuro swiftly conjured a shadow clone and hurriedly departed. Medical ninjutsu, he mused, was essential for his quest for strength. Without it, how could he possibly obtain the Sharingan and would release cells from Danzo? Only by demonstrating exceptional prowess in medical ninjutsu would Danzo consider allowing him to partake in research experiments, thereby increasing his chances of acquiring what he desired. As for why he had not previously requested the medical ninjutsu scroll from Danzo, it was due to certain matters that he could not broach first. However, seizing the opportunity presented by school, acquiring medical ninjutsu now seemed far more plausible. He made his way to the training ground and settled beneath a tree, unfurling the scroll to examine its contents. It was a storage scroll. Kanda Rokuro utilized chakra to release the contents of the scroll, and a multitude of books tumbled forth. Upon closer inspection, there were over 30 thick volumes, all comprising medical texts. These materials were essential for him. However, his immediate desire was to acquire medical ninjutsu. Thus, he began to sift through the books, searching for any that pertained to medical ninjutsu. After some time, he stumbled upon a volume titled The Art of Utilizing Chakra to Stimulate Self-Recovery of Active Cells. The title clearly indicated that it was indeed a form of medical ninjutsu. Eagerly, he opened the book to explore its contents. The information within aligned closely with Kanda Rokuro's expectations, detailing the principles of the healing technique. It explained how to harness chakra to activate the body's active cells, prompting the immune system to spring into action for minor injuries that the immune system could handle independently. This ninjutsu proved to be exceptionally effective. Chapter 55, Healing Technique. This ninjutsu is classified as an A-rank advanced technique. However, mastering the healing technique to the level of an A-rank capability is no small feat. It is akin to Kanda Rokuro's shapeshifting technique, which at level 2 can only transform into small animals, whereas it is not until level 3 that one can morph into creatures the size of cats or dogs, thus gaining substantial power. The medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, who employ the healing technique, are merely at the initial stages of their training, capable only of treating minor injuries and ailments such as colds and fevers. According to the system's classification of ninjutsu levels, they are at a level 2 proficiency. Moreover, it is likely that they may remain at this level for their entire lives. This is not for lack of effort. Rather, mastering the healing technique requires an exceptionally high degree of chakra control talent, with only a select few possessing the aptitude to advance to level 3. At level 3, one can effectively heal most non-lethal injuries and ailments. The skilled doctors within the ninja hospital generally operate at this level. As for levels 4 and 5, there are likely only a handful across the entire ninja world who have attained such mastery. Kanda Rokuro does not require it. The system will automatically quantify the ninjutsu. He merely needs to accumulate experience. What he must do now is to first master the fine manipulation of chakra, allowing the system to quantify this ninjutsu. After perusing the literature, Kanda Rokuro created a shadow clone, instructing it to capture a bird. Today, he must master this particular ninjutsu. Once he acquires sufficient experience, he will promptly elevate the proficiency of this technique to level 3 or higher. He contemplated this thoroughly. Kanda Rokuro closed his eyes and began his meditation. Chakra continuously emanated from his hands, yet it seemed to vanish and flicker erratically. Under such circumstances, it was a wonder he did not injure himself, let alone achieve any healing. He needed to stabilize the chakra, rendering it as fluid and gentle as water. However, mastering chakra control proved to be far more challenging than Kanda Rokuro had anticipated. He had assumed that half an hour of practice would suffice for him to grasp it effortlessly. Yet, an entire morning passed without him managing to achieve complete stability in his chakra. The shadow clones he had summoned to catch birds turned out to be of no use. After lunch, Kanda Rokuro had become quite resolute. He summoned 6 shadow clones and simultaneously commenced his training. Whenever his chakra ran low, he would restore it directly with experience points. Thus, he persevered in his training, observing his experience points diminishing at a rate of 200 points per hour, until after 7 in the evening. At last, he managed to stabilize his chakra. Eagerly, he interrupted a small bird's leg and began to heal it with his chakra. Once, twice, thrice. Alas, the small bird unexpectedly succumbed. His chakra had inadvertently led to its demise. This turn of events left Kanda Rokuro quite displeased. However, simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, for the system had finally delivered a notification. Illusion Technique Level 1. Experience points 0,10000. Learned at last. Relaxed. He dispelled the shadow clones. Exhaustion. Utter fatigue. He reclined, massaging his temples, while his chakra could be replenished with experience points. The sustained focus required for training was utterly draining on his mental faculties, causing him considerable discomfort. Mental energy? Just as he was grappling with the headache, Kanda Rokuro suddenly paused, glancing at his primary attribute, illusion. He recalled that illusions were seemingly crafted from mental energy. If he were to enhance his illusion experience, could that not restore his mental vitality? With that thought, he took action. A mere 100 experience points was a trivial cost for him. Illusion Level 1. Experience points 100,100,000. Upon augmenting his illusion experience, Kanda Rokuro immediately felt the fatigue of his mind beginning to dissipate, and the throbbing in his head lessened significantly. A minute later, he found himself revitalized, prompting him to reflect on the situation. How splendid! His mental state had been restored. This was indeed marvelous. The ability to continuously recover his physical stamina, chakra, and mental energy was a significant boon for him. After pondering for a while, Kanda Rokuro sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The sky had grown dim. In the training grounds, only two individuals were present, Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee, engaged in physical training. As for the others, it seemed they had refrained from joining. Likely deterred by the fierce glare Kanda had cast upon Naruto when he had sought him out earlier that afternoon, no one dared linger in his presence. His temper had indeed been rather volatile that day, a consequence of his persistent struggles with mastering the sage technique. However, at this moment, he had finally grasped it, and his spirits had lifted. He called out to Lee and Naruto, "Naruto, Lee, come here for a moment. We shall not be training tonight." Naruto quickly dashed over, assessing Kanda with relief and exclaiming, "Big brother, you have finally returned to your usual self. This afternoon, you seemed ready to devour a person." The other students were too frightened to approach you and scurried home early. Kanda Rokuro smiled gently and said, "It's nothing, really. I was just so absorbed in my training this afternoon that I lost track of time. But now, everything is perfectly fine, and I am in splendid spirits. Come. Today I shall treat you both to a grand feast. Indulge yourselves at Ichiraka ramen." Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, then I shall not hold back." My guy also expressed his delight, saying, "I too shall not be modest. Master the art of celestial techniques." Kanda Rokuro was in high spirits. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Let us depart." Chapter 56. Hatake Kakashi at the school gate. As the three of them stepped outside, they encountered a masked Umbu ninja. It appeared that he was not Hanada. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro came to a halt. The Anbu ninja was approaching him. Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee also paused, their curiosity piqued by the presence of the Anbu operative. The ninja reached Kanda Rokuro and calmly stated, "Kanda Rokuro, Lord Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage office immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks me? What could possibly be the matter, especially at this late hour?" A wave of confusion washed over him. Suddenly, a realization struck Kanda Rokuro, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Curse it! I was careless. This afternoon, engrossed in my training of the sage technique, I completely forgot that I was being watched. My relentless use of shadow clones during practice must have raised some suspicions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, particularly regarding the unusual speed of my chakra recovery. This could spell trouble. Kanda Rokuro sighed inwardly. While maintaining a composed exterior, he surveyed the Umbu ninja and said, "Might I indulge in my dinner first? I am quite famished." The Umbu ninja appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, "Very well, but do make haste. We wouldn't want Lord Hokage to wait too long." Understood. Kanda Rokuro nodded and turned to Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee, saying, "It seems I shall not be able to compete with you in eating today. I will have a bowl and then take my leave." Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the Umbu ninja and hesitantly suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should go see Grandpa Hokage first?" Kanda Rokuro lifted his leg and departed, pursing his lips as he remarked, "Who knows how long he intends to speak with me? I must first satiate my hunger. I haven't eaten anything since noon. You too, having dined well, surely do not know the pangs of hunger. Do not compare my situation to yours." Uzumaki Naruto followed suit, trailed closely by Rock Lee, with an Umbu ninja lingering behind them. The trio made their way to the entrance of Ichiraka ramen. Initially, their spirits were quite high, but the presence of the Umbu ninja cast a shadow over their mood. Eating while being watched is hardly a pleasurable experience. After ordering their ramen, Naruto and Rock Lee found the food tasted as if they were chewing wax, furtively glancing at the Umbu ninja outside as they ate. Kanda Rokuro paid little heed to the eyes upon him. He relished his ramen with fervor. In no time, he devoured 2 bowls, his hunger finally satiated. After enjoying his meal, he tossed down 10,000 yen and waved to Uncle Yoshi, saying, "Here is the money for you. Charge the meals of those 2 to my account today. If it falls short, I shall return tomorrow to settle the difference, if there is any surplus. Kindly save it for my next visit." Uncle Yoshi, beaming with delight, replied, "Certainly. You may take your leave now. I believe the shadowy figures outside are awaiting your presence." Kanda Rokuro rose with a smile and said, "The Hokage wishes to see me. He is here to escort me to the Hokage." Uncle Ichiraka gave Kanda Rokuro a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Rokuro, you are impressive. You actually made the Hokage wait for you." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip, remarking, "Even the Hokage must be well fed before attending to matters. I shan't linger with you, old chap. I shall take my leave now. These 2 are in your capable hands." After issuing his instructions, he waved farewell to Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee before departing from the ramen shop. Upon exiting, he turned to address the Umbu ninja leaning against the door, inquiring, "Hey, brother, what is your Umbu title?" The Umbu ninja glanced at Kanda Rokuro and calmly replied, "Why are you so inquisitive? Go on and see the Hokage." Kanda Rokuro gazed disdainfully at the disheveled silver hair of the Umbu ninja, curling his lip in contempt. "Even without your words, I recognize you as Hitaki Kakashi. Your hair is quite distinctive. Hanada once shared tales of you with me." As the Umbu ninja attempted to depart, he caught Kanda's words and shot him a glance. "If you know, then hurry along. How long do you intend to keep Lord Hokage waiting?" "Enough already," Kanda retorted, making his way towards the Hokage building while incessantly chattering at Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi, right? I've heard you're the top technician in Konoha. Does that mean you possess a vast array of ninjutsu?" Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Kanda and replied, "You're quite bothersome. You know that?" "Whatever," Kanda scoffed, flashing Kakashi a defiant gesture. "Give me 2 more years of training, and I shall surely surpass you. Only then will I teach you a lesson, proving that I am Konoha's true prodigy." Unfazed, Kakashi continued walking, responding casually, "Suit yourself. I never claimed to be Konoha's #1 genius. There are countless individuals in this village far more formidable than I." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro let out a disdainful snort. "You must be referring to Uchiha Itachi, right? That fellow is also someone I shall defeat. All of you will ultimately be my vanquished adversaries. Henceforth, the title of the foremost genius of Konoha will forever be inscribed in the annals of the village's ninja." Kakashi turned his gaze back, casting a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro. "Ambitious, are we? Then do take your time and strive diligently." Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort, unwilling to waste any more words with Kakashi. Chapter 57. The astonished Hokage. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking, gazing out at the village of Konoha. At this moment, he felt quite conflicted. Today, he was merely conducting a routine observation of Kanda Rokuro to see if he had stirred up any trouble. However, he discovered that Kanda was utilizing the shadow clone technique to train in the art of sage mode. This in itself was not particularly concerning. What truly astonished him was the speed at which Kanda's chakra was recovering. 6 shadow clones were continuously training, depleting their chakra within an hour. Yet Kanda immediately created another 6 clones to continue his training. While such behavior might not raise alarms initially, the fact that Kanda maintained this for a staggering 7 cycles until his training concluded indicated a significant issue. This suggested that Kanda Rokuro's chakra is an inexhaustible source. This situation is beyond his capability to manage. Observing this, he felt compelled to summon Kanda Rokuro for a thorough inquiry into the matter. If Kanda Rokuro truly possesses an endless well of chakra, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly transcend that of a mere jonin. Konoha may very well gain another formidable leader of the shadows. This is a significant concern, and he must ascertain the facts. Thus, he dispatched Kakashi Hitaki to escort Kanda Rokuro to him. The rationale behind sending Kakashi was his apprehension that Danzo might intervene and whisk Kanda away first. Hence, he instructed Kakashi to remain close to Kanda until they reached him. This wait lasted a full half hour. Kanda Rokuro went to indulge in ramen, of which he was certainly aware. However, he paid it little mind. Is it true that geniuses are always afforded special privileges? Allowing him to wait was inconsequential. Knock, knock, knock. "Lord Hokage, Kanda Rokuro has arrived." The sound of the door echoed, and Kakashi's voice permeated the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately revealed a gentle smile and beckoned towards the entrance, saying, "Come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Kakashi opened the door, ushering Kanda Rokuro inside. Kanda Rokuro's demeanor was notably nonchalant as he entered. gazing at Saratobi Hiruzen and inquiring, "Lord Hokage, what brings me here? I still have training to attend to this evening." Saratobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly and replied, "It is nothing of great importance. I simply observed your diligent training and thought you deserved a reward, so I summoned you to collect it." "A reward? Is this not merely a pretext for causing me trouble?" Kanda Rokuro was momentarily taken aback. "Rewards? What are those?" Saratobi Izashi produced a box of energy pills and handed it to Kanda Rokuro. "I've noticed your arduous training, so I prepared these Soldier S pills for you, to replenish your stamina and chakra." "Damn, it's evident he is trying to stir up trouble. Offering me Soldier S pills is clearly a recognition of my swift chakra recovery. Such indirectness, truly a cunning old fox. Fortunately, I was well prepared." Kanda Rokuro muttered under his breath, casting a disdainful glance at the military provisions. "This trinket is of no use to me, if Lord Hokage believes my efforts are arduous. He might as well bestow upon me an A-rank ninjutsu." Saratobi Hiruzen looked utterly bewildered. "How can that be? Do you not require sustenance and chakra to sustain your training? What a farce. Do you take me for a fool?" After another round of silent curses, Kanda Rokuro declared with haughty pride, "Unnecessary. My stamina and chakra recover with remarkable swiftness. Within 10 minutes, I shall be fully restored." Good heavens! Both Saratobi Hiruzen and Kakashi were utterly astounded. By the gods, this is utterly preposterous. Swallowing hard, Hiruzen could not contain his disbelief. "Surely you jest. If you can truly demonstrate such a feat before me, I shall bestow upon you an A-rank ninjutsu as reward." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "I have nothing to do at the moment. How am I to expend my chakra?" Saratobi Hiruzen swiftly retrieved a scroll from his desk and placed it before him, stating, "Here, simply channel your chakra into this scroll." "Goodness, it seems you are well prepared." Kanda Rokuro silently scoffed as he approached the table, placing his hand upon the scroll. He then unleashed his chakra, which the scroll promptly absorbed entirely. In less than 5 minutes, a significant portion of his chakra was depleted. Hastily, he withdrew his hand and inquired about the scroll, wondering if it could serve as a means to replenish his chakra at any moment. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hizashi shook his head, stating, No. The released chakra contains impurities. Absorbing it back can be detrimental to your health. Such practices should not be taken lightly." With a hint of disappointment, Kanda Rokuro responded, "Oh, really? Then what is the purpose of this thing?" Saratobi Izashi chuckled and replied, "It can be utilized for crafting explosive tags and chakra explosives. So that was its true utility." Kanda Rokuro nodded slightly, settling down cross-legged as he said, "I shall meditate for a moment to restore my chakra." Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen immediately unleashed a sensing technique. As the technique activated, Saratobi's eyes widened in astonishment. He perceived the ambient chakra swirling around, being drawn into Kanda Rokuro's body as if consumed by a whale, subsequently transforming into Kanda Rokuro's own chakra. Incredible! What manner of chakra refinement technique is this? How utterly terrifying! Chapter 58, The March of Yomi, Technique of the 100 Serpents. 8 minutes. Kanda Rokuro's chakra had been restored. He rose to his feet and gazed at the motionless Saratobi Hiruzen, questioning with a hint of confusion, "Lord Hokage, what is the matter? Is there something amiss with my training?" Saratobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he inquired, Rokuro, what chakra refinement technique are you employing?" Kanda Rokuro was taken aback and hesitantly replied, "Isn't it the chakra refining technique taught by instructor Gangbin? Don't all students learn this? I noticed that Hanada employs the same method." Saratobi Izashi appeared incredulous. "That basic chakra refining technique doesn't allow for such rapid recovery," he said, furrowing his brows. "Rokuro, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Basic chakra refinement does not yield such swift recuperation." Kanda Rokuro, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. When I first began my cultivation, it would take me an hour to recover. However, for some unknown reason, my recovery has become increasingly swift." Meanwhile, Saratobi Sasuke gazed at Kanda Rokuro with hesitation, responding, "Is that truly the case? Surely, you haven't resorted to alternative methods, have you?" Kanda Rokuro, feeling somewhat displeased, glared and said, "What do you mean by that, Lord Hokage? Are you implying that I am lying? If you do not trust me, you may as well return to Lord Danzo." Saratobi Hiruzen, regaining his composure, hastily replied, No, I merely observed that your recovery speed has indeed accelerated. It seems that no other ninja in our Leaf Village possesses such swiftness." Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort, curling his lips in disdain. "I am a genius. Of course I am different from you all. Lord Hokage, please hasten to present me with the ninjutsu scroll. I trust you will not go back on your word. Sarutobi Hiruzen had regained his composure and, looking at Kanda Rokuro, replied with a hearty smile, very well, no problem. However, if you attempt that once more, I shall grant you an additional scroll. Really? Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2A rank ninjutsu scrolls? You mustn't deceive me. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly as the Hokage. How could I ever deceive you? Kanda Rokuro expressed his delight. I shall not be courteous. Such a splendid opportunity is one I cannot afford to miss. Having said that, he directed his chakra into the scroll once more. He then settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the process of refining his chakra. However, just as he had taken his seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached and began to pat his head, prompting a somewhat irked response from him. Lord Hokage, what are you doing touching my head? This is hindering my recovery. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and replied, your head feels quite pleasant to touch. Focus on your recovery and pay no mind to me. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. You are the Hokage. Your word is law. Noticing Kanda Rokuro's displeasure, Sarutobi Hizashi remained undeterred. His senses were fully heightened, examining the internal state of Kanda Rokuro. He could discern the flow of Kanda Rokuro's chakra with remarkable clarity. And if Kanda Rokuro were to employ any other ninjutsu, he would be able to detect any anomalies immediately. However, until Kanda Rokuro's chakra was fully restored, he sensed no issues whatsoever. What Kanda Rokuro employs is merely the most fundamental technique of chakra refinement. It appears to be a true testament to Kanda Rokuro's innate abilities. He retracted his hand and, with a beaming smile, remarked to Kanda Rokuro, indeed, your head is quite pleasant to touch. I shall bestow upon you 2A-grade ninjutsu techniques. But do refrain from disseminating this information carelessly. Kanda Rokuro let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to navigate through the ordeal. Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed formidable. Had it not been for his mastery of the 5th level of chakra refinement, this situation would have proven to be truly challenging. He breathed easy. Kanda Rokuro rose to his feet, a satisfied expression on his face as he declared, rest assured, I understand. I shall not indiscriminately disseminate the art of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the desk, retrieved 2 scrolls, and placed them before him, saying, you may examine them here. Once you have taken note, you may return to your rest. Kanda Rokuro hastened to his desk and unfurled a scroll. It contained a composite ninjutsu, the Swamp of Hell. According to the scroll, upon its activation, a vast marsh would manifest, ensnaring anyone who fell into its depths, burying them alive beneath the earth. Its power is quite formidable, however. It requires an immense amount of chakra to unleash. At present, he is incapable of such a feat. This technique must be reserved for the future, when his ninjutsu level ascends to 4, allowing him to ascertain whether he can indeed wield it. He duly noted the Swamp of Hell. Kanda Rokuro flipped to another scroll. Water-style ninjutsu, technique of the 100 water dragons, to conjure 100 water serpents to assail the adversary. This ninjutsu, if he were over the ocean, he might be able to unleash it now. However, on land, his chakra reserves were insufficient, rendering him unable to perform it. After noting the 2 ninjutsu, Kanda Rokuro cast a dissatisfied glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, you are putting me in a predicament. I cannot utilize either of these techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly and replied, if you diligently train, you will surely attain the rank of Jonin and be capable of wielding them. Kanda Rokuro smirked and glanced at Kakashi, saying, very well, I shall defeat him with this ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Kanda Rokuro on the shoulder, chuckling, you have ambition. The future of Konoha Gakure relies on you. Go rest now, and remember, you can always come to me if you need anything. Kanda Rokuro nodded and turned to leave, saying, I shall return to rest. Today has exhausted me, and my head still aches. Chapter 59, The Hokage Delivers. Rokuro, how is the Hidden Leaf Village? As Kanda Rokuro approached the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Alas, once again with this tactic, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo share a close camaraderie. Kanda Rokuro, feeling helpless, turned with a feigned expression of curiosity and asked, why the sudden inquiry? Isn't everything quite well in Konoha Gakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently and replied, I meant to ask how your life has been in the village. Is there anything you require assistance with? I am more than willing to offer my help. Kanda Rokuro hesitated for a moment and inquired, is that true? My requests may be somewhat excessive. You truly have demands. Sarutobi Sasuke replied, somewhat at a loss for words. He cleared his throat and said, Go ahead, speak your mind. I shall accommodate what I am able to. Kanda Rokuro immediately stated. I desire a grand mansion in the Hidden Leaf Village, spacious and equipped with a training room, ideally situated in the heart of the village. Sarutobi Hizashi, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless, yet simultaneously, a sense of joy welled within him. Kanda Rokuro's desire to reside in the Hidden Leaf Village signifies a profound sense of belonging. This is of utmost importance. After contemplating for a moment, he gazed at Kanda Rokuro and said, I can make arrangements for you, but you must compensate me. I have heard you acquired 20 million from the Hyuga clan. If you provide me with half, I shall secure you a place to stay. Kanda Rokuro's expression darkened. Lord Hokage, you mentioned assistance. Why then do you demand payment? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him an exasperated glance. I have already rendered considerable aid, you know. A mansion in the village must be situated near the center. How could one acquire such a property for a mere 10 million? It would require at least 30 million. Charging you only 10 million is already quite reasonable. Well, that is indeed the case. Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizuchi and scoffed. Very well, I shall purchase it then. Just ensure that the mansion is situated in a respectable location. I would not tolerate a dilapidated place. Sarutobi Hizuchi nodded and replied with a smile. Isn't there a vast expanse of land to the left of the ninja school? You may construct whatever you desire there. Does that not sound splendid? Kanda Rokuro's face darkened. Lord Hokage, how utterly shameless of you to sell an empty plot for 10 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged. You have indeed struck a remarkable bargain. I had originally intended to develop a small commercial street in that area, yet I refused to sell it even for 50 million. A commercial street? That location does not seem too distant from the city's existing commercial district. If it were to be transformed into a commercial street, business would surely flourish, and he could become the wealthiest landowner in Konohagakure. With this thought, Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly exclaimed, Lord Hokage, it is settled then. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the enthusiastic Kanda Rokuro and smirked. You little rascal, you don't intend to renovate the commercial street, do you? Kanda Rokuro widened his eyes and exclaimed, Lord Hokage, must you concern yourself with such trivial matters? Regardless, I have already made my purchase. What I choose to build should surely be my own affair. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but roll his eyes in response. Do as you wish, but do not blame me when your endeavor fails to attract buyers. I shall not bear the cost of your unsuccessful venture. When you find yourself short of funds, it is you who must earn them back. Kanda Rokuro curled his lip. With his insights from Earth, he could effortlessly engage in business ventures, ensuring he would amass a fortune. It was inconceivable that he would suffer any losses. He had already devised plans to establish a nightclub, envisioning a plethora of voluptuous beauties to attract the funds of the Konoha ninjas, ultimately leaving them impoverished and dependent on him. The more he pondered, the more exhilarating the thought became. Controlling Konoha through economic means was indeed a splendid idea. However, constructing buildings required substantial capital. The modest sum he had for purchasing land seemed insufficient. Sighing to himself, Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, By the way, Hokage-sama, I believe I can quickly master the art of sage technique. Would it be possible for me to intern at the ninja hospital during my free time? I wish to test the efficacy of my healing abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly reminded of the small bird that had perished under Kanda Rokuro's care. He cleared his throat and replied, That is permissible, but you must first pass my assessment before proceeding. Kanda Rokuro nodded slightly, assuring, That is not an issue. My abilities are undoubtedly reliable. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Kanda Rokuro spent an entire day just trying to control his chakra, expending tremendous effort in the process. How could he possibly master the mystical palm technique so quickly? It was the girls with naturally stable chakra who found it easier to learn the technique. Nevertheless, he had no intention of discouraging Kanda Rokuro, so he smiled and said, All right, you should go get some rest then. Kanda Rokuro waved goodbye to Sarutobi Hizashi and turned to leave. This time, it was a true departure. Sarutobi Hizashi waited until Kanda Rokuro exited the Hokage building and inquired of Kakashi beside him. What do you think, Kakashi? Can you discern this young lad's attitude towards Konoha? Kakashi pondered briefly before responding, I perceive that he holds Konoha in high regard. He is unlikely to betray it. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. He harbors no animosity towards Konoha, but I sense a certain dissatisfaction directed at me. Kakashi coughed, offering a gentle reminder, Hokage-sama. That young lad is a confidant of Elder Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi sighed in resignation. It was undoubtedly that rascal Danzo, who incessantly spoke ill of him before Kanda Rokuro, leading to this predicament. How vexing. Chapter 60. The Hokage has departed, and Danzo approaches again. Just after stepping out of the Hokage building, Kanda Rokuro heard someone calling for him. Recognizing the voice, he knew it was Danzo. How bothersome. Having just deceived Sarutobi Hizashi, now Danzo appeared. It was truly disheartening to contemplate. Kanda Rokuro let out a helpless sigh in his heart before turning to gaze in the direction of the voice. Upon spotting Danzo, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo replied with a faint smile, "I heard that the Hokage was looking for you. I feared you might provoke his ire again, so I decided to wait outside. If you did incite his wrath, I would be here to rescue you." Kanda Rokuro was somewhat moved. "Lord Danzo, you are truly kind to come and fetch me at such a late hour for this matter. However, Lord Hokage did not trouble me, and even gifted me with ninjutsu and land." "Oh," Danzo raised an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity. "How could he bestow upon you such valuable gifts?" Kanda Rokuro shrugged, expressing his belief that someone was attempting to bribe him. Having heard of his swift chakra recovery, they had dispatched Kakashi to seek him out, even employing ninjutsu and material temptations to entice him. Danzo narrowed his eyes. He was already informed about Kanda Rokuro's recent activities. However, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who monitored Kanda's movements through a crystal ball, Danzo lacked a comprehensive understanding of the events. He was merely aware that Kanda's actions had attracted Hiruzen's attention, prompting Kakashi to disperse the flower field to retrieve Kanda. Upon hearing Kanda's words, he instantly grasped the situation and smiled at him, saying, "It's good to hear that. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Let us return. Later, you shall demonstrate to me just how swiftly your chakra recovers." "Certainly." Kanda Rokuro nodded enthusiastically, inquiring, "Will Lord Danzo grant me a reward?" Danzo affectionately ruffled Kanda's hair, replying, "Indeed, I shall provide you with ninjutsu from the root of A rank and below. Whenever you wish to learn, you may do so. I trust this will satisfy you." Kanda Rokuro exclaimed with great joy, "Lord Danzo, your magnificence surpasses that of the old Hokage by far." Danzo quickly cleared his throat and cautioned, Now, we are not too far from the Hokage building. Be mindful that he might overhear your words and come seeking trouble." Kanda Rokuro smirked. "What is there to fear with Lord Danzo around? Surely, you will protect me, won't you?" "Indeed," Danzo replied, pulling Kanda Rokuro along. "However, if it can be avoided, let us not provoke him. That old man is quite troublesome, and I have no desire to engage in further conflict with him." Kanda Rokuro nodded and followed Danzo as he departed. Sighing inwardly at having deceived Danzo, Kanda realized that an early night was unlikely. Being taken along by Danzo would undoubtedly prolong their time together. The two made their way back to the base of Route. In the presence of Danzo, Kanda Rokuro once again demonstrated his remarkable ability to swiftly restore chakra. Observing this, Danzo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he lavished praise upon Kanda Rokuro. Ultimately, under the guise of research, he managed to extract a vial of blood from Kanda Rokuro. Having successfully deceived Danzo, he returned home just before dawn. Kanda Rokuro engaged in a battle of wits and cunning with two seasoned strategists, leaving him utterly exhausted. Even his experience points could not restore his energy. Upon returning home, he took a bath and lay down to sleep, garnering the attention of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kanda Rokuro's life has become increasingly stable. He usually attends school. Occasionally, he does not need to use his true form to go to school, and Sarutobi Sasuke does not pursue the matter further. However, Kanda Rokuro was not excessively reckless. He still attended school regularly. However, during training, he utilized a shadow clone to attend classes while the clone diligently perused medical texts under his guidance. Mastering the art of healing was merely the foundation. One must possess extensive medical knowledge to effectively treat patients. Otherwise, if someone sustained a heart injury that was not externally visible, it would be utterly foolish to conduct a comprehensive treatment without discernment. This would render him no better than a quack. To aspire to be a physician, one must at least learn to diagnose ailments. While in a hospital setting, he could enlist the help of others for diagnosis, following their assessments for treatment. Yet, what would happen on a day when he found himself outside, devoid of instruments or medical personnel? Diagnosing conditions was the foremost duty of a doctor. He could also use this period to accumulate experience points, elevating his brute force ninjutsu by a level, saving additional points to directly enhance his mastery of healing techniques to level 3 later. His time at the Ninja Academy was remarkably tranquil, punctuated only by occasional minor skirmishes. These disturbances were often instigated by the system issuing tasks for him to tease the younger students, particularly Sasuke, who glared at him daily, resulting in the highest frequency of teasing tasks directed at him, while other children were sporadically subjected to the system's whims. As time passed, everyone became aware that it was Kanda Rokuro orchestrating the mischief, leading the children to refrain from provoking him further, except for Sasuke, who remained undeterred, continuing to cast him disdainful looks. While ordinary students engaged in classes and occasional practical training, Kanda Rokuro remained detached from these activities. His days were consumed by relentless training. His two shadow clones were devoted to studying, diligently absorbing knowledge. After 2.5 months, he finally finished reading all the medical ninjutsu texts gifted by Sarutobi Hisashi, thus beginning to accumulate valuable diagnostic experience that enabled him to assist others in healing. Chapter 61. The Power of a Jonin in the Underground Training Facility. After 2.5 months, Kanda Rokuro resolved to enhance his strength, averaging 600 experience points daily, subtracting the portion dedicated to physical recovery. He amassed approximately 500 points each day. Now, with a total of 600 experience points, it was time to upgrade his brute force ninjutsu after half a year. Otherwise, if he continued to stagnate, both Konoha and Danzo would begin to doubt his physical prowess. He invested 20,000 experience points into his brute force ninjutsu, elevating it to level 3. Subsequently, he allocated 10,000 points to his healing techniques, raising them to level 2. Although he aspired to advance his healing abilities to level 3, he lacked sufficient experience points, retaining only 260 points. He would need to conserve for another half-month to achieve that goal. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing his level 3 healing capabilities prematurely. At least until the following year, he would keep this knowledge concealed. After distributing his experience points, he dedicated 3 hours to acclimating and experimenting with the power of level 3 brute force ninjutsu and level 2 healing techniques, which left him exceedingly satisfied. The level 3 brute force ninjutsu significantly amplified both his speed and strength. Previously, the level 2 version provided a boost of 300 pounds, while the upgrade now granted an impressive 800 pounds of additional strength. In a confrontation with the deceased Cloud Ninja, he felt confident in facing him head-on, knowing that in terms of pure physical power, he would no longer be at a disadvantage. The level 2 healing technique was equally impressive. He captured a mouse, broke its limbs, and within 20 minutes, it had fully recovered. Then, he made a small incision on his own arm, and within 5 minutes, the wound healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar, a true marvel of restorative prowess. Having tested his abilities, he felt prepared for what lay ahead. Kanda Rokuro rose and departed from the underground base. The morning hours designated for school had arrived, and his shadow clone was already attending classes within the school premises. His destination was the Hokage Tower, where he intended to acquire knowledge at the ninja hospital. Moreover, he sought to witness blood firsthand. This was all part of his preparation for upcoming missions. Although he perceived himself as resolute and unafraid of taking lives, he remained, after all, a fine young man of the new era. Not to mention, he had scarcely wielded a kitchen knife in the past. He needed to familiarize himself with blood before he could confront the act of killing without hesitation. At the entrance of the Hokage Tower, the guards greeted Kanda Rokuro with smiles, acknowledging him, a renowned figure of Konoha. Presently, Kanda Rokuro was celebrated as the greatest prodigy in the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy. While this title was self-bestowed, the public grudgingly accepted that he was indeed worthy of such an honor. When it came to combat prowess, that was another matter entirely. However, in terms of diligent training, Kanda Rokuro was truly deserving of the title of the foremost genius. This was why the community had no objections to his self-claimed status as the greatest prodigy. Upon encountering the two gatekeepers, Kanda Rokuro greeted them with a cheerful smile. However, he disdainfully remarked, "You two ought to take your duties more seriously. My prowess has increased, and I have now attained the rank of Jonin. From now on, you shall refer to me as Lord Kanda." Hearing this, Sawano Hiroshi, who had previously been reprimanded by Kanda Rokuro, retorted, "Rokuro, please spare us your pretensions. We are merely gatekeepers. What significance does your status hold for us?" Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the truth in the statement. "Indeed, I am already at the level of Jonin. Engaging in conversation with you two, who are both 30 yet still Chunin, feels rather embarrassing. It seems I shall have to don sunglasses when I venture out, to avoid being influenced by you." Zawano Hiroyuki felt a surge of frustration. This Kanda Rokuro was infuriating. If it were not for the undeniable fact that he might not stand a chance against Kanda, he would have been tempted to take action. Cursing silently, Zawano Hiroyuki directly inquired, "If you are seeking Lord Hokage, you should hasten your departure. There's no need to jest with us any longer. You are pressed for time, are you not?" Kanda Rokuro smirked, "Indeed, I am pressed for time. Yet I still have the opportunity to teach you two a lesson. I suggest you both abandon your posts and return home to devote yourselves to training. Otherwise, you may find yourselves relegated to a lifetime of guarding, which is rather unambitious." Yasuno Hiroyuki, feeling exasperated, responded, "Oh, little ancestor, could you please just leave? I am genuinely intimidated by you. Just pretend I do not exist, would you? How dull." Kanda Rokuro shook his head, dismissing the two ineffectual chunin with indifference. He entered the Hokage building, exchanged greetings with a few acquaintances, and made his way directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Chapter 62, Bounty Increased by 3 million. Upon arriving at the doorway of the Hokage's office, without any preamble, Kanda Rokuro pushed open the door and entered the office unannounced. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in conversation with two Umbu ninjas. Just as he was about to express his irritation at the intrusion, he caught sight of Kanda Rokuro's arrogant demeanor. With a dismissive gesture towards the two ninjas, he instructed, "You may leave for your duties." The ninjas complied without hesitation, casting a glance at Kanda Rokuro before departing. Once they were out of earshot, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation, running a hand through his hair as he remarked to Kanda Rokuro, "What is it this time? After 2 months of training, are you plotting something once more?" Kanda Rokuro approached the desk, expressing his dissatisfaction. "What does this mean, Hokage? Am I the kind of person who frequently stirs up trouble? I have important matters to discuss." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and replied candidly, "What important matters could you possibly have? You, a young rascal, are both lecherous and avaricious. I doubt you can accomplish anything of significance." Kanda Rokuro's face was somewhat darkened. That damn system sent him to tease a young girl for no reason, although he completed the task using his shadow clone technique. The cunning Sarutobi Hizashi undoubtedly knew it was he who was responsible, thus placing the blame squarely upon him. He couldn't help but grumble. Kanda Rokuro coughed and remarked, "Lord Hokage, I am completely unaware of what you are referring to. I have come here with genuine business. I am about to begin my internship at the hospital." Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to expose Kanda Rokuro's teasing of the young girl when he suddenly heard that Kanda was going to intern at the hospital. Instantly, he swallowed his words, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Is it true that you have already grasped the basics of your mastery in ninjutsu?" Kanda Rokuro extended his hands, from which a faint glow emanated. He waved his hands before Sarutobi Hiruzen and coldly scoffed, "Of course, this genius has mastered it. Hokage-sama, you must not go back on your word. I am off to the hospital for my internship." Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Kanda Rokuro's hands and couldn't help but inquire, "They appear quite impressive, but are you truly capable? Do take care not to exacerbate minor injuries into severe ones." Kanda Rokuro's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth and declared, "If that's the case, I will pay with my life." Surprised, Sarutobi Hizachi shook his head and, observing Kanda Rokuro's resolute demeanor, replied, "Very well, if you are determined to go, then head to the hospital to report in." Kanda Rokuro nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Sarutobi Hizachi, saying, "I will go to the hospital to treat someone and charge a fee as a treatment cost. That should pose no issue, right?" The greedy and lecherous little imp. Sarutobi Hizachi muttered under his breath, waving his hand dismissively, "Do as you wish. If you succeed in your treatment, they will willingly pay you. However, if you fail, they will certainly not part with their money." Kanda Rokuro expressed his satisfaction with a nod, stating, "Well, I have completed the first matter. Now, I wish to formally apply to become a ninja." Sarutobi Hizashi cast a surprised glance at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "Isn't your current situation quite good? There are no significant dangers in Konohagakure at the moment, so there is no need for you to graduate early." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip and said, "My strength has improved once again. I must prepare to embark on missions to earn money. Without an official ninja identity, how can I accept any tasks?" Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback, scrutinizing Kanda Rokuro from head to toe, and remarked, "I do not perceive any difference. Your strength appears to be the same as it was 2 months ago." Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort, his entire being crackling with chakra. "My powerful physical ninjutsu has been elevated. I now possess the strength of a jonin. Lord Hokage, why not simply grant me the jonin designation? Kanda Rokuro is a prodigy in physical techniques." Sarutobi Hizashi is certainly aware of this. He gazes at Kandaro Kuro, whose body is pulsating with chakra, and reflects. By the time Kuro had cultivated to your level, he was already in his 20s. I never anticipated that you would possess such remarkable talent. However, I advise you to continue your studies for a while longer before embarking on the path of a ninja. It would be more fitting. Kandaro Kuro retracted his blinding chakra, pouting. No way. I am the foremost prodigy of Konoha. In terms of graduation timing, I have already fallen behind Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. If I do not graduate soon, I will be outperformed by my peers. And what would that mean for my status as Konohagakure's top genius? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Currently, the village was in a period of peace, devoid of war. The children in the academy had no real need to graduate early. They could benefit from acquiring more knowledge about the ninja world, thus becoming even stronger as they matured. However, if he did not acquiesce to Kandaro Kuro, who could predict what mischief he might concoct? This little rascal spent his days bullying fellow students and flirting with older girls. Refusing him could lead to disturbances in the academy, which would be undesirable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling exasperated, finally looked at Kandaro Kuro and said, I will allow you to become a ninja, but you must adhere to the rules, without my command. You are prohibited from undertaking any C-rank or higher missions. Kandaro Kuro's expression soured. Hokage-sama, as a distinguished jonin, do you truly expect me to undertake menial tasks? The meager rewards from such trivial assignments scarcely suffice for a single day's meals. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and replied, This is for your own benefit. Currently, your bounty stands at 15 million. Should you act recklessly, you may very well jeopardize your life. Kandaro Kuro was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Have I increased my price again? I distinctly recall it being 12 million. Sarutobi Izashi shot him a disdainful glance and replied, You are already recognized as the foremost genius of Konohagakure. Is it not entirely reasonable for your worth to rise by 3 million? That is indeed a valid point. It seems I am becoming increasingly valuable. Chapter 63. I aspire to become a jonin. Reflecting on the matter of the bounty, Kandaro Kuro shook his head and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, All right, I shall heed the words of the Hokage. May I now be bestowed with the garb and identification of a jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen, tapping Kandaro Kuro on the head with his pipe, replied, Your aspirations are rather fanciful. A jonin is not simply appointed. One must endure life and death trials to earn that title. You wish to ascend to such a rank without having proven yourself? That is simply unattainable. To become a jonin, one must contribute significantly to Konoha and receive the consensus of the majority of existing jonin. Do you truly believe you possess that merit at this moment? Such are the rules. Kandaro Kuro certainly knows. He merely spoke casually, with the intention of making Sarutobi Sasuke aware of his pride. The objective has been accomplished. Kandaro Kuro, rubbing his head and pursing his lips, conceded, Very well, I shall reluctantly accept the role of a chunin. Sarutobi Izashi shot Kandaro Kuro a disapproving glance, stating, That is impossible. There are specific task requirements to attain the rank of chunin, and you have yet to complete a single mission. You are not qualified for such a status. Kandaro Kuro's expression fell. Must I start as a genin? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, Of course. Do you think becoming a ninja is that simple? After having taught Kandaro Kuro a lesson, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, There is still more than a month until the new year. Once the year is passed, I will allow you to become an official genin. If you wish to undertake missions, then prepare yourself to do so. Upon hearing this, Kandaro Kuro scoffed. Why wait until the new year? Graduation could happen right now. I can hardly muster the motivation to attend school as I am inundated with trivial knowledge. The purpose of enrolling Kandaro Kuro in the Ninja Academy was to foster friendships and anchor his heart within the village of Konoha. However, at this moment, it seems unnecessary. Kandaro Kuro harbors a deep fondness for Konohagakure and harbors no intentions of betrayal. Since Kandaro Kuro is disinclined to attend school, it is perfectly acceptable for him to refrain from doing so. Moreover, his presence at the academy has been nothing short of chaotic. He often engages in pranks on his fellow students and flirts with young girls, creating a veritable uproar within the institution. It seems rather unsuitable for him to remain there. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before addressing Kandaro Kuro, saying, Very well, if you desire to graduate, then so be it. However, I must first discuss this matter with Danzo. Please report to the hospital in the meantime. I will have someone inform you once I have news. Does that sound agreeable? Kandaro Kuro was quite pleased. He had accomplished his goal of attending the Ninja Academy, although his relationship with Qiu Shaochang was not particularly close. They had become familiar enough. This camaraderie provided him with a valid excuse to seek them out in the future. Moreover, he wished to visit the ninja academy. And now he could do so at any time. Even as a ninja, he could return for a visit. With his current status, as long as he did not betray the Hidden Leaf Village or engage in any actions that might raise suspicion, Sarutobi Izashi and Shimura Danzo would not take any adverse actions against him. Not to mention, it was merely a visit to the school. Excellent, Kanda Rokuro replied. It appears that Lord Danzo has not been at the route these past few days. I initially intended to seek him out to discuss a few matters, but alas, he is absent. Sarutobi Izashi paused momentarily, as if struck by a realization. He furrowed his brows and nodded. I understand now. He must be on a mission. Let us await his return to speak further. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the hospital to meet with the head medic. Please adhere to the instructions provided by the head medic. With clarity established, Sarutobi Izashi summoned a member of the Umbu, instructing them to accompany Kanda Rokuro to the hospital. Kanda Rokuro left the office without bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his lips pressed thin in evident dissatisfaction at not becoming a ninja. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he was deeply discontented. However, Sarutobi had no mind to dwell on Rokuro's grievances. For the mere mention of Danzo's absence from the route had stirred thoughts of recent Uchiha clan members venturing beyond the village. If those Uchiha returned safely, then Danzo was likely uninvolved. But should they vanish without a trace, it would undoubtedly be Danzo's doing. Lately, Danzo had frequently raised concerns about the Uchiha clan's potential rebellion, only to be repeatedly rebuffed by Sarutobi, who forbade his interference in Uchiha affairs. Yet now, it seemed Danzo might have taken matters into his own hands. If Danzo had indeed captured those Uchiha and extracted confessions of rebellion through interrogation, Sarutobi would have no choice but to prepare for an impending uprising. What turbulent times! Just as Konoha had finally secured external peace, internal unrest began to brew. The Uchiha, ever a clan of inherent turmoil, now harbored ambitions in the absence of war suppression. The more Sarutobi pondered, the heavier his headache grew. Retrieving reports on the Uchiha clan, he began reviewing them. Recently, the Uchiha had frequently requested missions outside the village, a clear sign of trouble. Though reluctant to label it outright rebellion, Sarutobi had hesitated to act. But now, it seemed he could no longer delay. If he did not intervene, Dan surely would. He knew his old comrade all too well. Chapter 64, Wound You First. Then heal you at Konoha Hospital. An ANBU operative escorted Rokuro inside, seeking out the head nurse, Yumi. Upon meeting her in her office, the ANBU stated, Miss Yumi, the Hokage has assigned Rokuro here for medical training. Arrange his duties accordingly. Yumi, familiar with Konoha's so-called prodigy, studied Rokuro briefly before smirking at the ANBU. Did the Hokage send him to earn pocket money? The ANBU cast a sidelong glance at Rokuro. He knows the mystical palm technique and wields it proficiently. Yumi's eyebrows rose in surprise. Rokuro, is that true? You can use the mystical palm? Kanda Rokuro smiled faintly, standing tall and confident. My healing techniques are absolutely reliable. Yumiko shook her head. As a physician, she could not act recklessly. Even if the Hokage had assigned Kanda Rokuro to intern, she needed to assess his capabilities. Otherwise, allowing him to administer treatment could lead to serious complications. While Yumiko pondered this, a shadowy ninja remarked, He's in your hands now. I have other matters to attend to. Before departing, with a smile, Yumiko turned to Kanda Rokuro and said, If you wish to intern, I must first evaluate your skills. Please follow me. I will take you for a test. Kanda Rokuro followed Yumi, letting out a cold snort. You still don't believe me? You'll soon discover my prowess. Yumi smiled faintly and patted Kanda Rokuro's head, saying, Who told you to be so little? If you were an adult, I would certainly believe what you say. Kanda Rokuro gently pushed Yumi's hand aside and, upon observing her beauty, acknowledged her with a nod. In light of your striking appearance, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you. However, should you dare to look down upon me, I shall not hesitate to tease you. Yumi was left speechless. Casting a glance at Kanda Rokuro, she retorted, Such a small figure yet a mischievous spirit, you lecherous little rascal. Kanda Rokuro wore a cheerful smile. Seemingly indifferent to the situation, he followed Yumi into a hospital room, which contained 3 beds. On one of the beds lay a young ninja, engrossed in perusing a book. Upon noticing Yumi and Kanda Rokuro's entrance, the young ninja curiously scrutinized the two and remarked, Dr. Yumi, why have you brought Kanda Rokuro here? I don't believe we are acquainted. Yumi chuckled softly as she approached the bed, lifting the young ninja's blanket to reveal his bandaged leg. Wamaki. Rokuro has learned to master the art of senjutsu. Lord Hokage has requested that he come here for his internship. I see that your injury is healing well. So I thought it would be beneficial for Rokuro to assist you in your treatment. Upon hearing this, Wamaki's expression turned somewhat rigid. He glanced at Kanda Rokuro with evident displeasure and said, Dr. Yumi, are you intending to use me as practice for Kanda Rokuro? Yumi smiled and replied, absolutely. Why not? Womaki, looking at her, retorted, am I allowed to refuse? Yumi laughed lightly, of course. But just look at the determination in Rokuro's eyes. If you were to decline, I fear you might just break your other leg. As a mere genin, I doubt you could withstand his prowess. Womaki cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro, sensing the underlying threat in his gaze. Considering Rokuro's strength, Womaki could only grimace as he addressed Kanda Rokuro, Rokuro, please don't harm me. I still wish to be discharged soon. Kanda Rokuro's malevolent gaze dissipated as he cast a fleeting glance at Womaku. It is already an honor for a mere lower ninja to serve as my experimental subject. How dare you express dissent, you scoundrel? Womaku's expression contorted in anguish. He resolutely reclined, adopting a countenance that conveyed a reckless acceptance of death. Come at me, he declared. Damn it, do you look down upon me? Kanda Rokuro, filled with irritation, raised his hand and delivered a punch to Wumu's injured left leg. Ah, Wumu let out a pain cry, clutching his left leg and breaking into a cold sweat. Yumi, taken aback, gazed at Kanda Rokuro and inquired, Rokuro, what on earth are you doing? Kanda Rokuro gazed at the terrified Takiji and smirked, how can I demonstrate my prowess if I don't exacerbate his injuries? Allow me to heal him right before your eyes. Yumi's expression was stiff. First, one inflicts harm, and then one administers treatment. Kanda Rokuro truly possesses remarkable capabilities. As Yumi voiced her complaints, Kanda Rokuro unabashedly tore the bandage from Waki's injured leg, causing Waki to cry out in pain. Were it not for the disparity in their strengths, Waki would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Kanda Rokuro. With the bandage stripped away, Waki's wounded leg was laid bare. A gash measuring several centimeters marred his leg, appearing to have healed significantly. However, a portion remained swollen and bruised, distinctly shaped like a fist, clearly the result of Kanda Rokuro's earlier assault. Waki felt a surge of despair, silently cursing Kanda Rokuro's barbaric methods. Yet, before long, he found himself at a loss for words. Kanda Rokuro's hands emanated waves of green light. Instantly, the pain in his left leg felt a refreshing coolness, and the discomfort vanished. Chapter 65, The Speed of Healing. Takeuchi felt a profound comfort in his leg. Yumi's gaze turned serious. As a professional physician, she was perfectly aware of Kanda Rokuro's expertise. Observing the bruise on Takeuchi's leg gradually dissipating, she couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, Rokuro-kun is truly a genius, skillfully wielding his healing arts. As Kanda Rokuro administered treatment, he let out a cold snort. Of course, would I dare to come here if I lacked the ability? Yumi chuckled softly, gently caressing Kanda Rokuro's head. Indeed, it seems our hospital has gained yet another excellent doctor. Your skills surpass those of most nurses in our institution. Their proficiency in palm techniques does not exhibit the same steadiness as yours. Kanda Rokuro is presently attending to Takiki and unable to push away Yumi's hand. He can only offer her a wry smile, questioning her incessant affection. Why do you keep patting my head? Have you perhaps fallen for this genius? Yumi, caught between laughter and exasperation, retorts, you little rascal, if you wish to find a girlfriend, you must at least wait a decade. Besides, I am already committed to someone and will not entertain feelings for another. TCH. How dull. Kanda Rokuro remarked with a hint of sarcasm, focusing intently on the treatment. 5 minutes later, the bruising on Takagaki's leg had vanished, and the wound had completely healed. As Kanda Rokuro withdrew his hand, Takagaki moved his left leg slightly and exclaimed with excitement, my leg is cured. It doesn't hurt at all. You're truly remarkable, Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro scoffed, that is only natural. Now that you have recovered, it is time to settle the payment. 50,000 yuan for the treatment. Wumu's expression stiffened as he turned to Kanda Rokuro and replied, but I was injured while on duty. My treatment should be complimentary. It is rather excessive of you to demand payment, Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro glared at Takiji, saying, it matters not how you incurred your injuries. I shall charge for my treatment regardless. This is sanctioned by Lord Hokage. Should you refuse to pay, I will promptly break your legs, ensuring they return to their original state. Takiji felt quite frustrated. He longed to refuse payment. Yet the demeanor of Kanda Rokuro made it clear that if he dared to withhold payment, he would indeed find himself with shattered limbs. This left him in a state of inner turmoil. Just as Takiji grappled with his predicament, Yumi gently tapped Kanda Rokuro on the head, suggesting, let this one slide. After all, Takiji was injured while serving Konoha, and it seems rather inappropriate to demand payment. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Yumi and leaned closer to her, saying, if you give me a kiss, I'll let it go. What a lecherous brat. Yumi felt somewhat speechless. Lowering her head, she planted a gentle kiss on Kanda Rokuro's cheek and remarked, "There, are you satisfied now?" Kanda Rokuro wore a look of utter satisfaction, exclaiming, "Contentment, absolute contentment. You, Wumu, are indeed fortunate." Wumu felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Despite being over a decade older than Kanda Rokuro, he found himself being addressed as kid. The mere thought of it left him in a state of vexation. Having witnessed Kanda Rokuro's remarkable medical skills, Yumi wasted no time and urged him, "Let us proceed. I have already witnessed your prowess. It is time for you to commence your internship." Kanda Rokuro followed Yumi as they exited the hospital room. The troublesome Dakiki was no longer a concern. The two made their way back to Yumi's office. Once inside, Yumi presented a stack of patient files to Kanda Rokuro and said, "I have acknowledged your abilities. Now, let us commence our work. These are the patient's cases. Review them and proceed with their treatment. Upon completion, I shall compensate you." Kanda Rokuro received the case file and cast a bemused glance at Yumi. "Sister Yumi, do you consider me a mere laborer? I've just arrived, and you already burden me with so many tasks." Yumi chuckled softly. "Isn't it true that those capable must take on more work? You wish to gain experience, don't you? Without patients to treat, how can you possibly engage in your internship? Am I not right?" Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Yumi and smirked. "You make a valid point. But I must mention that my internship is also compensated. I have no desire to work for free, which is why I won't be coming." Yumi chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. "That is only fair. Those individuals are paying for their hospitalization, and should you succeed in curing them, the medical fees they pay will rightfully belong to you." Kanda Rokuro's expression softened as he inquired with satisfaction, "How much can I earn by healing these individuals?" Yumi glanced at the patient files in Kanda Rokuro's hands and replied, "With 27 people, if each is worth 100,000, that amounts to 2,700,000. In any case, the total should be around 3 million. 3 million? That sounds quite promising." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Earning 3 million a day is quite impressive." Yumi, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Kanda Rokuro and inquired, "Do you truly intend to heal everyone in a single day?" Kanda Rokuro cast a puzzled glance at Yumi. "If you won't let me treat, why are you giving me the case file?" Yumi's expression twitched slightly. "That is for your internship. Consider it a task for your training period. This is a month-long treatment. And yet you expect to resolve it in a single day." Kanda Rokuro was somewhat speechless. He cast a glance at Yumi and remarked, "There are merely 27 individuals, and their ailments are not particularly severe. A single day is ample time for me to attend to them." Yumi was at a loss for words. She utterly doubted Kanda Rokuro's assertions. Nevertheless, Kanda Rokuro's medical ninjutsu abilities are acknowledged, and thus she deemed it unnecessary to argue further. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Suit yourself. If you truly manage to heal them all in a day, I shall gladly grant you 5 million in treatment fees. That would also mean an additional 2 million in profit." Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly declared, "Deal. I shall proceed to treat them at once." With that, he departed. Kanda Rokuro clutched the patient file and hurriedly departed. Yumi was momentarily taken aback. Shaking her head, she resumed her own tasks. Chapter 66, Yumi's Temptation. With the patient file in hand, Kanda Rokuro stepped out of his office. As he walked, he created 2 shadow clones, assigning each one a case file to seek treatment for the respective patients. Should any refuse to cooperate, he would administer a beating before proceeding with their care. At Konoha Hospital, chaos ensued, echoing with cries of distress. The patients, having just encountered Kanda Rokuro, were unaware of his medical prowess. When his shadow clones approached to offer treatment for their ailments, disbelief clouded their minds. Their skepticism led to noncompliance. The shadow clones, acting upon Kanda Rokuro's orders, met their defiance with a lesson in obedience, leaving the patients wailing in agony. Only after this harsh awakening did they reluctantly yield and cooperate with the clones in their treatment. Following the tumultuous cries came the sounds of gratitude from the patients. Kanda Rokuro had cured them, and at long last, they came to believe in his remarkable abilities. Grateful, they eagerly offered their monetary tokens of appreciation. News within the hospital spread with astonishing rapidity, especially given the alarming cries that punctuated the air after Kanda Rokuro saved 3 individuals. Everyone in the other wards was already aware that he was the one performing the treatments. Initially, many were at a loss for words. Perceiving Kanda Rokuro's actions as mere folly, who would force another into treatment? However, as the 3 completely recovered, astonishment swept through the patients. When Kanda Rokuro approached to treat the next individual, the patient no longer resisted, but instead gazed at him with curiosity as he tended to their injuries. Kanda Rokuro's mastery of healing arts yielded remarkable results. Most of those he treated found themselves fully restored within a mere 10 minutes. After Kanda Rokuro had attended to 11 or 12 patients, he transformed from a mere jester into the esteemed healer, Master Kanda. Patients greeted him with deep bows and respect. A total of 27 individuals benefited from his care. Kanda Rokuro tirelessly administered treatment. Each shadow clone, upon healing an individual, would exhaust its chakra and vanish. After replenishing his chakra through experience, he summoned 2 more shadow clones to continue the healing process. The trio worked in unison. In approximately half an hour, he could heal 1 person. Thus, 3 multiplied by 9 equals 27. After 9 treatments, each taking half an hour, it would amount to 4.5 hours. However, it was improbable for him to adhere to such precise timing. In reality, he spent around 6 hours to complete the healing of 27 individuals. Once all those on the patient list had been treated, Kanda Rokuro made his way to Yumi's office, casually finding a place to sit. Panting, he gazed at Yumi, who was observing him intently, and said, "Yumi, sister, may I receive my 5 million now?" The deeds of Rokuro Kanda are indeed known to Yumi. The enduring treatment administered by Kanda Rokuro evoked a sense of admiration in her. Typically, the physicians at Konoha Hospital require multiple sessions to heal a single patient. While Kanda Rokuro remarkably cured 27 in one fell swoop, an extraordinary feat indeed. Yumi gazed at Kanda Rokuro for a moment before stating directly, "Rest assured, 5 million will not be shortchanged. I currently have numerous patients here. Would you care to give it a try?" Kanda Rokuro could not help but roll his eyes at Yumi, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe I would prioritize money over my life? I am utterly exhausted at this moment and unable to concentrate on treatment. If you wish for me to work, you shall have to wait until tomorrow. For today, I simply do not have the time." Yumi gazed at Kanda Rokuro, who appeared languid and indifferent, and found herself at a loss for words. Given his demeanor, he hardly seemed tired. Rather, he appeared to have nothing pressing to attend to. After a brief internal monologue of exasperation, she addressed him directly. "Now, tell me, what must I do to persuade you to work?" Kanda Rokuro reclined languidly, exclaiming, "I truly cannot continue. I must return to my training in physical arts." Yumi interjected, "When has the practice ever been an obstacle? By treating patients and earning money now, you can take a break once the hospital is devoid of patients, and then devote your days entirely to training." Kanda Rokuro could not help but roll his eyes as he gazed at Yumi, who was lamenting. "Are you the ruthless boss who exploits employees? I'm just a 5-year-old child, and yet you insist on making me work." Yumi's expression turned slightly awkward as she replied, "Well, I'm doing this for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. Once those individuals have recovered, they will be able to contribute to the village's growth." Kanda Rokuro, filled with disdain, scoffed, "Without them, the Hidden Leaf Village would continue to function normally. As for you, Sister Yumi, spare me your words. I am off to fetch money for home." Upon witnessing this, Yumi rose and approached Kanda Rokuro, lifting him into her arms and gently pressing his head against her bosom, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Rokuro, would you kindly assist your sister in completing her task?" "What the? Is she actually attempting to seduce me? I am but a 5-year-old. Yumi, are you even human? Yet, ahem, ahem. This is indeed soft. It feels rather pleasant. However, it still seems a tad too small. The sensation lacks intensity." Kanda Rokuro could not help but turn his head, fidgeting slightly, as he felt a warmth beginning to rise in his cheeks. Kanda Rokuro lingered for a moment, prompting Yumi to mutter under her breath, calling him a little lecher, as she gently nudged his head away from her bosom. In Chapter 67, titled A Bit Embarrassing, Yumi was about to admonish Kanda Rokuro to get back to work, but before she could utter a word, her expression shifted to one of peculiar amusement. Gazing at his face, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Rokuro, you are being rather exaggerated, aren't you?" Kanda Rokuro wore an expression of profound embarrassment. He sensed that he was, indeed, experiencing a nosebleed. How mortifying. Such a trivial matter had utterly unraveled him. How could he possibly have the audacity to tease others in the future? Contemplating this, Kanda Rokuro broke free from Yumi's embrace, wiped the blood from his nose, and shot her a glare, declaring, "I am merely experiencing a surge of anger. It has nothing to do with you. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Do you understand?" Yumi, stifling her laughter with her hand, replied, all right. So it has nothing to do with me then." Kanda Rokuro's face darkened slightly as he coldly huffed. "If this matter were to leak, Sister Yumi, do not blame me for being impolite. I will not hesitate to take action." Yumi gazed at Kanda Rokuro, her eyes glinting mischievously as she replied, "Rokuro, Did you enjoy yourself just now? Kanda Rokiro's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure and smirked. I have no idea what you were talking about. Yumi puffed out her chest and said, if you assist me by healing all the patients in the hospital, I will pretend that nothing happened today and simply embrace you. How does that sound? Goodness, this mature woman is truly remarkable. She is utterly unashamed. Kanda Rokiro silently scoffed, casting an angry glare at Yumi. What do you take me for? A genius like myself. You think to entice me with your beauty? It's utterly preposterous. Yumi, however, smiled sweetly, seemingly unfazed by his outburst. She found it quite amusing to tease the little brat, and as for Kanda Rokiro gaining a slight advantage, who would bother to take offense at the antics of a mere 5-year-old? With a gentle smile, she gazed at Kanda Rokiro and said, are you truly not interested? This time, I promise to be even more generous. Kanda Rokiro's heart began to race, quickening with excitement. He cast a glance at Yumi's bosom, cleared his throat, and declared, I am a paragon of virtue, utterly impervious to such temptations. Do not entertain such thoughts. I must return home now to hone my martial arts. With that, he concluded. Kanda Rokiro turned and swiftly departed. The speed was so remarkable that Yumiko barely had time to react before he had dashed out the door. Yumiko regained her composure. Kanda Rokiro has vanished, leaving her somewhat helpless. She shook her head and smiled. In truth, Yumi was not particularly anxious about having Kanda Rokiro assist with the patients. The reason she encouraged him to continue was that she anticipated he might soon lose interest and cease his visits. So she aimed to take advantage of his presence to manage a portion of the patients. Unfortunately, the young rascal did not fall for her scheme and had fled instead. However, this was of little concern. It appeared that Kanda Rokiro would return the following day. When he did, she would offer him some incentives to encourage him to work harder, alleviating some of the pressure on the hospital. After contemplating for a while, Yumi resumed her busy routine. As the head nurse, her daily tasks were quite numerous. She decided to reassess the situation regarding Kanda Rokiro when he returned tomorrow. She was confident she could handle this little imp. Outside the hospital, Kanda Rokiro was secretly feeling dejected. It was utterly embarrassing. How could a mere triviality cause him to bleed from his nose? This was nothing short of disgraceful. How could he possibly run a nightclub under such circumstances? If he were to attract a bevy of voluptuous beauties, he would surely bleed profusely. The mere thought of it was disheartening. After a moment of self-deprecation, Kanda Rokiro shook his head and departed. Today was merely an accident for him. As an experienced individual, how could he possibly be bested by an insignificant housewife? Once he was prepared, no amount of seduction from Yumi would hold any sway. With a touch of melancholy, Kanda Rokiro returned to the underground base and commenced his daily training tasks. He had left early that day and had no time to complete his routine. After practicing in the training room for a while, he gradually regained his composure. For him, strength was of utmost importance. Women could wait. Moreover, he was only 5 years old. Overthinking was futile. His body simply wasn't ready. At least a decade was necessary for it to be of use. After spending an hour completing his daily training tasks, Kanda Rokiro suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to collect his 500,000. This left him in a quandary. Returning to ask Yumi for it felt somewhat inappropriate. He could already envision her mocking him again, which was quite bothersome. After much hesitation, he resolved to ask for the money the following day. If Yumi dared to refuse, he would forego his hospital internship and instead practice with animals. After all, the purpose of his internship was merely to witness blood, and observing the blood of animals would suffice. Having made up his mind, he retreated to his room to wash up and prepare to eat. He had been busy from 8 in the morning until 7 in the evening without a morsel of food. Chapter 68. The Pursuit of Wealth to Achieve Prosperity. One must possess a thick skin. The next day, Kanda Rokiro awoke and made his way to Konoha Hospital. The events of the previous day seemed to have slipped his mind. Upon arriving at the hospital, he headed straight to Yumi's office and, with a bright smile directed at her, exclaimed, Yumi, where is my money? Yumi set down the documents in her hand and, with a teasing smile, replied, What are you talking about, little brother Rokiro? Trying to feign ignorance and abscond with my funds? Kanda Rokiro's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Seeing this, Yumi quickly stood up and said, all right, I was just joking with you. Must you be so petty? I will give you the money shortly. Surely that will suffice. Kanda Rokiro paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yumi. I am no longer the person I was yesterday. My sole focus now is to amass wealth. It is futile to think you can tempt me. How audacious. Yumi retorted, rolling her eyes. Yesterday, who was it that was bleeding from the nose? Truly shameless. I understand. She continued. I give you money every day, Surely that suffices? Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort, remarking, "Now that is more like it. At least you possess some sense. Where is today's assignment? I shall attend to 30 patients, and with the remaining time, I intend to return home to cultivate my skills." Yumi promptly produced a hefty stack of documents, placing them upon the table as she declared, "These are all patients falling within your area of expertise. You may handle them as you see fit. For each one you attend to, I shall compensate you with a fee." "What the? Do you truly regard me as mere labor?" he thought, glancing at the pile of case files, which numbered in the hundreds at the very least. Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Yumi, are you mistaken? Does Konoha Hospital really have that many patients? When I checked yesterday, the number didn't exceed 200. Am I expected to resolve the majority of their issues single-handedly? That's quite unreasonable." Yumi shot him a playful glance. "Rokuro, are you joking? Not all patients require hospitalization. Many with minor injuries remain at home. They come to the hospital for treatment only at their scheduled times." "Oh, I seem to have overlooked that." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Yumi, curling his lips in a sardonic smile. "By the looks of you, I assume you haven't summoned them all here today." "Have you? Are you attempting to wear me out?" Yumi replied cheerfully, "I would never do such a thing. I merely informed them that the esteemed physician Rokuro would be in attendance today. If they wish to recover swiftly, they ought to arrive early and queue up. At present, they are congregated in Hall 3. You may proceed directly there." Kanda Rokuro silently cursed. Yumi had gathered everyone together. After he treated one person, the others were all watching him. How could he possibly refuse to treat them? This was truly compelling him to work. Kanda Rokuro's face darkened as he gave Yumi the finger, exclaiming, "I never expected your breasts to be so ample while your heart is so black. Yumi, I curse you to swiftly part ways with your man." Yumi, patting Kanda Rokuro's head, chuckled and replied, "That is an impossible scenario. My children are of an age similar to yours, and our family is currently harmonious and affectionate." Yumi is already in her 30s, and having children is quite normal. Kanda Rokuro, contemplating, suddenly shifted his thoughts and inquired, "Yumi, is your child a son or a daughter?" Yumi's expression stiffened as she shot him a glare. "You lecherous fool. Do you still harbor designs on my daughter? How naive of you. My daughter is already 14 years old, far beyond your reach." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but chuckle. "What does it matter? I am simply fond of those older than myself. Where do you reside? I shall pay you a visit this evening. Rest assured, I shall bring a gift." Yumi promptly delivered a light punch to Kanda Rokuro's head. "Don't even think about it. Hurry up and get back to work. Did you not say that your sole ambition is to make money from now on? Now go and earn that money." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips and turned away. He was currently in dire need of funds. Indeed, he required some money for his endeavors. He had already drafted the blueprints for the land that Sarutobi Hizashi had sanctioned, and he was employing people to assist in its construction. Envisioning a commercial nightlife district reminiscent of traditional Chinese villas based on his recollections. Ninjas, in essence, are not lacking in finances. However, to conduct various research projects, financial resources are indispensable. The battles within the ninja world are primarily fought for money and resources. Konoha, possessing the most abundant resources, naturally incites jealousy from other ninja villages. Kanda Rokuro aspired to cultivate resources, which necessitated earning money. Otherwise, his meager funds would prove insufficient. He intended to research bloodline limits and various unique jutsu, all of which required financial investment in research facilities, thus emphasizing his need to generate income in preparation for the future. As for Konoha's resources, he contemplated covertly utilizing them. Yet, should Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo discover his intentions, his fate would likely mirror that of Orochimaru. Therefore, earning his own money for research appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 69, The Shameless Brat. Konoha Hospital, Room 3. Over 100 patients, their bodies bandaged, were engaged in lighthearted banter. The news of the previous day's events at the hospital had spread among them, and they were eager to seek Kanda Rokuro's assistance, knowing he could heal them in a remarkably short time. These injured individuals had sustained their wounds during training or missions. For them, a swift recovery meant an earlier return to training and opportunities to earn money through missions. Previously, Konoha Hospital had merely provided medication for minor injuries, allowing patients to treat themselves and recover gradually. After all, medical ninjutsu resources were inherently scarce, with those adept in medical ninjutsu primarily tasked with treating severe cases, as they were reluctant to waste chakra on minor wounds. Now, however, with the peculiar presence of Kanda Rokuro, even minor injuries could be healed through his mastery of medical ninjutsu. Thus, they began to consider whether to petition Saratobi Hisashi to appoint Kanda Rokuro as a medical ninja, alleviating their fears of sustaining minor injuries in the future. Nevertheless, such discussions were merely casual musings among them. The illustrious name of Kanda Rokuro, the genius ninja, has resonated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. At the tender age of 5, he dares to confront elite ninjas. Such an extraordinary individual could hardly remain a mere healer. It is not far-fetched to envision him aspiring to the position of Hokage in the future. As the crowd converses upon Kanda Rokuro's entrance, those capable of movement rush to the door, affectionately patting his head, exclaiming, "The little divine healer has arrived. Shall we commence the treatment?" Kanda Rokuro was at a loss for words. He pushed aside the hands of the crowd and gazed at the eager faces of the patients, unable to suppress his inward scorn for Yumi's audacity in gathering everyone together. The attitudes of these individuals weighed heavily on him. If he failed to treat them all, it seemed he would be unable to leave. Just the thought of it left him disheartened. Wasn't this a waste of his expertise? Were it not for the financial incentive, he would have surely turned on his heel and departed. After a moment of grumbling, Kanda Rokuro stomped his foot, leaving a deep impression in the ground, and coldly remarked, "What are you all doing? Do you think you can just touch the head of a genius? If you render yourselves foolish, will you take responsibility? Now, sit down and queue up properly." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Nonetheless, they complied and returned to their seats. However, not all were so obedient. A young lady with orange hair sidled up to Kanda Rokuro, clasping his hand and beaming, "Rokuro, darling, could you treat me first?" The crowd immediately erupted in protest. Someone shouted, "Yunko, how shameless of you to tempt our little divine doctor. Get back in line." Exactly. Our little doctor is not that kind of person. Hurry back. You shameless creature." Amidst the uproar, Yunko playfully nudged Kanda Rokuro's small head with her ample bosom and coquettishly said, "Rokuro, darling, I have a task to attend to. Don't listen to those foul men. Just treat me first, all right? I'll give you a kiss." The crowd, upon hearing this, could not help but silently condemn Yunko for her despicable behavior. Kanda Rokuro once again reveled in gentle attentions. The geisha's voluptuousness was indeed more than twice that of Yumi. However, he stepped back from the geisha and, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "What do you mean by this? Am I that kind of person?" The geisha cast Kanda Rokuro an exasperated glance. Yumi was her close friend, and she was already aware of Kanda Rokuro's embarrassing incident from the previous day. Nevertheless, such matters could not be spoken of in public. Otherwise, Kanda Rokuro would surely be consumed by mortification. Kanda Rokuro imparted a lesson to the geisha, eliciting loud cheers from the assembly of ninjas. They began to jest with the geisha, exclaiming, "See, geisha, the young healer is impervious to your allure." Another added, Indeed. Geisha, return to your place in line." Unfazed by their jests, the geisha approached Kanda Rokuro, enveloping him once more in an embrace, and implored, "Oh, Rokuro, dear brother, please treat me first. I truly have an urgent matter." Kanda Rokuro was somewhat at a loss for words. He pushed away the geisha and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "No, I am not that kind of person. Please return to your place in line." The crowd erupted in applause. The geisha, feeling a bit helpless, cast Kanda Rokuro a disdainful glance before turning to leave. At that moment, Kanda Rokuro coughed lightly and addressed the crowd, saying, "Well, we are all civilized individuals. We must adhere to the rules while waiting for treatment and be considerate of the elderly, women, and children. I see that this geisha sister must be hurrying home to feed her little baby. We certainly cannot allow the poor little one to go hungry. So today, let us prioritize the treatment for this geisha sister." The crowd, who had just been cheering moments ago, nearly choked on their own disbelief. Goodness, Kanda Rokuroda is utterly shameless. Such an excuse is beyond comprehension. How can one possibly liken a geisha to a baby in need of feeding? It is simply a blatant fabrication. Amidst the chorus of criticism, the geisha paused, embraced Kanda Rokuroda, and planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek, exclaiming, "Rokuro, you truly understand my heart. Once my treatment is concluded, how about you become my little darling?" My goodness, what audacity! The woman is indeed fierce. To utter such audacious words is beyond belief. Kanda Rokuro muttered under his breath, freeing himself from the embrace of the geisha. He cleared his throat and looked at her, stating, "I am merely demonstrating respect for the elderly and love for the young, not what you might think. Let us commence the treatment without delay." The geisha chuckled lightly. Very well. Your respect for the elderly and love for the young is acknowledged. Let us proceed with the treatment." With that, she pulled down her trousers, revealing a leg wrapped in bandages. As she unveiled the bandages, a vivid crimson wound was exposed. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "With such an injury, how can you be wandering about?" The geisha, unfazed, replied, "I am a chunin. Such minor wounds are of no consequence to me." Kanda Rokuro shook his head and gestured to a seat. "Please sit down. Allow me to attend to your treatment." The geisha obediently went to the designated spot and sat down. Kanda Rokuro began to treat her from the very beginning. In just 10 minutes, the wounds of the geisha completely healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. As the geisha rose and moved about, she exclaimed in delight, "Not bad at all. Rokuro, your medical skills are truly remarkable. If I ever find myself injured again, I will certainly come to you for treatment." Kanda Rokuro rose, curling his lip. "All right, hurry back. I must commence my work." The geisha lowered her head and gently patted Kanda Rokuro's head before turning away with a cheerful smile. As soon as the geisha departed, the treatment administered by Kanda Rokuro commenced in earnest. He toiled from morning until evening, diligently attending to each individual until all had been seen to. His experience points, however, amounted to a considerable loss of 1,600. Alas, it cannot be deemed a complete waste, for they were ultimately invested in ninjutsu. It is merely a matter of misallocation at this juncture. Chapter 70. You are in danger. The number of lightly injured patients in the hospital was merely 200 or 300. Within 2 days, Kanda Rokuro managed to clear the wards of these patients, bringing an unexpected tranquility to the hospital. The nurses found themselves with ample time to engage in conversation, alleviating their boredom. After 3 days, Kanda Rokuro earned over 16 million. Simultaneously, his reputation as the Little Divine Doctor spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. However, he remained indifferent to this fame. He entrusted the money to Hanada, instructing him to continue overseeing the construction of the nightclub street. As for himself, he continued to spend his days with shadow clones at school, while his true self resided in the hospital, alternating between these two locations. Initially, he intended to inquire with Saratobi Hiruzen about the arrangements for his graduation. However, Hanada informed him that just the day before, Saratobi Hiruzen had a heated argument with Danzo, advising him to avoid provoking either party. Thus, he chose to remain quietly in his current routine. Kanda Rokuro's medical ninjutsu abilities have garnered the recognition of hospital physicians. After spending 7 to 8 days in the hospital, he became acquainted with the medical equipment, and Yumi began to involve him in various medium to large-scale surgeries. However, he merely assisted on the sidelines, his infinite chakra healing playing a crucial protective role during the surgical procedures. In the event of complications, he would utilize the palm sage technique to sustain the patient while the doctors resumed their treatment. Participating in major surgeries allowed Kanda Rokuro to achieve his purpose. He was there to witness the bloodshed. However, the sight of open surgeries often made him feel nauseated. It took several operations for him to acclimate to the environment, all the while secretly lamenting the indifference of doctors who seemed to regard patients as mere subjects, their profound understanding of the human body rendering them apathetic to death. As time passed, on December 19th, he accumulated enough experience points, 20,000, to elevate his palm sage technique to level 3. Nearly a month had elapsed since the quarrel between Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen. He felt it was time to approach Saratobi Hiruzen and inquire about his graduation status. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon exiting the hospital, Kanda Rokuro headed straight to the Hokage building, where he found Saratobi Hiruzen in his office. A month had passed, yet Saratobi Hiruzen's demeanor remained rather bleak. According to Hanada, Danzo had been punished by Saratobi and dispatched for a month, with no sign of his return. The long-standing enmity between Shimura Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen loomed large. Kanda Rokuro, indifferent to the concerns at hand, entered the office and addressed Saratobi Hiruzen, saying, "Old man, I've come to see you." Saratobi Hiruzen glanced up at Kanda Rokuro, his gaze sharp, and retorted, "Such disregard for decorum. I am the Hokage, and your lack of respect is unacceptable. Be cautious, or I shall ensure you never graduate." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips, casually choosing a spot to sit, languidly observing Saratobi Hiruzen and declaring, "It matters not. I have found my own path to wealth, no longer reliant on tasks for income." Saratobi Hiruzen was left speechless. This impudent lad had amassed over 20 million during his month-long stay at the Konoha hospital, earning more than he, the Hokage, could dream of. Engaging in perilous missions as a ninja might not yield greater rewards than his current fortune. Reflecting on this, a twinge of envy crept into his heart. After a moment of inner lamentation, Saratobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. "All right, just speak plainly. What is it that you wish to convey?" Kanda Rokuro stated, "I wish to inquire about 2 matters." Saratobi Izuchi nodded in agreement. "Please, do ask." Kanda Rokuro pointed to himself and exclaimed, "The foremost issue at hand is how to address my graduation dilemma. Did you not claim it could be resolved in a mere 2 or 3 days? Yet, a month has elapsed." Saratobi Izashi cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to assist you. Given your prowess and capabilities, remaining at the academy serves little purpose. For the time being, you shall work at the Konoha Hospital, as your expertise is greatly needed there." Kanda Rokuro's expression darkened as he muttered, "Old man, I mentioned that I was merely going for an internship. Why are you insisting that I become a doctor? A talent such as mine deserves a position of greater significance, perhaps as the leader of an elite unit or an elder." Saratobi Izashi shot Kanda Rokuro a sharp glare, retorting, "What a fanciful notion. With your mere status as a lowly shinobi, you dare to ask for so much? You will remain in the hospital for 2 years. And once you turn 8, we shall consider other arrangements." Kanda Rokuro felt a subtle surprise within. 2 years. What exactly did Saratobi Izashi intend to achieve by confining him in Konoha? A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Kanda Rokuro expressed his dissatisfaction outright, exclaiming, "Old man, isn't this a bit excessive? I am already a ninja. Why can't I leave Konohagakure?" Saratobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe and took a deep drag. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "This is all for your own good. There are matters you are not yet qualified to know. In any case, your current situation is exceedingly perilous. For the next 2 years, refrain from venturing outside. Instead, work at the Konoha Hospital. Once I have resolved matters with Danzo, you will be free to embark on missions." Kanda Rokuro was somewhat taken aback. What could possibly be the reason that Saratobi Hizashi is exhibiting such caution? Could it be that the people of the Cloud Ninja Village seek to exact revenge upon me? Chapter 71. The Matters Concerning the Uchiha Clan. Kanda Rokuro expressed his confusion. Saratobi Sasuke, without offering any explanation, took a puff of his cigarette and said, "If you have any further inquiries, feel free to ask." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and nodded, saying, "I wish to inquire about Lord Danzo's whereabouts. I have matters to discuss with him. When will he return to the village?" Saratobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro and retorted, "What is it? Is there something I cannot handle? Why seek out Danzo? Am I, as the Hokage, inferior to an elder? Ugh, that old fellow. What is there to be irked about? Is it because my closer relationship with Danzo displeases him?" Kanda Rokuro quietly muttered a few words of disdain before smirking and retorting, "There are certain matters that you simply cannot handle." Saratobi Sasuke scoffed coldly, "Pray tell, what is it that I cannot resolve?" Kanda Rokuro pointed towards the window and said, "I require some assistance, free of charge, to help construct my commercial street. If you could find someone for me, I shall refrain from seeking Lord Danzo." "Ah, free labor? How could that be possible?" Saratobi Hiruzen coughed and replied, "As for this matter, it would be prudent to wait until Danzo returns. He has embarked on a significant mission and is expected to return after the new year." Kanda Rokuro, speechless, cast a disdainful glance at Saratobi Hiruzen, remarking, "I knew you were incapable. How can one so esteemed as the Hokage possess so little authority? I truly wonder how you came to hold this position." Saratobi Hiruzen, taking a puff from his cigarette, replied nonchalantly, "What do you know, you little brat? Just be on your way. I have numerous matters to attend to." Kanda Rokuro rose to his feet, casting a curious glance at Saratobi Hiruzen, unable to suppress his inquisitiveness as he inquired, "Old man, would you enlighten me as to why I am currently unable to leave the village of Konoha?" Saratobi Hiruzen regarded Kanda Rokuro with a sigh, responding, "The situation within the village is somewhat intricate at the moment. There are those who harbor considerable discontent towards you, my boy. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside the village." "Discontent towards me?" Kanda Rokuro raised his brows in contemplation, reflecting on the series of random tasks he had undertaken recently. Over the past month, 9 of these tasks had involved the Uchiha clan, all of which required him to reprimand or play pranks on its members. It was evident that the Uchiha clan was quite displeased with him. Otherwise, the system would not have assigned him such troublesome endeavors. To carry out these random tasks, he employed shadow clones, concealing his identity to prevent others from realizing it was he who was causing the mischief. After all, he intended to live in Konoha, and constantly stirring up trouble would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he opted to work incognito. However, Saratobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly aware of his actions, yet he would likely keep this knowledge to himself. After all, Kanda was regarded as a prodigy in Konoha, which afforded him certain privileges. After pondering for a while, Kanda Rokuro turned to Saratobi Hiruzen and inquired, "Are they from the Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Kanda and nodded. You rascal. You keep tormenting the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for me shielding you, you'd have been apprehended by the security department long ago. Indeed, it was them. Kanda Rokuro inwardly scoffed with disdain, yet feigned astonishment as he uttered, Is it truly for such a trivial matter that they seek to take my life? Sarutobi Izashi's expression grew grave as he took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, Certainly. It is not for such a trifling issue that they would conspire to kill you. It is that old rascal Danzo who has provoked the Uchiha clan. And as you are his most esteemed prodigy, they naturally harbor resentment towards you. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro felt quite displeased. That group of scoundrels is utterly disgraceful. Unable to contend with Lord Danzo, yet they choose to trouble a mere child like me, truly pathetic. Sarutobi Izashi cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and sighed, Perhaps you should simply remain quiet and stay in the hospital for 2 years. We have arranged matters concerning the Uchiha clan, as they are all brethren of Konoha village. I believe they will eventually comprehend my intentions. Such thoughts are commendable. Alas, reconciliation has become an impossibility. Kanda Rokuro pondered silently, curling his lip. What does this have to do with me? I am still just a child. Unable to comprehend these matters. I completely fail to understand what you are saying. Sarutobi Izashi rolled his eyes in response. The imp before him was certainly no mere child. He likely exhibited a level of maturity surpassing that of many adults. How could he possibly claim ignorance? He was well aware that Kanda Rokuro could comprehend his words. Yet, the audacious little brat chose to feign innocence. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing. So you consider yourself a child, do you? How about you return to school and continue your lessons? Kanda Rokuro's expression shifted instantly. Did I just say something? It seems my mind went completely blank. I have no recollection of my words. Elder, please assist me in treating this amnesia. You little rascal. Sarutobi Izashi shot a glare at Kanda Rokuro. Hurry up and leave. For the next 2 years, you are not permitted to wander about. I've already spoken with Danzo about this. There will be no assignments for you during this period. Focus on your studies in the hospital and do not squander your medical talent. Kanda Rokuro is in a state of helplessness. He had been contemplating going out for a leisurely stroll. However, it appears that this endeavor is virtually impossible. At present, he is no match for Sarutobi Sasuke and must acquiesce to his commands. Nonetheless, if I am to be confined, there should at least be some form of compensation. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked, Old man, I am willing to heed your advice, but might I request a favor in return? I have heard that the Flying Thunder God technique, mastered by the 4th Hokage, is exceedingly formidable. Could you grant me the opportunity to learn this technique? Chapter 72. The Commander of the Slugs, the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanda Rokuro in astonishment. This ninjutsu is beyond the grasp of those lacking spatial aptitude. Attempting to practice it without such talent could lead to being ensnared in spatial turbulence, resulting in the loss of one's life. Kanda Rokuro straightened his chest and retorted, Old man, how do you know that my spatial talent is lacking? When I first began studying medical ninjutsu, did you not also claim I had no aptitude? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head repeatedly. That is entirely different. Failing to master medical ninjutsu poses no real danger. However, the unsuccessful cultivation of this technique could cost you your life. Your current abilities are insufficient. Do not venture into such perilous ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro, feeling quite disgruntled, glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and exclaimed, Old man, you refuse to let me wander freely and are even unwilling to offer me any compensation. This is utterly outrageous. I shall report you to the elders for your unfair conduct. What a shameless brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but retort. How about this? Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly perilous. Instead, I could teach you the summoning technique, which would also enhance your combat prowess. Summoning technique? Kanda Rokuro, intrigued, eagerly exclaimed, This could work. Old man, what kind of summoning beast do you intend to bestow upon me? I refuse to accept anything subpar. I desire a formidable and powerful creature. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette, gazing out the window as he replied, Your medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable. It would be a shame to squander your talents. Have you ever heard of Princess Tsunade's slug summoning? Tsunade? Slug? Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. I've heard of her, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Lord Hokage, will you truly entrust Princess Tsunade's summoning technique to me? You little rascal. When it benefits you. I'm Lord Hokage. When it doesn't, I'm just an old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, casting a sharp glance at Kanda Rokuro. I can grant you this. But for the next 2 years, you must dedicate yourself to working in the hospital. diligently honing your medical ninjutsu until you reach a level comparable to Yume's. If you agree to my terms, I will send someone to seek out Tsunade and request the summoning scroll from her. Reach Yume's level? At this rate, I'm already quite close. Kanda thought to himself. With just a bit more study on medical knowledge, surpassing Yume will be a matter of moments. Kanda Rokuro readily agreed, stating, "No problem, I consent. I assure you I will diligently study medicine." Sarutobi Sasuke gazed at Kanda Rokuro with a cold snort, warning, "You little brat. If you deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences, aren't you?" Kanda Rokuro smirked, "Understood. I am living quite well in Konoha, so why would I provoke you? Old man, I certainly do not wish to be apprehended and confined by your subordinates." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened slightly as he snorted coldly, "Consider yourself fortunate. It is settled then. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to find Tsunade. I believe within a month, I will be able to procure the scroll for you. During this month, focus on your work at the hospital. Yumi mentioned that your skills could greatly assist numerous patients, so please extend your efforts to aid the villagers of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro felt quite displeased. "Old man, you and Yumi are truly insufferable. Whenever you encounter an opportunity, you seize it with fervor. I feel as though you have nearly stripped me bare. Are you even aware of this? Such a metaphor. It is truly exaggerated." Sarutobi Sasuke cleared his throat and chuckled, saying, "Did you not receive payment? Simply consider it a profitable venture. What is all this talk of shearing sheep? We are not nearly so dramatic." Kanda Rokuro regarded Sarutobi Izashi with disdain, remarking, "You are well aware of your own thoughts." Sarutobi Izashi responded with a dry chuckle. The abilities of Kanda Rokuro are indeed highly advantageous. Naturally, one should make the most of them. The quicker the ninjas recover, the sooner they can embark on their missions, thus contributing to the prosperity of Konohagakure. For the sake of the village, a small sacrifice from Kanda Rokuro is certainly warranted. With an awkward chuckle, Sarutobi Izashi approached Kanda Rokuro, offering a sly smile. "Rokuro, if you aspire to become a jonin, it is essential for half of the village's jonin to deem you worthy. By treating those ninjas in the hospital, when the time comes for your promotion, their unwavering support will undoubtedly benefit you, wouldn't it? TCH. Resorting to temptation when one cannot win an argument." Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizashi and sighed, "Fine. I can't be bothered to squabble with you all. After all, I am in dire need of money, so I might as well work. However, given the arduous nature of my labor, would it be too much to ask for you to grant me access to the medical ninjutsu texts for my study?" Sarutobi Izashi's intent was clear. He wished for Kanda Rokuro to delve into the realm of medical ninjutsu. Upon hearing Kanda's desire to learn, he promptly replied, "Very well. I shall inform Yumi. From now on, you may access any precious materials in the hospital that you wish to examine." Kanda Rokuro rose and nodded. Then it settled. "Old man, please hurry and bring back the Spirit Beast scroll. I am already feeling quite anxious." Sarutobi Hizen, with a hint of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "Be off with you, little brat. I know exactly what needs to be done." Kanda Rokuro did not inquire further. He turned and walked towards the entrance. Chapter 73, Confession. Approaching the doorway, Kanda Rokuro suddenly turned around, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and inquired, "Old man, was it Lord Danzo who exterminated the Uchiha clan? Was it Itachi Uchiha or Shursui Uchiha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He momentarily forgot to smoke the pipe that rested at his lips. After a considerable pause, he set down the pipe, furrowing his brow, and asked, "Who has imparted such information to you?" Kanda Rokuro shrugged, stating that no one had informed him, and he had deduced it himself. The Uchiha clan had always held a disdain for him, yet it had not escalated to the point of seeking his life. It would require the demise of one of their own for them to harbor such intense animosity towards him. The only plausible justification for their desire to eliminate him would be the death of someone of significant importance. Within the Uchiha clan, there are two prodigies of utmost importance, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. I surmise that one of them must have perished. Furthermore, it was undoubtedly Lord Danzo who orchestrated this demise. Otherwise, old man, you would not have been so ruthless in punishing Lord Danzo. The explanation of Kanda Rokuro. Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent. He gazed at Kanda Rokuro for a moment, then sighed. "You truly are a prodigy. To discern this is remarkable. It seems that old man Danzo has indeed found an extraordinary individual. The innocence you once displayed in the orphanage was merely a facade, wasn't it?" Kanda Rokuro curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "If one were willing, who would choose to feign ignorance? If you were to live in an environment where you could be beaten by your father at any moment, and where meals were scarce, you too would learn to play the fool. I merely seek to survive. Saratobi Sasuke fell silent. Kanda Rokuro's past is undoubtedly well investigated and thoroughly understood. Kanda Rokuro's 5 elder brothers and mother can be said to have been tragically taken by his father. Kanda Rokuro's father, upon earning some money, would purchase alcohol, disregarding whether there was food at home. After drinking, he would resort to violence against his children and wife. Kanda Rokuro's 5 elder brothers were tragically tormented to death by their father amidst the throes of hunger. Likewise, Kanda Rokuro's mother succumbed to malnutrition, giving birth to him in a state of distress that ultimately led to her demise. After a moment of contemplation, Saratobi Izuchi sighed and remarked, "Then why do you not continue to feign? Would that not be preferable, as no one would take notice of a mere child?" Kanda Rokuro smiled faintly, to grow stronger. "I require resources. If I continue behaving like a child, would you or Lord Danzo ever grant me those resources?" Saratobi Hiruzen shook his head and took a slow drag from his pipe. "And yet, you dare voice this now. Aren't you afraid I might arrest you and lock you away as a spy?" Kanda Rokuro chuckled lightly, unfazed as he remarked, "Old man, are you truly willing now? I have showcased my own talents. I am no longer the person I once was. Now, I possess the ability to negotiate with you, don't I?" Upon hearing this, Saratobi Izashi sighed in resignation. "You truly are a prodigy. I scarcely know how to respond. Fortunately, you pose no threat to Konoha. Otherwise, I would genuinely contemplate apprehending you." Kanda Rokuro shot a disdainful glance at Saratobi Hizen. "Konoha village stands as the foremost power in the shinobi world. Here, I can indulge in exquisite food and drink, while also enhancing my strength. Why would I ever betray Konoha? I am certainly not one of those foolish individuals akin to a pig." His reasoning was indeed compelling. It is only the inhabitants of other villages who betray their homes in pursuit of joining Konoha. There is no record of Konoha's own people defecting to other shinobi villages, save for those who were originally spies. Saratobi Hizen pondered for a moment and couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Your argument is truly invincible. I can scarcely conceive of a rebuttal. However, I am curious as to why you have chosen to speak of this today." Kanda Rokuro's expression softened as he gazed at Saratobi Hiruzen, solemnly stating, "I merely wish to live in peace. However, should someone seek to take my life, I cannot remain passive. I must assert my stance. If the Uchiha clan truly intends to act against me, I shall retaliate. At that moment, I hope you will not accuse me of betraying Konoha." Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, assuring, "As long as I am here, the Uchiha clan will not harm you. Provided you remain indoors, they will be unable to inflict any damage upon you." Kanda Rokuro shrugged and said, "Old man, I hold a deep affection for Konoha. Yet my desire to survive surpasses all. Thus, I have laid my thoughts bare before you today, wishing to convey that you should not regard me as a mere child. If the Uchiha clan were to target me, I would not hesitate to disregard our village ties." Kanda Rokuro no longer afforded Saratobi Hiruzen the opportunity to speak. Turning away to depart, Hiruzen gazed at the doorway for an extended moment, then sighed softly towards the corner, murmuring, "Kakashi, do you truly believe what that boy said?" Kakashi's figure emerged, contemplating before responding. It is certain that he harbors feelings for Konoha. However, just as he mentioned, having lacked a sense of security since childhood, he might prioritize that above all else. Should the Uchiha clan act against him, he would not hold back. Hiruzen sighed at the doorway, lamenting, "If only he had been born in Konoha." Kakashi remained silent for a moment before stating, "Lord Hokage, is there truly anything that is perfect? As long as Kanda Rokuro holds Konoha dear in his heart, is that not sufficient?" Hiruzen ceased speaking, standing still in quiet contemplation. The death of Uchiha Shisui had plunged Konoha into tumultuous waters. If not handled with care, Konoha could descend into chaos. The other 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Chapter 74. Departure from the Hokage's office. Kanda Rokuro was in remarkably high spirits today. He had the audacity to speak candidly with Saratobi Hiruzen, expressing his belief that his abilities were sufficiently developed and that Hiruzen had recognized his potential, thus emboldening him to take this risk. Otherwise, he would not have dared to voice such sentiments. The reason he felt assured of Hiruzen's regard stemmed from the fact that Hiruzen intended to impart Tsunade's summoning techniques to him. The position of Hokage, while ostensibly elected by the entire village, was steeped in a lineage of connections. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was the younger brother of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, was the disciple of Tobirama. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was the grand student of Hiruzen. Subsequently, the fifth Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, was Minato's student. And the sixth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, followed as Kakashi's apprentice. Thus, it was evident that all were entwined in a web of intricate relationships. The fact that he could learn ninjutsu from Hiruzen's disciple signified that he had carved out a place in Hiruzen's esteem, indicating that he was not merely a disposable pawn. This realization was the very reason behind his courage to speak the truth today. Contemplating these matters, he returned to the base. Kanda-Rokuro was in quite a good mood. Today, he acquired two significant advantages. One was Tsunade's summoning technique, and the other was resources for medical ninjutsu. Both of these benefits would greatly enhance his prowess. With his mastery of the third level of healing techniques, his medical abilities now rivaled those of Yumi. The only aspects in which he lagged behind were his clinical experience and medical knowledge, which were considerably inferior to Yumi's. However, if he diligently studied medical principles and participated in more surgical procedures, his medical skills would soon surpass those of that fellow Yumi. After contemplating for a while, Kanda-Rokuro succumbed to slumber, resting through the night. At the break of dawn, he rose and made his way to the Leaf Academy. Today, he would become a genin. No longer would he attend school. He was eager to converse with Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, and all his classmates. Upon arriving at the Leaf Academy, it was just past 7 o'clock. Nonetheless, students were already arriving in succession. Upon seeing Kanda-Rokuro at the entrance, none offered a greeting. Kanda-Rokuro frequently employs shadow clones to attend school, and they have grown accustomed to this practice. There is no need for any words when accompanied by a shadow clone. After waiting for a while at the school gate, Kanda-Rokuro spotted Uzumaki Naruto, who was rushing over with a piece of bread clutched in his mouth. He called out to Naruto, "Hey, Naruto, come over here. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Kanda-Rokuro's summons, Uzumaki Naruto dashed to his side, scrutinizing him and inquiring, "Big brother, are you the real one, or just a shadow clone? You seem a bit different today. Quite perceptive. No wonder he is the protagonist." Kanda-Rokuro gently patted Naruto Uzumaki, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Today, the real deal has come." Naruto, taken aback, responded, "No wonder. It turns out my elder brother has personally arrived. No wonder something felt amiss. Is there a particular reason for your visit to school today, brother?" Kanda-Rokuro nodded and said, "Indeed, the Hokage has granted approval. I have graduated to the rank of genin. From this day forth, I shall no longer attend school. Today, I shall treat the entire class to a sumptuous meal. Please inform all students to gather at the barbecue restaurant by 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Really? That's wonderful. However, after a moment of exhilaration, Naruto seemed to recall something and quickly added, "But isn't 9 o'clock during class time? Will the teachers agree? What should we do if they refuse?" Kanda-Rokuro cast a glance at Uzumaki Naruto and remarked, "Then let us invite the teachers to join us. You should inform Irika and Mizuki-sensei that should they dare to refuse, I shall personally pay them a visit to remind them who truly holds authority here." Uzumaki Naruto, filled with excitement, pounded his chest and declared, "Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to me, and I assure you, the school will be closed today. However, you must leave a shadow clone for me." The little rascal. Quite clever indeed. He knows to ask me for a shadow clone. Kanda-Rokuro formed a series of hand seals and conjured a shadow clone, stating, "All right. I leave this in your capable hands. I've already informed the barbecue restaurant, so you can simply go there and enjoy the meal." "Sounds great," Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with excitement as he dashed into the school. Kanda-Rokuro's shadow clone also entered the school, while Uzumaki Naruto walked away into the distance. Kanda-Rokuro proceeded towards the Hokage building. As for the barbecue restaurant, he had already instructed the part-time Hanada to make the necessary arrangements, leaving him free of concern. Once he acquired the rank of a genin, he intended to flaunt his achievement at the barbecue establishment, graduating as a genin before the age of 6. He would be regarded as a prodigy of Konoha. Without a proper display of his talents, how would the villagers come to recognize his brilliance? Gaining notoriety, this would pave the way for his future ventures in the nightlife district, where he could leverage his fame to attract a greater clientele. This is what one might call advertising. Chapter 75, The Commencement of Ninja Missions. Kanda-Rokuro arrived at Sarutobi Sasuke's office, where he found Sarutobi Sasuke leisurely puffing on a pipe, surrounded by wisps of smoke. It appeared that he had been awaiting his arrival. "Come in," Kanda-Rokuro bluntly exclaimed. "Old man, where is my Leaf Village ninja headband?" Sarutobi Izashi casually gestured towards the corner of the room, saying, "It is right there. Retrieve it and sign your name, and you shall become a genin." Kanda-Rokuro turned his head to gaze at a table cluttered with miscellaneous items in the corner, where a wooden forehead protector lay. He hurried over, seized the protector, and placed it atop his head, grumbling as he did so, "Honestly, such an important item. And you didn't even bother to put it in a box." Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaling a plume of smoke, replied nonchalantly, "What of it? It's hardly a treasure. Merely a trinket that can be easily produced. It serves merely as a symbol, the true testament of your status as a genin lies in your graduation certificate. The forehead protector is merely a means for you to identify your comrades." Kandaroku removed the forehead protector from his head and placed it on his shoulder. Gazing curiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen as he inquired, "What if someone uses a counterfeit forehead protector to deceive us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You are a shinobi now. It is your duty to discern whether your comrades are trustworthy. Have you not trained in the art of transformation to disguise yourself among enemies? Why must you ask such an obvious question? What exactly occupies your thoughts?" Kandaroku once again removed his forehead protector from his arm and secured it around his waist. Scoffing, who knows? In any case, I have never heard of anyone deliberately discarding their protector during battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and cast a sidelong glance at Kandaroku, sighing, "That seems to be a consensus among ninjas. The likelihood of their demise is exceedingly high, especially in large-scale conflicts. When one falls in battle, their body may be so mangled that it becomes impossible to recognize them. Without their forehead protector, it would be exceedingly difficult to identify and retrieve their remains for burial." "A valid point indeed." Kandaroku nodded. Removing his forehead protector and tying it around his leg, he inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Old man, where do you think I should place this protector to best showcase my charm?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, exasperated, cast a sharp glance at Kandaroku and replied, "You little brat. What charm do you possess? Come here and sign this, and be off swiftly afterward." Kandaroku ultimately decided to affix the headband upon his brow, for it was the most conspicuous choice. He approached Sarutobi Sasuke, glancing at the diploma resting upon the table, and picked it up to examine it closely. Upon opening the diploma, he discovered a halfling photograph of himself, seemingly taken during a class session. How disappointing. The image captured him in the least flattering manner. Kandaroku silently scoffed, grasping the pin on the table and inscribing his name beneath the photograph. Just as he pinned the character for Rokuro, a message resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have officially become a ninja of Konoha. A new type of mission has been unlocked, Konoha Ninja Missions. Complete the tasks issued by the village of Konoha to earn experience points, awarded according to the task's level, with no daily limit on the number of missions." Goodness, I had no idea there was such a method to accrue experience points. If only I had known sooner, I would have graduated long ago. How much experience have I squandered? The mere thought made Kandaroku wince. Moreover, as a Konoha ninja, he could undertake missions to farm experience. But what if he became affiliated with another ninja village? Wouldn't he also gain experience from their missions? Contemplating this possibility seemed quite plausible. However, the sheer volume of tasks available in Konoha alone would keep him busy, making it seem premature to consider missions from other villages. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, observing the shifting expressions on Kandaroku's face. Kandaroku regained his composure and glanced at Sarutobi Izuchi, who coughed and remarked, "I am indeed quite dissatisfied. This photograph does not portray my handsomeness at all. I demand a retake." "Get lost," Sarutobi Izuchi retorted, hurling his pipe at Kandaroku's head. "How absurd. If they refuse to allow a change, why resort to violence?" Kandaroku stepped back and muttered a few words of complaint. Sarutobi Sasuke missed his target, Kandaroku, and with a disdainful huff retracted his pipe, saying, "Weren't you supposed to treat the entire school? Hurry up and get lost, and stop being a nuisance here." Kandaroku was reluctant to depart, for he still had matters to articulate. The sudden notification from the system had sparked a plethora of novel ideas within his mind. These concepts, however, necessitated the cooperation of Sarutobi Izashi. The missions of Konohagakure were all determined by Sarutobi Izashi. And now he had ascended in Kandaroku's esteem to the status of an emissary of tasks. It was imperative to flatter him appropriately. Kandaroku leaned against the table, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Oh, Hokage, do you think I am now capable of undertaking some lower-ranked missions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Kandaroku with a furrowed brow, responding, "Did I not mention that it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside?" Kandaroku coughed lightly and remarked, "I shall only undertake D-rank missions, and I shall employ shadow clones to accomplish them, merely to breeze through these lowly tasks, ensuring I have a sufficient number of missions to advance to Ch9." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily. Indeed, the plethora of mundane D-rank missions in Konoha was quite overwhelming. These tasks were so tedious that very few were inclined to accept them, often resulting in their compulsory assignment by him. However, Kandarokuro's willingness to take them on was rather commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Very well, proceed with your shadow clones. But ensure that your true self remains within the confines of the hospital, as your presence is essential there. You must maintain a vigilant watch over the hospital." Upon hearing this, Kandarokuro immediately patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, I am the most fearful of death." Sarutobi Sasuke rolled his eyes in response, thinking to himself, "Afraid of death, yet so boastful about it." Chapter 76, A Task. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked, "Since you are to undertake a mission, I shall assign you 2 companions." Upon hearing this, Kandarokuro immediately declined. "No, thank you. I can complete tasks swiftly using my shadow clone technique, and the clones will disperse once the task is accomplished. Having companions would only complicate matters." Sarutobi Izashi frowned. "Our missions in Konoha are conducted in teams. It's not suitable for you to undertake them alone. Furthermore, there are certain matters that are not appropriate to handle solo." Kandarokuro was reluctant to have anyone accompany him on a mission. The presence of an additional person might diminish his experience. For him, this was an immense waste. Kandarokuro hastily reminded Sarutobi Hizen, "Old man, these are merely D-rank missions. With my capabilities, do you truly believe there is anything I cannot handle?" "Ah, I nearly forgot. This young lad's prowess is already comparable to that of a jonin." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hizen nodded. "Very well, do as you wish. Now, be on your way. I have matters to attend to." Kandarokuro remained, clearing his throat as he spoke. "Old man, I have resolved to make a contribution to Konoha. I am currently employed at the Konoha hospital, earning more than I can possibly spend. Why not assign me a task to work at the hospital? I can allocate a portion of my daily earnings to the village. What do you think of this proposal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. "What on earth has gotten into you? When did you become so benevolent?" Kandarokuro shot a dissatisfied glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen, proclaiming, "I am now a ninja of Konoha, so what is wrong with contributing to the village? If you are unwilling, then so be it. There are benefits." Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course, was inclined to agree. However, he harbored a lingering suspicion that this impudent boy had ulterior motives. After all, the boy was involved in a construction project that demanded considerable financial resources. It was puzzling how he could suddenly afford to allocate a portion of his earnings to the village. The very thought raised doubts. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, Kandarokuro coughed and declared, "Old man, this is a splendid opportunity. Why do you still oppose it? I do not ask for much. An S-rank task each day will suffice. In this way, sharing the profits with you will bring me peace of mind." Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality upon hearing Kandarokuro's nonsensical chatter. He began to grasp the boy's intentions. It was all a scheme to accumulate tasks and expedite the elevation of his ninja rank. Unable to contain himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes at Kandarokuro, retorting, "You impudent brat, suggesting such S-rank tasks will only invite ridicule upon our village. Do not even entertain the thought." Kandarokuro remained unfazed. "Then let it be a grade." Sarutobi Hizashi glared, retorting, "A grade is unacceptable. At most, it can only be C grade." Kandarokuro expressed his dissatisfaction, gazing at Sarutobi Hizashi, and said, "Do you truly believe that anyone else could perform the work I do at the hospital? Rarity adds value. How can a mere C rank reflect my capabilities? If you do not grant me a rank of B or above, I shall refuse to assist Yumi and the others with their surgeries." Sarutobi Hizashi's expression twitched momentarily. Indeed, the work performed by Kandarokuro was unparalleled. After a brief hesitation, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head repeatedly, stating, "No, this task is far too humiliating. I would rather forego your payment. You must leave at once. Let us not speak of this matter again. Ugh, damn it. That stubborn old man refuses to earn money." Kandarokuro muttered a few curses under his breath, reluctantly lowering his demands. "If it's a C-rank task, so be it. I am making this contribution for the sake of Konoha. If you refuse me again, I might just lose my temper." A C-rank mission was indeed something Sarutobi Hiruzen could accept. He decided to publish a C-rank task, allowing him to earn 20% of the task's rewards from Kandarokuro. What a lucrative deal. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said, "Very well, we shall proceed with it. I will count it as 1 C-rank task per day for you." Kandarokuro cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizashi and remarked, "Remember to announce the mission, otherwise I shall not disperse any funds. My endeavors must be known to the entire village." "Understood, understood." Sarutobi Hizashi replied, somewhat exasperated. "I will ensure that the mission is posted on the task bulletin board, guaranteeing that all the ninjas in the village will be informed." Is that satisfactory? Kanda Rokuro finally felt satisfied. He waved goodbye to Saratobi Izashi, saying, "Old man, I shall take my leave now. You may rest at your leisure." Saratobi Izashi retaliated by hurling a scroll from the table at Kanda Rokuro, exclaiming, "I am working, not resting." Kanda Rokuro deftly evaded the scroll and dashed out with a cheerful grin. Saratobi Izuchi watched as Kanda Rokuro receded into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he felt a sense of certainty. Kanda Rokuro shall not betray Konoha, for within its embrace, he has discovered what he truly desires. Unless compelled by Konoha, he shall not depart. It appears that another formidable ninja is destined to emerge from the village. Saratobi Izashi, pondering with his pipe in hand, soon found himself engrossed in activity. Chapter 77, Ino, Tsukuro. Konoha, the grandest barbecue establishment. When Kanda Rokuro arrived, a throng of students was already gathered inside, with even more making their way towards the barbecue restaurant. Upon spotting Kanda, the students greeted him enthusiastically. Most of the students from school were unfamiliar to him, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement to those who greeted him before proceeding into the restaurant to find his objective, Hinata Hyuga. As Kanda made his way towards Hinata, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly leaped out to intercept him, exclaiming with excitement, "Big brother, why did you arrive so late?" Kanda Rokuro paused, gently touching the forehead protector adorning his brow. "Are you blind?" "Of course, I'm here to receive this. I have officially become a genin." Uzumaki Naruto stared for a moment, fixated on the forehead protector. With a hint of envy, he remarked, "It's truly impressive. When will I be able to become a genin?" Kanda Rokuro gently patted Naruto Uzumaki and said, "Never mind. You still have a long way to go before becoming a genin. Focus on your studies. You must at least be capable of defeating Sasuke before you can attain that rank." Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki scoffed. "What does Sasuke matter? It is you, my elder brother, who serves as my true inspiration." Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, "Then it seems you will never achieve that in this lifetime. Hurry and clear the way, for I am off to seek your future sister-in-law. Do not obstruct me here." Uzumaki Naruto glanced back at the quietly contemplative Hinata Hyuga and, with a dismissive smirk, remarked, "Brother, I believe your judgment is flawed. In my eyes, Sakura is the most delightful. Hinata appears perpetually sullen, as though she derives no joy whatsoever." Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If you dislike it, don't blame me for encroaching upon your territory. As for Haruno Sakura, that indecisive individual, feel free to amuse yourself with her." After a moment of silent disdain, Kanda pushed past Uzumaki Naruto and made his way toward Hinata, throwing a parting remark over his shoulder, "You wouldn't understand." Uzumaki Naruto, however, was oblivious and indifferent to the exchange. Today, he felt like the protagonist of his own story, eager to welcome guests and make new friends. Kanda Rokuro sat down opposite Hinata, gazing at her as she quietly awaited his words. He inquired, "How have you been during this time? Has anyone bullied you?" Hinata, with her head bowed, softly replied, "No one has bullied me. Brother Rokuro, you need not worry." Kanda Rokuro nodded and addressed the two girls beside Hinata, saying, "Ino, Sukuru, from today onwards, I have graduated. I entrust you both with the responsibility of taking good care of Hinata. When you two graduate, I shall present you with a grand gift." Yamanaka Ino shot a glance at Kanda Rokuro and scoffed, "Rokuro, you are showing favoritism. Are we not children deserving of care as well?" "Indeed, indeed," Sakura chimed in, echoing her sentiment. Kanda Rokuro cast a sidelong glance at Yamashita Ino, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "Who in the class would dare to provoke you too? Do you still require protection? It's already commendable that you two refrain from resorting to violence." Yamashita Ino, taken aback, shot Kanda Rokuro an incredulous glare, retorting, "Are you insinuating that we lack grace?" Kanda Rokuro smirked, "I never claimed that. It was you who said it. I merely remarked that your personalities are rather assertive, and no one dares to bully you. This has nothing to do with whether one is a lady or not." Yamano Aino glanced at Hinata Hyuga, shook her head, and returned to her usual demeanor, saying, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After all, I have no intention of being your girlfriend." Kanda Rokuro smiled and said, "I entrust Hinata to your care. If anything arises, feel free to visit me at the hospital. For the past 2 years, I've been assigned there by the old man, tending to the patients." Ino nodded in agreement. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would look after Hinata. There are only 7 girls in our class. We must unite to prevent those boys from bullying us." Kanda Rokuro smiled and said, "Let it be so. Once you graduate, I shall bestow upon each of you a house, granting you a place to call your own in the village of Konoha. What do you think?" Yamashiro Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "That would be splendid. I've longed to live alone, as my mother is exceedingly bothersome. Why not gift me a room now? I've heard you've earned quite a fortune at the hospital. Surely, this trifling sum would be no burden for you. Kanda Rokuro was left speechless as he gazed at Yamamoto Aino and remarked, if I were to offer you a house now, your father would undoubtedly come and confront me. It's better to discuss this after your graduation. Yamamoto Aino's expression stiffened, and with a sigh, he replied, what a hassle. It seems I must wait until graduation. Rokuro. You mustn't forget that I have been looking after your wife all this while. Kanda Rokuro waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise. You are aware that I am constructing a commercial street near the school, a vast area indeed. I intend to carve out a substantial section to establish a grand residential complex, where I will arrange a spacious room for you. Yamashita Ino beamed with satisfaction. Suker also expressed her contentment. The two of them engaged in cheerful conversation with Kanda Rokuro, inquiring about his work at the hospital. As for Hinata Hyuga, managing to utter even a single word in a day was quite a feat for her. She remained silent, which was rather typical of her demeanor. Chapter 78. Future bride Hinata exchanged a few words with Yamashita Ino and Suker. Kanda Rokuro observed the increasing number of people and then stood up. Addressing Yamanaka Ino and Suki Ryo, you two should find someone else to dine with. I am taking Hinata to a private room. Yamanaka Ino, at a loss for words, shot Kanda Rokuro a glare and retorted, hurry along, you little lecher. Kanda Rokuro swiftly reached out and pinched Yamanaka Ino's cheek, pulling Hinata Hanabi along as they fled. This infuriated Yamanaka Ino, who exclaimed, Rokuro, you scoundrel. Just as my father said, you are indeed a lecher. As Kanda Rokuro ran further away, a momentary stiffness overtook his expression. Damn it, how does Yamanaka Ino's father know about my affairs? Has what transpired in the hospital already spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village? He pondered, filled with confusion. Kanda Rokuro gently pulled Hinata Hyuga into a private room and, noticing her flushed cheeks, inquired, Hey, Hinata, what did your father say about me? Hinata hesitated, glancing at Kanda, her lips poised to speak yet held back by uncertainty. Her demeanor spoke volumes. It was evident that her father had not uttered kind words. It seemed that my reputation as a lecher had spread throughout Konoha. Surely, the incident with the geisha had been relayed by those patients. I couldn't help but silently critique the situation. Kanda Rokuro cleared his throat and, taking Hinata Hyuga's small hand, inquired, Hinata, what do you think of me? Hinata lowered her gaze, remaining silent, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Alas, the question yielded no answer. Better to indulge in food instead. Once satiated, they would head to the Hokage building to receive a mission and accumulate experience points. As for Hinata, she was not one to refuse. Winning her over would be quite effortless. He had merely mentioned a few times to others that she was to be his future wife, and that no one was permitted to bully her. He even contemplated binding her to his side, nurturing their relationship gradually. And as for Uzumaki Naruto, he could take his leave. Now that he was in Konoha, there was no way Naruto could compete. Such a fine partner must be secured without delay. For it would be a disservice to the esteemed predecessors who had traversed this path with their advantages. 5 minutes passed, and the grilled meat began to arrive. The pair, having exchanged no words, commenced their meal. Kanda Rokuro wished to finish his meal swiftly in order to promptly attend to his tasks. Meanwhile, Hinata Hanabi felt a twinge of awkwardness in sharing a meal alone with Kanda Rokuro and yearned to conclude her meal quickly to avoid prolonged solitude with him. Regarding the question Kanda had posed earlier, she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts, fearing it might dishearten him. In her heart, she regarded Kanda merely as an elder brother. However, his attentive care for her made it difficult for her to decline his kindness. She believed that once Kanda departed from the school, she would gradually forget about him, thus eliminating the need for rejection and the accompanying embarrassment, all while sparing Kanda from any potential sorrow, a perfect solution for her. As Hinata was lost in her musings, Kanda Rokuro had already satisfied his hunger. He glanced at Hinata, who was still nibbling at her food, and inquired, Hinata, once you finish, where do you intend to go? You needn't attend classes today, correct? Are you headed home? Hinata swallowed her food and replied softly, Yes, I am going home to train with my father. Kanda Rokuro nodded and said, I have matters to attend to, so please take your time eating. Do not worry about saving money for me. Once you have finished your meal, I shall ask Hatton to escort you home. Hinata Hyuga hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, it's quite all right. I will return home by myself shortly. Kanda Rokuro rose, assertively declaring, I am your man. You must heed my commands. Please, indulge yourself a little more. I have instructed Hitaki to wait for you at the entrance. Hinata Hyuga, feeling resigned, could only lower her head and silently acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro chuckled and remarked, "Now this is more like it. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I must take my leave for the time being. Once I attain the rank of Jonin, I shall seek your father's approval for our union." Hinata Hyuga was so startled that the chopsticks in her hand clattered to the ground. A proposal? This was far too sudden. She instinctively raised her gaze, intending to decline at once. However, as she looked up, she realized Kanda Rokuro chose not to meet her, which left her in a state of inner turmoil. Ultimately, she could only sigh and glance at the meat on the table, which no longer held any appeal. Her heart was a tangled mess, utterly uncertain about how to refuse what lay ahead. While Hinata Hyuga wrestled with her thoughts, Kanda Rokuro had already made his way into the Hokage building. On the left side of the first floor, within the side hall, was the designated area for accepting missions. Here, one could freely take on ordinary D-rank tasks without any restrictions. For C-rank missions, however, one had to register and wait for assignments from above, with the possibility that another team might snatch the mission after registration. B and rank tasks were reserved for designated personnel chosen by the elders and the Hokage. Chapter 79, The Mission Hall. There was someone specifically tasked with recording and distributing missions. Kanda Rokuro recognized this individual, who was seemingly named Matsubara Takashi. Having exchanged greetings with him in the past, Kanda Rokuro approached the desk, rapped lightly on its surface, and gazed with pride at Matsubara Takashi, saying, "Takashi, please show me the D-class task list. I am ready to undertake a mission." Matsubara Takashi, well acquainted with Kanda Rokuro and aware that he had just been promoted to a ninja today, was not particularly concerned about Rokuro taking on a task. Instead, he curiously inquired, "Rokuro, weren't you out treating your classmates to a meal to celebrate your ascension to a genin? Why have you suddenly come here to accept a mission? Your classmates must still be enjoying their meal." Kanda Rokuro snorted coldly, "Since I have become a ninja, I must promptly serve Konoha. If I were to merely play with those little brats, how could I justify the headband upon my brow?" "Ah, you are no different from those little brats," Matsubara Takashi muttered, producing a thick stack of documents and handing them to Kanda Rokuro. "Then do as you wish. If you desire to undertake tasks, choose for yourself. The Hokage has instructed me that you may freely accept D-rank missions, even if you choose not to complete them. Simply return the mission slip to me." Kanda Rokuro accepted the thick task list, glanced at Matsubara Takashi, and squinted, inquiring, "Did the old man truly say that? If so, am I permitted to take them all?" Matsubara chuckled softly. "What use would it be for you to take them all? It is improbable that you could complete them in one go. Most of the tasks have deadlines. Simply choose a few straightforward ones to tackle. Leave the rest with me, and you may return tomorrow for them." The task list. It is, in essence, a ledger of experience. Once it fell into Kanda Rokuro's hands, there was no way it would be returned. He promptly created 5 shadow clones and randomly selected 5 task lists, handing them out with the instruction, "Each of you take one. Hasten to complete your tasks. Those that remain unfinished by nightfall shall return here, and I will arrange for additional assistance then." The 5 shadow clones departed with their task lists. Matsubara Takashi watched, his expression twitching uncontrollably, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Rokuro, my dear brother, you truly know how to have fun. To think you would send shadow clones to undertake the tasks, this is rather extravagant." Kanda Rokuro cast a fleeting glance at Matsubara Takashi, dismissing him with indifference, before settling down to replenish his chakra. Once his chakra was fully restored, he summoned 5 shadow clones, assigning each a distinct task to undertake independently. Subsequently, he resumed his chakra recovery, continued to produce shadow clones, and proceeded to allocate more assignments. In the span of merely 1 hour, a substantial stack of task lists had vanished from Kanda Rokuro's hands, leaving Matsubara Takashi's expression contorted in disbelief, at a loss for words. Another half-hour passed, and the task lists were thoroughly distributed. Kanda Rokuro stretched lazily, gazing at Matsubara Takashi as he declared, "All right, it's done. If there are any D-rank missions tomorrow, just deliver them directly to the hospital to find me." Matsubara Takashi snapped back to reality, looking at Kanda Rokuro with a hint of exasperation. "Rokuro, your chakra recovery speed is astonishing. Even after meditative practice, it takes me 2 hours to recuperate, while you bounce back completely in merely 10 minutes. This is utterly outrageous." Given Kanda Rokuro's Jonin-level chakra capacity, if he were truly meditating, it would typically require around an hour to recover. However, he had recently gained some experience points during his training, which accounted for his remarkable recovery speed. Nonetheless, he refrained from disclosing this, allowing Matsubara and others to perceive him as exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, When compared to the Senju clan's boundless chakra reserves, his own seemed minuscule. They could unleash large-scale jutsu continuously without depleting their chakra, whereas he would be drained after utilizing just 3 A-rank techniques. If the Senju's chakra were rated at 100, he would barely register at 5. The disparity was immense. Thus, he never considered his swift chakra recovery as a means to dominate the ninja world. After pondering for a moment, Kanda Rokuro turned to Matsubara Takashi and the curious ninjas around them, smirking, "Can you possibly compare to me? I am the acknowledged genius ninja of Konoha, while you are merely an ordinary chunin. How can you compete with me?" Matsubara Takashi, returning to the moment, offered a wry smile at Kanda Rokuro's words. "You certainly know how to provoke, but it appears to be the truth. Very well. I shall inform Lord Hokage about this matter. As for how he chooses to assign you tasks, that is beyond my concern." Kanda Rokuro paused momentarily and remarked, "Is it really necessary to inform the old man about such a trivial matter?" Matsubara Takashi rolled his eyes in response. "At the rate you're going, you'll exhaust all the D-rank missions in the village. How will the other lower-ranking ninjas manage? Of course, this must be reported to Lord Hokage." "Ah, a valid point. The D-rank missions must not be neglected." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly and said to Matsubara Takashi, "By the way, please remind the old man to assign me more D-rank missions. I cannot allow the opportunity to contribute to Konoha to slip away. Ideally, I would like to have around 50 tasks arranged for me each day." Matsubara Takashi's expression twitched. 50 D-rank missions daily was virtually impossible. The total number of D-rank missions available in the village hidden in the leaves was approximately 300 each month. However, Matsubara Takashi was too weary to explain this to Kanda Rokuro. He simply stood up and made his way toward the Hokage's office. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro merely shrugged and departed from the Hokage building. In Chapter 80, he was summoned to the Hokage's office. Matsubara Takashi hurried over to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After listening to Matsubara's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that Kanda Rokuro could be so frivolous as to squander chakra and physical stamina on such a trivial task. He had initially thought. Kanda Rokuro accepted several missions, and once he had completed the requisite number to become a chunin, he would no longer undertake D-rank tasks. Unexpectedly, Kanda Rokuro was quite resolute, taking on 27 missions at once. Moreover, according to Matsubara Takashi, Kanda Rokuro intended to continue, aiming for 50 tasks each day. The entirety of D-rank missions in the Hidden Leaf Village was limited. It was inconceivable for Kanda Rokuro to manage 50 daily. Sarutobi Azashi rubbed his temples, sighing in exasperation. "If he is willing to undertake them, let him be. We can assign him the tasks we were previously reluctant to accept. After all, we are still receiving our remuneration. I find it hard to believe he can sustain this pace." Matsubara Takashi nodded, hesitantly inquiring, "Lord Hokage, what about the missions for the other teams?" Sarutobi Azashi waved his hand dismissively. "Let them tackle C-rank missions. All D-rank tasks can go to that insufferable kid Kanda Rokuro. I am curious how long he can maintain such a workload. I remain skeptical of his endurance." A smile broke on Matsubara Takashi's face. "You are right, Lord Hokage. He may only have a fleeting enthusiasm. After a few days, I suspect he will lose interest." Sarutobi Azashi took a deep drag from his pipe. "Indeed, you are correct. Tomorrow, assign him all the backlog of tasks, and I shall observe whether he can indeed persevere." The decision was made. Matsubara Takashi bowed. "Then, Lord Hokage, I will first seek out others to coordinate." Sarutobi Azashi gestured for him to leave. "Go ahead. Ensure that I am informed of his progress at all times. If he shows reluctance to continue, we must promptly reassign the tasks to others." "Understood." Matsubara Takashi acknowledged before exiting. Sarutobi Azashi shook his head and returned to his work, unconvinced that anyone could consistently engage in D-rank missions. In his lifetime as a ninja, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Hospital, Kanda Roker waited idly, his boredom stretching over roughly 4 hours. Then, a system notification arrived, assisted Arida in eradicating the rodents plaguing his crops. Reward, 300 experience points. The message electrified his spirits. A mere D-rank mission yielding 300 points today alone. He had accepted 27 such tasks, amassing a staggering 100 experience. Normally, such a haul would have required 10 grueling days of effort. The mere thought of sustaining this pace daily, never again wanting for experience, sent a thrill coursing through him. The hospital, typically uneventful, had grown quiet. Over the past month, Kanda Roker had already cleared the backlog of ordinary injuries, leaving even the nurses with little to occupy their time. And now, in this peacetime lull, Severe cases were scarce, perhaps 1 or 2 surgical emergencies every couple of days. Most civilians with minor wounds simply collected their medicine and departed without fuss. Seeking Kanda Rokur SSH Senjutsu for healing? Far too costly. Kanda Rokuro's services commence at a minimum of 50,000. For those with minor injuries who were not pressed for time, spending 1 or 2,000 on some medicine and recuperating for 4 to 5 days will suffice for recovery. There is simply no need to pay a hefty sum to engage Kanda Rokuro. They have the luxury of time. Kanda Rokuro sought refuge in an unoccupied hospital room, cheerfully awaiting the completion of tasks by his shadow clones. As the first shadow clone accomplished its assignment, the others swiftly followed suit. Engaging in various laborious tasks such as clearing weeds, harvesting fruits and grains, and eliminating minor beasts. The experience points earned from these endeavors ranged from 250 to 400, averaging approximately 300 points per task. By around 7 in the evening, the final shadow clone completed its task, resulting in a total yield of 230 experience points. However, with each shadow clone dispelled, Rokuro's stamina diminished, prompting him to expend 400 experience points for recovery. In total, he gained 830 experience points that day, a most gratifying outcome. Undertaking ninja missions proved far more lucrative than training or random tasks, and he eagerly anticipated continuing this trend the following day. Should that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen fail to assign him missions, Rokuro would relentlessly pursue him, as he required at least 50 tasks daily. No, that was too few. 100 would be ideal, enabling him to amass 20 to 30,000 experience points in a single day. With a heart full of elation, Kanda Rokuro returned home to rest. As dawn broke, he sprang from his bed and hurried to the Hokage building, where he found Matsubara Takashi. Without hesitation, Matsubara, having received orders from the Hokage, retrieved a backlog of tasks, including all the undesirable D-rank missions, totaling over 80 assignments, which he mockingly handed to Kanda Rokuro. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to Rokuro's fervent enthusiasm. The ecstasy of Kanda Rokuro. The more tasks he undertakes, the greater his experience points accumulate. He fears not the abundance of tasks, but rather the scarcity of them. Chapter 81. The tasks have vanished. 3 days later, 9 o'clock in the morning. Within the Hokage's office, Kanda Rokuro gazed at Sarutobi Hiyori with incredulous eyes. Sarutobi Hiyori was in distress. He had initially contemplated assigning a plethora of mundane tasks, hoping to dissuade Kanda Rokuro from his unwillingness. However, he never anticipated this outcome. Kanda Rokuro's enthusiasm grew increasingly fervent. The following day, he assigned over 80 tasks, all of which Kanda Rokuro efficiently completed within 2 days. However, unable to contain himself, he squeezed out yet another 30 tasks to be entrusted to Kanda Rokuro. The outcome was, Kanda Rokuro has once again accomplished his tasks for the day. Alas, there are simply no D-rank missions available here. Even if he sought them, he would find none. Previously, he had been troubled by the lack of individuals willing to undertake D-rank missions. Who would have thought that today he would be distressed by their absence? Observing Kanda Rokuro's incredulous expression, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed and remarked, "Rokuro, I truly comprehend your desire to contribute to Konoha. But I assure you, there are no missions left for me to assign. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a few days of rest?" Kanda Rokuro expressed his dissatisfaction, glaring at Sarutobi Hizashi. "Old man, are you being lazy? I work so diligently. Why aren't you taking your responsibilities seriously? Aren't missions supposed to be sought after? Are you simply avoiding the effort? With your level of indolence, how can Konoha possibly thrive? You must put in the effort. Hurry and go out to accept some missions." After being reprimanded by Kanda Rokuro, Sarutobi Hizashi felt even more troubled. He found it increasingly difficult to refuse Kanda, especially since 20% of Kanda's earnings would be allocated to Konoha Village. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Sarutobi clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well, I shall instruct my subordinates to relax some of the requirements for mission approval and funding, allowing you to take on more tasks." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the merit of the suggestion. This is quite promising. It should significantly increase the number of assignments. However, old man, you must contemplate alternative solutions. If the ninjas are devoid of tasks, how can Konoha Village flourish? How will the genin undergo their training? Don't you agree? Sarutobi Hiruzen, inwardly cursing, felt a wave of frustration. At his advanced age, he was being lectured by a mere child, and he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was utterly exasperating. After a brief mental lament, he hastily waved his hand, saying, "Enough of this. You may return to your duties now. Patients could arrive at the hospital at any moment. Do not squander any more of my time." Kandarokuro cast a sidelong glance at Saratobi Hiruzen and snorted coldly, "Old man, if you do not assign me D-rank missions, I shall undertake C-rank tasks instead. Do not blame me for leaving the village. I have exerted myself for Konoha, and you cannot deny me the opportunity to undertake missions." Saratobi's expression twitched in confusion. He could not fathom why Kandarokuro approached such tedious D-rank tasks with such enthusiasm. He himself found them unworthy of his time, and similarly, other ninjas shared his sentiment. Hardly anyone was willing to engage in such trivial pursuits, except for the freshly graduated genin, who were eager to accumulate mission experience. No one was inclined to accept these assignments. Watching Kandarokuro storm away in indignation, Saratobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was humiliating to be reprimanded by a mere child over such a trivial matter. Consequently, he sought out Matsubara Takashi, instructing him to reduce the remuneration for D-rank missions from 100,000 to 50,000. This adjustment would entice individuals who could not originally afford the D-rank prices to come forth with their requests, thereby ensuring an ample supply of missions for that troublesome Kandarokuro. Upon organizing these arrangements, Saratobi still felt somewhat disgruntled. He dispatched notifications to the various clans within the village, urging them to contribute funds to post missions involving the collection of medicinal herbs and labor tasks. After all, they would need to compensate anyone they hired for such activities. It would be far more beneficial to post the missions for Kandarokuro to undertake. With these measures in place, Saratobi's spirits were somewhat lifted. He anticipated that these two directives would significantly increase the number of available missions. However, he surmised that other ninjas would likely refrain from participating, as the 50,000 price tag was too meager. Earning 50,000 in a day would require them to pay a portion to the village, rendering their efforts unprofitable. These missions were tailored specifically for Kandarokuro, whose boundless physical strength and chakra made him the only viable candidate for such endeavors. Once Saratobi's orders were enacted, the results proved exceedingly favorable. Hiring a ninja for 50,000 was indeed a lucrative and economical choice. Within a single day, the number of newly added D-rank missions in Konoha surged to over 300, and the count continued to rise. This outcome delighted Saratobi, who promptly assigned all the incoming tasks to Kandarokuro. He was eager to observe the unfolding developments. How long can Kandarokuro endure? If there comes a day when Kandarokuro wishes to cease his endeavors, he would have ample justification to summon Kanda for a thorough reprimand. That insufferable rascal, using this rationale to discipline him, will inevitably be met with the same reasoning in return. Chapter 82. Elevation of Strength, a Continuous Month. Kandarokuro immersed himself in the completion of tasks, reveling in the process. His experience points surged at a rate of 10,000 daily. Yet he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction when the experience from the tasks diminished by a third after he had bested Saratobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, he understood the rationale behind it. The subsequent assignments he undertook were evidently less challenging than those of yore, which was to be expected. However, within the confines of Konoha, the pool of available tasks remained limited. After 2 weeks of relentless task completion, Kandarokuro had nearly exhausted the assignments offered by the village. The inhabitants no longer required laborers, leading to a natural decline in available tasks. This predicament left Kandarokuro quite displeased. One day, he confronted Saratobi Hiruzen, glaring in silence. This time, Saratobi Hiruzen truly conceded defeat. Over 1,000 D-rank tasks had been completed by Kandarokuro, earning him a place atop the historical leaderboard for D-rank assignments in Konoha, an unprecedented feat. The individual in second place lagged behind by over 600 tasks. Saratobi Hiruzen chuckled wryly at Kandarokuro, exclaiming, "Rokuro, I admit defeat. I concede. Please spare me further troubles, for I am truly at a loss for tasks now. There are merely 4 or 5 D-rank tasks available each day, and I am powerless to increase that number." Kandarokuro curled his lips in disdain and coldly snorted. "I don't care. You must assign me a task. You can't possibly hinder my contributions to Konoha." Saratobi Izashi was rendered speechless. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "I give in. I shall assign you a C-rank mission. Will that suffice for your satisfaction?" Kandarokuro displayed a look of astonishment. "Old man, this is what you said. C-rank missions typically require one to venture far from the village of Konoha. You won't go back on your word and prevent me from going out, will you?" Saratobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. Let Kuro accompany you on the mission. He is nearing retirement and should have no issues guiding you." The prospect of leaving the village. Kandarokuro felt a surge of excitement. He was aware that in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was no longer feasible to undertake low-ranking missions. Thus he chose not to dwell on the matter with Saratobi Izashi. Without any mention of lower-tier tasks, he nodded affirmatively and declared, "Then I shall not hold back." I will embark on a C-rank mission tomorrow. Saratobi Izashi promptly interjected, "No, that cannot be permitted. C-rank missions must be designated by me. Although the Uchiha clan is currently stable, there remains a possibility that some individuals may harbor intentions against you. Therefore, for your safety, all your outings must be arranged by me." Kanda Rokuro narrowed his eyes. The person he is now is not the same as he was a month ago. After diligently completing a month's worth of tasks, his strength has significantly increased. Presently, his primary attributes and the status of his jutsu are as follows. Host. Kanda Rokuro main attributes. Taijutsu level 4. Experience points 869, 280. 000 Ninjutsu level 4. Experience points 362, 180. 000 Jinjutsu level 1. Experience points 20, 010. 000 Taijutsu skills. Kunai throwing technique level 5. Max level Showakin throwing technique level 5. Max level violent technique level 3. Experience points 23, 616. 000 violent body flow ninja technique level 3. Experience points 72, 140. 000 ninjutsu skills. Chakra refinement technique level 5. Max level shadow clone technique level 5. Max level transformation technique level 5. Max level substitution technique level 5. Max level earth release technique level 5. Max level shadow clone technique level 5. Max level shapeshifting technique level 4. Experience points 380. 000 palm sage technique level 4. Experience points 6, 280. 000 sealing skills. Sealing word curse level 2. Experience points 8. 000 experience points storage. 36. 200 with such experience points, he sought to enhance his abilities, elevating frequently used skills to their maximum levels, such as the shadow clone technique, kunai, shuriken throwing, and earth release technique. Additionally, he raised his main attributes in ninjutsu, earth release, shapeshifting technique, and palm sage technique to level 4. Initially, he intended to elevate the violent body flow ninja technique to level 4 as well. Unfortunately, he had not amassed enough experience points as he had already completed all his tasks. However, it was not a significant setback. In about 10 more days, he would be able to elevate the violent body flow ninja technique to level 4. By that time, he would not be outmatched in strength by the Jonin. The enhancement of his capabilities instilled a profound sense of confidence in Kanda Rokuro. He glanced at Saratobi Hiruzen and smirked. "Old man, please do not underestimate me. As long as they are not the elders or the clan head of the Uchiha clan, I harbor no fear of any other Uchiha. If you doubt my strength, feel free to challenge me." Saratobi Hiruzen regarded Kanda Rokuro thoughtfully. "I do find your strength credible, but I harbor concerns regarding your experience. Combat as a ninja is not solely about direct confrontation. Should your adversary lay traps, you might find yourself unable to withstand them. Indeed, deception and cunning can be more formidable than the enemy itself." Kanda Rokuro nodded and said, "That old man, have you managed to acquire my summoning beast? If not, could you teach me the Flying Thunder God technique for self-preservation?" Saratobi Hiruzen's expression grew somewhat awkward. Chapter 83. The summoning technique remains unattained, coughing softly. The embarrassed Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, "Well, how about you summon my summoning beast instead?" "Ah, it seems Tsunade has indeed declined. What a pity." Kanda Rokuro shook his head and remarked, "Never mind, my combat abilities are sufficient. I do not require your spirit beast, old man. However, could you enlighten me as to why she declined?" Saratobi Hizashi hesitated. He certainly could not divulge that Tsunade harbored a profound disdain for immature individuals and had even cursed Kanda Rokuro with an early demise. Such words, if spoken, would be utterly inappropriate. Kanda Rokuro felt quite awkward upon seeing Saratobi Hizashi, and with a slight curl of his lips remarked, "It appears your disciple harbors quite an aversion towards me. Could it be that my striking good looks evoke a sense of jealousy in her?" Saratobi Hizashi cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro, retorting, "Your imagination is rather fanciful. She does not think that way at all." With a dismissive scoff, Kanda Rokuro shook his head and, looking earnestly at Saratobi Hizashi, said, "Old man, since she is unwilling, surely you cannot deny me some form of compensation. I simply wish to witness the Flying Thunder God technique. If I fail to master it, I shan't hold you accountable." The Flying Thunder God technique. Saratobi Hizashi was reluctant to share it so readily. The potency of this ninjutsu had already been validated by the 4th Hokage. Kanda Rokuro's loyalty to Konoha appears commendable at present. However, one cannot guarantee that he will not betray us. Saratobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment. then looked at Kanda Rokuro with a serious expression and said, "You are an intelligent individual, so I shall be straightforward. You wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and desire me as your master." It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen still harbors doubts about him. Kanda Rokuro let out a sigh as he gazed at Sarutobi Izashi, shaking his head. "No, I already have Master Kuraro. It would be inappropriate to take on another teacher. Wouldn't you agree?" A faint smile appeared on Sarutobi Izashi's face. His earlier words also served to gauge Kanda Rokuro's character. If Kanda had readily accepted, it would have indicated that he prioritized self-interest above all else. However, it appears that Kanda Rokuro still harbors a sense of nostalgia, at least enough to remember those who have treated him kindly. Nevertheless, Kanda Rokuro does not seek a master. The technique of the Flying Thunder God remains beyond his reach. Sarutobi Izashi gazes at Kanda Rokuro and remarks, "Since you have made your choice, there is nothing more I can do." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and cast a glance at Sarutobi Izashi. "It seems that this is the only way forward. I shall return now. You can arrange the tasks and pass them on to my master." Sarutobi Izashi nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will inform him once I have organized everything. However, how do you intend to handle matters at the hospital? Will you cease your visits? Or will you continue to go there in the future?" While at the hospital, Sarutobi Izashi assigned Kanda Rokuro a C-rank task each day. Yet, experience was not accrued daily, but was instead contingent upon the complexity of the treatments he performed. Experience points were allocated based on the difficulty of the tasks. Previously, Kanda Rokuro had contemplated persuading Sarutobi Izashi to assign him D-rank ninjutsu as if they were S-rank, in an effort to exploit the system for experience points. However, that scheme had been thoroughly dashed. In the past month, he had only treated a patient every 2 to 3 days, earning a mere 300 to 500 experience points, which was less than what he could gain from completing 2 D-rank tasks. Consequently, he had little interest in accumulating experience at the hospital. Nonetheless, the medical texts at the hospital remained a point of fascination. Kanda Rokuro yearned to explore further. During this period, he had created a shadow clone dedicated to the study of medical texts, which enabled him to master 2 medical ninjutsu techniques, the chakra surgical knife and the extraction technique for toxic afflictions, the latter serving as an antidote to extract harmful bacteria and cells from the human body. Both techniques were classified by the system as A-rank ninjutsu, akin to the mastery of celestial arts. However, he lacked the necessary experience to learn them at present, thus setting these skills aside for the time being. He resolved to enhance his ninjutsu level once he accrued sufficient experience. In pursuit of acquiring more medical ninjutsu at the hospital, Kanda Rokuro boldly declared, "If I were at home, I would go there. In the hospital, I can also gain considerable medical knowledge." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in response, saying, "Very well. You may head to the hospital. Speak with Yumiko and the others about your departure, allowing them to prepare in advance to avoid any confusion in your absence." Kanda Rokuro shrugged nonchalantly. "With me around, their tasks do become lighter, yet they manage perfectly well before my arrival. I hardly think they descend into utter disarray without my presence. One can never be certain." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a resigned sigh. Once people grow accustomed to idleness, coaxing them back to diligence becomes a far more arduous endeavor. Quite true. Kanda Rokuro acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He waved goodbye to Sarutobi and said, "I shall go speak with them now." "Go ahead." Sarutobi did not impede him, observing as Kanda departed. Once Kanda's presence faded from his perception, Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Kakashi, do you think I have been too harsh on him?" Kakashi's figure materialized, and after a moment of silence, replied, "From the perspective of the Hokage, there is indeed no fault in this. The Flying Thunder God technique is not something to be casually shared." Sarutobi sighed. "I understand, yet this may lead to greater disappointment on his part." Kakashi remained silent. "You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The Hokage has made no mistake." Rising, Sarutobi approached the window and lamented, "I am aware of my correctness. Yet warming a cold heart is not an easy task. Tsunade's refusal to provide the summoning scroll has presented me with quite the conundrum." Kakashi chose not to respond. Such matters were beyond his jurisdiction. Chapter 84, The 100 Healing Technique. Neither the Flying Thunder God technique nor the Slug Summoning Technique had been acquired, leaving Kanda Rokuro quite dissatisfied with Sarutobi. However, such grievances were not sufficient to drive him to betray Konoha. For only by remaining in the village could he more readily obtain that which he desired. Some matters require patience and cannot be rushed. Lost in thought, he made his way to the Konoha hospital, where he found Yumi engrossed in a book. "Yumi-chan, I have arrived." Entering her office, Kanda casually found a seat and greeted her. Without raising her gaze, Yumi continued reading. What is it? If you have nothing to do, feel free to entertain yourself. Kanda Rokuro uttered softly, I must take my leave. Tomorrow I shall venture beyond the village for a task. In an instant, Yumi became alert. She set down the book in her hands and gazed at Kanda Rokuro with furrowed brows, saying, Rokuro, why would you, at such a young age, embark on a task outside the village? Would it not be better to remain here in the hospital, where it is so safe? Kanda Rokuro smiled softly, casually picking up a grape from the table and stating, I am a ninja, not a medical ninja. I have already mentioned that I am here for an internship. Haven't I? Yumi, feeling somewhat agitated, rose to her feet exclaiming, what on earth is the Hokage thinking? A medical genius like you can only truly realize your potential in a hospital. I must speak to the Hokage and advocate for you to remain in the hospital. Kanda Rokuro waved his hand towards Yumi, stating, this has nothing to do with the old man. It is my own decision to embark on this mission. My departure is already a certainty, so you should start preparing. Yumi fell silent for a moment, then sighed, I knew you would eventually leave this place. I just didn't anticipate it would be so soon. Can't you stay here a little longer? Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain. If I continue to linger here, I fear you all shall become utterly useless. Ever since my arrival, have those individuals not grown increasingly negligent in their duties? It is precisely because of my presence that they have begun to let their guard down, believing that with me around, any mishap would be inconsequential. They have even become careless in performing surgeries. Yumi was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly she realized the veracity of Kanda's statement. The doctors and nurses, during recent surgical procedures, had indeed lost the seriousness that once characterized their work, often engaging in laughter and light-hearted banter. This hardly resembled the demeanor of those dedicated to healing and saving lives. With this realization, Yumi's expression grew solemn. You are right. It seems we cannot rely on you too heavily. If you wish to undertake your own tasks, then do so. We will manage our responsibilities independently. Kanda Rokuro smiled gently, saying, as long as you understand, I won't be permanently away from the hospital. If you encounter any challenging situations in the future, you can send someone to find me, and I will return to assist you in treating the patients. That much I can certainly do. Yumi nodded in agreement, replying, thank you. Your skills are indeed invaluable when dealing with patients in critical conditions. I truly feel reluctant to see you go. With a chuckle, Kanda Rokuro stood up and said to Yumi, I've conveyed everything to you. So please communicate it well to the others. I'm concerned that they might struggle to adjust their mindset, and it would be unfortunate if something went wrong during treatment. Just as Kanda Rokuro was about to leave, Yumi turned around, retrieved a scroll from the locked cabinet behind her, and approached him, presenting it with a smile. Rokuro. This is a ninjutsu scroll that Lady Tsunade gifted me when she departed years ago. I have never had the capability to master it. So today, I am giving it to you. Ninjutsu from Tsunade? Could it be the 100 Healings technique? Or perhaps the Seal? Either of these techniques would be exceptionally remarkable. Kanda Rokuro felt a surge of excitement as he received the scroll, eager to unveil its contents. However, upon unrolling it, he discovered that it was utterly blank. Kanda Rokuro found himself somewhat at a loss for words as he gazed at Yumi and inquired, what about the ninjutsu? I haven't seen it. Yumi shot him a withering glance, retorting, how could something so significant be so casually revealed? Naturally, it is sealed. Do you not comprehend this? Aha. That made sense. Such an important matter left unsealed in the office would indeed be perilous. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, then, Sister Yumi, please hasten to break the seal so I may have a glimpse. Without hesitation, Yumi reached out and pressed her hand against the blank scroll. In no time, characters began to materialize upon the once blank surface of the scroll. Kanda Rokuro gazed intently at the text, his expression transforming into one of palpable excitement. It was the technique of the 100 Heroes, a ninjutsu that, as long as one possessed sufficient chakra, could allow a person to be resurrected even after being torn asunder in battle. This was far more enticing than Tsunade's slug technique, igniting an overwhelming passion within Kanda Rokuro. And he was never lacking in chakra. As long as he accumulated experience points, his chakra would be inexhaustible. This 100 Heroes technique was, in essence, his exclusive pathway to immortality. Just the thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him. Chapter 85, Preparations Before Departure, noting down the 100 Heroes technique. Kanda Rokuro gazed at Yumi with excitement, exclaiming, Sister Yumi, you are truly too kind to me. Yumi, folding the scroll, sighed and replied, this is a ninjutsu that Lady Tsunade wished for me to master before her departure. She said that in battle, it is often the medical ninja who perish last, enabling the salvation of many. Alas, I lack the talent to learn this technique. As she spoke, Yumi cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro. A hint of envy in her voice as she remarked, "You little rascal, you possess quite a gift. Though you go to great lengths to conceal your prowess, I can still discern your healing skills through your frequent acts of assistance. It appears your mastery of healing techniques rivals my own. The only gap that remains is likely in medical knowledge and surgical expertise." To her surprise, Yumi was astute enough to perceive his hidden capabilities. However, she could only surmise that his healing technique was at level 3, completely unaware that it had actually reached level 4, surpassing her own abilities. Reflecting on this, Kanda Rokuro smiled innocently at Yumi, saying, "Sister Yumi, please do not jest. How could my skills possibly exceed yours? I still have much to learn." Yumi rolled her eyes and, after securely locking the scroll away, glanced at Kanda Rokuro, saying, "Keep pretending if you wish. I cannot be bothered with your affairs. However, should you ever encounter Lady Tsunade after learning her ninjutsu, remember to show her the proper respect." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, henceforth, Lady Tsunade shall be regarded as my mentor. Upon encountering her, I shall bow in reverence. This ought to suffice." Yumi seated herself and acknowledged with a nod, "This ninjutsu, newly devised by Lady Tsunade, is still in its infancy. Exercise caution during your training, and should any issues arise, feel free to halt your practice." "I understand." Kanda Rokuro replied with a smile, "I shall be vigilant. Do not worry, dear Yumi. I possess a profound fear of death and shall never place myself in jeopardy." "What a cheeky little brat." Yumi glared at Kanda Rokuro, waving her hand dismissively. "You may leave now. I shall inform the others of your matters. Should you divulge this to them, they will surely complain, as those individuals are notoriously indolent." Kanda Rokuro chuckled, "Well, I shall take my leave. I will seek out Sister Yumi for a chat upon my next return. Be gone." Yumi replied impatiently. Kanda Rokuro, with a cheerful demeanor, departed from the Konoha hospital. Although he did not acquire the slug summoning technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he unexpectedly obtained Tsunade's 100 healings jutsu. To him, this was a significant gain. In his heart, he knew that the slug technique was surely not as important as the 100 healings. With a lightened spirit, he set forth. Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base. His mentor, Kuro, had been waiting in the reception area during Danzo's absence. Upon arriving home, Rokuro immediately sought out Kuro to discuss matters. "Master, the old man has granted me permission to undertake a mission, but only under your guidance. Tomorrow morning, you should go see him. He will assign us a task." Rokuro spoke bluntly, without unnecessary courtesy. Reclining in his chair, Kuro cast a weary glance at his disciple and sighed. "Why must you rush outside when the village is at peace? I, for one, would gladly never take another mission again." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip and sat beside Heiluo, saying, "Master, you have roamed the world for far too long, and I can see that you are weary. I, on the other hand, have just emerged from my cage like a fierce tiger, eager for a good fight, unwilling to remain cooped up in such a small place." Heiluo sat up and sighed. "Very well. I doubt Lord Hokage will assign you any perilous tasks. With my presence, the danger should be minimal. I shall allow you to venture forth and broaden your horizons." Kanda Rokuro tugged at Kuro's arm, expressing his discontent. "Master, you are too kind. That old man is utterly shameless, claiming everything he does is for my benefit. I believe he fears that once I achieve success, he might lose his position as Hokage." Kuro reached out and gently tapped Kanda Rokuro's head. "Do not speak carelessly. The Hokage is not that sort of person. He certainly has his own considerations in his actions. So you should refrain from such reckless remarks." Kanda Rokuro, scratching his head and pouting disdainfully, remarked, "Say what you will, but I simply do not fancy him. Lord Danzo is far superior. As long as one diligently attends to their duties, rewards are guaranteed." Haiha, feeling exasperated, rose and sighed. "You are still young and lack understanding in certain matters. Do not overthink. Since we have a mission tomorrow, prepare adequately. I shall provide you with a list of essentials for the journey. Make sure to procure them." "All right then." Kanda Rokuro readily agreed with a smile. Heiluo did not waste any time, quickly retrieving a pen to jot down a lengthy list of items for Kanda Rokuro to purchase. However, Kanda Rokuro glanced around. Most of the items were explosive tags and military rations, with only a few miscellaneous goods to purchase. In Chapter 86, Leaving Konoha, the task of shopping did not necessitate Kanda Rokuro's direct involvement. He dispatched 2 shadow clones to procure the items while he remained in the training room. Engrossed in studying the recently acquired Baijutsu, eager to master it swiftly. Presently, he possessed over 30,000 experience points. If Baijutsu were classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, He could elevate it to level 3 with remarkable speed. This would undoubtedly enhance his safety upon venturing outside. With Kanda Rokuro's level 4 chakra control technique, his proficiency in managing chakra was significantly beneficial, and precise control over chakra was paramount for mastering Baijutsu. Half an hour passed. Upon hearing the system notification, Kanda Rokuro was filled with immense joy. The skill of Baibao had reached level 1, with experience points at 010,0000. Gazing at this experience, Kanda Rokuro's expression froze, and he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood in frustration. According to the progression of ninjutsu, the doubling of experience points indicates that elevating the 100 treasures technique to level 5 requires a staggering total of 1.5 million experience points, a figure that is utterly daunting for him. With such an immense amount of experience, he could elevate all of his techniques, including the Hellish Swamp, Mastery of Immortality, Chakra Scalpel, Antidote Technique, 100 Serpents Technique, Shapeshifting Technique, and the Violent Body Flow Ninjutsu, to their utmost levels. Elevating these ninjutsu to their maximum potential is his aspiration. Kanda Rokuro felt that he could confront Sarutobi Hisashi head-on. However, regarding the 100 Hero Technique, he could only attain a fully leveled skill that, while useful for self-preservation, offered little enhancement to his combat prowess. It was truly disheartening. It appeared that this 100 Hero Technique was indeed an S-rank ninjutsu. Yet, he wondered if acquiring S-rank ninjutsu in the future would also require an initial investment of 100,000 experience points. If that were the case, he aspired to become as formidable as Kagaya Tsutsuki, which would necessitate at least several billion experience points. The mere thought was terrifying. Gazing at the 100 Hero Technique, he sighed for a while, until his shadow clone returned from shopping, snapping him back to reality. He then retreated to his room to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. The 100 Hero Technique? That could wait for another time. For now, it was prudent to focus on earning some experience points and elevating his body enhancement ninjutsu to its maximum level. The following morning, at the entrance of Konohagakure, Kanda Rokuro engaged in a brief conversation with the two gatekeepers. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen and, regarding the matter of accepting missions, he could not be bothered to seek out Sarutobi any longer. Instead, he entrusted the task to his master, Kuro, who would go alone while he awaited at the village entrance. After conversing for a while with the two Chunin, Kuro, donning a black dog mask, arrived at the village entrance. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro ceased his conversation with the two gatekeepers and approached Heiluo, inquiring, "Master, what is the situation? What task has the old man assigned to us?" Heiluo responded in a calm tone, "It is a protective mission. We are to meet our employer in the town of Baton and escort a shipment of supplies to the royal capital of the Land of Fire. Along the way, we may encounter bandits." A protective mission, is it? That seems rather time-consuming, Kanda remarked. "I would prefer a task involving the eradication of mountain bandits or assisting someone in a brawl. Such missions are far more efficient." Alas, the assignment is ultimately dictated by Sarutobi Hisashi. Complaining would bear no fruit. Kanda Rokuro shook his head and lamented, "What a hassle. Master, let us set off early. Once we complete this task, you can inform the old man that we are ready to take on some more perilous assignments." Heiluo, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "You little rascal, having never taken a life, do you think you could handle such daunting tasks all of a sudden? It would be far more fitting for you to commence with some escort missions." Kanda Rokuro strolled towards the outskirts of the village, muttering to himself, "I have witnessed dismemberment countless times. What does mere murder signify? To me, those individuals are all but lifeless." Heiluo followed closely, remarking, "Enough of your complaints. We all began our missions gradually. Lord Hokage merely intends to enhance your experience in undertaking tasks." Kanda Rokuro walked with a smirk, muttering to himself, "I can't possibly believe he's genuinely benevolent. It seems to me he is deliberately assigning me these time-wasting tasks to hinder my contributions to Konoha. Surely, he fears that should I accomplish too much, I may be nominated as the 5th Hokage and usurp his position." Heiluo, somewhat exasperated, patted Kanda Rokuro's head and remarked, "What nonsensical thoughts are occupying your mind? The Hokage would never engage in such underhanded schemes." Kanda Rokuro glanced up and shot a sidelong look at Kuro. "I ask you, Master, are you aligned with Lord Danzo or with the old man? Why do you always seem to speak on behalf of the latter?" Kuro met Kanda Rokuro's gaze with intensity. "I am beholden to no one. My loyalty lies solely with the village of Konoha. As long as an endeavor benefits Konoha, I shall undertake it, regardless of who orchestrates it." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro curled his lip in disdain. "No wonder, Master. You find yourself in a predicament with both sides. I suggest you choose a more favorable position. At least then, someone might value your presence. Hiro swiftly delivered a light smack to Kandarokuro's head. You insolent brat, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. Hurry along when we reach Badon town. I shall reward you with a delightful gift. With that, Hiro leaped into action, unleashing his formidable prowess. Upon witnessing the situation, Kandarokuro also employed the technique of violence and hastened to follow suit. Chapter 87. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. During their journey, both individuals moved with remarkable speed. Leaving no opportunity for conversation, they advanced in a single file, persistently making their way forward. Baton Town was not far from Konagakure. Although Kandarokuro was unaware of its precise location, he deduced that since Kuro had opted to utilize the chakra-wasting technique for their journey, the distance could not exceed 50 kilometers. Indeed, as Kandarokuro had anticipated, after sprinting over 30 kilometers, they beheld a town. Kuro halted at the entrance of the town to take a respite. Kandarokuro found himself beside Kuro, calmly surveying the town of Baton, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It seems this place pales in comparison to the bustling Konoha." Kuro patted Kandarokuro on the shoulder and replied, "How could such a small town ever compare to Konoha? This is your first venture out, isn't it? I shall grant you the opportunity to explore a bit. I need to meet with Mr. Murayan, the task issuer. Let us reconvene here in 2 hours." As Kuro prepared to depart, Kandarokuro quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Master, did you not mention you had something for me? We have arrived in Baton. Please, do hand it over." Kuro regarded Kandarokuro with a knowing glance, producing a scroll from his robes and presenting it to him. "This is not a gift from me, but rather a compensation from Lord Hokage. He mentioned that he could not provide you with what you desired, and thus offered this as recompense. From Saratobi Hiruzen? Is that old man concerned about his anger and the possibility of betrayal against Konoha? If that is the case, then the item he has given must surely be of considerable worth." Kandarokuro contemplated for a moment before accepting the scroll and unfolding it. As the scroll unfurled, he examined its contents closely. It detailed the water release technique, water break wave. This technique appeared to have been developed by the second Hokage. In the narrative, the resurrected second Hokage utilized this very technique to sever the formidable god tree, undoubtedly categorizing it among the most potent single-target offensive jutsu within the realm of water release. Having perused the jutsu, Kandarokuro curled his lip. Such trivial A-rank ninjutsu, attempting to buy him off, was far too simplistic. If one wished to command his obedience, at the very least, an S-rank technique would be required to pique his interest. However, since it was offered freely, he might as well take the opportunity to learn. After documenting the ninjutsu, he stowed away the scroll, which subsequently disintegrated on its own. Kandarokuro glanced at the charred scroll, turning to Hiro with a bemused expression. "Master, I shall take a stroll inside. If you have any urgent matters, simply signal me with a flare." Hiro, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Rokuro, what mischief are you planning this time? Did I not mention that we are to convene here in 2 hours? You wouldn't be trying to evade your responsibilities again, would you?" Kandarokuro harbored such thoughts. However, he understood that action spoke louder than words. With an awkward smile, he replied, "Well, I was merely concerned about missing the timing." Hakuo playfully tapped Kandarokuro on the head, teasing, "You little rascal, surely you haven't forgotten now, have you?" Kandarokuro, rubbing his head, complained, "Is it so difficult to speak properly? Why must you hit my head?" Luo snorted coldly, "If speaking properly were effective, would I need to resort to hitting you? You must come to me in 2 hours, otherwise, I will no longer take you along on missions. Without Luo, there would be no outings." Kandarokuro found himself unable to leave Konoha. The threat posed by Kuro was indeed a pressing concern, compelling him to concede with a resigned sigh, "Very well. I shall ensure my arrival here in advance and promise not to waste any time." Upon hearing Kandarokuro's response, Kuro nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart. "I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again in 2 hours." As Kuro walked away, Kandarokuro watched him fade into the distance. Kandarokuro glanced around and strolled towards a bustling street. Indeed, it was the liveliest of places. He intended to explore the vibrant town of the Naruto world thoroughly as he entered the commercial district. Kandarokuro was profoundly disheartened. The items available here were all sold in the village of the leaves. His desire to purchase some local delicacies had been dashed. In his past life, he was a pivotal employee of a company, having encountered all sorts of storms and tempests. Compared to modern society, these towns appeared utterly insignificant. After wandering about for a while, he found himself utterly bored. He casually bought some snacks and decided to return to the meeting point, where he settled down to eat. In the vicinity of the Village of the Leaves, even the children donned with the leaf headbands were not to be trifled with. Kanda Rokuro sat at the street corner for an hour, attracting only a few curious glances, yet none dared to approach him, let alone provoke him. When 2 hours had passed, Kuro arrived punctually at the street corner. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro seated there, he expressed great satisfaction and beckoned him to accompany him into the town to meet their employer, preparing to set forth towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Chapter 88. Departing from Badon. On the way to meet their employer, Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at the mask adorning Heiluo's face and remarked with a smirk, "Master, what do you truly look like? Why do you persist in wearing that mask? Won't the employers mistake you?" Without turning his head, Heiluo replied, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? You can recognize me at a glance, can't you? Why should it be any different for others? This mask can only be removed upon my death." TCH. Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but scoff. "You're making it all so mysterious. Have you been disfigured?" Heiluo turned to look at Kanda for a brief moment before continuing on his path, stating, "A ninja need not be concerned with their appearance. And wearing a mask offers greater protection to my family and friends." Kanda Rokuro comprehended Heiluo's implication. The fact that others did not recognize Heiluo, nor knew what he looked like, meant that those who bore him ill would find it challenging to track him down, thereby safeguarding his relatives and friends from potential threats. Kanda Rokuro understands. However, Kanda Rokuro is unafraid of threats. He assertively proclaims, "Do you still doubt my abilities, master? Let me show you what I am capable of. I am not afraid of retribution." Heiluo, without turning around, calmly replies, "Your lack of fear is your own affair. But I prefer to avoid complications. Do not inquire about such matters, simply focus on being yourself." Kanda Rokuro felt utterly speechless. He had taken on a master yet remained oblivious to his appearance. Was this truly appropriate? Heiluo remained silent, continuing to advance. Sighing, Kanda Rokuro shook his head in resignation, choosing not to inquire further. The two moved in tandem, one ahead of the other, until they arrived at the entrance of a weapon shop in town. Before the shop stood 3 carriages, their contents shrouded in thick black cloth, undoubtedly laden with armaments. This was no surprise. It was clear why protection was sought. The 3 carts of weaponry could equip a 1,000-strong battalion, making it entirely understandable that thieves would be interested. As Kanda Rokuro surveyed the carriages, a middle-aged man hurried over, bowing politely to Heiluo. "Lord Heiluo, shall we depart now?" he inquired. Heiluo nodded, gesturing towards Kanda Rokuro. "This is my apprentice, and he is in charge of the protection task this time. I am merely here to ensure his safety. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man nodded vigorously. Given that he had posted a C-grade mission and managed to enlist the renowned Heiluo of Konoha, he was already quite satisfied. He had no concerns about Heiluo not intervening. He firmly believed that should any harm befall Heiluo's apprentice, Heiluo would undoubtedly come to his aid. With a cheerful demeanor, the middle-aged man addressed Kanda Rokuro. "You must be the first genius of Konoha, Kanda Rokuro. I am Murakami-sei, and I trust one can count on your diligence during this journey." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Murano Seiji and nodded lightly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle any issues that arise." However, Murano Seiji remained skeptical of Kanda Rokuro's confidence. Yet, with the presence of Heiluo, he felt a sense of ease and responded with a cheerful nod. As everyone gathered, it was time to set forth. Murano Seiji was pressed for time, eager to deliver the goods to the royal city promptly. Calling upon the group, the carriage set off towards the outskirts of the city. Kanda Rokuro and Heiluo were, of course, seated atop the carriage, for they had no desire to meander at a leisurely pace. Such an endeavor would be exceedingly dull. They were accustomed to a brisk pace, having long since embraced the habit of swift running. Upon exiting the city, an air of tranquility enveloped them. The carriage progressed at a languid pace along the deserted road. Kanda Rokuro observed the jovial transport personnel and inquired of his companion, "Heiluo, master. They appear quite unconcerned about our journey." Heiluo cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "You are mistaken. Their lack of worry does not stem from indifference to potential troubles, but rather from their acclimatization to such circumstances. Do you still believe that wandering out at night in Konoha is devoid of peril? Out here, danger lurks at every turn. If they were to maintain a constant state of tension, they would surely descend into madness." Heiluo's words prompted Kanda Rokuro to reflect on the experiences of his former body prior to the age of 4. Indeed, this was no realm of tranquility. Chaos reigned as the eternal state of existence here. It is no wonder that Konoha is so alluring. It offers an unparalleled sense of security. Clearly, a shift in mindset was imperative for him, lest he inadvertently attract trouble. After pondering for a while, he continued to contemplate. Kanda Rokuro reclined and said, "Then I shall rest for a while. Should anything arise, master, do summon me." Heiluo, somewhat at a loss for words, glanced at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "Pray tell. Are you the one undertaking the mission, or am I? A protective task demands unwavering vigilance, and yet you, my young friend, have chosen to slumber." Kanda Rokuro chuckled and said, "Did you not say yourself, master, that one should learn to relax? I believe you are absolutely right. One ought to approach life with a sense of ease." Heiluo, exasperated, shook his head and replied, "You cheeky brat. All you do is listen to what benefits you." Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, choosing not to say anything further. He reclined on the carriage, leisurely gazing at the sky in a state of repose. Having been in the world of shinobi for quite some time, this was the first instance he experienced such tranquility. Typically, he found himself perpetually occupied. Whether it was training, undertaking missions, or studying, he was seldom at rest. At last, he could indulge in idleness, lying back and unwinding. Chapter 89. I shall stir up trouble. The land of fire, abundant in vegetation and rich in resources, offers the means to support a greater number of shinobi. This is precisely why Konoha stands as the most formidable village in the ninja realm. The cultivation of shinobi is not merely a matter of discourse, it necessitates financial backing. Without monetary support, one cannot expect an undernourished individual to become a shinobi, as the amount of chakra a ninja possesses must correspond with their physical condition. A frail body cannot endure the rigors of shinobi life. Thus, to nurture a shinobi, one must ensure they are well-fed and well-clothed, which in turn requires substantial financial resources. However, the riches of the land of fire do not imply that the entire nation thrives in wealth. Only the nobility enjoy affluence, while the common folk continue to struggle. Otherwise, how could they find themselves accepting escort missions? It is simply because many destitute citizens, unable to sustain themselves, have resorted to becoming bandits and marauders. Kanda Rokuro followed the caravan, journeying towards the capital of the land of fire. The towns along the way appeared to be quite prosperous. Upon arriving in one of the towns, he decided to purchase some delightful treats to savor. The journey from Baton Town to the capital of the land of fire would take 3 days at the pace of the carriage. After 2 days of travel, Kanda Rokuro and his companions passed through 3 towns. By the night of the 2nd day, as they paused to rest in the wilderness, Murano Seiji approached Kuro and Kanda Rokuro, carrying some provisions. He addressed the 2 gentlemen, saying, "Esteemed sirs, tomorrow morning we shall traverse the Moon River slope, where a band of robbers, numbering around 1 to 200, is known to linger. I hope that upon encountering them, you might intimidate them, allowing us to cross the Moon River slope with greater ease." Kuro remained silent, as if he were merely a bystander, indifferent to the matter at hand. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Kuraro and turned to Murano, inquiring, "Did you venture to Konoha to undertake a mission concerning that group?" Murano nodded. "We dispatch goods to the royal city thrice a year, and each time we must enlist the protection of the Leaf Ninjas. Those bandits fear the might of Konoha and typically refrain from making any moves." "Is that so?" Kanda Rokuro narrowed his eyes. His experience in undertaking missions grew in proportion to their difficulty. If he allowed the thieves to retreat in the face of adversity, he would likely gain little to no experience points. In pursuit of experience, he needed to escalate the situation. Thus, he rose and cast a glance at Murano Seiichi, inquiring, "Are you aware of the thieves' encampment?" Murano Seiichi paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, it is situated within the cliffs on the left side of Moon River Slope." "My lord Kanda, are you intending to confront them?" Kanda Rokuro, with a grave expression and unwavering conviction, proclaimed, "How dare these mere thieves create disturbances within the jurisdiction of our Konoha village? They are utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. Since I have encountered them, I shall send them underground to reunite with their parents." Murayama Sima was left speechless. Heiluo could not restrain a cough as he interjected, "Rokuro, our mission is one of protection, not the extermination of thieves. Your actions exceed the boundaries of our assignment, and the Hokage will be displeased." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Heiluo and smirked. "That cunning old man. I believe he deliberately refrains from eradicating the bandits, allowing him to collect money year after year. I shall not grant him his wish. Those thieves must perish beneath my kunai today. This is my first C-rank mission, and it cannot be mundane." Heiluo was at a loss for words. The audacious young lad's claim of thwarting the Hokage was utterly absurd. His true intention was likely to seek a moment in the spotlight. Muttering to himself, Heiluo gave Kanda Rokuro a light smack on the head. "Do not cause trouble for the Hokage. Simply focus on your responsibilities and refrain from making such reckless statements." Kanda Rokuro gently rubbed his aching head and let out a cold snort as he began to form seals. From the ground, a clump of earth was swiftly pushed upward. And in a remarkably short span of time, it transformed into a colossal earthen bird. Once the metamorphosis was complete, the bird seemed to come alive, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Kanda Rokuro executed a light leap using a technique beneath him, effortlessly landing atop the earthen bird. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. At that moment, Hilu finally emerged from his astonishment, exclaiming to the airborne Kanda Rokuro, "You little rascal. Have you truly mastered your shape-shifting technique to such a degree?" Perched atop the earthen bird, Kanda Rokuro looked down at Hilu with pride, declaring, "Master, I am not the sort who stagnates for months without progress. You will soon witness just how formidable I can be. For now, I must go eliminate those bandits. Please rest here, master." With that, he took flight. Kanda Rokuro controlled the earthbird, soaring towards the distance. Upon witnessing this, Heiluo promptly addressed Murano, saying, "Mr. Murano, I shall proceed ahead to investigate. Please await our return here." Murano, bewildered, gazed at Kanda Rokuro and Heiluo as they vanished within a minute. After a lengthy moment, he regained his senses and glanced at the food in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. He had not anticipated that the young Kanda Rokuro possessed such formidable ninja prowess. Unable to suppress his admiration, Murano felt a surge of joy within. If that band of thieves were to be eradicated, they would no longer need to hire ninjas for protection on this route in the future, thus saving a considerable sum of money. As for why he had not previously invested in eliminating the thieves, it was simply because such endeavors classified as B-level tasks commenced at a fee exceeding 1 million, whereas hiring ninjas for escort duties only cost around 300,000. His cash flow was exceedingly limited, rendering him incapable of bearing the expenses associated with a B-level mission. Chapter 90, Covert Operations in the Depths of the Night. Kanda Rokuro soared through the skies upon his trusty bird, venturing forth with determination, though he remained unaware of the precise location of the bandits. This lack of knowledge bore little consequence for him. In midair, he casually summoned 4 or 5 small sparrows, sending them forth to scout for the enemy's whereabouts. After a brief period of flight, the sparrows returned to his side, along with the intelligence of the bandits' position. They were situated not far ahead, nestled on the mountainside. Experience. Here I come. With the target confirmed, Kanda Rokuro's excitement surged as he accelerated towards the bandit camp. The distance of 3 to 4 kilometers would be traversed in mere minutes. Following the messenger sparrows, he arrived above the gathering of bandits just as night began to fall. The camp was evidently still awake, as bright flames flickered against the darkening sky, and murmurs of conversation reached his ears. As a ninja, stealthy assassination was his craft. Observing the layout of the encampment, he identified a shadowy area and quietly descended into the stronghold. The thrill of experience coursed through him. He pondered the potential gains from eliminating these brigands. Defeating a nin typically yielded around 400 experience points, and these bandits, at the very least, might offer 20 points each. With approximately 200 bandits present, he anticipated a windfall of at least 4,000 experience points. Excitement surged within him. Kanda Rokuro summoned 2 shadow clones and commenced his actions. With his formidable prowess, executing silent assassinations posed no challenge. The shadow clones operated with equal finesse. The trio coordinated their movements seamlessly, striking the station bandits from behind, delivering lethal blows to their hearts, ensuring instantaneous demise without affording the brigands even a moment to react. Having studied medicine for 3 months, Kanda possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy, rendering the act of killing akin to dispatching a mere chick. He could effortlessly discern the precise points of attack that would lead to an enemy's swift demise, leaving no time for resistance. In a relentless pursuit of stealthy eliminations, they systematically dispatched even those who had sought refuge in their quarters, achieving this within a mere 20 minutes as they infiltrated the heart of the bandit encampment. The lair of the chief was undoubtedly fortified with greater vigilance. At the entrance of the main hall, 7 or 8 individuals engaged in conversation, presumably the night watchmen. The prospect of executing them in a single, silent strike seemed implausible. "You two, go deal with the remaining bandits within the encampment. I shall handle the situation here." Lacking the option for stealth, Kanda resolved to launch a direct assault, to prevent any potential escape and the consequent loss of experience points. He instructed his 2 shadow clones to hunt down the other thieves while he emerged from the shadows, advancing towards the main hall. The main hall was essentially a larger wooden structure, accompanied by over 30 smaller cabins situated on either side and in front of it. Upon his arrival, Kanda had already eradicated the thieves residing in the 7 or 8 cabins to the left, amounting to approximately 60 bandits. It was estimated that around 100 bandits remained in the smaller cabins, a task manageable by his 2 shadow clones. His primary objective was to eliminate the bandit leader, thus fulfilling his mission. Kanda Rokuro emerged from the shadows. At the entrance of the wooden cabin, several bandits caught sight of him. Upon encountering a child, one of the bandits exclaimed in astonishment, "When did we have a child here?" One bandit's foolishness did not imply the same of the others. Another bandit, noticing the ninja headband worn by Kanda Rokuro's parents, suddenly leaped up in alarm and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village has arrived. Do not underestimate him just because he is a child." The other bandits, upon hearing this, became serious. They understood that any ninja, regardless of age, should not be taken lightly, a truth well known among every mountain bandit. However, their caution proved to be of little consequence. With a swift motion of his foot, Kanda Rokuro leaped before them. The shuriken in his hand sliced through the air, gliding effortlessly across the throats of the three bandits, who collapsed, clutching their necks. The remaining four bandits, caught off guard, were just about to prepare their defenses. Kanda Rokuro hurled 4 shuriken, striking 4 individuals in the chest and forehead. In a mere 10 seconds, he dispatched 7 thieves. Alas, the commotion was rather loud. The occupants of the wooden house must have heard, and they are likely to appear shortly. However, since he has been discovered, engaging in a foolish one-on-one duel would be utterly unwise. He is a ninja, and to neglect the use of his ninjutsu would be a sheer waste. Kanda Rokuro extended his hand to form a seal, and from the ground, 2 mounds of earth surged forth, transforming into enormous mud tigers. Under Kanda Rokuro's command, they charged into the wooden cabin. Given Kanda Rokuro's current chakra levels, the strength of the 2 mud tigers was comparable to that of a chunin, making them more than capable of dealing with mere bandits and mountain thieves. Thus, Kanda Rokuro stationed the mud tigers at the entrance, listening to the terrified shouts and screams emanating from within the cabin. Chapter 91, The Miserly Mountain Bandits, C-Rank Mission. How dreadfully tedious. Not a single ninja in sight. There was no one who could withstand even a single strike from him. It appears that this mission was meticulously selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, designed to keep him out of trouble. Listening to the cries of despair from within the cabin, Kanda Rokuro, feeling somewhat bored, pondered for a moment. Once the sounds of battle and the anguished cries within the cabin ceased, he ventured into the wooden structure. Inside the main hall, the scene was rather grim. Blood was splattered everywhere, alongside the mangled remains of bodies, leaving a repugnant sight. However, having undergone gruesome surgeries himself, Kanda Rokuro found it bearable. He surveyed the hall and estimated that perhaps only 2 or 3 had perished. Given the size of the room, it was inconceivable that so few had met their end. His gaze shifted to the left side of the hall, where a shattered door exuded a more intense stench of blood. Thus, he approached it. Upon entering, a far more gruesome tableau unfolded before him. At least a dozen corpses lay within, their bodies in a state of utter disrepair. Yet, where was the mud tiger? Surely, such weaklings could not have exhausted the creature's chakra. With a furrowed brow, Kanda Rokuro scanned his surroundings until, in a corner of the room, he noticed a breached wall, presumably broken through by the mud tiger. Could it be that someone had escaped? Was the mud tiger in pursuit? Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment before striding towards the crumbling wall, casting not a single glance at the lifeless body strewn upon the ground. He passed through the fractured barrier. Kanda Rokuro arrived at the rear of the wooden cabin. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that behind the cabin lay a dense forest. Within the depths of the woods, he discerned some commotion, likely caused by his 2 mud tigers, who were in pursuit of an adversary. He decided to investigate further. Kanda Rokuro summoned the clay birds from the sky and leaped upon one, soaring swiftly in pursuit of the clay tigers. The speed of flight was remarkable. Soon, he spotted a disheveled man frantically fleeing. Behind him, 2 clay tigers were hot on his heels. The transformation technique, a form of ninjutsu, proved inadequate. The intelligence of the conjured creatures was indeed concerning. Given the terrain, if the clay tigers exhibited even a modicum of agility, they would likely dispatch the man in no time. However, he was currently using the trees to his advantage, momentarily stalling their advance. The disparity in power between A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu was truly evident. Kanda Rokuro found himself positioned ahead of the route taken by the fleeing man as the sky darkened. The descent of Kanda Rokuro went unnoticed by the fleeing man. He meandered through the forest until he found himself face to face with Kanda Rokuro. Suddenly, a child appeared, startling the fleeing man. However, with the mud tiger pursuing him from behind, he dared not linger and bellowed at the child before him. "Get out of my way. If you dare obstruct me, I shall take your life." Kanda Rokuro offered no response. He merely adjusted the forehead protector adorning his brow. Instantly, the expression of the fleeing man became rigid. A leaf ninja. Upon sighting Kanda Rokuro's emblem, The man dared not maintain his arrogance and attempted to circumvent him. You wish to flee? Do you believe that to be feasible? Observing the man's retreat, Kanda Rokuro propelled himself forward, swiftly positioning himself before the man, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground in a fit of retching. Will you still attempt to escape? After incapacitating the man, Kanda Rokuro remarked coolly. The man, having expelled enough, bore the pain in his chest and, gazing up at Kanda Rokuro in terror, pleaded, Ninja sir, I have never contended with a leaf ninja before. Please grant me mercy. Kanda Rokuro raised an eyebrow, observing. It appears you are the leader of that band of mountain bandits. The man nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed, esteemed ninja. Kanda Rokuro nodded, scrutinizing the man before him, and inquired, Where have you stashed the riches acquired from your plundering? The man's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment as he lowered his gaze and replied, It is all gone. We spent the money we obtained on food and liquor, and we never saved a single coin. Currently, the funds in the village barely amount to 1 million. We are on the verge of running out of provisions ourselves. Damn it. Useless fools. A band of 200 brigands, and yet you cannot muster even 1 million. My plan to seize some funds is utterly thwarted. Kanda Rokuro was in a state of frustration, casting a piercing glare at the man before him. If you lack funds, what purpose do you serve? You might as well perish. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and in a sudden movement, he drew a dagger and lunged it towards Kanda Rokuro's head. The blade pierced through Kanda Rokuro's skull. Just as the man reveled in his triumph, Kanda Rokuro transformed into a wisp of smoke and dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, behind the man, the 2 mud tigers that had previously refrained from attacking pounced upon him, tearing him asunder, with one tiger devouring half of his flesh and blood. The man met his demise. Kanda Rokuro emerged from behind a nearby tree. Upon gazing at the man who had been reduced to mere bones, Kanda Rokuro disdainfully curled his lip. The audacity to attempt a sneak attack, such a foolhardy individual deserved his fate. With the death of the bandit leader, there was no fortune to be gained. Remaining here held no purpose for him. Thus, Kanda Rokuro dispelled the mud tiger's ninjutsu and summoned the mud bird to carry him back to the mountain stronghold. Chapter 92. Scavenging for Treasures. He returned to the main hall of the stronghold. Kanda Rokuro encountered Hiro, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall. He descended before Hiro, smiling broadly, and exclaimed, Master, what brings you here? Hiro gazed at Kanda Rokuro, feeling quite exasperated. He truly had not anticipated that his apprentice would turn out to be a ruthless killer. Surely, it would suffice to eliminate the bandits by taking down their leader. However, this young lad, Kanda Rokuro, showed no mercy even to ordinary bandits. On his ascent, he had witnessed Kanda Rokuro's shadow clones relentlessly pursuing fleeing thieves, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to annihilate them all. Observing the grinning Kanda Rokuro, Hiro could not restrain himself and delivered a sharp punch to his head, saying, You reckless brat. On your very first mission, you've taken so many lives. Don't you feel that something is amiss? What sort of child are you? Kanda Rokuro, scratching his head, hesitated before saying, Master, your reminder has indeed made me feel that something is amiss, yet I cannot quite recall what feels off at this moment. Heiluo could not help but sigh. Well, at least you possess a modicum of humanity, recognizing that taking a life is wrong. Kanda Rokuro was taken aback, gazing at Heiluo with confusion. Master, what on earth are you talking about? Heiluo's expression stiffened as he looked at Kanda Rokuro and said, After slaying so many bandits, do you not feel even the slightest twinge of fear or a hint of guilt in your heart? Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. They are indeed villains. What is wrong with eliminating them? Aside from finding the notion of corpses somewhat distasteful, I harbor no other sentiments, he stated emphatically. Kanda Rokuro suddenly slapped his thigh with realization. Of course, with all the killings and arson, we cannot overlook the wealth. Master, let us hasten to gather the riches. We must not let it slip away. Heiluo's expression stiffened. He was still contemplating Kanda Rokuro's guilt over the murders, only to be taken aback by the boy's audacious thoughts of robbery. Truly, he was more ruthless than a bandit. Reflecting on his own first murder, he recalled how he had struggled to take action, unlike Kanda Rokuro, who, despite never having killed before, exhibited such brutality. You too, go and seize the treasures. While Heiluo pondered, Kanda Rokuro conjured 2 shadow clones to scour for riches. Although the bandit leader claimed there was only 1 million within the lair, he remained skeptical. Only by searching himself could he trust the information. The shadow clone sprang into action. Heiluo, returning to his senses, shook his head at Kanda Rokuro. I believe you have outgrown the need for C-rank missions. You, my boy, are destined for perilous undertakings. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Hei Luo and remarked, I share your sentiment. However, the old man is reluctant to assign me any S-level tasks. Thus, I am left with no alternative but to accept these mundane assignments. Hei Luo, rendered speechless, had lost the desire to engage in further conversation with Kanda. He turned on his heel and declared, I shall return to the camp to rest. Do as you please. I can no longer concern myself with your affairs. As he watched Hei Luo depart, Kanda felt a sense of resignation. Kanda Rokuro narrowed his eyes. Having taken the lives of so many, it was impossible for him to feel no tremors within his heart. However, he needed to let Kuro know that he was unafraid of bloodshed. Only then would he have the opportunity to undertake missions independently, allowing him to pursue his desires without fear of discovery. Currently, Kuro was shadowing him, which precluded him from engaging in numerous activities. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually calmed himself. Breathing in the surrounding scent of blood, he turned and descended the mountain. The matter of plundering wealth could be entrusted to his shadow clones. There was no need for him to partake personally, regardless of how chaotic the clones might be. Their disheveled attire would not tarnish his own. Should he rummage through the spoils himself, he risked staining his clothes with blood, something he wished to avoid. Upon reaching the entrance of the encampment, he paused to rest for a while. Suddenly, news flooded his mind. 2 shadow clones pursuing the bandits had successfully completed their task, eliminating all the fleeing outlaws. The mission was accomplished in its entirety, eradicating the bandit presence for good. He pondered the extent of experience he would gain from such a commendable execution of duty. Lost in thought, he was roused from his reverie by the return of the 2 shadow clones, who bore a large bundle of goods. Wealth had been thoroughly amassed. It was time to return and rest properly. Based on his previous experiences with missions, he understood that it was not merely his return to Konoha village that signified the completion of a task. Rather, it was the execution of the mission itself that counted. In essence, once he delivered Mirai and Seiji and the others to the royal city, the system would indicate that the task was complete. He hoped for a bountiful harvest the next day. Summoning a mudbird, Kanda Rokuro took to the skies with 2 bags of treasure, soaring back towards the encampment. Chapter 93. Aftermath of the violent body flow ninjutsu within the encampment, the laborers who had delivered supplies were now resting. Yet Kuro and Mirai and Seiji remained by the campfire, awaiting his return. As Kanda Rokuro descended to the ground, Murano Seiji respectfully rose and bowed to him. At this moment, he dared not underestimate Kanda Rokuro any longer. Setting aside the information that Kuro had relayed to him about the bandits ahead being eliminated by Kanda Rokuro, it was the latter's remarkable ability to mold clay into forms that had already left him utterly astonished. Kanda Rokuro gazed at the respectful Muranosuke and tossed the 2 bags of valuables he was carrying to him, saying, These items have become a burden for me. Would you kindly assist me in converting them into money? Without even glancing at the bags, Muranosuke accepted the packs with a nod, assuring, Rest assured, my lord. I shall take these items. Upon our arrival in the royal city, I will provide you with their full monetary value in cash. Kanda Rokuro expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. Then it is decided. I shall take my leave to rest. Murano bowed respectfully. My lord, please rest well. I have prepared a place for you to sleep. With that, Murano pointed towards the flickering campfire, where a bed made of straw lay, topped with a small blanket. The previous night, Kanda Rokuro certainly did not receive such treatment. Today, he showcased his prowess, and his status was elevated immediately. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at the obsequious Murano Seiji and turned away. However, he did not proceed directly to bed. Instead, he seated himself at the edge of his cot and addressed the distant figure of Kuro, his master. Master, do you think that if we report our mission to the old man, there is a chance we might be promoted to be rank? Kuro regarded Kanda Rokuro with a sidelong glance and scoffed, Promotion? It's a miracle that Lord Hokage doesn't reprimand you. Don't even think about advancement. Prepare yourself for a scolding upon your return. Kanda Rokuro remained unfazed, scoffing. Does the old man dare? I am now an elite of Konoha. Is he not afraid of repercussions for troubling me over such trivial matters? Hei Luo was rendered speechless. Given Kanda Rokuro's prowess, he was undoubtedly a key focus of development within the village. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to impose a penalty on him, it would likely be of little consequence. A genius, indeed. Such individuals invariably enjoy certain privileges. After pondering for a moment, Hei Luo sighed. Very well, I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Your abilities far surpass mine in many aspects. I suppose I could only offer you guidance in physical techniques. Kanda Rokuro chuckled. Is there anything wrong with your disciple surpassing the master? Indeed, it is quite commendable. Hei Luo nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing Kanda Rokuro before suddenly stating, I have heard that Lord Hokage wishes to take you as his disciple, yet you declined the offer. Kanda Rokuro picked up a nearby stick and prodded the fire, urging the flames to dance more vigorously. He then spoke, though I may possess a degree of selfishness, I am still capable of sensing kindness when it is bestowed upon me. The old man merely seeks to bind me to Konoha through this relationship, but you, master, are different. Your intentions towards me are genuine. Hikaru fell silent for a moment, a wry smile gracing his lips. There is no need for such flattery. My only desire is to find someone who can inherit my ninjutsu and ensure I have a worthy farewell. Kanda Rokuro shrugged, perhaps acknowledging the truth in his words. Yet, your kindness towards me is genuine, is it not? The old man and Danzo might merely regard me as a tool. He fell into silence. In the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha, ninjas were fundamentally instruments. Those that were easy to wield deserved careful maintenance, while those deemed cumbersome would elicit no sorrow upon their demise. Was he not a reflection of this sentiment? Before he took on Kanda Rokuro as his disciple, his existence revolved solely around the ceaseless execution of missions. Danzo, fully aware that his jutsu could not be frequently employed, continuously assigned tasks to him. Without Kanda Rokuro, he might have labored until his body was utterly ruined and life extinguished. After a prolonged silence, Hiro unexpectedly removed his mask, revealing a weathered visage. His voice, indicative of middle age, belied a face that appeared to belong to one well into his twilight years. Kanda Rokuro gazed at the visage of Kuro, furrowing his brows in inquiry. Master, may I ask how old you truly are? Kuro, donning his mask anew, replied with an air of tranquility, I am nearing 50. Approximately 48 or 49. This is the consequence of overindulging in the brutal body technique. Had I continued on this path, I would undoubtedly have met my demise within 3 to 5 years. However, with your presence, young one, I can now embrace a well-deserved retirement, and perhaps even extend my life by another decade. After uttering these words, Kuro regarded Kanda Rokuro and advised, your talent in ninjutsu is commendable. It would be prudent to refrain from relying on the brutal body technique unless absolutely necessary, reserving it as a trump card for moments of dire need. Kanda Rokuro nodded and said, I am aware of the dangers posed by medical ninjutsu and the violent body technique. I understand them better than you, master. In this battle, did you not see that I was of no use? Heiluo paused in surprise and shook his head. I almost forgot that you were indeed a prodigy in medical ninjutsu. It seems I was overly worried. You will surely live longer than I. Kanda Rokuro smiled, rising to approach Heiluo. Please, extend your hand. I wish to examine your condition more closely. In due time, I shall devise a means to restore your youth. Heiluo chuckled, extending his hand. Then I shall not be modest. I too wish to savor this retirement for a while longer. Kanda Rokuro grasped Heiluo's hand, scrutinizing his physical condition. Chapter 94. Arrival at the Royal City. Heiluo's health was exceedingly poor. The cells within him exhibited minimal vitality, resembling those of an elderly individual who had lost their reproductive capacity. Given Heiluo's state, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to endure beyond 3 years if he continued to employ the violent body flow ninjutsu. It is no wonder that, within the narrative of Naruto, a master like Heiluo has yet to make an appearance. It is undoubtedly due to Danzo's relentless manipulation, which led to his premature demise. Withdraw your hand. Kanda Rokuro pondered for a moment and replied, Master, given your condition, it seems that medical interventions for recovery are no longer feasible. We must seek alternative paths and explore other solutions. Heiluo, unfazed, chuckled softly and remarked, It matters not. Living for another decade is sufficient for me. As a ninja, reaching the age of 60 is indeed a privilege. Would you not agree? This is indeed true. The average lifespan of a ninja hovers around 40 years. To reach the age of 60 is, without a doubt, a remarkable achievement. Kanda Rokuro gazed at Heiluo, a smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, I have devised a plan to save you. Grant me 3 years, and after that time, I shall restore your youth. Heiluo, taken aback, looked at Kanda Rokuro in astonishment. You believe you can find a solution for my predicament? Kanda Rokuro gazed at the crackling fire and chuckled. If your medical skills are lacking, you still possess ninjutsu. Just focus on living well. Perhaps you might even witness the birth of your disciple's descendant. Heiluo erupted into hearty laughter, his joy palpable. After a considerable while, he patted Kanda Rokuro on the shoulder and exclaimed, Very well, I shall await that moment. You will indeed see it, Kanda Rokuro replied, rising to recline upon his bed. I must sleep now. I've toiled throughout the night and need to set forth on my journey come morning. Heiluo couldn't help but tease, You, tired? Who were you trying to fool? Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, offering no further response as he wrapped himself in a blanket and closed his eyes to rest. Upon witnessing this, Luo shook his head and chose to remain silent. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke the following day, Murano-sei felt a surge of excitement, rallying everyone for their next departure. The previous night, he had sent his subordinates to scout the nearby mountain stronghold, only to discover it devoid of life. A grim scene where all had perished. This revelation filled him with delight, for it meant a potential annual saving of approximately 1 million. A sum that would be pure profit. All of this, he attributed to Kanda Rokuro. Thus, as they journeyed on, Murano-sei attended to Kanda Rokuro with utmost care, ensuring that food and drink were delivered punctually before him. Originally, the plan was to reach the capital of the Land of Fire by the following morning. Now, with the absence of bandit threats and under Kanda Rokuro's protection, Murano-sei resolved to transport the goods to the capital that very night, fearing that the longer they delayed, the more perilous their journey might become. Kanda Rokuro had no objections to traveling through the night. In fact, he was eager to expedite their arrival. Therefore, when Murano-sei informed him of their nocturnal journey, he readily agreed. By a little past 9 in the evening, as Murano-sei transported weapons to the capital, he was aware of some connections that facilitated his passage. Despite the castle gates being closed at night, he managed to find someone to open the gates, allowing their entry into the city. As they stepped through the gates, Kanda Rokuro received a notification: escort mission accomplished, reward of 600 experience points. Upon receiving this news, in Kanda Rokuro's mind, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the more arduous the task, the greater the reward. For instance, the sea-level tasks he undertook at the hospital typically yielded an average of merely 500 experience points. Should he solely engage in escort missions, the experience rewards would likely not exceed 1,000 points. However, by vanquishing the bandits, he had significantly heightened the difficulty of the task, resulting in a substantial increase in experience points. It appeared that in the future, he ought to strive for grander endeavors in order to maximize his experience gains. Rokuro, what are you pondering? Why the sudden surge of joy? As Kanda Rokuro indulged in his thoughts about experience points, Luo unexpectedly posed this question. Kanda Rokuro regained his senses and glanced at Luo with a smile. It's my first time visiting such a vast city. I've heard it boasts nearly 500,000 inhabitants. It must be incredibly bustling. Master, would you take me to explore the local street culture? I wish to learn a thing or two. Luo promptly rapped Kanda Rokuro on the head, chiding, "You little rascal, at such a tender age, already contemplating such matters. You truly are a little lecher." Kanda Rokuro held his head, casting a glare at Luo. "Master, surely you have misconstrued my intentions. When I mentioned learning, I meant to study the operational styles of others. Are you not aware that my commercial street is soon to be established? I intend to observe the shops in the entertainment district to determine what type of business would be most suitable for me in the future." Luo, somewhat at a loss for words, could not help but retort, "Even so, what purpose would it serve to study the entertainment district? Do you intend to establish an entertainment district in Konoha? Lord Hokage would never permit it. Our village does not engage in such indecent affairs." Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes and said, "I never mentioned wanting to establish a red light district. Who would engage in such a lowly trade? I aspire to venture into lucrative enterprises, and you will see in due time. Since the evening is still young, why not accompany me for a stroll over there?" Luo, exasperated, shot a glare at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "Let us first ensure Mr. Murano reaches his destination, then I shall take you there as well. But you must promise not to enter." All right. Kanda Rokuro could not help but retort, "Master, you are overthinking this. Given my current stature, what could I possibly do even if I were to enter?" Luo paused for a moment and nodded. "I must admit, I forgot you were still just a child under 6 years old. Indeed, you would be of little use. Let us simply enjoy a leisurely walk." To say I am of no use is quite something. It's not me who is of no use," Kanda Rokuro exclaimed. "You, Luo, are quite the lecherous old man." Kanda Rokuro silently cursed under his breath, following the crowd with a sense of indignation. Chapter 95, Inspecting the Market and Murano's Weapons. All were provisions from the Royal Palace's Armory Department. Murano delivered the weapons to the city's armory, thus fulfilling his mission. The handover of the weapons took place without the participation of Hiro and Kanda Rokuro, who took a moment to rest at the armory's entrance, awaiting Murano's return. After approximately half an hour, Murano was escorted out. Upon seeing Hiro and Kanda Rokuro, he hastily bowed and said, "Esteemed gentlemen, your task has been completed. I wonder if you intend to return today." Hiro glanced at Kanda Rokuro and replied, "We shall not return. We will wait for you until morning." Murano, Upon hearing this, quickly responded, "In that case, allow me to arrange accommodations for you." "No need." Hiro pointed at Kuro. "This young lad wishes to explore the pleasure district." Murano's expression twitched slightly. While he acknowledged Kuro's formidable strength, he questioned what could be accomplished by such a frail figure in the pleasure district. With an awkward smile, Murano said, "Then, esteemed gentlemen, I shall not arrange for your stay. I will assist in handling Candidano's goods tonight and tomorrow morning. I will await Candidano at the city gate." Kuro nodded. "No problem. Let it be so. We shall take our leave now." Murano Seiji hurriedly responded, "Esteemed gentlemen, are you familiar with this place? If not, I can guide you." However, Hiro interjected, pulling Kuro aside, "There's no need for that." Murano Seiji ceased further discussion. Clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell, Hiro slightly nodded in acknowledgement, leading Kuro toward the southern part of the city. Since the age of 15, Hiro had traversed the Land of Fire, undertaking various missions, thus he was exceedingly well acquainted with the capital. After weaving through the streets for a while, the two arrived at a brilliantly illuminated thoroughfare. Kuro gazed at the shops lining the street, unable to suppress a smirk as he remarked, "Master, this place seems so familiar to you. Do you often find yourself here for no particular reason?" Luo cast a sidelong glance at Kuro and scoffed, "What? Am I not allowed to come here? I have no wife. As a man, is it not entirely natural for me to be here?" Kuro bestowed a thumbs up upon Kuro. "Master is indeed correct. I suppose I shall refrain from marriage, for this way I can come and go as I please, unburdened by anyone's scrutiny." Kuro retaliated with a playful punch to Kuro. "You impudent rascal, do not follow in my footsteps. When you encounter someone you adore, hasten to wed. Marriage offers a multitude of advantages." Kuro curled his lips and remarked, "I have far too many people I admire. Do you expect me to marry them all? I suppose I shall forego marriage altogether, as I can still father children with my girlfriends without tying the knot." Luo, somewhat speechless, retorted, "You really are shameless. How can you even utter such things?" Kuro cast a glance at the towering royal palace in the distance and inquired of Kuro, "A feudal lord must be able to marry numerous women. Yet why is it that such a formidable figure as the Hokage cannot?" Kuro gently tapped Kuro on the head and replied, "Youngster, have you considered the nature of the women our ninjas marry? If the Hokage were to take several wives like a feudal lord, their daily quarrels could very well dismantle the entire Hidden Leaf village." "Ah, that makes perfect sense. Indeed, ninjas typically wed fellow ninjas. If they were to engage in domestic disputes, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. One might even imagine the surrounding areas being affected, given the extensive range of ninjutsu attacks. In contrast, the wives of feudal lords are often mere commoners. They would not dare to cause a stir and are generally obedient. Moreover, should any discord arise, the feudal lord could swiftly put an end to it. Let us proceed." As Kuro pondered these insights, Kuro took his hand and led him into the bustling streets. Kuro regained his composure, surveying the array of establishments lining the street. Taverns, restaurants, inns, brothels, casinos, and quaint snack shops. Aside from the brothels, the shopping street here bore a striking resemblance to that of Konoha. Even the most bustling city of the Land of Fire exhibited this similarity, suggesting that such a pattern prevailed in all cities. If this were the case, his commercial street was destined to thrive. He could hardly believe that things unseen even by ninjas would fail to captivate their interest. Observing Kuro's keen interest in the shops, Kurwa inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What exactly do you envision for your street in Konoha, you little rascal? I dare say you can manage to build no more than 50 small shops at most." Kuro glanced back at Kurolo and remarked, "This is a matter of commercial confidentiality. It is absolutely not to be disclosed. Master, should you wish to know, I shall inform you once I am adequately prepared." Upon hearing this, Kurolo could not help but retort, "Given your circumstances, I dare say it may take you at least 2 or 3 years to accomplish that." Upon hearing this, Kuro helplessly scratched his head. "There's nothing I can do. If I had the funds, I could set things right within 6 months. Unfortunately, I'm short on cash. Perhaps, Master, you could lend me some of your savings?" He mused whimsically. What a preposterous thought. Luo immediately rebuffed him. "How miserly." Kuro retorted with a hint of sarcasm, sighing deeply. "It seems I must resort to earning the money myself. I shall return and request more tasks from that old man to eradicate bandits and gather enough funds to hasten the establishment of my commercial street." Luo chose not to respond. Kuro expressed his indifference towards those matters. Given Kandaro Kuro's current prowess, vanquishing bandits would be as effortless as child's play. Chapter 96, Asuma Sarutobi. The two wandered along the street. Heiluo paused in front of a restaurant, glanced at Kandaro Kuro, and inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Once you have, let us indulge in a meal and find an inn to rest for the night." Kandaro Kuro glanced at the restaurant, and then at Kuro. "Aren't you going to visit a brothel? You used to frequent such places, so why the change today?" Kuro shot a glare at Kandaro Kuro. At his age, he was no longer the man he was 10 years ago. Now, he preferred to recline in stillness, lacking the inclination to wander into any establishments of that nature. Furthermore, given his health condition, a visit to a brothel would only serve to shorten his lifespan. After glaring at Kandaro Kuro, Kuro dragged him into the restaurant. "Let us eat. Just shut your foul mouth. If you continue to prattle, I'll no longer care for you." Kandaro Kuro, with a cheerful demeanor, followed Kuro into the restaurant. It was evening, and the establishment was bustling with patrons indulging in beverages, while those savoring the cuisine were few. Within the restaurant, only one table was occupied, leaving ample seating available. Kuro chose a cozy corner by the window and settled in, awaiting their order. Before long, a waiter approached, and Kuro ordered 7 or 8 dishes before the waiter departed to prepare them. Thus began the wait for the meal. In this seemingly tedious interlude, Kandaro Kuro gazed out at the street beyond the window, observing the unfolding scene. Kandaro Kuro suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Moreover, the person seemed to be approaching their location. Kandaro Kuro observed for a moment and promptly turned to Heiluo, saying, "Master, do you see those 2 individuals outside? Is one of them not the son of the old man, Sarutobi Asuma?" Upon hearing this, Heiluo glanced out the window, and upon doing so, he sprang to his feet. "It indeed appears to be so. They seem to be approaching us. It could very well be that Lord Hokage has arranged this meeting. Otherwise, he would not have come here." This made sense. Their arrival in the Land of Fire's capital was, after all, a mission orchestrated by Sarutobi Hizashi. It was quite reasonable for him to have informed his son of their impending visit. However, the question remained, what was Asuma doing here? According to his understanding, Sarutobi Asuma had indeed traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire over a decade ago to join the 12 Guardian Ninja, but 6 years prior, the group had disbanded due to internal strife, and Asuma had returned to Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma should be a Jonin of the Leaf Village, typically engaged in missions outside. It seemed that he had not even encountered Asuma during the past year in the village. Kandaro Kuro was deep in thought. Hikaru had already reached the door to welcome Sarutobi Asuma. "Asuma, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Hikaru and then at Kandaro Kuro, who was curiously observing him from the restaurant, and replied with a smile, "Hikaru-senpai, the old man sent me to check on you. Now that I see you both are well, I can report back." Hikaru shook his head. "It's probably about that rascal Rokuro. You can rest assured. On his way here, he single-handedly wiped out a bandit den without leaving a single survivor." Sarutobi Asuma appeared somewhat astonished. "Really? That little brat is that ruthless?" He seemed completely unfazed. "Did you perhaps give him some psychological counseling, Hikaru-senpai?" Hikaru sighed, somewhat helplessly. "I wish I could, but unfortunately, that little brat is anything but normal. He not only killed but also looted, taking all the treasures from the bandits." "Oh." Sarutobi Asuma exchanged glances with his companion, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Since you're here, come in and sit down." After a brief exchange, Hikaru invited the two into the restaurant. Once seated across from Kandaro Kuro, Hikaru beckoned the waiter to bring over a selection of dishes, ordering a dozen or so before returning to his seat. Hikaru then said to Sarutobi Asuma, "You've been handling matters with the daimyo here for 2 years now. Why has the Hokage recalled you?" Sarutobi Asuma took a puff from his cigarette and shook his head. "Who can guess the old man's thoughts? I suppose I'll be here for a while longer. It seems I've become quite familiar with the daimyo." Hikaru shook his head. "With your abilities, being here is a waste. I can't fathom what the Hokage is thinking." Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Kandaro Kuro and chuckled. "I'd love to return and mentor a disciple like you, enjoying a leisurely life, but that seems quite difficult." Hikaru also looked at Kandaro Kuro, remarking, "Don't think mentoring a disciple is easy. This little brat loves to stir trouble. I foresee many more headaches ahead." Sarutobi Asuma laughed heartily. "It's only natural for a lively little one to cause some chaos. As a genius disciple, you should expect to endure some of the challenges that come with it." Hikaru gave a wry smile as he looked at Kandaro Kuro's proud face, feeling quite speechless. Chapter 97. The Uchiha clan seeks trouble. The two chatted for a while, and when the food and drinks arrived, Hikaru glanced at Sarutobi Asuma and asked, "The Hokage didn't he send you here just to see us, did he?" Is there something else at play? Saratobi Asuma's expression grew serious as he looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, before glancing at Kanda Rokuro. Indeed, there are some matters to discuss. The old man mentioned that a small team from the Uchiha clan applied for a mission just half a day after you left, and their reasons are legitimate, making it difficult for him to refuse. Hikaru turned to Kanda Rokuro, frowning. I understand. I will be cautious. Cautious my foot. Kanda Rokuro, clearly dissatisfied, shot an irritated look at Hikaru. Master, they've come looking for us. If we don't take them down, won't that imply we are easy prey? Hikaru glared at Kanda Rokuro. Keep your mouth shut. Stop thinking about fighting all the time. Konoha has only just stabilized. Do you wish to provoke a war within the village? Kanda Rokuro expressed his displeasure, stating, I care not. If they dare approach, I shall not hold back. I wish to see just how formidable the Uchiha clan truly is. Hikaru, exasperated, refrained from persuading Kanda Rokuro further and turned directly to Saratobi Asuma, inquiring, surely the Hokage must have mentioned where they are undertaking their mission? Saratobi Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, replying, yes. They have sought permission to gather herbs on a mountain 20 kilometers away from Konoha. If you return directly from here, you will inevitably pass through there. This was clearly suspicious. Hikaru glanced at Kanda Rokuro and sighed. It appears that the death of Shursui has incited immense hatred within the Uchiha clan towards Elder Danzo. Unable to exact revenge on him, they are now seeking to redirect their ire towards my apprentice. Saratobi Asuma remained silent. He preferred not to involve himself in matters concerning Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Hikaru declared, I believe I understand the Hokage's intentions. I shall make the necessary arrangements. So you need not worry. As Saratobi Asuma observed the irate Kanda Rokuro, he shook his head, remarking, it seems Rokuro is quite displeased. Can you truly manage him? My senior? Hikaru paused. Given his strength, defeating Kanda Rokuro would pose little challenge. However, capturing him would be considerably more difficult. Moreover, with that troublesome boy possessing a flying ninjutsu, it would be even more troublesome, for he could not pursue Kanda Rokuro into the skies. After some contemplation, Hikaru could only address Kanda Rokuro, saying, on our way back, heed my instructions, understood? Kanda Rokuro smirked as he casually ate with chopsticks, choosing to disregard Luo's words as if he had not heard them at all. Observing this, Luo felt a profound sense of exasperation. Kanda Rokuro was unwilling to heed his counsel, which rendered the situation quite troublesome. Should Kanda Rokuro stealthily depart to confront the Uchiha quartet, his troubles would undoubtedly escalate. Saratobi Asuma, upon witnessing Luo's exasperation, cleared his throat and remarked, if the elder has no viable solutions, he has entrusted me with another matter, which I hope may assist you, my esteemed senior. Luo turned to Saratobi Asuma and inquired, what is it? With a smile, Saratobi Asuma glanced at Kanda Rokuro and replied, the elder instructed me to inform young Rokuro that Princess Tsunade has been residing at the casino in CHF town for the past 4 or 5 days. In an instant, Luo comprehended Saratobi Hizashi's intent. He cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro, whose brow was slightly furrowed, and sighed towards Saratobi Asuma. It seems the Hokage truly understands this young rascal. It appears my burden has lightened. Saratobi Asuma smiled gently, stating, I am merely conveying the elder's message. The decision rests with you. However, I must acknowledge that it must be quite arduous for you, senior, to mentor a disciple. Luo patted Kanda Rokuro on the head and replied, you are indeed correct. It has been exceedingly challenging for me. Kanda Rokuro brushed aside the hand of Luo, exclaiming, what have you exerted yourself for? I do not require your assistance in my endeavors. It is your own inclination to meddle, is it not? If you were to mind your own business, I assure you that you would enjoy ample meals and restful nights, extending your life by 20 years. Luo, indifferent to Kanda Rokuro's grievances, lifted his wine glass and began to drink with Saratobi Asuma. This sight greatly displeased Kanda Rokuro. Chapter 98. Journey to Chang'an. The Uchiha clan sought to trouble Kanda Rokuro, which left him quite vexed. However, revenge against the Uchiha could be pursued at any time. Opportunities to meet Tsunade were rare. Thus, Kanda Rokuro resolved to first pay Tsunade a visit before addressing the Uchiha clan. Tsunade. That woman had the audacity to deny him the summoning technique. It was a blatant affront. He intended to showcase his abilities before her, making her aware of her error, and subsequently learn all her medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Luo and Saratobi Asuma engaged in conversation about the latest news in the ninja world. Kanda Rokuro, while indulging in his meal, contemplated his own dilemmas. Tsunade. She was undoubtedly his next target. Once he acquired the ninjutsu from her, he would seek to trouble the Uchiha clan. He resolved his thoughts clearly. Kanda Rokuro gradually regained his composure, indulging in the meal before him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma and Kuro were preoccupied with their drinks and conversations, scarcely touching their food. The topics of their discourse held no interest for him, tales of certain ninja villages engaging in incessant antics, or the recent encounters and battles of various shinobi. Such matters bore no relevance to his life, and he had no desire to concern himself with them. After 2 hours of drinking, as midnight approached, Sarutobi Asuma rose and addressed Kuro, saying, "Senpai, we shall take our leave now. Let us reconvene upon my next return to Konoha." Kuro glanced at the satiated Kanda Rokuro, who was dozing off in the adjacent chair, and replied, "I shan't see you off. We, too, must seek a place to rest." As Asuma nodded and departed with his companions, Kuro gently roused Kanda Rokuro, saying, "It is time to awaken. We can leave now." Kanda Rokuro opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily, directing his remarks at Kuro. "Have you finally finished your incessant chatter?" Kuro, disinterested in engaging further with Kanda Rokuro, turned towards the counter and said, "I will settle the bill first. You should hurry up and get ready to leave." Upon witnessing the situation, Kanda Rokuro stood up and went to the door, lingering there for a moment. When Hiro settled the bill and emerged, the two departed together. Within the vicinity, numerous inns were available. After walking less than 50 meters, they discovered a modest lodge. It was already past midnight, and with the journey ahead on the morrow, there was no need to select a finer establishment. A place to rest for the night sufficed. Hiro promptly entered the inn and rented a room for the night. As dawn broke, Hiro roused Kanda Rokuro, and they exited the inn, making their way to the city gate. Mariah Seigen, ever diligent, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro and Hiro approach, he bowed respectfully, presenting a backpack to Kanda Rokuro and stating, "Master Kanda, this is the money from the goods you sold yesterday." Kanda Rokuro took the backpack, lifting it slightly, and raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the amount of money was indeed more than he had anticipated. Murano Seiji chuckled amiably, stating that those items had sold for over 2 million, and he had added a bit more, bringing the total to 3 million. Kanda Rokuro expressed some surprise, asking, "Is there something you wish for me to assist you with?" Murano Seiji hurriedly shook his head, replying, "No. This is the reward from Lord Kanda for eliminating the bandits. In the future, I shall save over 1 million each year to present a whole number to Lord Kanda. That is merely my obligation, and there is no need for Lord Kanda to concern himself with it." Kanda Rokuro bestowed a contented glance upon Murano Seiji, stating, "Very well. I shall not be modest. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out in Konoha Village. As long as the price is right, I will be at your service." Murano Seiji smiled in response, "I sincerely thank you, Lord Kanda." The transaction was completed. Murano Seiji then glanced at Kuro. Bowing respectfully to both individuals, "I shall not prolong your time any further. When we deliver the mission report to Konoha Village, I look forward to visiting you both again." Kuro remained silent. Kanda Rokuro waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for that. We may not return in the near future. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go about your business. We, too, must take our leave." After bowing to Kanda, Murano Seiyuki departed from the city gate. Heiluo glanced at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "Are we not heading to Chang'an now?" Kanda Rokuro cast a disdainful glance at Heiluo and remarked, "Master, why do you have such a penchant for asking trivial questions? If I were to express a desire to stir trouble with the Uchiha clan, would you permit me to do so?" Upon hearing this, Heiluo turned on his heel and retorted, "In that case, I might as well head to Chang'an. Kanda Rokuro curled his lips and promptly quickened his pace to match the strides of Heiluo. Once the two had exited the city, he unleashed the swiftness befitting a ninja, making his way towards Chang'an. Chapter 99, Journey to Chang'an. On the road to Chang'an, Kanda Rokuro has elevated his violent body flow ninjutsu to the 4th level. Over the past 3 days, while he ventured outside, he diligently completed his daily training tasks and random assignments, not personally, but by delegating them to his shadow clones. On average, he garnered 700 experience points each day. Cumulatively, over 3 days, this amounted to 2,100 points, and with an additional 4,600 points acquired from completing C-rank missions, he amassed a total of 40,000 experience points, thereby enhancing his capabilities once more. While away from home, the random tasks appeared quite routine, often requiring him to capture animals nearby, gather a couple of flowers, or engage in fishing tasks that were approximately tenfold more mundane than those he undertook in the Hidden Leaf Village. It has become evident to Kanda Rokuro that these random tasks are merely the whims of the system, an amusing diversion for it. Initially, he believed these random assignments to be a fruitful means of acquiring experience. However, it has become clear that the true source of experience lies within the ninja missions. Of course, Kanda Rokuro kept these thoughts strictly to himself, wary of voicing them aloud. Should the system's mischievous little entity catch wind of his musings, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Thus, he remained silent, continuing to fulfill his daily random tasks, for even the legs of a mosquito are a morsel of sustenance. His strength has indeed grown. Kanda Rokuro's speed was already sufficient to effortlessly keep pace with Hiluo. However, he chose not to reveal this, continuing to trail slowly behind. The essence of strength lies in its concealment. Otherwise, once others discern one's capabilities, it becomes all too easy to be targeted. Thus, it is imperative to shroud a portion of one's prowess. The two traveled in tandem, taking 2 days to reach Chang'an Town. Were Kanda Rokuro to traverse the distance alone, he could have accomplished it in a single day, for his chakra is boundless. However, the necessity of maintaining a slower pace due to Hiluo's presence, whose chakra is finite, hindered him. After half a day's continuous travel, Hiluo's chakra began to wane. By the following day, both were progressing at the pace of ordinary individuals. A ninja could cover up to 600 kilometers a day. But at the speed of an ordinary person, even their exceptional stamina would only allow for a maximum of 200 kilometers. Upon reaching the outskirts of Chang'an Town, Hiluo observed Kanda Rokuro, whose expression remained calm and devoid of fatigue, and sighed in resignation. "Why does it feel as though I have become a burden to you?" Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Hiluo and remarked nonchalantly, "Master, this is not merely a feeling, it is a fact." Hiluo fell silent for a moment, and after a considerable pause, retorted, "You little rascal, you are utterly unlikable." Kanda Rokuro curled his lips in disdain, declaring, "Master, I am Kanda Rokuro, the prodigious ninja of Konoha. Cuteness has no bearing on me. What I seek is charisma and renown." Hiluo, rendered speechless, shook his head in exasperation. "I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. Let us take a moment to rest before we venture into the city to seek Princess Tsunade. Given her temperament, she is undoubtedly at the town's casino. I have visited this place before. There are 4 casinos along the West Street. We shall head there shortly. I am confident we will find her." Kanda Rokuro calmly raised his hand to form a seal. Over 30 clay mice emerged, scurrying towards the western horizon. Hiluo, observing this, sighed and remarked, "I had almost forgotten your abilities. Let us take a proper rest then." The two settled on a stone at the town's entrance. Hiluo glanced at the setting sun and then at the languid Kanda Rokuro, shaking his head in curiosity. "If you wish to learn Princess Tsunade's ninjutsu, what is your plan?" Without formally apprenticing, I doubt she would readily agree. Kanda Rokuro straightened his chest and confidently declared, "Rest assured, I will handle her without a doubt." Observing Kanda's unwavering self-assurance, Hiluo felt a twinge of unease. After studying Kanda for a moment, he remarked, "I believe it is prudent for me to keep my distance from you." "Damn." Kanda Rokuro cast a disdainful glance at Hiluo, exclaiming, "Are you still my master? Doubting me like this?" Hiluo replied without reservation, "Every time you wear that expression, it signals mischief. I refuse to be deceived by you. As a retired old man, I prefer to avoid unnecessary troubles." Kanda Rokuro's expression darkened. He cast a disdainful glance at Hiluo and scoffed, "If you choose not to go, so be it. I can handle this on my own. Just wait here, for tonight I shall conquer Princess Tsunade." Hiluo shook his head repeatedly. "This is becoming increasingly implausible. I think I shall remain here to await your return. If you, little rascal, escalate matters, do not blame me for withholding my assistance. Princess Tsunade is a cherished treasure of our Konoha village, and I will not lay a hand on her." Kanda Rokuro rose and cast a sharp glance at Kuro. "You need not concern yourself. Should she take action, I shall handle it myself." Kuro remained seated, leaning against a stone, and replied with a chuckle, "Well, that certainly puts me at ease." Kanda Rokuro, speechless, turned and walked away. Dismissing the matter with a casual wave, "I shall stroll through the town first." Observing Kanda Rokuro enter the town, Kuro was unconcerned. At this moment, Kanda Rokuro possessed the strength of a Jainin, rendering him less reliant on constant protection. Chapter 100, Meeting Tsunade. Chang'an Town could be considered a sizable settlement. At the entrance, a multitude of people bustled about. Upon entering the town, the number of idle passers-by increased significantly. They engaged in lively conversations, casting curious glances at Kanda Rokuro. However, none dared to disturb him, for he wore a ninja headband upon his forehead. Ordinary folk would refrain from approaching a ninja casually. Kanda Rokuro wandered through the town for a while, eventually crossing the residential area to arrive in the bustling commercial district, where the vibrant atmosphere was heightened by the dinner hour. Given the town's considerable size, locating Tsunade proved to be quite a challenge. Kanda decided to meander through the streets while awaiting the report from his mud mice. After leisurely strolling along the commercial avenue for a while, he stumbled upon a quaint pastry shop. He entered, selecting a vacant corner table, and ordered a few delicacies to savor while he awaited news. Meanwhile, in a tavern in town, Tsunade and Shizen were enjoying dinner. Tsunade, indulging in her drink, spoke animatedly about their plans to visit the casino for a grand escapade the following day. Yet, amidst her enthusiastic discourse, her brow furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze to a corner of the restaurant. There, a mouse imbued with chakra was skittishly glancing around, its attention ultimately fixating on Tsunade, scrutinizing her intently. Noticing this, Tsunade flung her chopsticks, which struck the mud mouse, causing it to instantly transform into a mound of earth, the sensation of chakra evaporating entirely. Shizen, observing the now inert pile of soil, frowned and remarked, "This cannot be a mere coincidence." Tsunade set down her cup with a huff, declaring, "If it's not, then we must leave immediately. It's clear we can no longer linger here. We need to resolve this matter and depart under the cover of night." Shizen hesitated. "Is it truly urgent to leave so soon?" Tsunade rose, insisting, "We must hurry. I sense impending trouble." Shizen promptly stood to settle their bill. Afterward, the two prepared to exit, only to be halted at the door by a small figure. As Shizen was about to shoo the child away, she noticed the Leaf Village forehead protector atop the boy's head, her eyes widening in surprise. "You are a ninja from Konoha? How is it that someone so young has become a ninja? What is your name?" Tsunade, observing the child at the entrance, pulled Shizen aside and coldly remarked, "So, you are Kanda Rokuro. It seems you are indeed up to no good. What are you looking at?" The boy at the door was none other than Kanda Rokuro himself. He had been dining nearby in the pastry shop when one of his mice was dispatched, prompting him to investigate the situation. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with Tsunade and Shizen. As for Tsunade's accusation of him being nefarious, it stemmed from the fact that he was captivated by her formidable presence. It was only when Tsunade finally spoke that the tension escalated. Kanda Rokuro awoke, clearing his throat as he exclaimed, "Master Tsunade, I have come to seek you." Tsunade rolled her eyes in response, retorting, "I had no idea I had such a lecherous disciple." Kanda Rokuro, unconcerned, chuckled lightly and remarked, "It was Sister Yumi who took you to accept me as her disciple. She has imparted your magnificent 100 healing techniques to me, thus you are undoubtedly my master." "Yumi? The 100 healing techniques?" Tsunade furrowed her brow. The 100 healing techniques require a formidable proficiency in medical ninjutsu to master. In the entire Hidden Leaf Village, only Yumi had the opportunity to learn them, which is why they were entrusted to her. It was unexpected that Yumi had passed the 100 healing techniques on to Kanda Rokuro. Could it be that this young lad's talent in medical ninjutsu surpasses that of Yumi? After sizing up Kanda Rokuro for a moment, Tsunade found it hard to believe that such a young boy could possess such remarkable medical ninjutsu skills. If he truly did, then what did that make her? Tsunade pondered in silence. Kanda Rokuro cleared his throat and addressed the two. "Master Tsunade, Sister Shizen, I had my dinner at the confectionery shop next door. How about we head there for a bite? I haven't had my supper yet." Tsunade snapped back to reality and cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro. "You impudent child. Do not speak nonsense here. I do not acknowledge you as my disciple. You should promptly return to Konoha." As she spoke, Tsunade surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Moreover, where is the ninja tasked with your protection? I do not see them anywhere." Kanda Rokuro shrugged, saying, "I came here with Master Heiluo. He is currently resting at the town entrance." Heiluo, a ninja of the same generation as Tsunade, is well known to her. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately urged, "Then you should hasten to find him and return to Konoha at once." Chapter 101. Ino's inquiry. "Now that I am here, how could I possibly leave?" Listening to Tsunade's words, Kanda Rokuro coughed and replied, "I cannot return at this moment." Tsunade looked at Kanda Rokuro in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? Is the old man not allowing you to go back?" Kanda Rokuro raised his hands in resignation, stating, "The Uchiha clan intends to take my life and is currently obstructing my path home. The old man instructed me to come find you and seek your protection for my return." Upon hearing this, Shizen exclaimed, "How can this be? The Hokage would never permit such an occurrence." Just as Shizen finished her sentence, Tsunade shot her a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Do not speak of such matters here." Turning her attention back to Kanda Rokuro, Tsunade commanded, "Take me to see your master. Refrain from discussing these issues in this place." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at the onlookers within the tavern, nodded slightly, and turned to lead the way. Follow me, Master Heiluo awaits at the southern exit. Tsunade and Shizen trailed behind him. Once they had traversed the bustling marketplace and entered the quieter residential area, Shizen could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Kanda Rokuro. Rokuro, was what you said earlier truly the case? Kanda Rokuro glanced at Shizen and remarked, Do I truly need to deceive you? A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Tsunade-sensei must have her own sources of information, while Tsunade herself lacked direct intelligence sources. It was undeniable that Konoha possessed them. As a vital combat force of Konoha, it was inconceivable for her to remain uninformed about matters outside the village. In reality, the intelligence division of Konoha frequently maintained covert communications with Tsunade through operatives stationed in various locales. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro and said to Shizen, It's all the doing of that old coot, Danzo. This child is merely a scapegoat for his misdeeds. Shizen, harboring her own disdain for Danzo, hesitated before responding. Even if Danzo has erred, the Uchiha clan should not resort to killing Konoha as citizens. Isn't that a bit excessive? Tsunade replied calmly, Danzo eliminated Uchiha Shursui, a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan. The fact that the Uchiha did not betray us is already a significant concession to Konoha. Their pursuit of this boy is merely a mild reprisal. I suspect the old man understands that if he does not allow the Uchiha to vent their frustrations, they may indeed turn against us. Upon hearing this, Shizen gazed at Kanda Rokuro with some sympathy and could not help but express her frustration. That old coot Danzo never does anything good, and yet he drags a child into this mess. Tsunade, seemingly unfazed, looked at Kanda Rokuro and said, We need not concern ourselves with village affairs. They are not our responsibility. Do not trouble yourself over them. Shizen, momentarily taken aback, turned to Kanda Rokuro and inquired, So, Lady Tsunade, shall we return him home? Tsunade regarded Shizen as though she were simple-minded and replied, You actually believe the nonsense this brat spouts? The old man would never allow me to escort him back to Konoha. He is undoubtedly fabricating tales. Ugh! Shizen exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and glared at Kanda Rokuro, saying, You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Shizen and scoffed. What do you mean by deceiving? As a genius of Konoha, shouldn't you seniors protect me? It's no great task to escort me home. What harm is there in that? You want to lose a piece of flesh? Shizen, exasperated, retorted. Fortunately, Lady Tsunade refused to accept you, you little brat, as her disciple last time. You truly are no good, lying at such a young age. Tsunade gently patted Shizen's shoulder, saying, Enough, don't let a mere child sway your emotions. A ninja should not be governed by feelings. Simply disregard this little imp. Shizen glared at Kanda Rokuro and huffed. What an irritating little brat. Don't even think about being my junior disciple. Kanda Rokuro smirked and said, If you won't be my junior, then I shall be your man. Once I grow up, I shall marry you as my second wife. What do you think, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade was infuriated by this audacious little brat. How could he be so lecherous at such a tender age, and even propose that she be his second wife? It was utterly intolerable. Unable to contain herself, Tsunade contemplated teaching Kanda Rokuro a lesson, but before she could act, Tsunade intervened and said, Enough. You cannot hope to defeat this little rascal. He is not as simple as he appears. Troubling him would likely lead to your own humiliation. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Kanda Rokuro before incredulously asking, Tsunade-sama, is this little boy truly that formidable? He can't be more than 6 years old. Tsunade cast a sideways glance at her and replied, Do you think no one disputes his claim of being the greatest genius in Konoha? It is precisely because he possesses such strength. Otherwise, he would be drowned in the spittle of others. Ah, that makes a great deal of sense. Tsunade glared at Kanda Rokuro, feeling a sense of indignation. Chapter 102. A troubling situation. Tsunade was displeased, and Tsunade chose not to elaborate further. Some individuals are simply born strong. It is beyond anyone's control. Tsunade's talent may be commendable, yet it pales in comparison to that of Kanda Rokuro, who was on an entirely different level. Such a disparity in talent left her struggling to find a comforting excuse. It would be absurd to suggest that one should not compare themselves to geniuses, but rather to ordinary individuals. That would only serve to deepen Tsunade's frustration. Observing Tsunade's disgruntlement, Tsunade shook her head and nudged Kanda Rokuro in front of her, asking, I trust that you and the others are faring well? Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Tsunade and frowned. Why ask when you can just kick me? Tsunade, having delivered a swift kick to Kanda Rokuro, snorted coldly. The more you chatter, the more you shall experience the force of my fist. Kandaro, feeling somewhat speechless, gazed at Tsunade and remarked, bullying a child. Are you even human? A child? Tsunade scoffed. How dare you refer to yourself as a child? When we first met, where were your eyes fixed? You, such a little brat, have the audacity to call yourself a child. Coughing awkwardly, Kandaro quickened his pace and explained, Master Tsunade, you may have misunderstood. I was merely reminiscing about my mother. She was of a similar age to you, and your presence reminds me of my late mother. Tsunade, taken aback, retorted. You little imp, your excuse is utterly pathetic. To use your deceased mother as a shield, do you truly honor her memory? Kandaro nonchalantly remarked. My mother loves me so dearly, using her as a shield would only bring her joy. However, what I just stated is the truth. I am not merely employing my mother as a shield. Lady Tsunade, do not misconstrue my words. Humph. Tsunade responded with evident disdain. It would be a miracle to believe you. You little brat are the most irksome of all. Kandaro shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, alas. The bright moon shines upon the ditch. You all fail to understand me. Tsunade cast a surprised glance at Kandaro. She never anticipated that this insufferable brat could articulate such poetic sentiments. However, it seemed he had employed the phrase inappropriately. Using it in this context was nothing short of a waste. As the trio conversed, they advanced a considerable distance, drawing near the town's entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade spotted Hiro waiting for them at the entrance. As a fellow ninja of the same generation, Tsunade extended a measure of respect. Upon reaching Hiro, she bowed and remarked, Hiro, you have truly worked hard. Even as you approach retirement, you are still burdened with this little rascal. Hiro chuckled, ruffling Kandaro's hair. Without him, I might not even have the chance to retire. Upon reflection, I find no hardship in it. Tsunade fell silent for a moment before sighing. That old coot Danzo treats people as if they are nothing. Hiro waved his hands dismissively. Lord Danzo acts solely for the sake of Konoha. Do not blame him, princess. Tsunade, feeling exasperated, replied, forget him. Just hearing his name unsettles me. Tell me, what is the current situation? Hiro shook his head and, glancing at Kandaro, explained. The Hokage merely instructed Asuma, stationed at the daimyo's residence, to inform us that a team from the Uchiha clan has departed the village and is currently gathering herbs along our route back. Beyond that, nothing has been explicitly stated. It is quite possible that even the Hokage is unaware of the identities of the Uchiha members who left the village. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Is the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village truly so strained that they do not even report their departures to the old man? This cannot bode well. Hiro remained silent for a moment before sighing. Ever since Uchiha Shirsue's death, the Uchiha clan has been in a constant struggle with the village. Recently, the Konoha police force has imprisoned several Konoha ninjas, and it was only through the Hokage's intervention that they were released. Tsunade could not help but rub her temples. It seems the old man is in quite a predicament. Hiro nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Hokage has engaged in negotiations with the Uchiha clan multiple times recently. This time, he is reluctant to exacerbate tensions, which is why he did not obstruct the Uchiha's request to venture out for herbs. Tsunade sighed. Things have become so complicated. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. If I were to return and resolve this issue, I would likely go mad. Chapter 103. A few days stay. Tsunade and Hiro fell silent simultaneously. Eventually, Tsunade glanced at Kandaro, who was idly kicking small stones, and inquired, What do you intend to do? He seems rather indifferent about the Uchiha situation. Hiro scoffed. Of course, that insufferable brat is unconcerned. He even contemplated annihilating the Uchiha clan. If Asuma hadn't informed him that you were here, he would have already charged straight toward them. How audacious. Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at Kandaro and asked, Do you believe he possesses the capability to defeat them? Hiro pondered for a moment and replied, If they are not elite Uchiha Jonin, I believe he stands a fair chance. This brat's strength is nearly on par with mine. Tsunade's expression relaxed. In that case, there is no need for excessive worry. The two of you should be able to return to the village without significant issues. Hiro offered a wry smile. While we may manage the return, I am concerned he might cause trouble. This brat harbors grudges. Should he encounter any members of the Uchiha clan, I fear he might resort to violence, which would create complications for the Hokage. Tsunade regarded Kandaro with doubt. Does this brat truly possess the audacity to kill? Hiro's expression twitched as he sighed. During this mission, the Hokage assigned us to protect him, and this little monster infiltrated a bandit stronghold, eliminating over 200 bandits without leaving a single survivor, and absconded with all their loot. Given such a disposition, do you think he would hesitate? Tsunade pressed her forehead. This merciless brat is utterly devoid of humanity. If the Uchiha clan were to appear before him, it would surely spell their demise. Sighing, Tsunade consoled Hiro. It appears you have indeed borne a heavy burden. Hiro glanced at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, I believe the Hokage's intention is to have him accompany you, princess, to learn medical ninjutsu. Once the Uchiha return to the village, he can then return to Konoha. How would you like to proceed? Tsunade furrowed her brows. She had no interest in babysitting a brat. However, allowing Kanda Rokuro to return in such a manner would also pose problems. After pondering for a while, her gaze shifted to Shizen. Clearing her throat, she instructed, Shizen, for the next few days, let that brat accompany you. Assess his medical ninjutsu capabilities and determine if he is qualified to learn from me. Shizen was reluctant. Having overheard Tsunade and Hiro's earlier conversation, who would wish to be responsible for such a ruthless little monster? Nevertheless, she found herself unable to refuse, as Tsunade was glaring at her with an unwavering gaze. With hesitation, she finally conceded, Lady Tsunade, I must clarify that I will only take him for 3 days. 3 days, plus the 3 days required to return to Konoha, and the 2 days spent traveling to Chang'an, amounted to nearly 8 or 9 days. By then, the old man would likely have found an excuse to send the Uchiha clan members back home, allowing Kanda Rokuro to leave as well. Tsunade contemplated briefly before nodding. Then 3 days it shall be. I appreciate your efforts during this time. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen wore a face of discontent. Observing her expression, Tsunade chose to ignore it. She had no desire to personally deal with the brat and would compensate Shizen later once he was gone. With the matter settled, Tsunade turned to Hiro. Let us enter the town and find a place to settle. For the next few days, I will teach him a few things, and he can learn from Shizen. Hiro nodded. That sounds feasible. This brat takes his training seriously and never slacks off. If there are new ninjutsu techniques, he will undoubtedly practice them diligently. Tsunade nodded. Turning to head into the town, follow me. I will show you where to rest. Hiro then called out to the bored Kanda Rokuro in the distance, hurry up. You little rascal. Kanda Rokuro had indeed wished to listen to the conversation between the two. However, as he approached, Pei Luo gestured for him to keep his distance. With no other choice, he retreated to the side. As for the content of their discussion, he was completely unaware. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed they had reached an agreement. Otherwise, Tsunade would undoubtedly have insisted they leave promptly. Chapter 104. A bet with Shizen. The four of them made their way back to the vicinity of the commercial street. Having stayed there for 7 or 8 days, Tsunade and Shizen had naturally secured accommodations. They led Heiluo and Kanda Rokuro to their inn, and after arranging a room for the two of them, Tsunade turned to Kanda Rokuro and said, Young one, you should return to your room and rest well. If you wish to learn my ninjutsu, you must first undergo my test. Tomorrow morning, accompany Shizen. She will assess your abilities. Only upon her endorsement can you seek me out. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Shizen and immediately scoffed. Her abilities are inferior to mine. Why should I learn from her? It's akin to having an adult learn from a child. Upon hearing this, Shizen was infuriated. She glared at Kanda Rokuro and retorted, You insolent brat. While I may not be able to match you in combat, do you truly believe you can outshine me in healing? If you possess any skill, let us compete. Kanda Rokuro shook his head disdainfully and remarked, You? Spare me. You cannot even compare to Yumi, yet you dare to challenge me. It seems you truly do not understand the concept of humility. Jingyin, infuriated, maintained a stern expression and retorted, Just say it. Are you afraid to compete with me? Kanda Rokuro scrutinized Shizen and pondered for a moment before saying, I can compete with you, but I typically refrain from engaging in endeavors devoid of benefit. What are you prepared to wager against me? Shizen replied with a hint of disdain, I shall not lose. If something is to be prepared, it shall be you who provides it. Kanda Rokuro shrugged nonchalantly. Since you are unprepared, if you lose, you shall become my second wife. Just in time, I am in need of someone to care for me, henceforth. You will wash my clothes and prepare my meals. Jingyin's chest heaved with indignation as she gritted her teeth and replied, Very well, but should you lose, you must vow never to approach me again. If you happen to see me, you shall maintain a distance of 100 meters. Such ruthlessness. How deep is this animosity towards me? Kanda Rokuro secretly grumbled to himself, glancing at Shizen and remarking, It seems I will need to find someone else to handle the laundry and cooking. Shizen turned to leave, leaving behind a statement, Tomorrow morning, I shall await you at the door. We will head to the hospital in town together, and then you shall witness my prowess. Kanda Rokuro smirked, utterly unconvinced that he would be outmatched by Shizen. Tsunade observed Shizen's departure with a helpless shake of her head. Youth indeed. She cannot endure such trivial matters. Should she falter tomorrow, it would spell trouble for Shizen. Clearly, she must offer Shizen some guidance to prevent her from falling prey to that insufferable brat's schemes. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade turned to Kuro and said, "You all may take your leave. We too shall rest." Kuro nodded, saluted Tsunade, and led Kanda Rokuro out of the hotel lobby. Once outside, Kuro playfully tapped Kanda Rokuro on the head and remarked, "What on earth were you thinking? Showing such disrespect to Princess Tsunade. With an attitude like yours, how do you expect to learn her ninjutsu? Do you somehow believe everyone should heed your words?" Another hit to the head? "You've truly rendered me daft," Kanda Rokuro retorted, casting an irritated glance at Kuro. "Just take a look at her demeanor. Even if I were to show her respect, I doubt she would deign to teach me. I might as well be myself. It would be far more comfortable for my conscience." "Ah, you make a fair point." Kuro sighed, observing Tsunade's apparent disdain for Kanda Rokuro. It seemed likely that, in a few days, she would dismiss him entirely. Kuro ruffled Kanda Rokuro's hair and said, "Well, it appears you may be right. Princess Tsunade doesn't seem particularly fond of you. What exactly did you do to offend her?" Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes and remarked, "You ask me. But who can I ask? Before I even had the chance to meet her, she declined to teach me the art of. How am I to know where I might have offended her?" Heiluo pondered for a moment, unable to comprehend why Tsunade held a disdain for Kanda Rokuro. In the end, he could only sigh, "Let it be then. However, Tsunade is your senior. Do not overstep your bounds. At the very least, a modicum of respect is warranted." Kanda Rokuro waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, I understand. I will be mindful." Heiluo was left speechless. Given Kanda Rokuro's demeanor, it was clear he had not truly absorbed what had been said. It was evident that he would not follow instructions. Dealing with such a disciple was indeed a source of frustration for him. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of their lodgings. After 2 days of travel, Kanda Rokuro was eager to finally lie down comfortably. He promptly returned to his room, took a shower, and settled in for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 105. Before the competition. He contemplated the following day, when he would compete in medical skills against Shizen, hoping to win a wife in the process. Kanda Rokuro arose at the break of dawn. As was his custom, following his routine, he conjured 2 shadow clones to undertake his daily training and random tasks. However, upon creating the clones, his expression stiffened with dismay. The system, in a fit of displeasure, began to assign him erratic tasks. Today's random task, to launch a surprise attack on Tsunade's bosom, thereby affirming his manhood. Gazing at this task, he felt a surge of trepidation. Kanda Rokuro is indeed in a state of turmoil. How reminiscent it is of the past when Jiraiya, having secretly observed Tsunade while she bathed, nearly lost his life. If he were to act recklessly, it is likely that his fate would not be any better. Alas, it seems that Tsunade's indifference towards him yesterday has rekindled the flames of vengeance within the system. What a nuisance. If this task remains unaddressed, it will undoubtedly linger indefinitely, resulting in a daily loss of 200 experience points. Although he currently does not place much value on 200 experience points, the prolonged accumulation of such losses amounts to a significant sum, which he is reluctant to part with. It is indeed a conundrum. Kanda Rokuro pondered for a considerable time. Yet he still lacked the courage to provoke Tsunade. He retracted one of his shadow clones, allowing the other to undertake the training task. As for him, he decided to first fulfill the wager with Shizen. Regarding Tsunade's random assignment, he thought it prudent to deliberate further before proceeding. At the entrance of the inn, Shizen awaited with a sullen expression. Upon seeing Kanda Rokuro emerge, she let out a disdainful huff and said, "Follow me." With that, Shizen stepped out of the inn. Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly and followed suit. After they had put some distance between themselves, Tsunade and Kuro simultaneously exited the inn. "Is that brat's medical ninjutsu truly remarkable?" Tsunade inquired of Kuro as she trailed behind Shizen and Kanda Rokuro. Kuro, with a light laugh, replied, "I am not well versed in that area. But during his internship at the Konoha hospital, most of the nurses had little to do. This became common knowledge throughout the village. So I presume he must be quite skilled." "Is that so?" Tsunade sighed. "He truly seems impressive. If I do not intervene today, Shizen is likely to encounter trouble, which is rather vexing." Kuro regarded Tsunade with a peculiar expression and coughed lightly, saying, "Princess, you wouldn't be secretly aiding Shizen in cheating, would you?" Tsunade shot a glance at Kuro and scoffed. "Am I that sort of person? Besides, you are following her as well. If that brat discovers that I assisted in cheating, he would undoubtedly demand Shizen concede. Moreover, Shizen would never allow me to help. She is not that kind of person." Kuro, intrigued, asked, "Then what does the princess intend to do by following her?" Tsunade gazed at Shizen's silhouette in the distance and shook her head. If Shizen were to lose, It would serve her well, teaching her that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals. However, I cannot allow her to be relegated to the role of that brat's second wife. I shall intervene and bestow upon the brat a ninjutsu technique, thus allowing the matter to be settled. I did not expect Princess Tsunade to be so cunning. That technique is one that Shizen should have originally imparted to Kanda-Rokuro, even if she does not lose to him. Presenting it now not only saves Shizen but is indeed a clever scheme. Kanda-Rokuro, you little rascal, it seems you have indeed been outmaneuvered. Luo sighed. He followed Tsunade all the way to the town's hospital. Shizen had frequently visited the hospital in Chang'an Town over the past few days, utilizing her spare time to hone her medical ninjutsu on patients, and the nurses and doctors there had grown quite familiar with her. She brought Kanda-Rokuro to the hospital, intending to find a few severely injured patients to provide free treatment. The patients eagerly volunteered for her assistance without needing much persuasion. Patients secured. The next step was the competition. Shizen glanced at the 6 enthusiastic patients and handed their medical files to Kanda-Rokuro, snorting coldly. You choose first. The remaining 3 will be mine. Whoever manages to heal their assigned patient first shall be the victor. That should pose no problem, right? The 6 patients, thrilled at the prospect of free treatment, suddenly wore expressions of dismay. They had assumed it would be Shizen treating them, not a mere child. Who would dare trust the medical skills of a young boy? They were momentarily stunned before they began to protest. How can it be a child? Miss Shizen, you cannot be reckless. Chapter 106. The competition. The patients erupted in uproar. Shizen hurriedly reassured them. Rest assured, his medical skills are not significantly inferior to mine, and he will undoubtedly be able to treat you without issue. Yet, the patients remained unconvinced. Turning to mock Kanda-Rokuro, what kind of medical expertise can this child possibly possess? We trust in your abilities, Miss Shizen, but we cannot place our faith in his. What if he exacerbates our conditions? Upon hearing this, Shizen promptly responded, you need not worry. If he fails to treat you, I will provide treatment for free, without charge. Surely, that resolves the matter? The patients shook their heads in refusal. No, it is our pain. We would rather pay you than let him treat us. Shizen felt exasperated. The patients did not believe her, and she found herself at a loss, just as she was in turmoil. Kanda-Rokuro scoffed. You can't handle this trivial matter and wish to compete with me? Perhaps you should simply become my second wife. Shizen shot him a furious glare. If you can persuade them, then be my guest. Very well, leave it to me. Kanda-Rokuro replied confidently. He approached the 6 patients and declared, you old folks dare to doubt my genius? I now offer you a chance. Agree to let Shizen allow me to treat you. You scoundrels. Shizen was left speechless. This was hardly persuasion. It was simply provoking them. It would be a miracle if they agreed. You arrogant little brat. I would rather suffer than let you treat me. Get away from me. The patients shouted in indignation. Upon witnessing this, Kanda-Rokuro curled his lips and remarked, I have granted you the opportunity. If you are unwilling, do not hold it against me. With that, he concluded. Suddenly, Kanda-Rokuro sprang into action. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he unleashed a merciless assault upon the 6 individuals, leaving them wailing in agony as they collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile and reduced to pitiful whimpers. After delivering this harsh lesson, Kanda-Rokuro turned nonchalantly to face the stunned doctors and patients, finally addressing Shizen. Well, I have effectively shattered their limbs. Each individual bears the same injuries, thus rendering our contest somewhat equitable. I shall claim the 3 on the left, and you may take the remaining 3. The crowd regained their composure, feeling an overwhelming urge to retch. Goodness, such brutality. Rather than administering treatment, he resorted to breaking others' limbs in the name of healing. Truly, he's a terrifying little fiend. The doctors and patients swallowed hard, retreating further away in trepidation. They feared that Kanda-Rokuro might turn his wrath upon them, shattering their limbs as well, which would be quite dire indeed. Shizen, also coming back to her senses, gazed at Kanda-Rokuro, her expression twitching slightly. With such methods, can we even conclude today's contest? Treating a single person would be more feasible. Kanda-Rokuro gazed at Shizen with astonishment. What are you saying? How could 3 mere individuals pose a challenge? When I was at the Konoha hospital, I treated over 200 patients in a single day. If you can't manage even one person, how can you dare to compete with me? Over 200 in a day? How is that even possible? Shizen furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Kanda-Rokuro. You little brat. Must you exaggerate even in your fabrications? 200? Can your chakra sustain such a feat? Kanda-Rokuro cast a bewildered glance at Shizen, remarking, after all this time, you know nothing at all. How dare you challenge me? It seems you are merely attempting to become my second wife, deliberately competing against me. If you lose, you will have a legitimate claim to that title. Shizen listened, feeling utterly perplexed. At that moment, Kuro walked forward and cleared his throat, stating, Shizen, that little brat's chakra recovery speed is astonishing. In just 10 minutes, he can completely replenish his chakra. Thus, everyone claims his chakra is limitless, enabling him to treat 200 patients daily. Shizen turned pale at the thought. Limitless chakra? How could she possibly compete? Was she truly destined to become that brat's second wife? Such a fate seemed far too tragic for a mere 17-year-old, with a ghostly complexion. She gritted her teeth and glared at Kanda Rokuro, asking, Were you doing this on purpose? Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes in disdain. You initiated this competition. Yet you remain oblivious to my circumstances. This is a pitfall of your own making. It has nothing to do with me. Silent Ing gritted her teeth and glanced at the 3 patients, declaring, Who emerges victorious and who faces defeat is still uncertain. What does your boundless chakra matter? I can heal them before you even begin. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro shrugged and dispatched 3 shadow clones, instructing, You 3. Attend to the ones lying on the ground to the left. Each of you shall heal 1. The 3 shadow clones sprang into action, kneeling before the individuals and commencing their healing with palm techniques. Jingyin observed, utterly bewildered. The boundless chakra was one thing, but this underhanded method left her at a loss for how to achieve victory. Chapter 107. After the match, Jingyin stood there, dumbfounded, unable to move. She merely watched as Kanda Rokuro's 3 shadow clones administered healing, while the original Kanda sat to replenish his chakra, subsequently creating 3 more shadow clones to replace those whose chakra was nearly depleted. In less than half an hour, the 3 individuals whose limbs had been shattered by Kanda Rokuro had fully recuperated. They rose, their expressions a mixture of excitement and trepidation as they gazed at Kanda Rokuro, bowing repeatedly and exclaiming, Ninja Master, we were mistaken to doubt your prowess. Kanda Rokuro, indifferent to the 3 individuals, waved his hand dismissively, urging them to leave promptly. Upon hearing this, the trio hastily fled the scene. Although Kanda Rokuro had healed them, they still dared not engage with him further, as his violent disposition instilled a fear of potential retribution. With their departure, tranquility returned. Kanda Rokuro gazed at the pale-faced Shizen and remarked with a slight grimace, Second Madam. Are you all right? Shizen, snapping back to reality, felt tears streaming down her face. She shot a fierce glance at Kanda Rokuro before turning on her heels and fleeing the hospital, sobbing as she ran. Goodness, is this a joke? Can she not endure such a minor setback? Kanda Rokuro found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at the dark-haired Luo beside him, and then at Tsunade, who was glaring at him with evident dissatisfaction. Clearing his throat, he remarked, This matter should have nothing to do with me, right? Tsunade stepped forward and coldly retorted. What do you think? Kanda Rokuro, with a steely resolve, remarked, It should be fine, right? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, retorting, You little brat, if you seek death, just say so, and I shall escort you to hell. Kanda Rokuro forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, I suppose it's my fault. But I don't believe I did anything wrong. It was she who insisted on this competition. I did not coerce her. Tsunade produced a scroll and tossed it to Kanda Rokuro before turning to leave through the door. Let this matter be settled. Consider that item a token of compensation for you. Kanda Rokuro took the scroll and watched as Tsunade departed, shaking his head in resignation. What an attitude Tsunade had. She expected him to launch a surprise attack against the opponent's chest. Wasn't that akin to courting death? How utterly exasperating. The mission. How on earth was he to complete it? As Kanda Rokuro sighed, Korwa approached him, patting his shoulder and gesturing towards the 3 individuals on the ground. With a look of weary exasperation, Korwa remarked, You little rascal, having shattered their limbs, you must take some responsibility, don't you think? Kanda Rokuro regained his senses and glanced at the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground. With a dismissive smirk, he remarked, They are not my patients. This responsibility should fall to Shizen. Takuro then gave Kanda Rokuro a light tap on the head, questioning, Do you really believe that young girl will return? Kanda Rokuro, with a sense of helplessness, gazed at the 3 individuals on the ground and remarked, You 3 are not my patients, thus your treatment will incur a fee. However, since I am responsible for the severing of your limbs, I shall provide you with that treatment free of charge. Yet, you must compensate me for your original injuries. If you understand, please blink your eyes. The 3 on the ground began to blink fervently. At such a moment, who would dare to be frugal? After all, should Kanda Rokuro depart, their recovery could take the better part of 6 months. Seeing their agreement, he felt a sense of relief. Kanda Rokuro created shadow clones to administer treatment. By the time the healing concluded, half an hour had elapsed. The 3 patients, now restored, hastily paid Kanda Rokuro and swiftly made their escape. Kanda Rokuro, indifferent to their chatter, turned to Heiluo after receiving the payment and said, "Master, let us find a place to enjoy a meal. I have yet to have breakfast. This sum is just sufficient for us to indulge in a splendid feast." Heiluo chuckled softly, replying, "In that case, I shall not hold back. Let us seek out a fine establishment and savor a delightful repast." Kanda Rokuro nodded, and the two departed from the hospital. They found a restaurant on the street that exuded an air of opulence and stepped inside, intending to dine. However, the menu was exclusively composed of black dishes. Kanda Rokuro sought a secluded spot and activated the scroll bestowed by Tsunade, perusing its contents intently. Ah, it is Tsunade's formidable strength in A-rank ninjutsu. It appears she is well aware of his exceptional prowess in taijutsu and has sent this specifically for him. As for the sealing technique, with his chakra being boundless, such a seal holds no relevance for him at all. He meticulously noted the contents of the scroll. Kanda Rokuro extended his hand, condensing and compressing chakra within his fist. As he sensed the chakra reaching its utmost limit, he placed his hand upon the tabletop. Boom! The entire surface erupted. The other patrons in the establishment stared in astonishment at Kanda Rokuro. Heiluo, still perusing the menu, glanced back at Kanda and couldn't help but exclaim, "You rascal, what are you up to now? Must you always engage in such frivolous antics?" Chapter 108. Thoughts inspired by the art of extraordinary strength. Heiluo's remark. Kanda Rokuro paid little heed. In his heart, he was filled with joy. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his extraordinary strength, and the system had promptly issued a notification. Extraordinary Strength Technique Level 2. Experience points 20,000. Upon seeing this message, he felt exhilarated. Could Kanda Rokuro possibly be displeased? He has just mastered a technique, achieving Level 2, thereby conserving 10,000 experience points. This is indeed a first for him. Attaining ninjutsu at Level 2 seems to have enhanced his chakra control, which significantly amplifies his training in the art of immense strength. Truly remarkable. It is likely that in the future, as he continues to learn such ninjutsu, he may directly reach Level 2, which would save him an incredible amount of experience points. Just thinking about it is delightful. Heiluo returned to Kanda Rokuro's side, glanced at the desk that had been shattered by Kanda Rokuro, then at the scroll beside him, and exclaimed in astonishment, "You little rascal. Do not tell me you have already mastered Princess Tsunade's immense strength technique." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and smiled proudly. "Of course. It is only natural for a genius like me to master such ninjutsu. Is there anything remarkable about that?" Heiluo's expression twitched. It sounds so simple. If it were truly that easy, why would only Tsunade be capable of it in the Hidden Leaf Village? Heiluo silently scoffed, gently patted Kanda Rokuro on the head, and sighed, "You've learned it, so that's that. Could you refrain from showcasing it in such a place? If you truly wish to display your skills, find a safer venue to do so." Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Kuraro and rose to his feet. "Master, I am quite eager to find a place to conduct some experiments. I shall leave this in your capable hands. I will venture out to a secluded spot for some cultivation. Please prepare a delicious meal for me to take back to the inn. Once I have completed my training, I shall return." With that, he departed. Kanda Rokuro hastily exited the inn, propelled by an urgent fervor. He sprinted away from the town of Chang'an and sought refuge in a secluded area. Having recently mastered a peculiar technique, he swiftly ascended to Level 2, which ignited a unique notion in his mind. He pondered whether training in lower-tier ninjutsu would significantly accelerate the accumulation of experience points. If this hypothesis held true, he could conserve substantial experience for the enhancement of higher-level techniques. Upon reaching the desolate locale, he eagerly summoned 5 shadow clones, instructing them, "Commence training in the Earth Wall technique until your chakra is entirely depleted. Do you comprehend?" The 5 clones dispersed, each selecting a suitable spot to practice the Earth Wall technique, while his original self remained stationary, fixated on the experience points for the technique within his attributes. 10 minutes later, elation surged within him. As he had surmised, the greater his strength, the more experience he garnered from practicing lower-tier ninjutsu. Previously, when he honed his Earth Release techniques, a successful attempt would yield merely 1 or 2 experience points. However, now, training in the same C-rank ninjutsu, the Earth Wall technique, resulted in an increase of 10 to 15 experience points. This indicated that to elevate the Earth Wall technique to Level 2, he would only need to practice a maximum of 100 times. Should he utilize his 5 shadow clones to train 100 times, the total expenditure of experience points for chakra recovery would be a mere 300. This would yield a remarkable exchange of 1,000 experience points for just a fraction of his time. Time, indeed. was his most abundant resource. Thus, he reveled in this newfound realization. Kanda Rokuro's spirits lifted instantly. Previously, he had refrained from using experience points to upgrade those low-level ninjutsu, deeming it a wasteful expenditure. But now that he could advance them through personal cultivation as well, it became worthwhile to enhance those techniques. After all, his time held little value, and exchanging it for ninjutsu proficiency was a fair trade. 40 minutes later, his earth wall technique ascended to level 2, and he had only spent 200 experience points to replenish his chakra. Such was the situation. Kanda Rokuro felt a profound sense of satisfaction, initially plagued by hunger. He found that it had dissipated as he continued to practice the earth wall technique through his shadow clones. He was eager to discover how long it would take to elevate the technique to its maximum level. As he immersed himself in his training, he lost track of time, progressing from dawn until dusk. It was only when he heard the system notification indicating that the earth wall technique had reached level 5 that he became aware of his surroundings. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there were approximately 40 minutes until midnight. Upon reviewing the day's expenditures, he realized that he had accrued 200 experience points. Investing these points to elevate a C-rank ninjutsu to its full potential, thereby enhancing its power to that of a B-rank ninjutsu, seemed a worthwhile endeavor. It appeared that in the future, during moments of leisure and with sufficient experience, he should dedicate time to upgrading all low-level ninjutsu to their maximum capabilities. Chapter 109. Tsunade's disavowed disciple. With his training concluded, he returned to the inn in the city. As Kanda Rokuro arrived at the entrance of the inn, he spotted Kuro and Tsunade conversing within the lobby. Curiosity piqued, he approached them and inquired, "Masters, what brings you two to converse at this late hour?" Kuro glanced at Kanda Rokuro and waved his hand dismissively. "We are discussing matters that do not concern you. Return to your rest and refrain from interrupting our adult affairs." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip and turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to pause and inquire of Heiluo. "Master, what about the food? Did you pack it for me?" Heiluo waved his hand dismissively. "It's in the room, but I fear it is already cooled. If you wish to eat, there are heating appliances available in the room for you to use." "Understood," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro hastily returned to his room. He was indeed famished. Yearning for a hearty meal, he paid no mind to the cold. In his past recollections, he had consumed everything raw, let alone mere cold dishes. As Kanda Rokuro departed, Kuro's expression softened into calmness as he turned to Tsunade and inquired, "Might I know your thoughts, princess?" Tsunade's demeanor grew serious. She set down her wine glass and sighed. "Are you certain of this? Perhaps his heart does not align with such intentions." Kuro, feeling a sense of helplessness, sighed. "He is merely a child. With time, he will come to understand. For now, he requires someone who can provide him with stability. Otherwise, his heart will never belong to Konoha. I fear that Lord Hokage's prolonged distrust may eventually compel him to leave the village." Tsunade fell silent. After a considerable pause, she took a sip of her drink and lamented, "The old man grows more confused with age. In his youth, he would not have acted thus." Kuro took a swig of strong liquor, remarking, "His position within the root organization keeps Lord Hokage perpetually wary of him. I prefer not to delve into the village's internal matters, yet he is still a good child. If this continues, it may lead to complications." With Elder Danzo absent, upon his return, he will undoubtedly seek to exploit that child's abilities, and I fear I may find it difficult to intervene. Tsunade glanced at Kuro, exhaling deeply. "You truly present me with a quandary. I am not fond of babysitting. Why do you not seek out that rascal Jiraiya?" Kuro replied calmly, "Jiraiya's status alone is insufficient. Only your esteemed identity, Princess Tsunade, can grant him a more stable standing in Konoha, allowing him to feel secure." Tsunade couldn't help but scoff. "Can my lineage from the Senju clan truly be employed in such a manner?" Kuro remained silent, awaiting her response. Yet, Tsunade did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she lifted her glass and suggested, "Let us drink a few more toasts before proceeding." Kuro raised his glass, and the two continued to drink in silence for an hour. When Tsunade finally stood, she handed Kuro a scroll, stating, "This is the summoning scroll for the slug. It is the last assistance I can offer him. Teaching him is out of the question. He does not require it. He seems quite clear about his own path." Kuro accepted the scroll and bowed to Tsunade, saying, "With this, it is already sufficient. The villagers should understand your intentions, princess." Tsunade cast a glance toward Kanda Rokuro's room and remarked, "I shall never admit it outright. That is merely their conjecture, and it bears no relation to me." Kuro chuckled, I understand. Tsunade waved farewell to Kuro, stating, "I shall take my leave." For the next few days, ensure that child does not disturb me. When 3 days have passed, you may return without the need for farewells. Understood. Kuro agreed. Watching as Tsunade departed. Once she was out of sight, he gazed at the scroll in his hand, a smile gracing his features. Once Kanda Rokuro masters the slug summoning technique, the villagers will naturally recognize him as Tsunade's disciple. Even if she does not voice it directly, they will come to understand. With the identity of Tsunade's disciple, Kanda Rokuro will gain greater acceptance within the village, and the upper echelon's doubts regarding him will also lessen. Thus, the path ahead is set. Kanda Rokuro will feel a stronger sense of belonging to Konoha. He will no longer choose to betray the village over trivial matters. Chapter 110, Slug Level. Early morning. Kanda Rokuro comfortably rose, glancing at the 2 tasks before him. Indeed, it was Tsunade's mission still lingering there. The system, irate, would not allow for revenge. It would not relent. Only the emergence of new circumstances, capable of inciting the system's fury further, might alter the task at hand. Alas, a headache ensued. Kanda Rokuro felt a sense of helplessness. He summoned a shadow clone to undertake his daily training tasks while he intended to freshen up first. Afterward, he planned to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. Although he yearned to cultivate low-level ninjutsu, his experience points had dwindled to a mere 1/100. Insufficient to elevate any basic technique to its maximum potential. With such limitations, his motivation to train waned. It seemed far more prudent to accumulate enough experience points and then enhance a skill to its fullest in one fell swoop. As he donned his attire and prepared to wash up, he noticed a scroll placed on his bedside, which piqued his curiosity. He picked it up and unrolled it, only to discover that it was a summoning technique scroll inscribed with several names, the last of which read Senju Tsunade. Kanda Rokuro gazed at Tsunade's name, and his eyes instantly brightened. This was the slug summoning scroll. How did it come to be in his possession? No matter. He needed to sign it without delay. Every second wasted was a moment closer to danger. If the scroll were to vanish, it would be a tremendous loss. Kanda Rokuro immediately bit his finger and inscribed his name in blood upon the summoning scroll. The moment his name was written, a system notification chimed. Summoning Jutsu Level 1, EXP 0-1000 Summoning Creature, Slug, Level 23, EXP 23, 000, 000. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Kanda Rokuro found himself in a state of bewilderment. The notion that summoning techniques could be upgraded was comprehensible to him. It was akin to enhancing the level of ninjutsu. Higher levels yield greater potency and require less chakra. However, the idea that summoning beasts could also be upgraded was utterly perplexing. What was the meaning of this? Moreover, the experience required for the slug's advancement was exceedingly lengthy. With such an abundance of experience, he felt he could easily overpower the Hokage. No, he could vanquish Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, summoning beasts were not inherently his. They merely entered into an equal contract with him. If they chose not to assist, they were under no obligation to do so. Investing such a vast amount of experience into upgrading them left him with the unsettling possibility that they might disregard his commands in the future, resulting in a significant loss on his part. He remained in a daze for quite some time. Kanda Rokuro awoke, casting a glance at the spirit beast, the slug, and shook his head in resignation. This creature, he found himself unable to upgrade it. It was better to disregard the upgrade option altogether. With so much experience at his disposal, why should he not enhance himself? What purpose did it serve to elevate others, as if he were merely twiddling his thumbs? If it were a master-servant contract, he might consider assisting in its elevation if he had surplus experience, but now that they were bound by an equal contract, it would be foolish to assist its advancement. He snapped back to reality. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the summoning scroll, which had vanished without a trace. After he inscribed his name, the scroll simply disappeared. It seemed to have returned to the slug's realm. With the powers of the strange force technique and the summoning slug now in his possession, his visit to Tsunade could be deemed a successful completion of his mission. Yet, he remained curious about the origin of the summoning scroll. It appeared that he would have to inquire with Kuro. Last night, he was the only one who had entered this room. The item must surely have been placed here by him. After contemplating this, he resolved to seek clarity. Kanda Rokuro hurriedly went to freshen up and then rushed into the adjacent room where Hei Luo resided, waking the still reclining Hei Luo. He inquired, "Master, is the spirit summoning scroll something you requested from Tsunade?" Hei Luo sat up, casting a sharp glare at Kanda Rokuro. "How do you speak so casually? Such a significant item cannot simply be obtained at my whim. From now on, Princess Tsunade shall be your master. Show her the respect she deserves, or be prepared to face my wrath." Kanda Rokuro smirked. "Surely, master, you must have said something to her. Otherwise, with her temperament, How could she possibly bestow this upon me? Truly, you are the one who treats me the best. Heiluo promptly delivered a punch to Kandarokiro's head, retorting, regardless of whether I spoke to her or not, she has already given you the item. Shouldn't you refer to me as your master? After all, just the day before yesterday, you were shamelessly calling someone else master with that same eager expression. Kandarokiro, scratching his head, offered an awkward smile. You have a point. After all, calling her that won't cost me anything, so I shall refer to her as master from now on. However, in my heart, she shall forever remain my second master. Heiluo, having risen and dressed, remarked, from now on, you must show a modicum of respect towards Princess Tsunade. Do not just so frivolously, after all. She's your master in a sense. For the next few days, dedicate yourself earnestly to mastering the summoning technique. Once you have completed your training, we shall return to Konoha. Kandarokiro rolled his eyes in exasperation. With no experience points to his name, how could he possibly cultivate his spirit summoning techniques? It was nothing short of a futile endeavor. He would be better off returning to Konohagakure sooner rather than later to accept new missions and accrue valuable experience. Chapter 111. You're causing trouble, wanting to return to Konoha. Kandarokiro remained silent, fully aware that Heiluo would not permit his departure. Thus, he shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, master, where is Tsunade? I wish to express my gratitude to her, after all. It is only proper to thank her in person for what I have taken. Heiluo gazed at Kandarokiro in surprise. You, at long last, have uttered something sensible. However, I am uncertain of her whereabouts. She might be in some casino. She mentioned to me yesterday that you should not seek her out. So perhaps it is best to leave it be. That is unacceptable. Kandarokiro replied with utmost seriousness. Today, I must convey my thanks to Tsunade. Otherwise, I would feel a heavy weight on my conscience. You see, I have already attempted to find her. There are not many casinos in this area. I am confident I will locate her. Heiluo shook his head. Well, do as you wish, but even if you find her, she is unlikely to pay you any mind. Kandarokiro turned to leave, muttering, let her be. I merely intend to express my gratitude and depart. As Kandarokiro walked away, Heiluo sensed something amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Just as Kandarokiro was about to reach the door, he could not help but call out, you little rascal, don't stir up trouble, or you'll face my wrath. Goodness, he is quite perceptive. He actually knows I'm planning something. Kandarokiro pondered quietly for a moment, then turned to Heiluo with evident dissatisfaction and remarked, am I really that kind of person? Master, please refrain from making such baseless accusations. It is an insult to my character. Heiluo, displaying a distinct lack of regard, retorted, what character do you possess? I increasingly sense something amiss with you. It would be wise for you to behave yourself and remain quietly at home, without concocting any more troublesome schemes. I certainly lack the energy to clean up after you. The notion of being confined? Absolutely not. Kandarokiro turned on his heel and walked away, dismissively stating, I'm too lazy to deal with you. I'm going out for breakfast. Haro increasingly sensed that Kandarokiro was up to something, and he hurried toward the doorway, exclaiming, you brat, come back here. You are not allowed to leave the inn today. Upon reaching the entrance, Haro glanced down the corridor. The figure of Kandarokiro has vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this, he could only mutter a curse under his breath, returning to his room in resignation. Given Kandarokiro's capabilities, there was no way to impede his escape. Pursuing him now would serve little purpose. All he could do was pray that Kandarokiro, that troublesome lad, would manage to minimize the situation. At the entrance of the inn, Kandarokiro rushed out in haste, intending to seek Tsunade. When Shizen unexpectedly appeared before him, blocking his path, with a displeased expression, she gazed at Kandarokiro and declared, do not presume that winning against me once grants you the assurance of perpetual victory. Kandarokiro was in a hurry to find Tsunade. Having no time to engage in idle chatter with Shizen, he spoke bluntly, the second lady has arrived. I need to locate Master Tsunade. Do you know where she is? If you take me to her, you can forego doing my laundry and cooking today. Shizen, infuriated, glared at Kandarokiro and retorted, who is your second lady? Stop spouting nonsense here. You took Master S belongings, and yesterday S incident has already been settled. Kandarokiro smirked. Do you have the audacity to ask others to clean up your mess? If I were in your position, I would lack the face to do so. Such shameless words would never escape my lips. Jingyin felt a surge of frustration, yet she found herself lacking a valid counterargument, leaving her to glare resentfully at Kandarokiro. Kandarokiro, at present, harbored no desire to engage with Shizen. He circumvented her, making his way towards a nearby casino. Leaving her with a single remark, If you wish for me to rescind that wager, then devote yourself to mastering the medical arts and defeat me next time. Until you triumph over me, you shall forever remain my second wife." Shizen, in exasperation, stamped her foot, watching Kanda Rokuro retreat into the distance. Ultimately, she could only return to the inn, seething with indignation. Now, in her quest to restore her reputation, her only recourse lay in the medical arts. She must vanquish that insufferable brat, Kanda Rokuro. Thus, she resolved to diligently study medicine, eschewing her previous leisurely ways. Chapter 112. Tsunade's Fury in Chang'an. There existed but 5 casinos. Kanda Rokuro released the mud rat, dispatching it to search the other 4 establishments. He himself hurried towards the nearest one in pursuit of Tsunade. It must be noted that the probability of encountering Tsunade at the casino he was headed to was the highest, as it was the closest to their inn. After all, gambling could be conducted anywhere, and there was no need to venture far. Upon arriving at the casino, he attempted to enter. But one of the 2 guards at the entrance blocked his way, saying, "Kid, perhaps you should wait until you've grown a bit before thinking about entering the casino." Kanda Rokuro glanced at the gatekeeper, adjusting the wooden forehead protector on his brow, and irritably remarked, "Go ahead and utter another word. Let us see if I dare to break your legs." The guard cast a disdainful glance at Kanda's protector and retorted, "This is not a place devoid of ninjas seeking to gamble. A brat like you is merely a low-ranking ninja. If I say you cannot enter, then you shall not enter. Now, be off and keep your distance." What audacity! This was utterly intolerable. Kanda Rokuro raised his fist and struck the guard down to the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Humph! Having dealt with the guard, Kanda Rokuro dusted off his fist and asked, "Now, will you let me in, or not?" The guard, racked with excruciating pain in his chest, found himself unable to utter a word, his face turning a ghastly shade of pale. Kanda Rokuro, indifferent to him, cast a glance at another guard who appeared anxious and bewildered, and stated, "I must enter to search for someone. Do you have any objections?" The guard swallowed hard, hastily shaking his head. "No objections, none at all." Humph! Kanda Rokuro let out a cold snort, intending to stride into the casino. However, he suddenly recalled that the guards would undoubtedly recognize Tsunade, prompting him to halt and inquire of the guard, "By the way, has that voluptuous woman, who tempts men everywhere, arrived today?" The guard paused for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, she has arrived, and is currently on the first floor playing the arcade machines." Indeed. She was here. Kanda Rokuro was elated, ready to enter and seek someone. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he found Tsunade standing before him. Her expression one of displeasure. "Oh dear. I hope she didn't overhear what I just said." Kanda Rokuro swallowed hard, glancing at Tsunade's clenched fists. And with a wry smile, he said, "Master, greetings to you. I have come here today to bow and apologize." Tsunade scoffed, "Are you here to express gratitude? I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are far from pure. Furthermore, could you kindly repeat what you just said in my presence?" Kanda Rokuro felt a cold sweat beat upon his forehead, for he had witnessed the chakra coursing through Tsunade's fist. Goodness, that is the strength technique. If she were to land a punch, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. It seemed that his earlier words had indeed been excessive, and now he found himself in a perilous situation. Kanda Rokuro swallowed hard once more and hastily exclaimed, "Master, please do not misunderstand my intentions. What I meant earlier was that any man who sees you would inevitably be captivated. Is that so?" Tsunade replied, clasping her hands together and stretching her limbs, casting a cold smile at Kanda Rokuro. "You little lecher, if I do not impart to you the meaning of true strength today, I fear you shall never grasp the essence of respect. Stand properly." Kanda Rokuro was undoubtedly obedient. If he were to be struck by Tsunade, he would be incapacitated for at least several months. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced behind Tsunade, perplexed, and exclaimed, "Ino, what are you doing here? Did you follow me from the inn?" Tsunade turned her head momentarily, and at that instant, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if someone had seized her. "Who?" Enraged, Tsunade swung her fist with tremendous force. Boom. The fury of her punch produced a sonic boom, causing the air to tremble. However, she struck nothing. Looking ahead, she saw Kanda Rokuro had already dashed out of the casino's entrance. Observing the bewildered faces of those around her, Tsunade could hardly deny who had just attacked her. "That little brat. I'll make you pay." Furious, Tsunade pursued him immediately. The streets erupted with commotion. Tsunade, unrestrained in her wrath, obliterated anyone daring to obstruct her path with a punch or a kick. Meanwhile, Kanda Rokuro darted chaotically through the streets, compelling Tsunade to wreak havoc in her pursuit. The chase stirred the entire commercial district into a frenzy. Back at the inn, Heiluo and Ino heard Tsunade's furious voice and rushed out to discern the commotion. They soon beheld Tsunade chasing Kanda Rokuro, creating utter chaos. Heiluo, witnessing this, sighed in exasperation, knowing that Kanda Rokuro was up to no good. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this degree. It was truly alarming, given Tsunade's current state. He dared not intervene. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to follow, lest Kanda Rokuro fall victim to Tsunade's wrath. Heiluo followed closely behind, with Ino eagerly trailing as well, hoping to witness Kanda Rokuro receive his due punishment. Chapter 113. Already on the run, Tsunade chased Kanda Rokuro out of the commercial district and onto the rooftops of the residential area. After a brief pursuit, Kanda Rokuro suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, prompting Tsunade to halt, gritting her teeth. Shadow clone? That little brat's shadow clone managed to evade my sight. Heiluo and Ino caught up to Tsunade. Their expressions varied. Ino appeared disappointed, while Heiluo breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Tsunade turned to Heiluo, snorting, "Where's that little brat? Find him for me." Heiluo grimaced, "Princess, if he intends to flee, I want to be able to catch him." Tsunade frowned. "With your taijutsu, you can't keep up? Are you trying to protect him?" Heiluo quickly waved his hands. "It's not that. It's just that the little rascal can fly. How can I pursue him if he escapes into the sky? I can't fly." "Fly?" Tsunade furrowed her brow. "That brat possesses an impressive array of ninjutsu." Heiluo chuckled helplessly. That technique was gifted to him by the head of the Hyuga clan after he saved their heiress. It's likely as spoils of war from the Hyuga clan's past. The Hyuga clan, being a venerable lineage, would naturally possess valuable treasures. Tsunade nodded, surveying her surroundings. Where could that little rascal have run off to? Heiluo fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning pale. "Not good." Tsunade shot him a puzzled glance, scoffing. "What do you mean not good? That little brat isn't dead." Heiluo's tone grew frantic. "That little rascal has already obtained what he wanted from you. There is no reason for him to linger here. He may have already fled." Tsunade froze, her expression growing grave. "You mean that brat intends to seek out the Uchiha clan?" Heiluo nodded, urgency in his voice. "Princess, please assist in locating that brat. I must return to Konoha. We cannot allow him to escalate this situation." With that, Heiluo leaped several meters, racing towards the outskirts of the town. Tsunade watched him depart, furrowing her brow as she addressed Ino. "Search the town for any sign of that little rascal. I have matters to attend to. We shall regroup at the inn by noon." Ino pouted. "That little brat is so annoying. Why should I care? Didn't he just infuriate you, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade shot Ino a glance. "Though he is bothersome, our duties remain. I must contact the villagers in Konoha to send word. Hurry and search the streets. The chances of finding him may be slim." With that, Tsunade sprinted towards the village outskirts. After pursuing Kanda Rokuro for a while, she gradually calmed down. Although she still found Kanda Rokuro to be an irksome little lecher, she no longer wished for his demise. The boy was indeed a prodigious ninja, and his survival would benefit Konoha. As for the earlier incident, she chose to disregard it. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child, and this matter would not carry significant weight if disclosed. While Tsunade, Ino, and Heiluo busied themselves, Kanda Rokuro, seated on his mudbird, had flown far away. Feeling fortunate to have evaded Tsunade's grasp, the task at hand rewarded him with a staggering 6,000 experience points, indicating its perilous nature. In the eyes of the system, this mission surpassed even the eradication of a band of mountain thieves. It was terrifying. Had he not fled, his life would surely have been in jeopardy. After a moment of reflection, Kanda Rokuro settled his thoughts. Had it not been for the casino incident, he had planned to utilize a shadow clone to ambush Tsunade and complete his task. He had already contemplated the consequences, deciding to run first and foremost. His objectives had been achieved, and he intended to depart. The next time he encountered Tsunade, he would no longer fear her. He was confident that by then, his strength would have reached a level capable of standing against her. Casting one last glance at the now distant Chang'an town, Kanda Rokuro's expression grew serene as he began to contemplate the matters regarding the Uchiha clan and that quartet. Since they dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eradicate them and seize their Sharingan. With TZ and others present, exterminating the Uchiha clan would not be an easy feat. Seizing this opportunity to obtain 4 pairs of Sharingan would ensure his safety. Assassinating them and claiming their bloodline eyes was his ultimate goal upon returning. Chapter 114. No sign of the target he had flown the entire day. By 7 in the evening, Kanda Rokuro descended. Saratobi Asuma merely stated that members of the Uchiha clan were gathering herbs on a mountain 20 kilometers from Konoha village, yet the precise location remained unknown to Kanda Rokuro. All he could do was dispatch a multitude of mud rats to scour the area. He himself, of course, could not reveal his presence. Otherwise, if Saratobi Hisashi inquired later, he would struggle to fabricate an excuse, claiming ignorance of all matters. However, if the Uchiha clan intended to lay an ambush for him, they would not stray far from the path. It was certain they would be concealed within the mountains flanking the road, specifically in locations conducive to an ambush. In fact, there were merely 2 such places along the route back to Konoha village. Armed with these clues, the search area was significantly narrowed. The mud rats he dispatched spent 2 hours thoroughly investigating the potential ambush sites. Yet, to his dismay, the mud rats uncovered no traces whatsoever. In those 2 suitable locations for ambush, there was no one lying in wait. Such a conclusion. Kanda Rokuro was certainly dissatisfied. He harbored a strong desire for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Given the opportunity to acquire it, he was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. Thus, he dispatched his mud rats once more, expanding their search radius with the intention of locating the 4 individuals. In the early hours of dawn, while Kanda Rokuro was resting, he suddenly opened his eyes. One of the mud rats he had sent out was found slain, positioned 2 kilometers ahead on the main road back to Konoha village. This struck him as peculiar. If the Uchiha clan was responsible for the death of the mud rat, why would they choose to do so on the main thoroughfare leading back to Konoha? This seemed illogical. Although the road was devoid of traffic at night, it was bustling with activity during the day, making it an unsuitable place for an ambush. The Uchiha clan would only dare to brazenly eliminate him if they were contemplating rebellion. Yet, at present, it was evident that they were not in revolt. Otherwise, they would have sought no pretext and would have simply taken his life. Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to investigate further. The mud rat's death undoubtedly held significance. The likelihood of a wild beast mistakenly killing a mud rat was lower than winning a lottery. It was clear that someone had deliberately taken action against his mud rat, and he was determined to discover who it was. He set forth towards the site of the mud rat's demise. Kanda Rokuro stealthily approached. A mere 2 kilometers. For him, it would be a swift journey. He did not reveal himself directly. Instead, he concealed his presence nearby, observing intently. Before long, he laid eyes upon the lifeless mud rat, impaled by a kunai at the edge of the roadway. Indeed, it had met a violent end. But who could be responsible? Kanda Rokuro prepared to release the mud mouse to conduct a nearby search. Just as he formed the seals, he witnessed the lifeless little mud mouse begin to twist and contort, gradually rising in height until it materialized into a mud figure. Ultimately, the mud figure transformed into a ninja adorned with the mask of the Konoha Ambu. The figure stood in the path, gazing intently in the direction where he was concealed. Had he already been discovered? Kanda Rokuro furrowed his brows and decisively emerged from his concealed spot to stand by the roadside, gazing intently at the Ambu ninja. Impressive illusion skills. Are you the one the old man sent to find me? He inquired. The Ambu ninja regarded Kanda Rokuro with a composed demeanor and replied, "What brings you to such a place? Why do you not return to the village?" Kanda Rokuro narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "Since you are here, is this not a question already known? If someone seeks to take my life, I shall naturally seize the opportunity to eliminate them." The shadowy ninja fell into silence for a moment before speaking. "They are all ninjas of Konoha. Is there truly such deep-seated animosity?" Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes, remarking, "If I were to slay you, would you merely stand here, unresisting, awaiting your demise? If you permit me to pierce you with a single stroke, I shall forego my vengeance." The shadowy ninja remained silent for an extended period before finally speaking. "The members of the Uchiha clan have already been taken back. The Hokage has instructed me to await your presence here. Let us proceed to meet the Hokage." Damn it. That swift Saratobi Hiruzen, his actions are truly rapid. My Sharingan. Who knows how long it will be before I can acquire it again. Kanda Rokuro felt somewhat dejected and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I understand. There's no need for you to guide me. I can return on my own." The dark-clad ninja remained motionless, gazing at Kanda Rokuro as he remarked, "Before you head back to Konoha, the Hokage has instructed me to teach you a lesson, so you may come to understand your own limitations." Kanda Rokuro cast a wary glance at the shadowy ninja. Chapter 115. So it was the god of Itachi. Kanda Rokuro approached his tasks with utmost caution. The individual before him, although adorned with a Konoha Ambu mask, could not be definitively identified as a member of the Ambu. The fact that this person now sought to discipline him only deepened his suspicions. What if they were merely masquerading as a member of the Uchiha clan? feigning a desire to teach him a lesson in order to lower his guard and seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Humph. If you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. A fight without restraint. Kandarokuro fixed his gaze upon the Umbu ninja, letting out a cold scoff. The Umbu ninja remained composed, addressing Kandarokuro with calm demeanor. Then, allow you to make the first move. Kandarokuro exhibited no hesitation. He raised his hand and hurled a kunai towards the shadowy ninja. He watched as the kunai pierced the body of the dark operative, only to have it vanish as if consumed by a black hole, leaving no trace behind. Was it an illusion? This posed a significant dilemma. Now, he was left in uncertainty regarding the location of his adversary's true form. Kandarokuro gazed at the Umbu ninja. His brow slightly furrowed in concern. At this moment, he found himself least adept at countering illusions. If it were ninjutsu or taijutsu, he would harbor no fear whatsoever. Yet, it was precisely illusions that his adversary employed. This led him to suspect that the opponent belonged to the Uchiha clan, renowned for their formidable genjutsu. However, it seemed that few from the Uchiha clan could wield illusions to such an extent. The Umbu ninja before him appeared to be an elite from that illustrious lineage. You've made your move, now it is my turn. As Kandarokuro contemplated the enemy's capabilities, the Umbu ninja spoke. Immediately, an abundance of vines erupted from beneath his feet, seeking to ensnare him. Once again, it was an illusion. His body seemed paralyzed, unable to move. Kandarokuro's expression shifted as the chakra of the burst body technique surged within him. The means to dispel an illusion lies in the activation of one's own chakra, thus liberating oneself from its grasp. When the burst body technique is employed, the chakra throughout his body erupts incessantly, making it exceedingly difficult to suppress. Consequently, it serves as an effective method for dispelling illusions. As a result, precisely as Kandarokuro had anticipated, the invocation of the burst body technique restored his mobility. The creeping vines that had recently emerged from the ground vanished without a trace. The illusion was dispelled. Kandarokuro let out a sigh of relief as the brutal body flow ninjutsu lingered within him. He then scrutinized the Umbu ninja and coldly scoffed. Do you possess any other tactics? The Umbu ninja cast a glance at Kandarokuro, sighing. Indeed, the brutal body flow ninjutsu is truly the nemesis of illusion techniques. It appears you have mastered Lord Kuro's skills. Kandarokuro snorted coldly. Your chatter is excessive. Since you possess no other capabilities, it is now my turn. Prepare to meet your demise. The dark-clad ninja regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Then come. You seek death. Kandarokuro leaped before the Umbu ninja and struck a powerful blow to the ninja's chest. However, his fist merely scattered the Umbu ninja, who vanished into thin air like a wisp of smoke. Yet another illusion. Kandarokuro, filled with ire, struck the ground with a fierce punch, exclaiming, "Let us see where you can hide." A thunderous explosion erupted, causing the earth to fissure beneath him, the crack extending into the adjacent thicket. Immediately thereafter, Kandarokuro was engulfed in a tempest of chaos. The entire thoroughfare lay in ruins, fragmented beyond recognition, devoid of any semblance of integrity. Yet, despite his extensive bombardment, he still failed to uncover his adversary's whereabouts, which only fueled his ire further. Standing amidst the debris, he bellowed into the void, "You wretched creature! Were you not intent on teaching me a lesson? Show yourself!" Kandarokuro bellowed in fury. One by one, crows descended from the sky, gathering before him. As the number of crows increased, they eventually coalesced into the silhouette of a dark ninja. Such a scene. If Kandarokuro still does not know who the other party is, then it is truly a shame that he has watched Naruto several times. Given the circumstances, it is undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. Aside from his penchant for utilizing crow illusions, no one else seems to favor them. Damn it. That old man Saratobi Hiruzen actually sent Uchiha Itachi to teach him a lesson. What an infuriating situation. However, the threat to his life has dissipated. Uchiha Itachi is unlikely to kill him. Chapter 116. A conversation with Itachi. Just now, that was indeed Tsunade's tremendous strength, right? Are you now a disciple of Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Itachi, having regained his composure, looked at Kandarokuro and inquired. Kandarokuro regarded Uchiha Itachi with a disdainful snort. What, are you afraid? Uchiha Itachi, after a moment of silence, responded, "You are indeed formidable, a rare genius. However, do not presume that your brilliance grants you the liberty to act heedlessly. There are many in this world who surpass you. I hope you will refrain from such reckless behavior." Despite Itachi's formidable reputation, Kanda refused to concede. He scrutinized Uchiha Itachi and retorted, "It seems you are Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, a remarkable individual. Have you come to avenge your Uchiha clan? With his identity unveiled, Uchiha Itachi removed his mask and, locking eyes with Kanda Rokuro, replied, I have no such interest. They are them, and I am I. Kanda Rokuro smirked. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? You are all of the same clan, and as an outsider, it is only natural for you to conspire against me. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. You are overthinking the matter. The members of the Uchiha clan are not as malevolent as you imagine. If you refrain from provoking them, they will not trouble you. Kanda Rokuro inwardly scoffed at the naive Uchiha Itachi. Clearly, he was still quite young, having lived a full life and worked in sales. Kanda possessed a profound understanding of human nature. However, there were certain truths he could share with Uchiha Itachi that would remain beyond his grasp. Thus, he chose to remain silent, letting out a dismissive grunt. Enough. I have no desire to waste words with you. Are you going to continue fighting? Or shall I return to Konoha for some rest? Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. Kanda Rokuro's strength is truly remarkable. To defeat him, one would have to compel him to employ the newly acquired abilities. However, doing so would inevitably reveal his powers to his clan, leading him to face a dilemma akin to that of Shursui, being pressured by his kin to choose between Konoha and his family. Now is not the moment to unveil such abilities. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Itachi turned to Kanda Rokuro and said, Now that you have become Lord Tsunade's disciple, the Uchiha clan shall refrain from troubling you. I trust that you will likewise avoid provoking them. Kanda Rokuro scoffed. It was the mission that compelled him to meddle with the Uchiha clan. He had no desire to do so. The next time a mission arose, he would have to comply, thus he could never acquiesce to Itachi Uchiha's request. Observing this, Itachi sighed. It seems that reasoning is futile. I hope that in your future pranks, you will exercise restraint. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble down the line. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi and coldly snorted. Do you really think I fear you? Uchiha Itachi was rendered speechless, given Kanda Rokuro's formidable strength. There were hardly any within the Uchiha clan capable of contending with him. Moreover, those who possessed the ability to challenge Kanda Rokuro would not be permitted to roam freely by the Hokage. Itachi Yondo employed Tsukuyami to teach this young brat a lesson, hoping to instill a sense of caution in him to refrain from provoking the Uchiha clan in the future. Alas, he could not use Tsukuyami at will just yet. Shaking his head, Uchiha Itachi turned to head back to Konoha, stating, Then do as you please. I must return to report to Lord Hokage. You may pursue your own whims. He watched as Uchiha Itachi departed. Kanda Rokuro let out a sigh of relief. He harbored a certain trepidation towards Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. He was uncertain whether he could withstand such formidable genjutsu and that enigmatic fire. Fortunately, it appeared that Uchiha Itachi was reluctant to employ those abilities. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. Watching Uchiha Itachi vanish, Kanda Rokuro shook his head. The Sharingan was beyond his grasp. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had received word in advance, prompting Uchiha Itachi to extricate himself. The existence of long-distance communication ninjutsu within the ninja world was undeniable. Given the current situation, it was evident that Tsunade and Kuroha had transmitted information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a hassle! It appears that in the future, if he wishes to act independently, he must consider such complications. Otherwise, as demonstrated today, he could arrive only to find his quarry had fled, rendering his efforts somewhat futile. After pondering for a while, Kanda Rokuro made his way towards the Hidden Leaf Village, intending to rest well for the night. Tomorrow, he would seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen to accept a new mission and gain experience. This time, he aimed to undertake tasks of B rank or higher. He had lost interest in C rank missions. Of course, if a simple C rank task were to arise, he would not hesitate to accept it, utilizing his shadow clones for assistance. However, it was unfortunate that C rank missions were generally quite troublesome, often either time-consuming or perilous. Chapter 117, Itachi suggested that he leave the village. In the stillness of the night, the Hidden Leaf Village remained as tranquil as ever. Kanda Rokuro approached the entrance, where two sentinels stood guard. They did not hinder his passage. Instead, they greeted him with smiles. It seemed they were already aware of his return. Kanda Rokuro was not in the mood to converse with the two chunin. He made his way back to his residence in the village, situated near the school within a bustling commercial street. This piece of land was rightfully his, as he had decided to secure a place to dwell. During the construction of the house, he had instructed the workers to first complete his room and relocate various items from the underground base here. Subsequently, he occasionally stayed here, wishing to reside permanently. However, due to the availability of A-rank and lower ninja scrolls and training resources at the root, he often found himself residing there instead of returning to his home on the surface. As he lay in bed, he pondered how to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen the next day, eventually sighing himself to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Itachi reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding Kandarokuro. After listening, Hiruzen, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, "Fortunately, Tsunade transmitted the information in advance. That arrogant brat is becoming too bold. It seems we must temper his temperament." Uchiha Itachi calmly replied, "Hokage-sama, Kandarokuro has already become Lady Tsunade's disciple. I believe our clan will refrain from acting against him lightly." Hiruzen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that is indeed true. But we must remain vigilant. In times like these, it is essential that we set aside our prejudices and communicate effectively. Please inform your father that we will discuss this matter in 3 days. Itachi responded, "I will notify him. I believe my father also wishes to speak with you, Hokage-sama." "Very well," Hiruzen sighed. "You must be tired, so go rest for now." However, Itachi hesitated and did not leave. Observing this, Hiruzen inquired curiously, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Itachi gazed at Hiruzen and contemplated before saying, "Hokage-sama, could you consider assigning Kandarokuro away for a time? I suspect he will not relent easily, and I wish for him to be absent until you have spoken with my father, to prevent any potential incidents that might affect our affairs." Hiruzen was taken aback, questioning, "Are you certain that this boy is likely to cause trouble?" Itachi shook his head. "Not entirely certain, but judging by his attitude, there is a considerable likelihood, around 70 to 80%, that he may engage in actions detrimental to us." Hiruzen was at a loss for words, muttering, "That insufferable brat. I will have a serious discussion with him tomorrow, and if reason fails, perhaps it would be prudent to send him away for a while." Itachi quickly bowed. "Hokage-sama, I apologize for my presumption." Hiruzen placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. "You are a good boy. There is no need for apologies. His temporary absence might indeed benefit us all." Itachi nodded respectfully, "Hokage-sama, I shall return to speak with my father." "Go ahead," Hiruzen said, watching Itachi depart before letting out a deep sigh. "Kakashi, do you think my actions are justified or misguided?" Kakashi's figure materialized, calmly responding, "For the sake of Konoha, this course of action is indeed correct. Having him monitor the Uchiha clan will allow for immediate responses in times of danger." Hiruzen shook his head. "Let us not dwell on Itachi's matters. Regarding the boy he mentioned, do you think it wise to allow him to leave the village?" Kakashi pondered. Given his strength, even Itachi finds him challenging to subdue. So venturing out alone poses no significant risk. Moreover, he is now a disciple of Lady Tsunade, ensuring his loyalty. Allowing him to undertake missions could serve as valuable experience. Hiruzen's face twitched slightly. "I worry not for his safety, but rather for Konoha's reputation. If he acts recklessly while away, all repercussions will fall upon us." Kakashi's expression also shifted, clearing his throat. "Well, Hokage-sama, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. For the stability of Konoha, it may be more suitable for him to venture outside." Hiruzen, feeling somewhat exasperated, silently reflected before expressing, "You make a fair point. Tomorrow morning, have him come to me so I can properly admonish him." "Understood," Kakashi affirmed, and Hiruzen waved him off to rest. Kakashi nodded and exited the office, while Hiruzen continued reviewing documents before finally massaging his temples and retiring for the night. Chapter 118. A mission arises. Morning dawned. As Kamida Rokuro lay in a deep slumber, the sound of knocking roused him from his dreams. After taking 7 or 8 minutes to rise, don his attire, and freshen up, he finally made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Kakashi, his silver hair resembling a disheveled nest. Without needing further clarification, it was evident who stood before him. He couldn't help but smirk and remarked, "So, the old man is eager to see this genius of mine." Kakashi gazed at Kamida Rokuro and urged, "Hurry up, Lord Hokage is quite displeased with you. If you continue to waste time, I fear you shall find yourself toiling on missions until your last breath." Upon hearing this, Kamida Rokuro couldn't help but burst into laughter. He relished the idea of undertaking missions to the point of exhaustion. It was the absence of tasks that truly dampened his spirits. Tasks. They were nothing short of invaluable experience. Kamida Rokuro inquired with a hint of excitement, "Is everything you said truly genuine?" Kakashi, somewhat at a loss for words, regarded Kamida Rokuro with a peculiar expression. "Why are you so cheerful, you little rascal? You truly are an odd child. Others tend to shy away from such tasks." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro immediately remarked, those individuals will undoubtedly shy away from the task, as they possess no genuine desire to contribute to Konoha. Only someone like me, a model citizen, is truly earnest in my efforts to benefit Konoha. Thus, I am willing to undertake the mission. Kakashi's expression grew somewhat rigid. Kanda Rokuro stated that he does not trust a single word. However, Kanda Rokuro is indeed willing to undertake tasks, contributing to the village of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let us hasten our steps. The Hokage is still awaiting your presence." Kanda Rokuro's expression turned serious as he took a seat at the entrance, declaring, "In order to persuade the old man to assign me more tasks, enabling me to contribute more to Konoha, I've decided to keep him waiting a little longer." Kakashi was left speechless. Encountering this eccentric young boy, he truly found himself at a loss for words. His earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate Kanda Rokuro, while simultaneously hinting that Sarutobi Hiruzen should assign him more responsibilities. His aim was to prepare Kanda for the possibility of receiving a multitude of tasks upon their arrival at the Hokage's office, ensuring the boy was mentally ready for an extended stay outside Konoha. However, it now appeared that such preparations were entirely unnecessary. The mischievous Kanda Rokuro seems to relish the prospect of an abundance of tasks. Now, he finds himself in a rather awkward predicament, utterly at a loss as to how to persuade the obstinate Kanda Rokuro. After a moment of silence, Kakashi, in exasperation, declared, "Very well, let me be frank with you. The esteemed Hokage has prepared an array of tasks for you as a form of punitive measure for your recent indiscretions. If you are eager to undertake assignments, you should hasten to the Hokage to receive them. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Kanda Rokuro exclaimed, rising abruptly and casting Kakashi a significant eye roll. "Had I known there were tasks, I would have dashed to the old man's office already. Why are we still standing here? Do not squander my time. I am determined to earn merit for Konoha." Kanda Rokuro swiftly vanished from sight after a few leaps. Kakashi couldn't help but murmur a few words of sarcasm before hastily following suit. Little did he expect that there were individuals willing to undertake such perilous missions. Typically, ninjas like them only accepted assignments out of financial necessity or awaited tasks assigned by the Hokage. It was nearly inconceivable for them to pursue missions on their own accord when they had ample resources. Kanda Rokuro could be described as an unconventional oddity. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived in the morning, having smoked half a pack of cigarettes. Suddenly, Kanda Rokuro leaped through the window and exclaimed eagerly, "Old man, where is my mission?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had long anticipated such a scenario. Kanda Rokuro finds even the most mundane D-level tasks to be quite enjoyable. If he were to receive more advanced assignments, he would undoubtedly embrace them with enthusiasm, perhaps even with great delight. It is evident now that this is indeed the case. Kanda Rokuro, that young lad, appears to possess an unusual enthusiasm for undertaking tasks. Even he himself cannot fathom why such occurrences transpire. Sarutobi Sasuke pondered for a moment, then set aside his pipe, casting a cold glance at the exuberant Kanda Rokuro. "You little rascal, you've caused such a tremendous mess. And not even a single word of apology escapes your lips." Kanda Rokuro regained his composure and shrugged, saying, "I have come here to complete a mission and atone for my sins. Please hand me the mission list quickly. I wish to redeem myself for the village of Konoha." Sarutobi Izashi raised his pipe and struck Kanda Rokuro sharply on the head, admonishing, "You are talking nonsense. I shall not assign you a single task. You will be confined at the root." Kanda Rokuro immediately adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Old man, just state your intentions directly. I assure you, I will refrain from any nonsensical chatter. This should satisfy you, correct?" Sarutobi Izashi nodded, taking a puff from his pipe. Chapter 119, Crimson Sunset, Yuzuki Uyuki. Kanda Rokuro fell silent. Sarutobi Izashi took a puff of smoke and gazed at Kanda Rokuro, saying, "Yesterday, Uchiha Itachi suggested that I send you away from Konohagakure on a mission, preferably not to return for a year. I find this idea rather appealing. What are your thoughts on it?" Kanda Rokuro felt an overwhelming joy within. He truly relished this moment. "Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed a remarkable person. After your passing, I shall surely honor you with offerings every year." Excitement coursed through him. However, he must not let Sarutobi Hiruzen find out. Kanda Rokuro feigned an expression of rage and exclaimed, "Indeed, the Uchiha clan is not comprised of virtuous individuals. They refuse to allow me return to Konohagakure. I shall challenge Uchiha Itachi to a duel." Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped Kanda Rokuro's head with his pipe and admonished, "Quiet down, you impudent child. Kanda Rokuro glared angrily at Saratobi Hiruzen, exclaiming, "How can you find such a disrespectful request acceptable? Have you no conscience? I have risked my life for Konoha, and now I cannot even return home. Is this truly the conduct of a human being?" Saratobi Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Kanda Rokuro, replying, "Did you not express a keen enthusiasm for undertaking missions? Why, then, are you displeased now? Do you no longer wish to embark on tasks?" Kanda Rokuro's expression shifted, and he coldly snorted, "Of course, the mission must be completed. However, after I finish, I deserve a moment of respite. I wish to return and check on my future wives. If they were to be deceived by other men, what would you have me do?" Saratobi Hizuchi, at a loss for words, took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "You little rascal, how can you be so lecherous? I wonder from whom you learned such ways. At your tender age, shouldn't you be contemplating the thoughts of a normal child?" Kanda Rokuro eyed Saratobi Hiruzen with disdain and sneered, "Old man, don't think I'm unaware of your daily peeping at beautiful women bathing. You're utterly shameless at your age, yet still indulge in such voyeurism. What's wrong with me wanting a few girlfriends?" Saratobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened, and he glared at Kanda Rokuro. "You insolent brat, growing more detestable by the day. Now I'm even more convinced that banishing you is the right decision. Starting tomorrow, you're to leave on missions, and you are not to return without my explicit orders." Kanda Rokuro's expression darkened as he cast a discontented glance at Saratobi Hiruzen. "Are you even human, old man? You won't even allow me to return to Konoha. Is this place still considered my home?" Saratobi Hiruzen paid him no heed, taking a drag from his cigarette before calmly uttering, "You two, step forward." Two ninjas leaped through the window and entered the Hokage's office. Upon catching sight of the two individuals, Kanda Rokuro's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. One was a captivating beauty, whom he recognized with familiarity, the illusionary ninja and future mentor of the 12 young ninjas, Yuhi Kurenai. The other, however, seemed vaguely familiar. She was none other than the girlfriend of Tsukuyami Kamikaze, Yuzuki Yugao, who had met an unfortunate fate early on. As the two women entered the office, they bowed respectfully to Saratobi Hiruzen before turning their gazes toward Kanda Rokuro, who found himself the focus of attention from these two enchanting figures. Kanda Rokuro, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and greeted, "Hello, sisters." The two women remained silent. Saratobi Izuchi cast a knowing glance at Kanda Rokuro and remarked, "These two will accompany you on your mission, thus it should pose no issue for you to return home." Kanda Rokuro's expression suddenly turned serious as he earnestly remarked, "What do you mean by that, old man? For the future of the Hidden Leaf Village, returning home is of no consequence. Even if it means I won't return for a decade, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the service of Konoha." "You little rascal. Indeed, you are quite the lecher. With the presence of a beautiful woman, you've seemingly forgotten your future wife." Saratobi Hiruzen silently scoffed before clearing his throat and stating, "Then it shall be arranged as such. From now on, you may select your tasks from the B and C ranks, while any a rank or above should be communicated through them. Only upon my approval will you be permitted to undertake tasks of a rank or higher." Kanda Rokuro expressed his dissatisfaction, fixing his gaze upon Saratobi Hiruzen. "Even Uchiha Itachi is no match for me. What significance does a mere A-rank mission hold? Are you looking down on me, old man?" Saratobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied, "I have faith in your abilities, but regrettably, I lack confidence in your judgment. A-rank missions pertain to matters of great importance. If you act recklessly, you might inadvertently draw the battle to our very Leaf Village." Kanda Rokuro, at a loss for words, could not help but express his dissatisfaction. "Am I really that kind of person?" "Indeed you are," Saratobi Sasuke replied bluntly. "What I have said is merely the tip of the iceberg." Chapter 120, They want to compete with you. "You old fool. How could you not believe me?" Kanda Rokuro muttered to himself and glanced at the two beautiful women beside him, feeling his spirits lift instantly. Saratobi Izuchi observed the way Kanda Rokuro gazed at the two ladies and coughed lightly to remind him, "You rascal, they are special jonin. And they are quite reluctant to accompany you on this mission. You must first defeat them, otherwise, they may refuse to join you." No wonder the two women looked at me with such unkind expressions. It turns out they harbor feelings of discontent. Kanda Rokuro hastily addressed the two women. "What are your names, sisters? From now on, we shall be companions. Let us share a meal and converse. Fighting is rather unseemly." In response, Yuzuki Yuka regarded Kanda Rokuro with a disdainful snort. "You insolent child, we ninjas value strength above all. Your words hold no weight without power. If you wish for us to accompany you, you must first defeat us." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro let out a resigned sigh, remarking, "With two such beautiful sisters, It would pain me greatly if I were to injure you. Perhaps it is best to avoid a conflict altogether. Instantly, the expressions of Yuzuki Yuin and Yuzuki Kurenai soured. You little brat, they exclaimed, indignant at his audacity to suggest he could harm them. Did he truly believe they were particularly easy to provoke? As if they were mere clay figures? After a moment of silence, Yuzuki Yuin huffed coldly. Kandarokaru, how about you defeat us first before boasting? Cease this verbal sparring. Should you succeed, you may command us as you wish. If you were to lose, then you must heed my every command on this outing. Command us as you please. Indeed, Kandarokuro's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he tentatively inquired, would it be permissible for you to embrace me while we sleep at night? You little rascal. How utterly shameless. Yuyueshiin couldn't help but silently scold him. While outwardly glaring at Kandarokuro, she retorted, of course, that is out of the question. What I meant was regarding our mission. I am here to heed your commands. Kandarokuro expressed his disappointment, shaking his head with a sigh. This is pointless. Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. If you do not wish to accompany me on this mission, then do not. In her heart, Yuzuki Yugao scoffed. Were it not for the Hokage's directive, who would willingly follow a mere child on a task? However, they had no choice but to obey the Hokage's orders. Her gaze turned toward the Hokage, eager to see how he would decide. Feeling the weight of their stares, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and reprimanded Kandarokuro. You impudent youth, do you not wish to witness the Flying Thunder God technique? If you defeat them, I shall grant you a glimpse. Indeed, having become Tsunade's disciple, gaining access to such knowledge had become considerably easier. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have never consented to show him anything. Kandarokuro cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizashi and curled his lip, declaring, in that case, I shall not hold back any courtesy towards you, old man. With that, he concluded, Kandarokuro suggested to Yuzuki Yugao and Yuzuki Kurenai, how about we convene at Training Ground 7? It would be an ideal location for you to fully showcase your ninjutsu abilities. Yuzuki Yugao promptly agreed. Sounds perfect, let us meet there. Kandarokuro clasped his hands in a series of intricate gestures, causing the earth beneath him to stir and coalesce into a clay bird that soared through the open window. Having summoned the earthen creature, he approached the window and leapt onto the back of the flying bird, spiraling gracefully in the air as he addressed the two women below. I shall take my leave now. Do ensure you join me swiftly, lest you delay my journey. Both Yuzuki Yuin and Yuhi Akane wore expressions tinged with concern. Kandarokuro possesses the ability to fly. If he does not descend to the ground, how can they engage him? Sarutobi Sasuke observed the two silent women and discerned their thoughts. He cleared his throat and reassured them, rest assured. That little rascal will not defeat you through such means. To ensure you heed her, he will confront you in direct combat. Utsuki Yuka and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, then, after bowing respectfully to Sarutobi Sasuke, leapt through the window, hastening towards the location of Training Ground Number 7 with utmost speed. At Training Ground Number 7, the open space awaited them. Upon arriving at the designated location, Kandarokuro descended and found a vacant space to stand. As anticipated by Sarutobi Hizashi, in order to subdue the two women and ensure their compliance, he understood that he must confront them directly and emerge victorious. This way, they would be compelled to acknowledge his authority. After a 20-minute wait, Yuzuki Yuyaz and Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly approached, breathless from their exertions. The distance from the Hokage building to this spot was a daunting 7 kilometers, and it was inconceivable that they would not feel fatigued after such a sprint. Chapter 121. Battle with Yuzuki Yuyaz. The two women paused for a moment to catch their breath. Yuzuki Yuyaz then unsheathed her blade, fixing her gaze on Kandarokuro as she declared, let us commence. With that, Yuhi Kurenai stepped aside. Kandarokuro glanced at the two women, astonished, and exclaimed, what? Are you two not teaming up? Yuzuki Yuin, increasingly irked, retorted, what? Do you believe you can defeat both of us working in unison? Kandarokuro cast a glance at Yuhong, nodding in affirmation. Yes, that is precisely my intention. The irate Amatsuki Yuyun, seething with anger, lunged at Kandarokuro with her blade. Ha ha. Kandarokuro smiled as he deftly intercepted a strike from Yuzuki Yuin with his kunai, using his immense strength to push her back several steps. Steadying herself, Yuzuki Yuin adopted a serious demeanor. In terms of raw power, it appeared she was outmatched by the young rascal. Thus, she resolved to engage in a battle of ninjutsu. Yuzuki Yuin had mastered the Leaf Village's swordsmanship technique. As she initiated her jutsu, her sword began to radiate a shimmering light, a manifestation of her chakra pulsating with energy. "You little brat, here I come," Yuzuki Yuin declared, charging once more at Kanda Rokuro. This time, both her speed and strength were markedly enhanced. However, Kanda Rokuro's speed and strength are unparalleled, surpassing all expectations. Every strike from Yuzuki was effortlessly countered as he remained steadfast, unyielding. Despite her fervent onslaught, Yuzuki felt a surge of frustration, yet simultaneously recognized Kanda Rokuro's undeniable superiority. Relying solely on her swordsmanship, she realized that defeating Kanda Rokuro would be an insurmountable challenge. It was common knowledge that Kanda Rokuro was a disciple of Kurolo, wielding the full might of the violent body flow ninjutsu, a power he had yet to fully unleash, implying he still possessed considerable reserves of strength. Thus, her gaze shifted toward Akatsuki Hinata. Alone, she knew she could not triumph over Kanda Rokuro. Only with Hinata's assistance could there be a glimmer of hope. However, having boldly declared her intent to face Kanda Rokuro in a one-on-one duel, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of seeking Hinata's help. Observing the unfolding situation, Hinata recognized the disparity in their strengths. Yuzuki was no match for Kanda Rokuro, akin to a low-ranking ninja attempting to best a high-ranking one. Upon meeting Yuzuki's imploring gaze, Hinata sighed in resignation, her hands beginning to weave the signs for her jutsu. As an illusionist ninja, she preferred not to engage in close combat. Her illusions, when combined with Yuzuki's strikes, would suffice. The moment Yuzuki saw Hinata initiate her illusion techniques, a sense of relief washed over her. Disregarding distractions, she unleashed a relentless barrage upon the stoic young man, intent on creating an opening for Hinata to execute her powerful illusions. Together, their combined might surged, rendering them a formidable force. Before Kanda Rokuro's eyes, Yuzuki seemingly multiplied, leaving him unable to discern the genuine from the illusion. With no choice but to defend against both, he found himself flustered, revealing more vulnerabilities. Yuzuki, unaware of the cause behind Kanda Rokuro's erratic defenses, surmised that Hinata's illusions were at play, prompting her to intensify her assault. At last, she seized the opportunity. Spotting a chink in Kanda Rokuro's armor, she struck with the back of her blade against his chest. The impact resonated, bang. Kanda Rokuro dissolved into smoke. The once jubilant Yuzuki's expression suddenly stiffened. After a prolonged struggle, she realized that her opponent was merely a shadow clone. The fact that she couldn't even overcome Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone left her visibly distressed. Looking around in fury, she shouted, "You little brat, come out here." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the ground as she performed the earth release, heart decapitation technique. Before she could react, a pair of chakra-laden hands firmly grasped her feet, dragging her underground. Though she attempted to fight back, the strength of those hands was overwhelming, rendering her incapable of escape. She could only watch helplessly as she was pulled beneath the surface, with only her head remaining above ground. As the ninjutsu concluded, silence enveloped the scene. Yuzuki, her face flushed with anger and frustration, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You insufferable brat! How long do you plan to hold me? Let me go immediately, or I swear I will kill you today." Kanda Rokuro held on to Yuzuki's body tightly, smirking, "Surrender, and I shall release you." Yuzuki was filled with rage, desperately attempting to break free, yet her efforts proved futile. The power of Kanda Rokuro is overwhelming. She finds herself ensnared in the earth, utterly immobilized. Chapter 122, Dining to Foster Bonds. I concede. Yuzuki, unable to escape, can only grit her teeth and accept defeat. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro released Yuzuki and led her back to the ground. Kanda Rokuro was just about to speak when Yuzuki suddenly raised her leg and delivered a swift kick to Kanda Rokuro's leg. Bang! Kanda Rokuro's form dissipated once more into smoke. The expression on Yuzuki's face grew increasingly grim. Initially, she sought to vent her frustrations after losing, only to discover that this was yet another shadow clone. In her anger, she stomped her foot on the ground and shouted around her, "Get out here, you little brat." Alas, why must it be so? From behind a tree near the open space, Kanda Rokuro emerged, gazing at Yuzuki and Yuhi Kurenai with a sigh. "Sisters, you should now acknowledge my strength, shouldn't you?" Those who practice illusion techniques tend to be composed, as such magic requires a stable mental fortitude for its execution and control. The composed Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Kanda Rokuro in the distance, calmly nodding her head as she said, "We recognize your strength, Rokuro. Moving forward, we shall rely on you more." Kanda Rokuro cast a surprised glance at Yuhi Akane and remarked, "What? Are you not planning to engage me in combat?" Yuhi Akane shook her head and replied, "There's no need. Your brute force ninjutsu is inherently the nemesis of illusion techniques. Your master, Kuro, has maintained a perfect victory rate against illusionist ninjas over the years. Oh, I never imagined that Kuro fellow still enjoyed such glory. Truly unexpected." Kanda Rokuro, with a sigh, chuckled and said, "Ladies, allow me to treat you to a meal today as a gesture of atonement, and perhaps to strengthen our bonds, if you will." Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Iyaka let out a cold scoff, replying, "Then you should prepare 1,000,000, so we can truly enjoy our feast." Without hesitation, Kanda Rokuro nodded and said, "Very well. For the sake of the two beautiful sisters, I am more than willing to spend my money. I hope that after we embark on our mission tomorrow, you both will take good care of me." Yuzuki Yuen cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro and scoffed, "Do you really need looking after, you little rascal?" Kanda Rokuro coughed lightly and approached the two women, stating, "When it comes to battle, there is no need for my two elder sisters to concern themselves. However, I do require your assistance in matters of daily life." Yuzuki Yuka's expression darkened as she glared at Kanda Rokuro, retorting, "I shall not partake in the matter of sharing a bed with you." Kanda Rokuro expressed his helplessness with a shrug, saying, "Sisters, that's not what I meant. I was referring to matters of dining and lodging, which I believe you two should arrange." Yuzuki Yuyen, with a skeptical expression, scoffed, "You are notorious for your lecherous ways in Konoha. Not a single word of what you say is credible. I advise you to abandon any improper intentions." Kanda Rokuro, feeling quite indignant, exclaimed with fervor, "Who is that scoundrel spreading slander about me, tarnishing my reputation? I swear I shall hang him up and teach him a lesson." To this, Yuzuki Iyaka coldly retorted, "The entire village is abuzz with rumors. If you have the gall, go ahead and admonish each and every villager." Kanda Rokuro, rendered speechless, turned towards Konoha and remarked, "Forget it, let us dine instead. Time will reveal true character, and you shall come to know that I am indeed an exemplary student." Yuhi Kurenai chuckled softly and followed suit. Yuzuki Yugao also regained her composure and joined them. Given Kanda Rokuro's formidable strength, it was only fitting that they accompanied him. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable. The trio made their way towards the village of Konoha. Along the journey, Kanda Rokuro inquired about their full names, marking the beginning of their formal acquaintance. Upon arriving at the village's barbecue establishment, Yuzuki Yugao unabashedly ordered an extravagant array of grilled delicacies, entirely unconcerned about whether they could finish it all. Meanwhile, as the three indulged in their meal, Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone, stationed in the Hokage's office, perused the scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once his clone had committed the information to memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved the scroll, remarking, "You rascal. With beautiful women around, you seem to have forsaken ninjutsu altogether, resorting to shadow clones just to meet me. A shameless fellow like you is truly a rarity." Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone chuckled, "In the heart of the original, of course, beautiful women outweigh ninjutsu. Old man, you have truly bestowed two magnificent gifts upon my original." Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, "What can a mere child accomplish? At most, he will reap some small advantages, but nothing significant will arise. In a couple of years, when he returns to the village, they will be able to resume their normal lives." Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone smirked, "I fear my true self shall not allow them to depart so easily. When the time comes, you will realize that you have only invited trouble upon yourself." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone, exclaiming, "Why waste words with a mere shadow? Disperse at once, and ensure he presents himself to me by morning." Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone chuckled softly before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 123, The Third Wife, The Fourth Wife. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the shadow clone in the Hokage's office disappeared. The essence of Kanda Rokuro has received all the news. Flying Thunder God technique. At last, it is in his grasp. However, mastering this technique, akin to the 100 Heroes technique, necessitates a staggering 100,000 experience points. Thus, for the time being, he can only gaze upon it. Unable to acquire the skill, he has decided to set aside the matter of the Flying Thunder God technique for now. Kanda Rokuro observed the delight with which Yuzuki Yuyuki savored her meal, while the leisurely eating of Yuzuki Ko made him approach and softly inquire, "Ladies, Do you have boyfriends? Yuzuki Yuki immediately shot him a glare, retorting, whether or not we have boyfriends is of no concern to you. Do you truly think you possess the ability to pursue us, you little brat? How dare she look down upon him? Give him 10 more years, and he would ensure they would come to regret their disdain. Kanda Rokuro muttered under his breath, curling his lip in disdain. What does it matter? Just wait for me for 10 years, and then you can become my third and fourth wives. April Evening Yin was rendered speechless. The audacity of that brat was quite remarkable, expecting them to wait a decade. How many decades can a woman endure? Rolling her eyes at Kanda Rokuro, she continued to savor her grilled meat and remarked, you might as well forget it. Your elder sister already has a man she fancies. There's no room for you. However, I am rather curious about who the esteemed first and second wives are that precede us. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro expressed a hint of disappointment. Alas, what a pity, yet another lady lost. After speaking, he turned to Yuhi Akane and inquired, Sister Akane, do you have a boyfriend? Yuhi Akane glanced at Kanda Rokuro and calmly replied, not at the moment, but I shall likely have one soon. Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. So I still have a chance. Yuhong smiled softly. Indeed, you do have a chance. However, I must confess that you are not quite my type. If you wish to pursue me, I dare say your chances of success are virtually nil. Kanda Rokuro, feeling somewhat disheartened, took a piece of meat and lamented, why is it that all the good women are taken? As a brilliant ninja, will it not be exceedingly difficult for me to find a wife in the future? To this, Yuzuki Iyaka retorted, but you already have a first and second wife. Do you not? How can you claim to be without a partner? Moreover, you little rascal, you have yet to answer my earlier question. Kanda Rokuro gazed out the window, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. They are indeed challenging, he mused. One is the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, and unless I am prepared with an ample dowry, I would find it quite embarrassing to propose. The other is Tsunade-sensei's disciple, Shizun, who currently harbors a desire to eliminate me. The complexity of these two ladies was daunting. Thus, he resolved to seek a mature and composed beauty to become his third wife, so that someone might care for my daily needs. Yuzuki Saigon's expression twitched at his words. The young rascal's choice of prospective wives certainly involved some troublesome characters. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, you truly dare to dream. The Hyuga clan would never permit an outsider to wed their esteemed daughter. Even if you were to succeed, they would never allow you to take a second wife. I suggest you awaken from this fanciful dream. Kanda Rokuro cast a disdainful glance at Yuzuki Yuka, exclaiming, what difference is there between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Only those who dare to dream and act can achieve greatness. What do you, a mere woman, understand? In response, Yuzuki Yuka tapped Kanda Rokuro's head with her chopsticks, retorting, you arrogant young man, do you look down upon us women? There are hardly any ninjas in the entire Konoha village who can rival our strength. Kanda Rokuro shook his head, proclaiming, can they possibly compare to me? I am the genius ninja Kanda Rokuro, destined to stand atop the ninja world, as formidable as the first Hokage. Yuzuki Yuin was left speechless. She continued to savor her grilled meat, remarking, I cannot even be bothered to respond to your delusions. If you were ever to become a figure like the first Hokage, I would cast aside my boyfriend and become your fourth wife, attending to your every need, feeding you, quenching your thirst, and ensuring your restful slumber. Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yuzuki Yuin, exclaiming, indeed, it's a promise. Yuzuki Yuin rolled her eyes in response. A promise it is. I shall not break my word. You should eat heartily and diligently hone your skills, for perhaps before my demise, you may ascend to greatness akin to that of Lord Hashirama. Kanda Rokuro, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Xia Hong and inquired, will you be joining us too, Sister Hong? I shall reserve the position of my third wife for you, ensuring it is not casually offered to another. Xia Hong smiled softly, choosing not to respond. You should focus on enjoying your meal and not overthink matters. Kanda Rokuro shook his head, indulging in the grilled meat with fervor. He even pilfered some of the meat from Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai, prompting the two ladies to roll their eyes at him in exasperation. Chapter 124. The return of Kuro Ro. After sharing a meal with Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai, they lingered until nearly noon. Tomorrow, the trio would likely embark on a mission, prompting Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai to return and prepare their belongings. They agreed to meet in front of the Hokage building the following morning. Kanda Rokuro set out without any luggage, carrying only money. Should he find himself devoid of funds, he would resort to theft. In the realm of ninjas, bandits, and robbers abound. By merely capturing a group, he could procure the means to sustain himself. With nothing else to occupy his time, Kanda Rokuro spent an afternoon at the Konoha Academy, deepening his connections with his classmates. Notably, he focused on Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, along with Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka, who were among the charming young ladies in the class. He exchanged casual greetings with the others. After wandering the school for the entire afternoon, Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base in the evening. With an expedition scheduled for the next day, he resolved to memorize all the ninjutsu of A rank and below from the foundation. This preparation would allow him to upgrade those techniques once he accumulated sufficient experience points. Upon his return to the foundation, as Kanda Rokuro approached, he found Luo waiting for him at the entrance. This encounter left him somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly and say, "Master, you have returned quite swiftly." Luo raised his fist and landed a light blow on Kanda Rokuro's head, huffing disdainfully, "You insolent brat, do you wish for my early demise? You seem to delight in creating trouble for me." Kanda Rokuro chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head. "This is the last time, isn't it? Tomorrow, I will venture out alone on a mission. Master, please don't be too upset. It's not good for your health." Luo scoffed. "The Hokage truly understands you. If two women accompany you, I doubt you would abandon them so easily. Unlike me, a man whom you can cast aside at will." Kanda Rokuro's expression stiffened. That wretched Sarutobi Sasuke truly understands him. It seems that old Sarutobi has thoroughly studied his character. How unexpected. I never anticipated that Sarutobi would foresee this. He is indeed a cunning old fox. Kanda Rokuro muttered under his breath, coughing as he said, "Master, you might be misunderstanding. Even when it is time for me to part with them, I will ensure they are discarded just like you." Luo, exasperated, shot a glare at Kanda Rokuro and retorted, "Can you not show a shred of decency? I doubt there is anyone in the entire Konoha village with a thicker skin than you." Kanda Rokuro grasped Luo's arm, deftly shifting the subject. "All right, master. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I am departing tomorrow, and there remains much to prepare today." Luo, being pulled home by Kanda Rokuro, let out a resigned sigh. "You, young lad, have grown your wings far too swiftly. I have scarcely had the chance to guide you, and yet you have already become so formidable." Kanda Rokuro remarked as he walked, "What difference does it make? This way, master, you can enjoy your retirement in peace. Can't you? In the future, you can visit my commercial street and oversee the workers' endeavors. The profits I've earned over the past 2 years have all been sent back to you, master, to aid in the establishment of my shop." Managing a shop? Luo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It seems I truly am destined for a life of retirement. How swiftly time passes. I had thought I would need to wait another year or two." Kanda Rokuro pulled Luo back to the doorstep of their home and, with a cheerful grin, remarked, "By the way, master, you are also nearing retirement. Since your treasures will soon be of little use, why not pass them all on to me now? I wouldn't mind any ninjutsu or weapons." Luo cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro and retorted, "Throughout my life, I have solely practiced the art of the body technique ninjutsu. I have no need for anything else. I have imparted all that you need to know. There are no riches left for you, only a meager sum reserved for my old age." Kanda Rokuro smirked. "Master, you truly are a miser. It's hard to believe you're an elite jonin." Luo glared at Kanda Rokuro. "Do you think everyone can learn everything like you? Most ordinary ninjas, like myself, dedicate their lives to mastering a single technique that suits them. The majority do not acquire an extensive repertoire." Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, sighing, "Indeed. The disparity between ordinary ninjas like you and a genius such as myself is quite vast. It seems I shall have to rely solely on my own abilities from now on." Luo gave Kanda Rokuro a light rap on the head, exclaiming, "You insolent brat. You are growing increasingly disrespectful towards your master." Kanda Rokuro chuckled dryly, choosing not to utter another word. He escorted Kuro back to her residence, briefly mentioning an urgent matter before hastily making his way to the root base, where he sought out the repository dedicated to the preservation of ninjutsu scrolls, commencing the meticulous recording of techniques. Chapter 125, Preparations before leaving the village. Earth and Water, the two elemental ninjutsu. Within the archives of Root's ninjutsu collection, there resided over 100 scrolls of A rank and below. In the past, Kanda Rokuro had inscribed a selection of formidable techniques, such as the mist concealment technique of water release, water clone, water dragon jutsu, waterfall technique, and the heavy rain technique, among others. Additionally, he had noted down powerful earth release techniques, including the hardening technique, earth clone, earth flow wall, and rock slide technique. Previously, he had focused solely on powerful ninjutsu. However, he now resolved to document all low-level techniques. This decision stemmed from the fact that elevating these lower-tier techniques required minimal experience points, thus allowing for further exploration. Moreover, the fully mastered C-rank ninjutsu would not pale in comparison to their B-rank counterparts. In the future, he could harness a lesser amount of chakra to unleash techniques of equivalent strength to B-rank ninjutsu. Most importantly, as his chakra reserves expanded, he would possess the capability to elevate the potency of C-rank ninjutsu to A-rank levels, much like the second Hokage, who wielded the basic water release techniques with S-rank might. After producing 6 shadow clones to assist in recording all A-rank and below ninjutsu of the earth and water elements, Kanda Rokuro glanced at the time, realizing it was already 2 in the morning. Consequently, he hurried back to Kuro's home to rest. As dawn broke, Kanda Rokuro bid farewell to Heiluo and departed from the underground base. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, he found Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai already waiting there with their backpacks. Spotting them, Kanda Rokuro quickly greeted, "Sisters, you both arrived quite early. Are you eager to elope with me?" Yuhi Kurenai remained silent. Yuzuki Yugugo playfully tapped Kanda Rokuro on the head, chiding, "You mischievous little rascal, always fooling around. Lord Hokage is already inside waiting for you. Hurry up and go in. This is not the time for jokes. It's more important to focus on completing tasks and gaining experience." Kanda Rokuro exchanged a smile with the 2 women before entering the Hokage building. Upon arriving at Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, he unabashedly called out, "Old man, I've arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, glanced at Kanda Rokuro and shook his head, saying, "The task list is on the desk. Choose a few assignments for yourself. Once you complete these tasks, have Kurenai and the others reach out to the various intelligence agencies to obtain additional task lists. That way, you won't need to return for new assignments." Kanda Rokuro gazed at the stack of task lists on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These were not mere lists of tasks. They represented his accumulated experience. There was no need for further selection. He was determined to tackle them all. Kanda Rokuro grasped all the lists on the table without a glance and declared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Old man, for the sake of Konoha, I shall undertake all these missions." Sarutobi Hiruzen, raising his pipe in a fit of irritation, aimed to strike Kanda Rokuro, but this time, Kanda Rokuro deftly evaded the blow. Not having made contact, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a glare at Kanda Rokuro and admonished, "Some of these missions are time-sensitive. You cannot possibly accomplish multiple tasks in different locations simultaneously. Quickly set those aside and select a few to focus on." Kanda Rokuro tucked the task list into his bosom, speaking with grave seriousness, "Old man, I am determined to contribute to the development of Konoha. How can you possibly obstruct me? Entrust these tasks to me. I shall complete them swiftly." Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead and replied, "Very well, do as you wish. I will assign others to undertake the tasks. Should you arrive late and find them already completed, it is not my concern. Ugh, you old codger. How dare you compete with me for experience?" Kanda thought, realizing that he must exert himself during this period to clear as many short tasks as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a moment of grumbling, softened his expression and sighed as he looked at Kanda. "You impudent boy, do not cause trouble outside. While you may disregard your own safety, you must consider the well-being of those 2 lovely ladies. Do not act recklessly and endanger them. They are still young and do not wish to meet an untimely end." Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. The 2 beautiful women accompanying Sarutobi Hizashi were likely there for this very reason. With the presence of these 2 enchanting figures, he found himself compelled to carefully consider the risks of any perilous endeavors. Thus, the likelihood of him causing a ruckus diminished, and the dangers he faced upon venturing out were significantly reduced. Indeed, Sarutobi Hizashi proved to be a cunning strategist, adept at discerning the thoughts of others. With a subtle scoff, Kanda Rokuro waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, I have no desire to meet an untimely demise. I shall categorically avoid any hazardous situations, ensuring their safe return." Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his cigarette, gazing out the window as he remarked, "Once the matters concerning the Uchiha clan are resolved, I will dispatch someone to inform you of your return." Remember to take care of yourself. Kanda Rokuro, with a newfound seriousness, nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, old man. You know my character well. I always strive for prudence in my endeavors. Sarutobi Hizashi rolled his eyes in response. Be gone, you insufferable brat. And remember, if Danzo sends someone to fetch you, just tell them I said not to return. Danzo? Had he nearly forgotten him? That old fellow, where could he possibly be now? Kanda Rokuro paused momentarily and inquired. What? Is Lord Danzo returning? Sarutobi Hizashi, exhaling a puff of smoke, replied. Half a year of punishment has been more than sufficient for him. The village also requires his assistance. He will be back in 2 months, and undoubtedly, he will seek you out. Kanda Rokuro, in a moment of clarity, nodded. I understand. Without your orders, I shall not return. Sarutobi Hizuchi waved his hand dismissively. Go now? Hurry and be gone. Kanda Rokuro chuckled softly, caressing the task lists upon his chest, and departed with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 126. The formal departure at the entrance of the Hokage building. Kanda Rokuro stepped out, and Yuzuki Yuyaka approached him, inquiring, What tasks have you undertaken? Kanda Rokuro did not respond, instead beckoning the 2 women and saying, Come on, we will talk after we leave the village. Yuzuki Yuin, observing Kanda Rokuro's abrupt departure, followed suit and scoffed, You insufferable brat, do you truly believe we are your subordinates? We are, in fact, 14 years your senior. Kanda Rokuro remained unfazed, casually asserting as he walked, Ninjas are not defined by age, you know. My prowess surpasses that of both of you, so you must obediently heed my commands. In response, Yuzuki Yuka swiftly took action, attempting to strike Kanda Rokuro on the head. Kanda Rokuro quickened his pace, evading her attempts to strike him. Unyielding, Yuzuki Yuyaka pursued him once more, intent on delivering another blow, yet Kanda Rokuro only accelerated further, leaving her unsuccessful in her endeavors. Ultimately, she was compelled to abandon her pursuit in frustration. The trio continued their journey until they reached the village entrance, where Yuzuki Yuyaka spoke again. All right. Now can we discuss what the task entails? Kanda Rokuro remained silent. He extended his hand and began to form seals, summoning a colossal mud bird that emerged from the ground, coming to rest before the 3 of them. Kanda Rokuro leaped onto the mud bird and called to the 2 women, Hurry up and get on. I'll talk to you as we go. Yuzuki Yuyaka glanced at the mud bird and smirked. Your ninjutsu is quite convenient for traveling, but I wonder how long you can maintain it. Surely it won't be able to fly for long, will it? Kanda Rokuro beckoned once more, urging them to hasten aboard. For time was of the essence in their mission. Should they arrive too late, the undertaking would be lost. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yuin and Shirihong promptly ascended onto the muddy bird. With all 3 gathered, the muddy bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the southwest. After flying several hundred meters, it entered a stable cruising altitude. Yuzuki Yuin, feeling a sense of liberation, released her grip and stood upon the muddy bird, gazing down at the ground with a sense of wonder. What a delightful sensation this is. Alas, I am not adept in such ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Yuzuki Yuyaka and chuckled. If you wish to soar through the skies regularly, it is quite simple. Just marry me, and I shall take you flying every day. What a delightful thought. Yuzuki Yuyaka shot him a glare and retorted, Enough of this. What is the task? Speak quickly. Kanda Rokuro pulled out a task list from his pocket. This is it, a B-grade mission. There is a village near the Zika iron mine offering 3 million to drive away a band of robbers intent on seizing their iron ore. There are roughly 300 to 400 of them. Dealing with robbers, you say? That sounds quite manageable. Mizuki Yuyaka took the task list, glanced at it, and remarked, Well, the price is indeed quite reasonable. A mere reprimand for these thieves, and they shall think twice before venturing here again. Kanda Rokuro chuckled. You are absolutely right. This task is the closest to us and the most effortless. In just 2 hours, we can reach our destination, complete the assignment, and then move on to the next one. Yuzuki Yuyaka stared in astonishment, gazing at Kanda Rokuro with a perplexed expression. Just how many tasks have you taken on? Kanda Rokuro chuckled, pulling out a thick stack of lists from his pocket, and remarked, Not too many, just over 50. If we work diligently for 3 months, we can manage it. Utsuki Yuyaka's expression darkened considerably. 1 month. Over 50 tasks rated C or higher. Do you think we are mere beasts of burden? Utsuki Yuyaka glared at Kanda Rokuro, her teeth clenched, and exclaimed, You little rascal, are you trying to work us to death? With your ruthless disposition, I doubt you will ever find a girlfriend. Kanda Rokuro cast a glance at Yuzuki Uyake and scoffed. You dare to curse me with the prospect of remaining single? Well, when I turn 15 and still lack a girlfriend, I shall claim you for myself to bear my children. You little rascal. Yuzuki Uyake, infuriated, reached out as if to strike him. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro deftly adjusted the position of the mud bird's body, causing it to sway left and right. Startled, Yuzuki Yuin quickly grasped the body of the mud bird to prevent herself from falling. Unable to take action, Yuzuki Yuin shot an indignant glare at Kanda Rokuro, exclaiming, You impudent brat, just wait until we return to solid ground. I shall have my revenge. Kanda Rokuro chuckled merrily as he continued to guide the clay bird through the air. Yuzuki Yuka, having been pranked by Kanda Rokuro, no longer dared to act recklessly in the sky. Instead, she settled down beside Yuhi Akane, voicing her grievances about the shameless antics of that little rascal, Kanda Rokuro. Yuhi Akane remained composed throughout, merely listening to Yuzuki Yuka's complaints. Chapter 127. The Shika Mine. 2 hours later, in the village beneath the Shika iron mine. As soon as Kanda Rokuro, Yuzuki Yagana, and Yuhi Akane descended, the villagers had already gathered at the village entrance to greet them. The reason for their excitement was the sight of the three descending on a great bird. Upon seeing the forehead protectors worn by Yuzuki Yagana and Yuhi Akane, a middle-aged man among the armed villagers rushed forward, his face alight with enthusiasm. Esteemed ninja, you are the ones dispatched from Konoha, are you not? Truly, you embody the elite of the Leaf Village, capable of soaring to our humble abode. Our village of Shika is saved. Please, I implore you to help us drive away the bandits. Yuzuki Yagana stepped forward, nodding affirmatively. Rest assured, mere bandits shall be dealt with swiftly. Where are they located? We shall confront them at once. The middle-aged man, overjoyed by her words, pointed in a direction, saying, Noble ninja, they are gathered within that mountain up ahead. Would you like us to guide you there? Yuzuki Yagana glanced back at the mountain he indicated, which lay about 4 to 5 kilometers away. As she pondered her response, the mud bird suddenly took flight from the ground. She watched as Kanda Rokuro mounted the creature, soaring towards the mountains. Stunned, she shouted, You impudent boy! What do you think you're doing? Come back at once. Kanda Rokuro, airborne, waved a hand towards Yuzuki Yagana. Ladies, it would be best for you to refrain from participating in such a bloody conflict. Simply await my return here. With that, he continued on his path. Kanda Rokuro had already flown far away. Yuzuki Yuka, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot and exclaimed to Akatsuki, Akatsuki, shall we go after him? With a resigned smile, Akatsuki replied, The Hokage has entrusted us with his protection. Do you think we should pursue him? Yuzuki Yuka rubbed her temples and remarked, That insufferable brat never gives us a moment's peace. Let us go and see. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Akatsuki chuckled softly, given his strength. He is unlikely to sustain injuries. However, with so many bandits about, complications are inevitable. Let us hasten to assist him. Yuzuki Yuka nodded and glanced at the bewildered middle-aged man, saying, That little rascal is our apprentice. Pay no heed to his wild claims. He has just become a genin and is a bit impulsive. We are going to help him, so if you wish to join us, you may. If not, feel free to wait here. The middle-aged man, enlightened, realized that the boy had referred to the 2 women as his wives, which perplexed him. It turned out to be the antics of a mischievous child, indeed a source of concern. After pondering, the man smiled and said, Children will be children. A bit of exuberance is to be expected. It is understandable for someone so young to become a genin. Yuzuki Yuka's expression twitched. She had spun a tale and was now left to uphold it. What a bother. Clearing her throat, she declared, Very well, we shall proceed to investigate. You may do as you please. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man brandished his long sword and said, We shall join as well. We have already clashed with those bandits several times. We can lend a hand and drive them off sooner. Very well, then, follow at your own pace. We shall lead the way, Yuzuki Yuka replied, pulling Akatsuki along as they set off. The saying goes, a mountain seems closer than it truly is. Despite the mountain appearing to be only 3 or 4 kilometers away, the winding path and detours made their journey take nearly an hour before they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where they spotted Kanda Rokuro sitting below. We have arrived. Kanda Rokuro waved at the 2 individuals. Yuzuki Yuin approached Kanda Rokuro and playfully tapped him on the head, exclaiming, You mischievous boy. Since you lack the courage to act, why didn't you bring us along? We've traversed such a long distance, and now a third of our stamina has been squandered. Kanda Rokuro, with a touch of exasperation, gazed at Yuzuki Yuin and implored, "Sister, could you please ascertain the facts before taking action? Your approach leaves me feeling quite wronged." Yuzuki Yuin, taken aback, furrowed her brows and replied, "What do you mean by that? Did you, perchance, drive the thief away yourself?" Kanda Rokuro straightened his chest and declared, "Of course, what are mere thieves to me?" Yuzuki Yuyaka glanced at the mountain, hesitatingly remarking, "Have you truly frightened off over 400 bandits? Your speed is indeed remarkable. It seems I have misjudged you." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly. "Of course, let us take a brief respite and then hasten to depart for our next task. We must not squander our time here." Chapter 128. A restless heart. Yuzuki Yuyaka settled down to rest and glanced at Kanda Rokuro, saying, "The thieves may have left, but they will return. We cannot leave so soon. We must ensure that they do not come back before our mission is deemed complete." Kanda Rokuro patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, those rascals have been frightened out of their wits and would never dare to return. Let us take a moment to rest and then hasten our departure." Yuzuki Yuyaka shot him a glare and retorted, "When I say it's not possible, it means just that. Do you have any idea how many lives would be lost in the village if they were to come back? You are utterly unreliable." Kanda Rokuro was at a loss for words. He had just annihilated 400 individuals, and the system rewarded him with 7,400 points of quest experience. So there was no doubt he had completed the task. However, the scene on the mountain was far too gruesome. The bandits had been torn to shreds by the mud beasts he summoned. It was a sight unfit for the eyes of a lady. As Kanda Rokuro grappled with his helplessness, Akatsuki Hinata furrowed her brows slightly and gently tapped Yuzuki Yuin, saying, "Let us heed Rokuro's advice and take a moment to rest before we depart from this place." Yuzuki Yuin looked at Akatsuki Hinata in surprise. "Hinata, how can someone as composed as you say such things?" Akatsuki Hinata cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro and calmly remarked, "I fear that the mountain bandits may have all perished. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be able to detect the scent of blood down here." Yuzuki Yuin's expression shifted. The scent of blood. She had certainly noticed it. Initially, she thought it was merely the remains of some nearby beast, hence the strong odor of blood. The notion that 400 lives had been extinguished was beyond her imagination. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a demon. Hesitant, Yuzuki Yuin rose and began to make her way up the mountain. Upon witnessing this, Kanda Rokuro swiftly grasped Otoki Yuin's leg, exclaiming, "What is there to be